Summary: Zhang Ye was originally a mundane college graduate with aspiring dreams to become a star, but unfortunately has below-average looks and height. However, one day, he woke up and suddenly found himself in a parallel world. It's like the same world, but wait a minute. Many brands, celebrities, and even famous works from his world changed and are gone in this new world. Armed with the profound literary knowledge of his previous world and a heaven-defying game ring that gives him magical items, stats, and skills, Zhang Ye embarks on a journey to pursue his lifelong dream of becoming famous. Follow Zhang Ye as he takes the new world by storm, one plagiarized piece at a time, to hilarious reactions. Chapter 0. I Want to Be a Star. Zhang Ye felt that his life was wonderful. Last month, he held his 32nd solo concert. Just a few days ago, he was invited to dinner by the Secretary General of the United Nations. Yesterday, he was invited to be the male lead for the Hollywood 3D science fiction blockbuster, Railway Gorillas. As an excellent artist, Zhang Ye had mixed feelings. Did he have any regrets in life? No, his life was perfect. If he was to mention a flaw in his life, it would probably be his bad habit of bragging that he had never managed to get rid of. Whatever mentioned previously was just nonsense. Zhang Ye was, in fact, just a fresh graduate. He was an extremely ordinary person in this world. His dream was to become a celebrity, be it a host, a singer, or an author. He just wanted to become famous. His aim was pretty high. Not only did he want to be a star, he also wanted to become the world's top superstar. This was his life goal. He had never given up on that thought. Tomorrow, he had an interview at a radio station. He still lacked confidence, unsure if he would succeed at it or not. Maybe it was because he slept late last night, but tonight he had a dream where a few lines of words flashed across his mind. Installing game. Authenticating gamer. Game is installed. You are the game's only player. This is a game that will help the gamer realize his dreams. Have checked the gamer's dreams and goals. Game setting completed. Game line ending completed. Help gamer to become the greatest superstar in the world. Game difficulty maximum. Please wait. Randomly choosing new player incentive package. Received reward, randomly changing existing world background. Counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Game begins. Chapter 1. The world after being altered. Beijing. The morning of the second day. At home, Zhang Ye, who had just woken up, was still wondering about the dream from last night. As he yawned, he switched on the television so that he could watch the news. Suddenly, he realized that there was an additional silver ring on his left pinky. It was clearly not something that belonged to him. He tried as hard as he could to take it off, but it was to no avail. Not only that, but when he rubbed the surface of the ring, a touchable virtual screen suddenly appeared. It was written in the same font as the messages in his dream. It said, Game ring initialized. New player incentive package, randomly changing existing world background, is in preparation for augmentation. Counting down. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Incentive package augmentation initialization. Following that, Zhang Ye saw an alarming scene. The HTC phone that he had thrown on the bed began twisting and strangely changed shape. Even the brand changed, and TCC was engraved on it instead. One of the two pirated Su Zhima's poem collection placed by the windowsill suddenly disappeared, while the other became Chun Tianma's poem collection. He could not notice all the changes, as many things within his house were undergoing changes. What alarmed Zhang Ye the most were the changes on the television. The Changhong branded television turned into a Feitian brand, which he had never heard of. And the main thing was the content being broadcast on the television. Mango TV's new variety show, Glittering Radiance, breaks 1% viewership. Wu Bang's latest movie, White Maiden, breaks 500 million in the box office. Heavenly Queen Zhang Yuanqi's new song failed once again. She will focus on the film industry from now on. Yesterday, the work of world-famous artist Dake, Blue Sky, was auctioned off in America. Many people in the entertainment circle dedicated songs to the most influential heavenly king of film of the 20th century, Chen Weisher's 10th anniversary memorial concert. Heavenly King's son Yu teared up on the spot while singing. Zhang Ye looked at all of this for 10 minutes in a state of shock. He still did not understand what had just happened. How did the television and cell phone change brands? Heavenly Queen Zhang Yuanqi. When was there a heavenly queen named Zhang Yuanqi? In the 10th anniversary memorial concert? Where did this Chen Weisher come out from? How could he not have heard of him? Zhang Ye? Could it be that Zhang Ye had changed her stage name? Was Chen Weisher Yisin Chen's new name? That can't be right. Yisin Chen is still alive. What sort of movie was White Maiden? Was it a film by Yinsong F********* ing starred in? When the F******* did he start filming movies? Zhang Ye rushed off the bed, in a panic to open the curtains. He saw everything outside changing. The two old trees by the road had disappeared. Replacing them was a flower bed. A high-rise building far in the distance had turned into a shorter building, with only 6 floors left. And not only had a few buildings that were originally gray in color subtly changed position, even the color of the stairs had changed to a brownish white. Ding! Incentives augmentation has been completed. Note: the real world's background has been changed into a theoretical balance. Zhang Ye's face went pale. He picked up that unknown brand phone and examined it. The date and time were right. Today was the day 2 months after he had graduated from college. After flipping through a few pages of his contacts, he purposely called a few people. His close friends were still the same, but how could the changes in the surroundings be explained? Also, what was this game ring on his hand? Had the game ring really altered reality? Zhang Ye could not believe it, as he switched on his computer to check the internet. The more he browsed, the more frightened he became. It had changed. Everything had changed. There was no one in the show hosting industry named He Jiong or Sienna. The music industry no longer had people like Yisin Chun or Jackie Chung. The film industry no longer had people like Feng Xiaojing, Sun Honglei, etc. In China and in foreign countries, people like Qi Baishi or Pablo Picasso no longer existed in the world of calligraphy or painting. The Divine Song, Perturbed, Emoyan's novels, Beethoven's piano pieces, the movie, Transformers, the variety show, The Voice of China, the famous painting, Mona Lisa, they were all gone. Seeing all of these things being randomly changed by the unknown game, he wondered if these were the game rewards he had obtained as the sole player. However, how did reality become a game? And what sort of game was this? Contra or Super Mario? Should he use his head to smash at a wall, causing a small magical mushroom to burst out, which could make him bigger? Of course, there were things that did not change. Some important historical figures, world patterns, and social environments had not changed. The Master Kong instant noodles on the table were still the same. LV was still a world-famous brand. A lot of things had not been modified. Was this the so-called randomness? Something supernatural had happened. What the heck had happened? At this moment, thumps were heard. Someone outside was knocking on his door. The knocks were quite loud and were definitely done by hammering the door with a lot of strength. Zhang Ye guessed who it was and pretended not to hear it. After the person knocked a few more times, the clinking of keys could be heard and the door was suddenly opened. Zhang Ye looked at the person who came in. He was thinking that even though the world had changed, the landlady was still the same landlady. A woman in her 30s walked over. She looked very beautiful. Sometimes, the two words, very beautiful, were very hard to use in describing her. For example, she had clearly just washed her hair. Her head was still wrapped in a white towel, but her beauty, which could overthrow states and cities, could not be concealed. Her figure was exceptionally good. Her skin's elasticity was clearly revealed, and it appeared very sharp. However, one could only understand this beautiful woman's mean side through being in close contact with her for a few days. She could be as venomous with her words as you wanted. If not, how could she still be unmarried at this age? Just that mouth of hers made many unable to tolerate her. Seeing that Zhang Ye was at home, Rao Aimin cleared her throat and laughed without a smile. Kid, are you trying to play hide and seek with me? Why did you not respond when I was knocking all day? Are you playing dead? Zhang Ye turned slightly awkward. Landlady, you came? Rao Aimin conveniently sat down in the living room. With a smashing sound, she slammed a calculator onto the table. Zhang Ye had seen her calculator numerous times in the past. Previously, it was a Casio brand, but now it had changed into a new brand that he had never heard of before. It started with a K. It even looked like the calculator businesses had been altered. Why don't you tell me what I'm here for? I'm here to collect rent. Her fingers hammered on the calculator in a very well-versed fashion. You haven't handed over this month's rent. Adding up last month's utilities, I have already calculated them for you. The total becomes 2,582. I have already reminded you several times. Not 1 cent less is allowed. I tell you, little Jean, I allowed you to pay rent monthly only because you were from Beijing. Go ask around. Which place would not first require you to put up a 3-month rental deposit? How much special treatment have I given you? Zhang Ye smiled wryly. Please give me another few more days. I really don't have any money on hand right now. Once I find a job, I'll give it to you. Rao elegantly swept her fingers. If you don't have any money, get lost now. Zhang Ye pleaded. You know my situation. The rent I previously gave you was all money from my elders. I only have that much money. If you were to chase me away, I can only return to stay with my parents. I had already told them I would move out and be independent once I graduated. How can I just go back with my face still intact? Auntie, look at our floor. The entire row's commercial and residential apartments are all yours. Your wealth doesn't lack just this bit of money. About this, I have an interview at the Beijing Broadcasting television station this afternoon. If I really become a host, I will make up for the rent once I get my salary. Rao glanced at him and, with contempt, said, You? Become a host? Cut it out. With your looks and height, who would pay attention to you in a crowd of people? You only dream all day of becoming a star. You think it's that easy to become a celebrity? If you can become a host, then this old ant will dare to appear in the spring festival ceremony tomorrow. Zhang Ye said. Anyways, just give me a few more days. Rao ignored it. No way. Zhang Ye said. Don't you see that I haven't even eaten breakfast at all for the past few days? I really don't have enough money. What do I have to do with you not eating? Rao said with an inhumane expression. After fussing for a long time, he managed to get the landlady to leave. After about 10 minutes, Rao who was in pajamas, came back. She did not knock on the door and immediately used her key to open the door. Zhang Ye thought Big Sister Rao was here to reclaim her money, so he carefully said, Landlady auntie you. Rao threw a breakfast set onto the table and coldly grunted, I couldn't eat it alone. Kid, you lucked out. Let me tell you, even though jobs are not easy to get these days, you are still a graduate from the media college. How can you not get a job to make ends meet? Stop clinging to a single tree till you hang yourself on it. Zhang Ye was surprised and quickly said, Thank you. I got it. Rao with her cold, beautiful face, left by slamming the door. Zhang Ye felt his heart go warm. Looking at the breakfast on the table, it was still hot. Clearly, it was not leftovers from this older sister Rao. It was definitely something that she had especially went down to buy after she heard Zhang Ye say that he had not eaten breakfast for a few days. Zhang Ye knew older that Sister Rao was someone who was warm on the inside, but cold on the outside. She may have a venomous tongue, but she still cared about him. Actually, he also understood what older Sister Rao meant. However, Zhang Ye had always had dreams of making it big since he was young. He wanted to stand on a stage, facing the public. As such, he had never considered doing jobs that involved being behind the scenes. Zhang Ye went out by taking the elevator downstairs. On the street, Zhang Ye looked all around. He realized that the road was familiar, yet strange. The billboard commercials were all of celebrities that he did not know. Some business shops were playing the hottest popular music that Zhang Ye had never heard before. As he walked through this familiar, yet strange, street, he found it hard to adapt. He felt like he did not match with this altered world. Many things had changed. Or, it could be said that this was no longer the world from Zhang Ye's past. It was August. The air was still hot and disturbing. It was not scientific. Really unscientific. Zhang Ye was, after all, a graduate from a prestigious university. Of course, he could not easily accept this reality. What day and age was this? It was no longer an ancient society where superstitions, such as demons and ghosts, existed. Being superstitious only brought harm. This was something even elementary school kids knew. Everything boiled down to science. One had to firmly believe in the power of science. As such, Zhang Ye's eyes turned solemn. He pulled out a 1 yuan coin from his pocket respectfully, and he threw it up in the air earnestly. If it's heads, then this explains that this world's background has really been changed by the game. If it's tails, then it says that everything is fake. Ding ling ling. The coin landed on the ground. Heads. Zhang Ye's vision went black. It wasn't fake. Everything was real. Chapter 2. I can save? Afternoon. It was August. The air was still hot and disturbing. That's not right. This description of the environment had already been written. It was August. The air was still disturbingly hot. Right, that hasn't been used yet. This world's Beijing radio station had merged with the Beijing television station a few years ago. Although they had merged, their offices were separate. Under the radio broadcasting building, Zhang Ye adjusted his Western suit. He looked like a dog, a respectful person, before walking in. All the official employees had already started work early in the day. Now, a large portion of the people who entered were interview candidates, like Zhang Ye. There was still some time. Let's examine the ring. Zhang Ye lowered his head as he fiddled with the mysterious game ring on his left hand. The eye-catching screen could only be seen by him. The people surrounding him did not notice the screen. Zhang Ye felt a chill run down his back. It was too sinister. Could something have gone wrong with his brain, so as to result in such serious illusions? There was a second when he had thought that he would have to eat the brain supplement, brain white gold, for life. The virtual screen had a few options. Reputation, 199,983. Items, none. Merchant shop, not unlocked. Lottery, obtain a treasure chest prize. Note, the increment of reputation is related to the player's fame, exposure, achievement, trust, reputation, and other related factors. The items in the merchant shop and lottery can be bought using reputation points. Reputation is total reputation gained since the player's birth until today. 190,000 plus reputation points? Zhang Ye wondered for a while. He had obtained a few awards when he was in elementary school for writing composition. He also did all right in his studies during middle and high school. He was frequently praised by his teachers. Right? He even had the experience of going on TV. He and his dormitory mates in college were interviewed by a CCTV reporter on the streets in Xidan. Before the reporter could hand over a microphone to him, Zhang Ye had answered immediately, "I'm very happy." Back then, the CCTV reporter was rendered speechless and said, "We aren't asking that. We are asking if you feel." And before he finished speaking, Zhang Ye, who seemed to be deep in thought, suddenly said loudly, "Socialism is good." Well, it was unknown if it had been broadcast, in the end. Were all these reputation points obtained from that? To earn 190,000 plus reputation over 23 years? It seemed pretty good. However, Zhang Ye quickly did not think so anymore. When he opened the virtual screen's options to see what he could buy with his reputation points, he was rendered speechless for a long time. The merchant shop had not been unlocked, so he could only click on the lottery choice. Lottery requires 100,000 reputation points. Upon purchasing, the game will randomly choose a treasure chest. Heavens! After all that he had done in his life, he had gathered enough reputation points just to draw once in the lottery, just short of drawing twice. With the mindset of trying his luck with the lottery, he touched the screen with his hand. It had a solid feeling. After confirming his selection on the prompted display, 100,000 points were spent, and his reputation immediately became 99,983. The lottery interface flashed, and a virtual wheel appeared. There was a needle and a button. On the wheel were the words, Consumption Category, Stats Category, Skills Category, and Special Category. Each category had a respective color in its own region. The 4 regions were different in size. The Consumption Category took up a large portion of the wheel, nearly half of it. Next up were the Stats and Skills categories. Together, they took up nearly the other half of the wheel. The smallest region was the Special Category. It only took up a tiny region and was nearly invisible. A game screen introduction appeared. Category explanation. Consumption Category, one-time use disposable consumable item. Stats Category, permanently increasing a stat. Skills Category, skills experience item. Special Category, adds the purchasing privilege of buying a certain merchant item. Note, the treasure chest from the item category where the pointer stably stops will be the item that will be obtained. Zhang Ye was confused. He could only try by pressing the button to begin the lottery. Bada! The lottery began. The needle on the wheel kept moving as the wheel rotated clockwise extremely fast. After a few seconds, the needle slowed down and finally landed on the biggest area on the wheel, the consumption category. The lottery was completed. A tiny golden treasure chest appeared. The prize was automatically stored in his inventory. And within his inventory appeared an icon of a small golden treasure chest. How do you use it? Zhang Ye tried stretching his hand into the inventory. His hand actually entered as if there was a space within it. As he touched the floating treasure chest, small, he grabbed it and opened the treasure chest that no one else could see, while still on the street. With a flash of golden light, the treasure chest opened. It was a tiny crystal. Displayed item. Save. Item description. One-time use disposable consumable item. Saves a record. This save file can only be stored for half an hour. Save. This was extremely familiar to Zhang Ye. Anyone who had played games knew that saves were used just before closing the game, or to redo a certain event later on. It could only be stored for 30 minutes? Did that mean that it could not be used 30 minutes after it had been used? The save would be invalidated? As for the lottery and the treasure chests, they were not foreign to him. Many games had a lottery. Treasure chests of different grades resulted in different grades of items. The probability was also different. Zhang Ye took the save crystal out. The golden treasure chest immediately disappeared into points of light. Zhang Ye tinkered around with it. Accidentally, he had crushed the crystal. Saving. Saving completed. At that moment, time seemed to stop for a second. Everything stood still. When everything was restored, the ring's interface had one more option. Load save was displayed. The record was saved just like this? Zhang Ye touched his nose, still confused. Newbie incentive? Background change? Treasure chest lottery? Items? Save. Was he really playing a game? The interview is at 10 a.m. Let's hurry. Brother son, what's the hurry? You will definitely be accepted. That's not necessarily true. They will only be hiring 2 people for the radio host position. I heard that there were more than 20 people that applied for the written interview. The competition is fierce. Indeed, the position for hosts are the most popular. Old Zhou and I have comparatively less pressure. I applied to be an editor, while Old Zhou applied to be an operator. There is less competition since fewer people applied for it. Some people said this as they walked in. Zhang Ye looked at the time. He ignored researching the game ring and hurried upstairs. The interview today was too important for him. He had thought through his development path properly. With his qualities and image, should he be a television host? A singer? A movie star? He did not even qualify to be a villain in a movie. He wasn't outstanding and would never become popular. Thinking it through, it was best that he start off as a radio host. The requirement of having good looks were lower by a tiny bit. The listeners would only have contact with his voice, so it was the best position for him to begin in. It was also the springboard for his future development. He could not fail at this. Second floor. Radio host interview venue. There were over 20 people in the corridor. Everyone was competing against each other, so the atmosphere was peppered with silence. Zhang Ye glanced around and suddenly felt a chill. All of the 20-plus people were handsome and beautiful, except him. All of the 20-plus people were aged between 25 and 30 and had experience, except him. Zhang Ye's only advantage was that he was trained specially for the job. He was a graduate from the Media College's broadcasting department. Besides that, he didn't have a single advantage. After graduation, Zhang Ye had also interviewed at a few broadcasting media companies, but he was eliminated at the interview phase. Zhang Ye knew that it was because he lacked the looks and experience. Sun Hongwei. Here. Come on in. The first person was brought into the room. The interview was over in 5 minutes. When the next person was called inside, the people beside him quickly asked about the interview. However, after a few times, no one asked anymore. This was because everyone's interview was different. Some were asked to interact on the spot with a difficult audience. Some were asked to debate on a topic. These differences were here to understand the candidate's overall quality. Fifth person, Zhang Ye. A female assistant called out with a list in her hand. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and stood up. He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. Within the room were 8 interviewers. There were both men and women, and they looked serious. Seeing Zhang Ye, at least 2 of them frowned. It was unknown what they found unsatisfactory. Zhang Ye gently bowed. He handed over the required recordings of his information and speech to the interviewer before returning to his seat. He began introducing himself. Dear teachers asterisk, how are you? My name is Zhang Ye. I'm 23 years old this year, and I graduated from the Media College's broadcasting major. A middle-aged man impolitely interrupted. We have your resume, so you don't have to repeat it. He looked down at the information in his hands. Oh, your written test results barely made the cut. The middle-aged woman beside him exchanged looks with him and took out a manuscript. She laid it on the table and said coldly, "There are only 2 questions for the interview. The first is for you to use your fastest speed to finish reading the manuscript and then read it off script." Off script. It was that simple? Zhang Ye was overjoyed. Although going off script was not his best trait, it was not too difficult for him. He had undergone systematic training on this, back in college. It was considered part of the basics. As such, he walked up and picked up the manuscript and looked at it. There were about 1,000 words. It was very long. But just as Zhang Ye was feeling confident that he could memorize all these words, the middle-aged woman stretched out her hands and took the manuscript from Zhang Ye's hands after 10 seconds. "Oh, I haven't finished reading it," Zhang Ye said in surprise. "That's it. Read it," the middle-aged woman said indifferently. The other interviewers did not have any reaction. It appeared very normal. However, Zhang Ye was in a daze. "Teacher, it was just 10 seconds, and there were 1,000 words." The middle-aged man said unhappily, "If you need a day's time to memorize it, then I can just grab anyone on the street to do it. Why would we need an interview? Since we asked you to recite it, recite it. Why are you saying so much nonsense?" Zhang Ye was a bit angry, but, "Say as much off script as you can," the middle-aged woman said impatiently. "Hurry up. There are still more than 10 people after you." Zhang Ye swallowed his anger and began reciting. "A notary organization, which ensures judicial activities and the stability of social order in our country, is a special lawful cause. Notarization is a notary organization that depends on natural persons, lawful persons, or. After 10 seconds, that was all that he had read. A few of the interviewers scribbled something on their books. Following that, the middle-aged man waved his hand. "That's it. There's no need to ask the second question." Next, Zhang Ye knew that he had failed at his interview once again. He was disgruntled. Weren't these people being too unreasonable? You didn't even tell me how much time I had and asked me to go off script. In the end, you wanted me to begin just after 10 seconds? Not to mention reciting it. I want to see you try reading 1,000 words in 10 seconds. If you can really finish it from beginning to end, then I'll eat the Chang'e 3. Forget it. The country would not let me eat that." At the last moment before he walked out of the interview room, he heard the faint voice of an interviewer behind him. "In the future, people with such looks do not need to go through the interview. It's a waste of our time." Zhang Ye heard this. Only then did he realize that the moment he entered, he had been given a death sentence. They had purposely given him an interview question that no one could answer, even under the threat of death. Maddening. "I'm wasting your time. You didn't even give me a chance to answer. I don't believe it." Zhang Ye, who was in the corridor, felt like his heart had been wrenched out. He recalled the save record. The time that had passed since he had saved was still under 30 minutes, and it was still within the save record's effective time range. He decided to use it as a last resort as he opened up the Ring's game interface. Looking at the Load Save option, he gritted his teeth as he pressed down on it. He did not know if it would work. Reading save. Reading completed. Note, he's using a formal mode of address here, kind of like Sir or Mr. in English. In Chinese, they use a more ambiguous word of respect that is also used to address teachers, and there will be a play on words in the future, so the literal translation is used here. Chapter 3. Dumbfounded Interviewers. His eyes went into a blur. The surroundings changed. The sky was blue and the ground was gray. The first feeling that Zhang Ye had was that of the change in temperature around him. It was August. The air was still hot and disturbing. Why does Zhang Ye like to use this to describe his environment? It isn't that his vocabulary is lacking, nor is it because he is lacking in literary knowledge, resulting in him knowing only those few descriptive phrases. It really isn't. Seriously, it really isn't. It's because, never mind. You will never understand, no matter how much I explain our artist's world. The interview is at 10 a.m. Let's hurry. Brother Sun, what's the hurry? You will definitely be accepted. That's not necessarily true. They will only be hiring 2 people for the radio host position. I heard that there were more than 20 people that applied for the written interview. The competition is fierce. As the changes caught him off guard, Zhang Ye did not catch his footing and stumbled to the ground. As he helped himself up, he looked around. This was no longer the corridor. From before, he was now standing in front of the radio broadcasting station's entrance again. This was where he had previously saved. Even the dialogue of the candidates that had been heard after saving was exactly the same. Looking at the time on his cell phone, He had really returned to a time that was half an hour ago. God, let's not think too much. There are important matters to do. Zhang Ye thought through it once and came around. Now was not the time to research on what had happened. He absolutely needed to get the job of being a host. Saving had given him a chance to redo it again. Even if he didn't understand what had happened, he still had to take advantage of the opportunity. He didn't go up the building. Instead, he searched the internet on his cell phone. As he remembered the first line of the interview, it was very easy to find it. Zhang Ye quickly found the article. It was a research thesis of some unknown student in a university in the South. He guessed that the interviewers had randomly found it on the internet. He only had about 25 minutes or so left. Without saying another word, he immediately started memorizing and reciting it. The 1,000-word manuscript was very long. Thankfully, it wasn't some ancient text or classic, as the entire thesis wasn't full of abstruse words, and with every word related to the next and being in accordance with common sense and general knowledge, it wasn't that difficult to memorize it. Besides, Zhang Ye had some knowledge of the law, so he knew some of those words. He needed to memorize it. Success or failure rested on this. In the broadcasting building, at the interview venue, a female assistant opened the door and looked at her list, Zhang Ye. After calling once, with no one responding, she repeated, "Is Zhang Ye here? It's your turn." At the end of the corridor, Zhang Ye briskly walked over with his mouth seemingly chanting, "I'm here. I'm here." The female assistant looked at him with suspicion. Having seen hundreds of interviewees this year, this was the first time that she had seen someone chanting. Were monks and priests prepared to join the workforce? In the room, during the idle time between interviews, the 8 people were drinking tea and exchanging their views. A 40-plus-year-old Li Honglian said disappointedly, "This batch of interviewees is too average." An older Zhao Guizhou also said, "Yeah, it's much worse than the interviews from half a year ago. What use is having a good written score? They lack an ability." A youth behind him said, "Leaders, there are still quite a few people still to be interviewed. There should be someone good. Hopefully, but I think it's hopeless." Zhao Guizhou smacked his lips. Previously, that little Su asterisk was all right. If there's no other choice, our channel will want him. Li Honglian leered. "I think little Su isn't bad, too." Now, the door was opened after a knock. The next interviewee, Zhang Ye, entered. The people stopped their idle chatter and glanced at him, sizing him up. "Dear teachers, how are you?" Knowing that they would interrupt his self-introduction, Zhang Ye simply changed his introduction and felt free. To put it bluntly, he was still disgruntled and angry. This fellow's temper was usually bad. If people gave him an inch of respect, he would return a foot of respect. "My real name is Zhang Ye." Zhao Guizhou burst into laughter. "You still have a stage name?" Zhang Ye simply replied, "I have 2 stage names. One is Zhang Tongluan, asterisk, and the other is Zhang Jingkong starred." This world no longer had these 2 great people. The interviewers did not understand that they had been unknowingly ridiculed by Zhang Ye. Li Honglian was ignoring Zhang Ye, as she had her head lowered to read his resume. The result was the same scene and the same expressions. This time, Zhang Ye could sensitively detect 2 interviewers slightly frowning. This was their dissatisfaction with Zhang Ye's appearance. It was weird. Even in an industry where the audience could not see the face of the broadcaster, the broadcasting host was still expected to have good looks. What did it mean to be good? It meant that one needed to look better than the vast majority of people. It had always been like this for broadcasting hosts. Zhao Guizhou and Li Honglian, who was sitting beside Zhao Guizhou, sat in the middle and were the main judges, as the 2 radio hosts that would be hired were to be. Directly under their supervision respectively, they were very serious with their selection. No one wanted trouble for themselves, so when they saw Zhang Ye with his average looks, they had already crossed him out mentally. Furthermore, Zhang Ye had 0 working experience listed on his resume. He still needed some training before he could take over the job, so they did not even consider him for the position. It was not bad being in a specialized major, but there were many that graduated from the broadcasting specialization major. And how many of them had become a host? Only a handful of people who were extremely outstanding had managed to do so. Zhao Guizhou and Li Honglian exchanged glances and understood the thoughts of each other. This person was definitely not suitable. They would randomly give him a question and shoo him away to prevent wasting time. Li Honglian took out a manuscript in the same posture as before and glanced at Zhang Ye. There are only 2 questions for the interview. The first is for you to use your fastest speed to finish reading the manuscript and then read it off script. Zhang Ye, who came back from a save record, knew their attitude and wished to make it difficult for him. So he stood up and took it without any expression. As expected, in just 10 seconds, Li Honglian had meanly taken away the manuscript. That's it. Read it. The other interviewers also knew in their hearts. 10 seconds? Even if it was an experienced person who had decades in the industry, that person would not be able to memorize more than 100 words in 10 seconds, let alone a mere graduate. It should be said that 10 seconds was only enough for them to read 200 words. And even so, they would only get about 40 to 50% of those 200 words right while reciting. And why would that not even pass? That's because this manuscript had more than 900 words. It was only about a fifth. If one could memorize and recite 300 words in 10 seconds, only then was that a perfect score. But everyone knew it was impossible. They were purposely making it difficult for Zhang Ye, and it was to the point where they were just disguising their intentions of telling Zhang Ye that he lacked the qualities and abilities. But what made them feel strange was that Zhang Ye did not have any questioning reaction with the 10 seconds of memorizing time. He remained extremely calm and returned slowly to his seat. Li Honglian fell into a daze as she tried to find anger and surprise on Zhang Ye's face, but she could not find anything. The other interviewers found it bizarre, too. Was this kid really stupid, or really stupid? We'd made it difficult for him, yet he did not have a single reaction? It seemed like they had done right. This silly kid would be useless, even if he was recruited. He was so stupid and not sharp-minded. He would not amount to much. Zhao Guizhou urged, "Begin. Hurry up. There are many people behind you who are waiting." Li Honglian and the other interviewers immediately gave Zhang Ye a score on his interview results. They did not bother listening before scoring. One wrote 20 points, while another wrote 15 points. They were all very low scores. Following that, they flipped to the next interviewee's resume. Zhang Ye was not in a hurry, even with their urging. He looked at them calmly and recited in a rhythmic fashion. A notary organization, which ensures judicial activities and the stability of social order in our country, is a special lawful cause. Notarization is done by a notary organization that depends on natural persons, lawful persons, or the other applications of other groups. Under the legal procedures set up by the courts, matters that deal with the law or documents that are needed to certify the activity require the procedures of a notary activity to be done in accordance with the law. When Zhang Ye went off script for 100 words, Zhao Guizhou raised his head. When he went off script for 200 words, Li Honglian gasped and looked at him with surprise. When he went off script for 300 words, all the interviewers placed the things in their hands down and looked at Zhang Ye in surprise. Zhang Ye was not affected by anyone and kept going on. Because if the relevant parties provide false materials or fail to go through notarized procedures to obtain legal certifications, then there is a negative effect on the reputation of the publicly recognized bodies. Hence, faith is the most basic requirement in the notary industry. In Zhao Guizhou and Li Honglian's eyes, anyone who could memorize 300 words was a miracle and was something impossible, but Zhang Ye was still reciting. This 300 words, 500 words, 800 words. The interviewers' faces turned aghast. When the last paragraph was recited, Zhang Ye remained at his constant pace. As an embodiment of integrity, a system that builds on the society's trust, a notary allows people to accept and adopt means to acquire trust. With a pause, he cleared his throat. "Thank you, teachers. I've finished reciting." A female interviewer's pen dropped from her hand. Lulu, it rolled down to the floor. Zhao Guizhou was in shock and turned his head sideways. Oldly asterisk? This. Was it memorized correctly? Li Honglian looked at the manuscript in her hand and gasped. 920 words, recited verbatim. The leftmost interviewer nearly fell from his chair as he said in surprise, "How did you do it?" 10 seconds. You memorized it all. Zhang Ye smiled. "I read things a bit faster than others and have a relatively good memory. A glance would be sufficient. 10 seconds was just enough to sweep through over 900 words. This wasn't just fast. This was ing too fast." The person even wanted to ask if Zhang Ye had previously memorized the thesis, but he knew it was impossible. This thesis was unknown and was randomly found on the internet. Besides, there was no way it could have been disclosed beforehand. Li Honglian also randomly grabbed a topic, so how could that person know in advance? F*******. Are you even human? Zhang Ye's act had shocked them all. A few interviewers were greatly surprised, as if they had seen a ghost. Little surname will be seen very commonly in this translation of the novel. It is usually used when an older person addresses a younger person. It also shows a bit more endearment. Old surname is used in a similar fashion when a younger person addresses an older person with endearment. Note: Zhang Tenglan is a play on a Japanese porn star's name, Wu Tenglan/Ran Asakawa. Note: Zhang Jingkong is a play on a Japanese porn star's name, Song Jingkong/Aoi Sora. Chapter 4 of The Song of the Stormy Petrel. To shock the masses. In the room, complete silence. In fact, they had not even prepared the second question. They planned to brush Zhang Ye off with the first, but now under these circumstances, the 8 interviewers looked at each other without knowing how to give a score. According to the on-the-spot performance, giving this young man 100 points was necessary. No, it wasn't too much to give him 200 points. He had read it in 10 seconds? Recited more than 900 words off script? What sort of godly person could do this? Previously, the interviewers thought Zhang Ye was an idiot for not having any expression. However, apparently it was because he was extremely confident. He had never found the 1,000 words a problem. Correspondingly, it was them, the interviewers, who were idiots. However, if they were to give Zhang Ye a perfect score, then it was equivalent to hiring him. This young man's written test results may have passed, but it was not outstanding amongst the more than 20 people. The differences between the candidates weren't huge, so the interview was the best way to differentiate them. 80 points was a very high score, so giving a perfect score meant that he would definitely be ranked in the top 2 amongst the more than 20 people. Unfortunately, Zhang Ye's qualifications were not acceptable to them. His looks were too average, and even a radio host who usually does not need to show his face would still need to show his face occasionally. For example, there would be activities or public appearances. If his looks did not make the cut, it would affect the listeners after they saw him. Hence, good looks and a tall height were essential. Li Honglian was in a dilemma. Old Zhao Guizhou sighed and said earnestly to Zhang Ye, "Little Zhang, we can tell from this interview that you are a rare talent. Furthermore, you are a specialized course graduate. We should greatly welcome you. That is indeed the case. However, you chose the wrong profession. I do not need to talk about your looks. I guess your college's teachers have given you advice on that matter. The radio profession is like that. How about this? I'll give you a backdoor, and we don't need to have the second interview question. There are many positions in our radio station. As long as it's a behind-the-scenes position and not a host position, you can choose any of them. I will pass you immediately. Bring your things tomorrow and report for work. If you want to go down the road of being a host, then it is really not easy. Think through my words." Without a second thought, Zhang Ye said, "Teacher, thank you for your kindness. I know my qualifications make my path arduous. However, I only want to apply to be a broadcasting host." This was his insistence on his dreams. If he were willing to switch to another job, Zhang Ye would have done so long ago. He would not have remained jobless to this day. Zhao Guizhou waved his hand. This kid sure didn't listen to advice. Li Honglian also smacked her lips. "Are you sure? Let me give you a warning. The second interview question is not easier than the first. It's almost impossible for you to pass. Young lad, it's not that we are purposely making it difficult for you. Interviews are like that. We give a question of appropriate difficulty according to the candidate's qualifications. Your qualifications really can't pass the threshold needed for a broadcasting host. That's why our questions are correspondingly harder. As such, you need to have far more outstanding talent in order to mask the qualifications you lack. I advise you to think over Director Zhao's words. Wasn't this making it difficult? You are intentionally making it difficult." Zhang Ye was a very stubborn man, and insisted, "There is no need to think about it further. Please give your second question." Li Honglian was exasperated at his failure to make good. She shook her head and was also angry. "All right, I am in charge of the foreign language channel. There are many English-speaking talents in the station, but we are lacking a person with talent in Russian. This recruiter was originally hoping to get someone who had a basic foundation in Russian. If you can compose a modern poem in Russian that makes us satisfied, Then I'll give you full marks for the interview. Russian? He still needed to compose a poem in Russian? Zhao Guizhou looked sideways at Li Honglian and did not make a sound. It was a tacit consent. The other interviewers had different expressions on their faces. Zhang Ye had showcased something that had left them speechless. They knew Zhang Ye was someone with ability, but not having good looks in the broadcasting host profession was a lethal death blow. Except for a very few people with extremely outstanding talent, very few people could break through this situation. Hence, it could be seen from the second question that Li Honglian was not giving Zhang Ye an inkling of a chance. Russian? Zhang Ye's resume was right in front of them. The foreign language listed there was only English. That was the only foreign language taught in the university. He wasn't in a foreign language major, and even if he was in a specialized class, a teacher would not be so free as to teach Russian. Without knowing this language, there was no reason to even mention composing poems. If you couldn't even speak it, how could you compose it? Zhang Ye had already expected that the second question would not be easy, but he had never expected it to be of such difficulty. Not a single chance was given to him. And it was in Russian? Zhang Ye wasn't even good at English. He had barely passed the basic eligibility test for graduation. So how could he know some bull ******* Russian? Damn it. I have a harder path ahead, just because I'm not good looking, and I need to suffer such unfair treatment and torture? What are you basing it on? What are you basing your decision on? That makes you think I can't make the cut. Why will no one give me a chance? I want fairness. Is that so hard? Li Honglian's nails were tinkling on her teacup. The poem needs to be an original work of yours. Do not read the famous works of the famous Chen Tianma or Wells. I'm looking at your language skills and also your literary knowledge. These are all related. Begin. And it had to be an original poem? An interviewer even thought in his mind, what's the point of carrying on? Just get the next person. Even a person who professionally does Russian would not be able to use Russian to compose a poem, much less a person who doesn't know Russian. Chen Tianmo? Wells. Who are they? Why does it sound familiar? Zhang Ye suddenly recalled. Chen Tianmo was someone he caught a glimpse of when he searched the internet. He was now one of the most famous poets in the country. In the altered world, Zhang Ye's Su Jima poem collection by the windowsill had changed into Chen Tianmo's. He had nearly forgotten that this world no longer had Su Jima or Pushkin. Replacing them were this world's poets and works he had never seen before. Zhang Ye finally refocused and had a brilliant flash in his mind. If he had never seen the poems in this world, then this world would definitely not have seen the famous poems of his world. Zhao Guizhou was slightly sympathetic and added on. Little Zhang, it's not too late to regret now. My offer still stands. You don't have to take the second questions test. I will arrange for a behind-the-scenes position for you. Don't take the test? Why should I not take the test? Zhang Ye was already fed up. They had made it difficult for him so many times. Were they even done? You want an original poem in Russian? Sure. I'll create a poem today, just for you. I don't know Russian. So what? Zhang Ye had never learned Russian, but that did not mean he didn't know Russian poems. Were these two sentences in conflict? It was completely not in conflict. Back in his college days, the broadcasting major teachers would create all sorts of difficult problems to train them. For example, Zhang Ye clearly remembered one from the second semester of his third year. Their vocal teacher had brought a Russian pronunciation recording of a famous Russian prose and forced Zhang Ye and company to memorize it. Zhang Ye and his classmates found it torturous and took a month before they memorized it. Those days were like a nightmare. But only after memorizing it did Zhang Ye understand his teacher's intentions. His speaking ability and memory had greatly increased. This way of memorizing something and not through understanding the meaning behind the words was very taxing. It was likely that all those who came from the specialized class had such a training experience. If you can't do it, let's get the next person. Li Honglian began to chase him away as she flipped to the next resume. Zhang Ye recalled his year 3's basic skills and said, "Is prose okay?" Prose. Li Honglian was dumbfounded. You still want to do prose? This was even harder than normal modern poems. Furthermore, it was a foreign language's prose. To Li Honglian, this was on a completely different level of difficulty. She was the only person present who knew Russian. But when she encountered prose, Li Honglian would find it extremely difficult to read it, let alone compose a poem. This little Zhang sure was good at raising the stakes. If you want to choose to do the harder prose, I will not stop you. As long as it's an original Russian poem, Any theme would do. All right. After he said that, Zhang Ye closed his eyes and stayed silent. He was adjusting his mood. Are you done? Why aren't you beginning? Forget it. You haven't even learned Russian. Come again next time for an interview. Can you stop wasting our time? There are still others waiting behind you. Go back. Your qualifications are really lacking for a broadcasting host. After not getting a response for a long time, the interviewers became more impatient. They began nagging. None of them believed he could speak Russian. Wasn't this a joke? As they spoke with doubt and sarcasm, Zhang Ye sounded out from his diaphragm as his eyes opened. The first sentence he said left all the interviewers present gaping. Песня о буревестнике над седой равниной моря ветер тучи собирает между тучами и морем гордо реет буревестник черной молнии подобный. Ah, he really could speak it? What language was that? Zhao Guozhou's eyes glazed over as he looked back at Li Honglian. Old Li? This is... The other interviewers stared back at Director Li. They, too, knew that Director Li knew Russian. But as they looked over, they saw Li Honglian's eyes staring, and her eyes were larger than theirs. Without a word, everyone knew instantly. What the F*******. You can even speak Russian? Zhang Ye began speaking faster and faster. In his voice, it was mixed with pride and apathetic emotion. This was because this poem needed to be recited with such emotions. Gorky's The Song of the Stormy Petrel. This was a Russian poem that everyone in his world knew. It was even in middle school textbooks. This poem was also precisely expressing the emotions Zhang Ye was feeling at the moment. He recited it with glee. The last sentence was especially nearly shouted out by him. Пусть сильнее грянет буря. The poem was done. Everyone turned silly. Chapter 5, Being Hired. Silence. Not a single person spoke. Zhang Ye was not at all surprised to see them speechless. Li Honglian was already at a loss of words. That poem. Zhao Guozhou could not understand Russian. Old Li, translate it. How's the poem? Li Honglian cleared her throat with a cough. That, I, too, did not understand it too well. Cough, I only understood a small portion. Even you, as a person who studied Russian, did not understand it? A few of the interviewers nearly fell off their chairs. Prose poems are like that. Russian is also a bit harder to understand. Besides, little Zhang said it pretty fast. Li Honglian came up with an excuse. Zhang Ye immediately said, then I'll translate it into Chinese and recite it once again. Even after seeing Director Li being taken aback, a young interviewer was still unwilling to give up. He wanted to gain back some reputation for his leader. As Chinese phrases were rich and contained all sorts of variations, it was different from Russian. Chinese was the only way to test a person's ability. I can't understand Russian? Then I can definitely make a fuss about the Chinese translation. I won't let it rest if you misuse a single word. I will fail you. This person still remembered the secret intentions behind his leader's words. So what if you know Russian? The poem needs to be good, too. You think that you can foolishly pass the test by saying some random Russian phrases? How can it be that easy? Everyone had different thoughts as they focused fully on the Chinese version of Zhang Ye's recitation. Zhang Ye could read some of their minds just by looking at their eyes. He knew that they still thought lowly of him. With a sneer, his emotions were perfectly aligned with his recitation. Up above the sea's gray flatland, wind is gathering the clouds. In between the sea and clouds proudly soars the petrel, reminiscent of black lightning. Glancing a wave with his wingtip, like an arrow dashing cloudward, he cries out, and the clouds hear his joy in the bird's cry of courage. In this cry, thirst for the tempest, wrathful power, flame of passion, certainty of being victorious, the clouds hear in that bird's cry. Seagulls groan before the tempest, groan, and race above the sea, and on its bottom they are ready to hide their fear of the storm. It was still calm in the beginning. However, as the poem reached its climax, Zhang Ye's tone became more pressing. His volume increased, the wind howls, the thunder rolls. Like a blue flame, flocks of clouds blaze up above the sea's abyss. The sea catches bolts of lightning, drowning them beneath its waters. Just like serpents made of fire, they weave in the water, fading, the reflections of this lightning, tempest. Soon will strike the tempest. That is the courageous. Petrel proudly soaring in the lightning over the sea's roar of fury. Cries of victory, the prophet. Why do difficulties always befall me? Why is the world always this unfair? But So what if that was the case? So what if my body was shattered? This is the road I chose. I will not retreat. I have no fear. Zhang Ye took a final breath and said loudly, "Let the tempest come strike harder." The final stanza of the poem was engraved in the hearts of many in Zhang Ye's previous world. It boiled one's blood, and, now throwing it into this world, it similarly injected itself into one's blood. Zhao Guizhou turned dumbfounded hearing this. Li Honglian also felt goosebumps. The young interviewer who was thinking of finding fault with Zhang Ye's poem was now speechless. He did not even dare to breathe. Silence. Seeing everyone stunned by his poem, Zhang Ye felt discharged of his anger. His emotions escaped from the poem, allowing him to recover his calm. This society judged people by their looks, and, over time, he had grown accustomed to it. As such, he did not have any scruples, as long as he was selected. "Teachers, I have finished answering the second interview question." "Ah, okay." Li Honglian's soul finally returned to her body. Previously, her thoughts had flown into the tempest together with that petrel. Zhao Guizhou said with a hoarse voice, "What's the name of this poem?" Zhang Ye answered, "This poem's name is the Song of the Stormy Petrel. In Russian, it also has the meaning of a person predicting the storm. What a good petrel." Zhao Guizhou may not understand Russian, but he could understand the Chinese perfectly. A flying petrel, a proud petrel, a fearless petrel. That is describing you, right? The power of poems is sometimes very miraculous. Young lad, you have given all of us a lesson today. I don't dare to take that compliment, Zhang Yi said. Everyone looked at Zhang Yi in a different light. Previously, reciting 1,000 words off script had shocked them greatly. Now, a casual recitation of a Russian prose poem that was at the level of a grandmaster had completely conquered the hearts of all the people present. His performance had also slapped all the interviewers in the face. Li Honglian had given this question to prevent Zhang Yi from passing the interview. It was clear that she was leading him into a trap, but she had never expected him to give a perfect answer. And the answer even included Zhang Ye's anger and his unwillingness to accept the situation. It made them, as interviewers, ashamed. From which stone did this sort of amazing person jump out from? Li Honglian said with an expression that was hard to read. That will be all for today. Go back and wait for the news. Was he accepted or not? Zhang Yi was not sure either. He only said, "All right. Thank you, teachers." He walked away and closed the door. Zhao Guizhou, who was all picky with Zhang Yi previously, immediately slammed the table. "My Literature Channel's broadcasting department wants this person." Li Honglian disapproved. "Old Zhao, didn't you say that you were eyeing that little Sue?" Zhao Guizhou turned indignant. "Little Sue can be given to anyone, but this person definitely cannot. Are you even being reasonable?" Li Honglian began vying for Zhang Yi. "I'm having first dibs on Zhang Yi. I was the one who had first dibs. Your foreign channel is not well matched with him. With his literary prowess, he should definitely come to our literature channel. Say no more, old Li. It's settled. Whatever good seedlings we have later will all be given to you. I will not vie with you," Zhao Guizhou said without relenting. "I only want him, and not anyone else." Li Honglian said with a cold face. Zhao Guizhou said, "Last year, I had given up a good seedling to your foreign channel. This year, I'm definitely not giving up. Stop fighting me over this. Later, I'll give you a treat, and, at most, I'll owe you one." Afternoon, Jiamen East. After returning from his interview, Zhang Yi did not go to his parents' place. He still returned to his rental apartment. The small apartment was about 30 to 40 square meters, but he still liked it here. After all, this was his first time leading an independent life after graduation. He could not rely on his parents for every tiny thing. He planned to return home, but only after he had accomplished something. Lunch was sumptuous. It was fresh prawns and noodles. Of course it was the Master Kong-branded instant noodles. Without money, Zhang Yi could only make ends meet by eating instant noodles. He did not find it tough while working hard towards his ideal goals, and, instead, he found joy in it. Suddenly, without any premonition, a person opened the door with the use of a key. Rao Imean, who was dressed in an autumn dress, entered the apartment. How was the interview? Zhang Yi, who was topless, was at a loss about whether to laugh or to cry as he put on a vest. "Landlady auntie, can you please knock first? I have my privacy too." Rao sat down with her legs crossed and snapped. What sort of privacy does a little kid like you have? You did not pass the broadcasting host interview, right? I've already told you umpteenth times. Just make an honest living by working behind the scenes. With your looks, who would hire you to be in the spotlight? That is, unless they were blind. It was quite a coincidence when the phone rang. Zhang Ye picked it up, and it was the voice of a youth. Hello, are you Zhang Ye? I am. Who is this? Zhang Ye had a hunch, but he still could not believe it. The youth said, I'm calling from the Beijing radio station. You have been accepted, and the higher-ups want to inform you to come to the literature channel the day after tomorrow to complete the necessary paperwork. Congratulations. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Putting down his cell phone, Zhang Ye slapped his thigh. Great. He got it. The telephone call's volume wasn't soft, so Rao also heard it. She said, surprised, Hey, it can't be. You actually managed to get hired? Every dog has his day. Even a rotten egg can be lucky one day. Her tongue was indeed very venomous as she said, Even you can be a host? Hee. People have said that there are endless possibilities in the future for humans, but I never believed in miracles. However, after seeing you today, I finally believe what the miracle of life means. Miracle of life, your sister asterisk. Can you not be so disparaging? Zhang Ye was in a good mood, so he did not retort. He immediately picked up the phone and phoned his parents. He informed them of the good news that he was no longer a jobless person. He was to become a broadcasting host. Becoming famous and being a celebrity was what he had always dreamed of. Today, he had finally taken his life's first step. Although it was a tiny position and he did not have the looks or the height. But now, because of the game ring's help, his dreams might actually be fulfilled. He remembered the notice displayed in his dream while the game was being installed. This game was to aid him in fulfilling his dreams and becoming the greatest superstar in the world. Now, the results were striking. The ability to save that he had obtained from the lottery had helped him reverse the situation. The newbie incentive reward that had changed the literary background of the world had also played a miraculous role. Today he could use his imbalanced knowledge of literature to build his fame. By accruing reputation, he could draw at the lottery, obtaining treasure items to help him fulfill his dreams of being a celebrity. I'm thriving. This bro is going to thrive. Immediately, Zhang Ye felt that even the earth could not stop him. Becoming famous? House? Girlfriend? That was really a problem. Bungalow? Have you even seen the world? Can you live in that kind of broken-down place? Does it suit the status of a world-famous person? If one wanted to stay, one had to stay in a large mansion, several tens of thousands of square feet in size. As for a girlfriend, it has to be at least a super beauty like Rao A girlfriend? Finding a girlfriend with my qualities? Are you cursing me? How can I not go out with 3 to 5 beauties at once? Wouldn't it be a loss of face? I need to find at least 5. That is just the beginning number. Rolls-Royce car? Can you not be so humorous? Can you really not be so humorous? If I don't sit in a bulletproof car when I go out, what happens if I get assassinated? What to do? Anyways, he would move up to the peak of the entertainment world, step by step. People would remember him. The world would also remember his bright and mighty name, Zhang Jingkong. That's not right. You got it wrong. It's Zhang Ye. Note, in this novel, you will see a lot of your sister, your granny, your grandpa, etc. Your ABC was originally a euphemism for your mother, or other variations, which is a pretty vulgar curse word in Chinese that's usually translated as the F word. Your sister is a common phrase used online. It is a derogatory term, but when used against people, it has a humorous take to it. Most people use it without any malice. It is also usually used in conversations as a harmless retort, similar to screw you, when used in a joking fashion, and can also magically reduce awkwardness in a conversation. The other variations for different relatives also have similar connotations. Point 44. Chapter 6. Laundry Day. Sunday. Morning, 7+ a.m. Zhang Ye could not sleep from the excitement. He kept tossing and turning in bed, imagining a better future. However, he heard a knock at the door. Only he and the landlady had his rental apartment's keys. Even his parents did not have it. Without question, it was definitely the landlady inviting herself in. The small room did not have a hall. The bed could be seen the moment that the door was opened. He heard Rao mature voice floating over. Kid, are you sleeping? Zhang Ye touched his nose and rolled over. I'm awake. Are you looking for me? Rao sat by the bedside and smiled. You have been accepted by the radio station and are reporting to work tomorrow. Shouldn't you be returning the rent you owe to this big sister? Saying that, she seemed to conjure a magic trick by pulling out a calculator and smacked on it a few times. This month's internet fee is also due. You need to add another 80. Zhang Ye yawned. What are you saying? Rao repeated. You didn't catch that? I'm telling you that your rent is now a total of 2,662. Zhang Ye. No, what was the first line you said? Rao blinked her eyes. First line? Kid, are you sleeping? Zhang Ye immediately covered his head with a blanket. I'm sleeping. Heh, you damn rascal. Rao finally got around and smacked on Zhang Ye's thigh according to the contours of the blanket. Do you want a beating? Get up. Stop playing dead in front of me. Wake up quickly. If you can't pay the rent, then do some housework, like cleaning the place. Return it bit by bit. Zhang Ye shamelessly said, I'm still sleeping. I'll give you half an hour. I'll be waiting at home at 8. Rao said with her face darkened. Encountering a landlady who valued money as if it was her life made Zhang Ye suffer in silence. However, he really did not have any money this month. As such, he could only struggle to crawl out of bed to brush his teeth and wash up. Right, let's see what the game ring is like now. This was the greatest thing he could rely on in his future bid to become a superstar. When he tapped it open, he realized that his reputation had increased. Yesterday, he had spent 100,000 points for the lottery, leaving behind 99,983 reputation points. However, it had now increased to 99,999. He did not need to think to know that this was related to his interview. He had been so outstanding, and he had even used Gorky's most famous, The Song of the Stormy Petrel. It was no surprise to have his reputation points increased. Now he was just one reputation point short of having another attempt at the draw. Reputation is commonly a very general concept. From a game's perspective, it was a very vague word. Right. Now that he had figured out how reputation points were obtained, he needed to do some household chores for the landlady. He wanted to see if he could add a reputation point by doing this. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from the corridor. Little Zhang. Zhang Ye realized that it was 8 as he quickly wore his slippers and went to the landlady's house. Commercial and residential apartment buildings had long corridors. This corridor was almost all Rao property. It was quite obvious what having 20-plus apartments in Beijing, with extremely expensive property prices, meant. Rao could be considered a rich woman. But it was strange that despite staying here for so long, along with the other renters, he had never heard of Sister Rao having any relatives or friends. She was not married and was also childless. They had also never seen Sister Rao work at a job, so everyone found this beautiful landlady mysterious. No one knew how she was so rich. Rao house was on the same level. It was the biggest loft apartment on this floor. It was the kind where the upper and lower floors added up to more than 100 square meters in area. The door opened, and Zhang Ye walked straight in. Landlady, I'm here. Rao sarcastically quipped. Was your Chinese zodiac sign a pig in your previous life? Why are you so slow getting out of bed? Zhang Ye explained. I was too happy last night and didn't sleep all night. I'm still tired now. You just got hired to be a radio host. Do you need to make it such a big deal? Rao hit him at where it hurt the most. Now, the radio profession is no longer like what it was 20 years ago. There is the television and there is the internet. How many people still listen to radio? Zhang Ye also knew that the radio profession was a thing of the past, as he said sadly. Hi. If only my mom gave birth to me 50 years earlier, then I might be able to grab an opportune time. Rao sarcastically said, Your mom is just 50 years old. How is she to give birth to you 50 years early? Do you think your mom is a snake spirit? Zhang Ye. See how venomous her mouth is. Rao ordered. Cut the crap and get to work. Zhang Ye rolled up his sleeves. All right, tell me where to clean. I'll do all your house chores today. Wipe the glass, sweep the floor, wash the sheets, and I'll pass my clothes to you. Rao poured a cup of tea for herself and sat comfortably on the sofa. Her legs were crossed, making her look like a lord of the land. She was wearing a shirt and long skirt that was not considered stylish. Her feet wore black flats. Although her dressing sense was old, beautiful people looked beautiful no matter what they wore. Hi, time to get working. Zhang Ye began busying himself sweeping and mopping the floor. Was a person whose mouth could not rest. Whenever she was free, she would trample on Zhang Ye by nagging. What kind of wiping are you doing? I'm telling you not to do it haphazardly. I'm not doing it haphazardly. Fine, fine. Go wash the clothes. Entering the bathroom, Zhang Ye sighed as he sat down on a stool. He had thrown everything that could be washed into the washing machine. However, there were some clothes that could bleed their color or were not suitable to be washed with the washing machine. So he had to hand wash them by soaking them and scrubbing. Piece after piece of clothes, Zhang Ye did not idle one bit for the entire morning. He had no way out. He had lost his human rights by being in debt. Afternoon, Zhang Ye finished his task as he felt extreme pain in his lower back. Are you done washing? Glanced at the clothes hanging out in the balcony to dry. It was rare for her to not wag her venomous tongue as she said with satisfaction, All right, not bad. That will do. You can stay behind for lunch. Putting down the ancient book Classic of Mountains and Seas, she went into the kitchen to cook. The existence of the Classic of Mountains and Seas had been modified by the game. There were things that changed and things that did not change in this world. Zhang Ye could only slowly learn and get used to the details. Zhang Ye was very happy. He had been eating instant noodles for too many days, and now he could finally eat a proper hot meal. He sat on a chair to rest. After taking a few breaths, he opened the game Ring's interface. He realized that his reputation score had increased by 1. It was now 100,000 points. This additional point was given to him by the landlady. It looks like his assumptions were correct. The game Ring's explanation of reputation was, the increment of reputation is related to the player's fame, exposure, achievement, trust, reputation, and other related factors. That is to say, if a person were to trust him, admire him, or agree with what he did, then his reputation would increase by 1. The reputation obtained from others could be stacked repeatedly. How did he figure this out? He figured it out from the interview from the previous day. There was a total of 8 interviewers, yet Zhang Ye's reputation had gone from 99,983 to 99,999. He had 16 reputation points added. This meant that when Zhang Ye recited the 1,000 words off script, the 8 interviewers had given him a total of 8 reputation points. Later, when Zhang Ye recited the Song of the Stormy Petrel, they had given him an additional 8 reputation points. The numbers matched up perfectly. After figuring out how reputation was computed, what was left was drawing at the lottery. He wanted to see what he could get this time. Zhang Ye looked forward to an item that could allow him to turn into Superman. He would be so happy if he could be worshipped by the entire world. However, that was unrealistic upon further thought. Some people could become Spider-Man from the toxins injected into their body from a spider's bite, while there were others who had pieces of iron placed within their body to become Iron Man. Some people became Batman by spending many years with bats. Well, if that had any scientific basis, Zhang Ye felt that the chance of him becoming an instant noodles hero was more likely. He drew at the lottery, spending 100,000 reputation. His remainder was 0. The lottery interface appeared as Zhang Ye deliberately blew at his palms. With a rub of his hands, he pressed on the button that began spinning the wheel. It began. The needle was moving very quickly on the spinning wheel. Special category. Give me a special category, Zhang Ye muttered to himself. However, from the wheel's setup, even a fool would know that the special category was extremely rare. Although he did not know what it meant by the introduction text, adds the purchasing privilege of buying a certain merchant item, it was definitely not wrong to hope for a rare item, as that increased its value. However, that 1 to 2% chance of good luck did not befall Zhang Ye. The needle stopped, and it was still pointing towards the largest consumption category. Treasure chest, small, dropped. As he opened the chest, light blinded him. Inside was something that looked like a stick of chewing gum. Unlucky sticker. Effective once it's stuck on. Bad luck will surround the person. Last for 5 minutes. Chapter 7. First day of work. Monday. The weather god was not happy, so the haze was heavy. This was Zhang Ye's first day of work. He wore a Western suit and a tie. He came, once again, to the Beijing radio station respectfully and found the literature channel department upstairs. The radio station's coverage was the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei area. Some small cities in the northeastern regions could also receive the signal. Although it could not be compared to the central radio station, Its coverage and listeners were much greater than other local radio stations that were similarly ranked. The leader's office. Zhang Ye knocked on the door gently. After hearing a come in from inside the room, he pushed open the door and entered. Sitting behind the office desk was a person Zhang Ye had met during the interview. He was Zhao Guizhou, who was in his 40s. He was the person in charge of the literature channel. Be it the radio station or the television station, this position in Beijing and several areas was called director. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, southern and northern Hunan would call this position master. Leader. Hello, little Zhang. Sit down. Have you brought all the documents? I've brought them all. Great. Someone from HR will do the hiring procedures for you. But there's no rush with that. Drink some water, and after that, I'll first bring you to the office in order to introduce you to everyone. Okay, thank you for the trouble. Zhang Ye was very mindful of his speech, even during this simple exchange. After a while, Zhao Guizhou led Zhang Ye with a smile to the Literature Channel Department's office on the same floor. It was a large area, and there were about 30 to 40 desks. As today's programs might have already been pre-recorded, everyone did not look too busy. Some were playing games, while others chatting. Only when they saw their leader come did they stop playing and chatting. Leader. Good morning, leader. Everyone greeted. Zhao Guizhou nodded and slapped Zhang Ye on the shoulder. Everyone, stop what you are doing. I'm introducing a new comrade. Zhang Ye is a broadcasting major graduate from the Broadcasting College. He will be one of us from today onwards. Please welcome him. Although the Media College was its current name, it was previously known as the Beijing Broadcasting College. Its name was changed only in the past few years. So many people still called it by its previous incarnation out of habit. There might be some schoolmates of little Zhang here. You are his senior brothers and senior sisters. Everyone, please take care of this rookie. The welcoming applause was sparse. Some people gave an obvious questioning look. Zhang Ye grabbed the opportunity to say hello and gave a brief self-introduction. Following that, Zhao Guizhou called over a youth. He looked to be about the same age as Zhang Ye and could not be much older than Zhang Ye. However, there was no need to compare their looks. He was much more handsome. Tian Bin. Ah, you are radio host. Bring little Zhang around these days to get him familiar with the business. Tian Bin offered to shake Zhang Ye's hand. Hello, little Zhang. You can ask me anything if you have any doubts. Zhang Ye immediately used 2 hands to receive the handshake. Brother Tian, I'll be troubling you in the future. Zhao Guizhou said to Zhang Ye. Little Tian is the radio host of our channel's late-night ghost stories. Learning from him would be helpful to you. Previously, the Literature Channel had ghost stories on the late-night channel, but the program name was different. It was probably changed by the game ring. After all the necessary procedures were done, Zhang Ye went to do the paperwork formalities for his hire. After he was done, it was already 10:30 a.m. Only then did he return to his office desk in the corner. A corner desk is usually popular amongst people, as the leader will not be able to see it, allowing one to skive. However, this corner was different. Firstly, it was not far from the entrance, and secondly, there was a water fountain here. People came to and fro, which made it a busy spot. As a rookie, Zhang Ye could not do anything. Although his position as a radio host gave him wages higher than the office secretary or editors in the office, he was, after all, a rookie. No special seat would be left for him to choose. Tian Bin was sitting across from him with a board separating them. Zhang Ye looked around, as he had nothing to do. No one had given him any work, so he stood up and asked, Brother Tian, what do you think I should do or learn? Tian Bin glanced at him, but his expression was clearly no longer the same as the one he had in front of the leader. He did not care about him and said, Familiarize yourself first. All right. Zhang Ye was not able to ask anything more. At noon in the station's cafeteria, Zhang Ye took the opportunity to greet his colleagues in the same office. Hello, Sister Wang. I'm new, so please take care of me. Wang Xiaomei's gaze swept across his face and gave an unfeeling, before turning away. Zhang Ye had wanted to shake her hand, but now he got himself into an awkward position. Previously, he had gathered from everyone's conversations that Wang Xiaomei, who was about 30 years old, was one of the starlets of the office. She was the top girl in the Literature Channel. The Talk About the World she hosted was the celebrity program that had the highest ratings of their channel. It was a humanities and history program, where the past and present were discussed. Wang Xiaomei was good at hosting, and her looks were good. Although she was not as ridiculously beautiful as everyone who saw her would evaluate her as a beauty. Only Zhang Ye was not smitten by her, because although Wang Xiaomei looked pretty, she had no characteristics to her beauty. She was lacking in temperament, which made her pale in comparison to his landlady. For an entire day, Zhang Ye tried to build personal ties with people, but it was to no avail. It was as if everyone was not friendly with him. He seemed dispensable. Tian Bin was as such. Wang Xiaomei was as such, too. Only when it was time to knock off did Zhang Ye realize it when he happened to chance upon a conversation between the literature channel's phone editor, Tian Bin, and another beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was most likely Tian Bin's wife, as the two of them were holding hands. She had probably came to meet her husband after their work hours had ended. "Brother Tian, how did Zhang Ye get hired?" the phone editor asked. Tian Bin curled his mouth and shook his head. "Who knows? Just his looks makes him fail." The phone editor sighed. "That's right. How can a person with such looks become a radio host? I seriously have no idea what the channel was thinking. I think I could do a better job than him." Tian Bin asserted. "Zhang Ye will definitely not be famous." The phone editor echoed. "Let's not even talk about being famous. He might not even be able to get a program. All of our programs in the literature channel have permanent hosts. He can, at most, be a replacement host or a guest host to take over for someone who's sick. Do you think he can have his own program? I don't even think that will happen next year. Let him endure through it." If not for the previous replacement host being transferred to the news channel, would he have been hired with his looks? It would not even be his turn to enter the literature channel as a host. Tian Bin's wife laughed. "Even such a person was hired? What a joke." Tian Bin said. "The leader even got me to lead him around. I don't have that time." His wife said, "Then just ignore him. If he doesn't have a program, the channel will probably transfer him to another department." The three of them walked as they chatted. They were unaware that Zhang Ye, who was by the company entrance, had heard them. "Speaking ill of me behind my back. Still want to transfer me away? What sort of people are they?" Clearly, the editor was jealous of Zhang Ye's good luck. The other radio hosts also did not think Zhang Ye would accomplish much. To them, Zhang Ye a replacement host, who was no different from any ordinary article. As a result, this scene unfolded. No one in the literature channel valued him. "Who told you I won't be famous? Who told you that I can't go on programs? Wait and see. I'll let you open your eyes." People chased after fame and fortune in their lives. Zhang Ye was not greedy, as he only wanted fame and not money. He would put all of his effort and energy into becoming famous, heading towards his final goal that was set by the game ring settings, which was to become the greatest superstar in the world. Hard work would always pay off. By abandoning all desires and to only strive for fame, he did not believe that he could not make it big. As for other things, like money, well, what is money? How can it be compared to being famous? He had always treated it like dirt. He really did not care about otherworldly things, such as money. He really did not care. Wait. Zhang Ye suddenly stopped at the western entrance of the station. He had used his foot to step onto something. Seeing that no one was looking at him, he bent down and picked up a dime that someone had dropped on the floor. He surreptitiously stuffed it into his pockets before he carried on walking. "Right, where was I? Oh, right. Who told you that I can't go on programs?" Who told you that? Chapter 8. Trying the unlucky sticker. A week passed. That afternoon, Zhang Ye was sitting in his office, eating by himself. His lunch was a bun, and a bun. Finishing 3 buns was enough to fill his stomach. After a few days of exploration, he was now familiar with his job, the equipment, and the interpersonal relations in his department. Zhang Ye learned quite a lot. But of course, all of that was self-learned. Tian Bin, who had been assigned by the leader to bring him around, had ignored him completely. After getting used to the work environment, Zhang Ye finished whatever was in hands as he waited for an opportunity. He had not done a single program over the past week. It would even be good if he could be a stand-in host, but all of the 8 radio hosts were each healthier than the last. No one got into a car accident or got struck by lightning. "Hi, little Zhang," a person beside him called out. Zhang Ye glanced over and said in a lukewarm fashion, "What is the matter?" He still remembered the feelings he had when he had seen this person for the first time. It was of great shock. There was a moment that Zhang Ye's mind unconditionally sprouted out a phrase: "Ye aliens have finally invaded Earth." Right, Go ahead and think what he looks like. This person's name was Li Si. It was a very native name. It was ranked alongside Zhang San and Xiao Ming as the three most widespread names in the country. The reason why Zhang Ye gave him such an attitude was because the person who had been speaking behind his back with the Tianbin couple was this phone editor. He had even criticized Zhang Ye for his ugly looks. Just thinking of it made Zhang Ye want to laugh. Shouldn't you look at yourself in the mirror first? No matter how I look, I am at most average. What about you? No matter what, you can only be described with a poem. You are like the clouds in the sky. You are like the thick haze. You are like the bright moon. You are like the dust in the wind. Well, you just aren't like a person. Li Si put down a bunch of A4 paper. Brother Tian will be beginning a new novel on the program tonight. The last novel, Ghosts at the Zero Point, has finished recording and broadcasting yesterday. Today, we will begin with Recalling Spirits, and we have gotten the copyright for the story last week. The plan is to prepare for 50 episodes. This is the script for the first 2 episodes. The phone editor's job was generally to vet the listeners who call in during a live broadcast. However, nowadays, as it was mostly pre-recorded broadcasts, the phone editor's job was to do some text editing for some programs. Tianbin's late-night ghost stories had always been arranged, annotated, and audited by Li Si. Zhang Ye said, "Why are you giving me this?" Li Si looked at him and said, "Help Brother Tian to edit a few paragraphs. These paragraphs are a little political and the standards for broadcasting and publishing are different, so we need to edit it. Oh, I still need to mark up some words and other jobs. The program tonight will be broadcast live, so there isn't enough time." Zhang Ye had been assigned by the leader to be led by Tianbin. Since he could not say no to this task, he took it and edited it. In the afternoon, just before getting off work, Zhang Ye had finished the editing and had also read the first few chapters of the novel. He found it average and very kitsch. According to his understanding, Recalling Spirits was a very popular supernatural novel these days. The simplified Chinese edition had been selling like hotcakes. However, when Zhang Ye compared it to the supernatural tomb robbers novel in his mind, the difference was great. This world's supernatural novels were weaker in entertainment value and continuous suspense to the tomb robbers novel. When Zhang Ye checked the web to gain some understanding, he realized that this world did not have anything similar to tomb robbers. No one had written it, and the state of the novel industry was in its beginning stages and was lacking in richness. Suddenly, Tianbin arrived for work. It was common for those who had night programs. Usually the host who had caught up to the live broadcasts would only come to work in the afternoon or at night. Zhang Ye handed him the prepared scripts. It has been edited. He no longer called him Brother Tian, as this fellow was a very vengeful person. Li Si gave the task to you. Tianbin read it once and said, "Oh, that will do. These modifications will do." He did not say any niceties. Li Si arrived at this moment and discussed the script with Tianbin. Just as Zhang Ye stood up to get off work, the work that he had been eagerly looking forward to for a week came. An assistant from the editor team came looking for Zhang Ye. After seeing him, the middle-aged man quickly stopped him. "Little Zhang, are you getting off work?" Zhang Ye responded, "Yeah." The deputy said, "Hold on a while. I have something here." "No worries. Tell me where you need me." As a rookie, he had to be more hardworking. Zhang Ye knew this deep down. The assistant looked at the documents in his hand. At night, besides the broadcast of the first episode of Late Night Ghost Stories, there will be another broadcast. It's the Golden Time Period's interview program. We have invited a guest, so there is a need for an additional host to help attune the mood. The literature channel only has you as a stand-in host. I'm just not sure if you are up to the task. After all, you have just been here for a week and you might be lacking in experience. It would have been fine if it was a pre-recorded program, which we can fix by re-recording and editing the material. However, we can't do so for a live broadcast. If any problem happens, it's an on-air accident, so I need to make sure." Zhang Ye immediately promised, "I have no problems with it. I am already familiar with my work. You can rest assured." He had been waiting for this. The assistant from the editing team gave a faint, "Oh," and asked Tianbin beside him, "Teacher Tian, little Zhang is led by you? Do you think he is up to the task? If you don't think there will be any problems, then I'll let him try it out. The people for the program have been rushing me and the broadcast will happen soon, so we are in a hurry to prepare it." Zhang Ye looked at Tian Bin. Zhang Ye was hired to be a broadcast host, so he had to go on a show one day. Now, he had the opportunity, and, typically, people would not hinder his future prospects and would say some niceties. However, Tian Bin's reaction was far from expected. After staying silent for a few seconds, he frowned. He has just come and isn't familiar with the business. Forget it. Forget it? The assistant from the editing team was stunned and acknowledged it tersely. When Zhang Ye heard it, he turned annoyed. I'm a broadcasting major and have had practical lessons, so I'm already very familiar. I know how to use all the equipment, too. Tian Bin interjected in a manner as if he was very experienced. Little Zhang, I know you are from a specialized major and have good foundations. However, a live broadcast is different. It tests one's spontaneity. You are still far from that, and I'm saying this because I'm responsible for you. You should first slowly gain experience in broadcasting. With a simple sentence, he had destroyed the chance for Zhang Ye to go on a program. As for the reason, Tian Bin had obviously noticed that Zhang Ye's attitude towards him had changed. He didn't even call him Brother Tian. Tian Bin sneered in his heart and naturally took the opportunity to suppress him. The assistant from the editor team had no other alternative but to keep the program layout and say, all right, then our channel's Teacher Chen doesn't have a program today, right? I'll get Teacher Chen to make the appearance. With the opportunity lost, Zhang Ye immediately turned hostile. Teacher Tian, I have not offended you, right? You did not give me any help on my job to give me experience. You never answer my doubts. Now you don't even know what my abilities are, and you say I won't do? You even took away the chance for me to be a last-minute assistant host? And you spoke behind my back to scheme against me? Did I kill your father or your mother? Is there a need to be this ruthless? Tian Bin did not expect Zhang Ye to dare to speak to him in such a manner and angrily said, You repeat that again. Li Si also rushed forward and said, As a rookie, how can you speak to Brother Tian like that? Are you rebelling? Everyone in the office turned their gazes towards them to watch the commotion. Everyone's eyes were staring, with no one coming forward to stop them. Tian Bin pointed at Zhang Ye. This kid can't even appreciate my kindness. I'm protecting you by not letting you go on air. It's to let you build up your experience. And you actually yelled at me? And still said that I schemed against you behind your back? Are you maligning me? Zhang Ye said coldly. You know what you said back then with Li Si. The two began to quarrel, and no one wanted to be in the weaker position. Finally, a few colleagues in the office came forward to stop them. Actually, everyone knew that Tian Bin had the bad habit of speaking behind people's backs, so they knew that Zhang Ye would not have said this without reason. Furthermore, Zhang Ye was being asked to be a substitute host. Not only did Tian Bin not care bringing the rookie around, he had even made him do all his dirty work. And when the rookie finished the dirty work, you still didn't let him go on a program? This was indeed quite unreasonable. No matter who it was, they would definitely not be happy about this. Tian Bin and Li Si walked out angrily. Zhang Ye stared at their backs as he scoffed. He knew that people had to tuck one's tail between one's legs and behave himself at times. However, when people bullied him, he would not be courteous to them. Tian Bin had pushed it too far. Beat him, then wait to get fired. Scold him. It was likely that would have the same end result. This was a job Zhang Ye had a hard time getting. He definitely could not lose it. He still needed to use the radio station as the first step to becoming famous. Wait, that unlucky sticker. Zhang Ye suddenly thought of the new item he had won at the lottery last week. He did not know how effective the item was and had never planned on using it. Whatever, since we're in this state, let's try using it on you. The game ring was what he would rely upon in the future. He had to understand how the items within were used and how effective they were. With his livelihood at risk, how could he not experiment? He really did not know how bad the bad luck would be. Chapter 9. The extremely unlucky Tian Bin. After work. Hey, did you hear about it? I just went for dinner. What happened? The rookie nearly fought with Tian Bin. Seriously? What happened? Many people in the office began speaking in whispers. Everyone loved a commotion. Zhang, he did not go home either. He rubbed the game ring to open his inventory and took out the chewing gum-like object he had previously taken out from a treasure chest. He opened the package, and at this moment, Tian Bin had come back in from outside. As the two of them sat across from each other, their seats were in close proximity to one another. If Tian Bin wanted to get to his seat, He had to pass by Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye quietly stuck the unlucky sticker onto Tian Bin's trousers with a finger. This thing could not be seen by anyone other than Zhang Ye. Tian Bin had the feeling that Zhang Ye had touched him when he walked past. However, when he looked down, he could see nothing, so he coldly glanced back at Zhang Ye. The game ring made an announcement. The unlucky sticker has been used. Effective for 5 minutes. Countdown begins. 4:59, 4:58. Although Zhang Ye's antics got on Tian Bin's nerves, his mood today was still good, overall. Recalling Spirits was currently the most upward trending ghost story, and he had spent a lot of effort securing the audio and broadcast rights to the novel. A few other provinces' radio stations had launched a bidding war to secure the rights, but in the end, Tian Bin had won the rights. He had actually resorted to under-the-table methods and had went directly to the publisher, instead of the author, who was a rookie. He negotiated with the publisher's management and promised a higher price for the rights. As to how the publisher would negotiate the payout with the author, it was none of Tian Bin's business. He had only promised the publisher that the bid price would not be revealed to the author and that the station and the publisher would be the only ones gaining from this deal. Tian Bin saved no effort, as he wanted to make use of this novel to help boost the listenership of his late-night ghost stories segment, attract more sponsorship, and gain a name for himself. Beep, beep. Another short message came. Tian Bin looked at his mobile phone. It was a message from the publisher's vice president, wishing success to Tian Bin's radio segment, as well as a reminder to not divulge the fees agreed upon for the novel's audio and broadcasting rights. Tian Bin smiled, and, as he replied while he walked, something happened on the office desk to his left. A female colleague was thinking of taking her lunchbox and getting off work, but when she stretched out her arm, she did not pay attention, causing the lunchbox's lid to crash to the ground with a ding-dang sound. Tian Bin just happened to step on it and slipped to the ground. With a slam, he crashed to the ground. Teacher Tian. What are you doing? Sorry, are you alright? Tian Bin was in pain, but as he stood up, he waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. He picked up the phone and saw that the message interface was gone, so he created a new message and typed, "Presidently, please rest assured that we would not be asking about how you split the profits with the author. We will not be revealing our end of the deal with Li Jin either. This is not our first time working together, so you can trust me." After writing this, Tian Bin scrolled to President Li's contact to send out the message, but at this moment, the colleague opposite was preparing to knock off from work. When she was passing Tian Bin, she accidentally knocked into him. The silk fan she was holding fell and landed, spread out on the floor. Tian Bin lost his balance, stepped on the fan at the same time, and then came crashing onto the ground once again. "Brother Tian, I am so sorry. My back. What's going on?" This time, people in the office paid more attention. 2 falls in the space of a few seconds? How unlucky could it get? Tian Bin stumbled onto his feet, so angry that he wanted to give a good scolding. He took a look at his phone and realized that while he was falling just now, he had scrolled to the wrong contact, which just so happened to be the author. Li General President Li and him both had the surname of Li. Therefore, their contacts were just beside each other. Tian Bin felt really angry and planned on choosing the correct contact again. But all of a sudden, Li Si walked up from behind at a fast pace. "Brother Tian." Tian Bin turned his head around. Pong. The fluorescent light above his head exploded without a warning. The light tube's pieces came falling towards them and gave Li Si a scare. His reflexes caused him to place his hand forward to protect himself, but instead hit Tian Bin on his chin. Tian Bin screamed out, "Put on." As he fell backwards onto the ground, his hands tightened, and, at the same time, the message was sent. Li Si rushed to help him up. "Brother Tian. Sorry. This." Tian Bin was nearly in tears. "What are you doing? Do you not have eyes?" Li Si scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Tian. I wasn't aware. Who would have thought that the light would explode?" But when he picked up the phone to take a look at the screen, Tian Bin's face changed. Damn it. How did it get sent? He wanted to save the situation, but it was already too late. This scene played out in front of Zhang Ye. He saw clearly with his eyes how Tian Bin fell and was knocked into. Their colleagues were laughing, thinking, what bad luck Tian Bin has today. 3 times. He had fallen down 3 times. Didn't you check the almanac before leaving the house? But this was not the end. Just as the effects of the unlucky sticker was ending, the Literature Channel's person in charge rushed in. Tian Bin. Zhao Guizhou called loudly. Tian Bin acknowledged, knowing that something was wrong. Leader. Everyone looked over, without knowing what had happened. Zhao Guizhou screamed, "What the hell are you doing?" The author of Recalling Spirits, Li Jin, just called and demanded that the contract be voided and for us to stop the broadcast of his novel. And if we infringed upon his copyright, he will send us his lawyer's letter. Wasn't this matter supposed to be handled by you? Why has it become my problem now? Tian Bin didn't dare to say a word and just looked down. The rights for the novel Recalling Spirits were all with the author, and the same went for the audio rights. It was down to trust that the author allowed the publisher to negotiate on his behalf. Therefore, strictly speaking, without the author's written permission, any agreements were not legal. This was how it was for Recalling Spirits, and Tian Bin had only signed a contract with the publisher. If the author had taken his part of the payment, then the contract would have been in effect. But even so, if the author wanted to, he could have the contract voided. Zhao Guizhou chided him for a full 10 minutes. Finally, the Literature Channel's several managers arrived, and everyone was discussing the issue at hand. Only then did Zhang Ye and the others understand what had just happened. It was now known that Tian Bin had an agreement with the publishers of Recalling Spirits for the novel's audio rights. He would keep the agreed price a secret from the author and let the publisher keep a part of the profits. Actually, this was very common in the industry. Even if Tian Bin did not purposefully hide the details, as long as the publisher did not mention it, the author would not have known. But somehow, Tian Bin's message with all the details of the deal was sent wrongly to the author. Isn't this a nail in the coffin? Isn't this disgusting? Canceling the rights wasn't too much. If it were any other author who saw that message, the outcome would have been much worse. Tian Bin explained, "Leader, this time it was my mistake, but I feel that we can continue with the broadcast. The contract has already been signed with the publisher." Actually, Wang Xiaomei, who had not knocked off yet, replied with displeasure, "Are you going to fight the court case?" A head of the editorial team also chipped in, "It definitely cannot be broadcasted. Who will be responsible when problems arise? They were a public institution and profits were not the main problem. Responsibility was." Everyone was discussing back and forth, but finally Zhao Guizhou slammed his hand on the board. "Change the novel. All departments who have suitable ghost story resources, help out. Tonight's broadcast cannot be canceled. Use the shortest time and settle the new novel's copyrights." Zhao Guizhou pointed at Tian Bin's nose and said, "It's all on you. Wait for your punishment." In contrast, Tian Bin looked like his father had just died. While Zhang Ye's anger simmered, he realized the unlucky sticker had only been in effect for 5 minutes. Just a short 5 minutes had passed, and Tian Bin's luck became like this? This item is too miraculous. It looks like, in the future, besides the nickname Zhang Jinkong, another nickname is necessary. Yes, how does famous detective Kagoro Mori sound? Chapter 9. The Extremely Unlucky Tian Bin. Chapter 9. The Extremely Unlucky Tian Bin. Chapter title is a spoiler. Highlight it to read it now, or see it at the bottom. After work. "Hey, did you hear about it? I just went for dinner." "What happened?" The rookie nearly fought with Tian Bin. Seriously? What happened?" Many people in the office began speaking in whispers. Everyone loved a commotion. Zhang Ye did not go home either. He rubbed the game ring to open his inventory and took out the chewing gum-like object he had previously taken out from a treasure chest. He opened the package. And at this moment, Tian Bin had come back in from outside. As the two of them sat across from each other, their seats were in close proximity to one another. If Tian Bin wanted to get to his seat, he had to pass by Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye quietly stuck the unlucky sticker onto Tian Bin's trousers with a finger. This thing could not be seen by anyone other than Zhang Ye. Tian Bin had the feeling that Zhang Ye had touched him when he walked past. However, when he looked down, he could see nothing, so he coldly glanced back at Zhang Ye. The game ring made an announcement. The unlucky sticker has been used. Effective for 5 minutes. Countdown begins. 4:59, 4:58. Although Zhang Ye's antics got on Tian Bin's nerves, his mood today was still good, overall. Recalling Spirits was currently the most upward trending ghost story, and he had spent a lot of effort securing the audio and broadcast rights to the novel. A few other provinces' radio stations had launched a bidding war to secure the rights, but in the end, Tian Bin had won the rights. He had actually resorted to under-the-table methods and had went directly to the publisher, instead of the author, who was a rookie. He negotiated with the publisher's management and promised a higher price for the rights. As to how the publisher would negotiate the payout with the author, it was none of Tian Bin's business. He had only promised the publisher that the bid price would not be revealed to the author and that the station and the publisher would be the only ones gaining from this deal. Tian Bin saved no effort, as he wanted to make use of this novel to help boost the listenership of his late-night ghost stories segment, attract more sponsorship, and gain a name for himself. Beep, beep. Another short message came. Tian Bin looked at his mobile phone. It was a message from the publisher's vice president, wishing success to Tian Bin's radio segment, as well as a reminder to not divulge the fees agreed upon for the novel's audio and broadcasting rights. Tian Bin smiled, and, as he replied while he walked, something happened on the office desk to his left. A female colleague was thinking of taking her lunchbox and getting off work, but when she stretched out her arm, she did not pay attention, causing the lunchbox's lid to crash to the ground with a ding-dang sound. Tian Bin just happened to step on it and slipped to the ground. With a slam, he crashed to the ground. Teacher Tian. What are you doing? Sorry, are you alright? Tian Bin was in pain, but as he stood up, he waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. He picked up the phone and saw that the message interface was gone, so he created a new message and typed, Presidently, please rest assured that we would not be asking about how you split the profits with the author. We will not be revealing our end of the deal with Li Jin either. This is not our first time working together, so you can trust me. After writing this, Tian Bin scrolled to President Li's contact to send out the message, but at this moment, the colleague opposite was preparing to knock off from work. When she was passing Tian Bin, she accidentally knocked into him. The silk fan she was holding fell and landed, spread out on the floor. Tian Bin lost his balance, stepped on the fan at the same time, and then came crashing onto the ground once again. Brother Tian, I am so sorry. My back. What's going on? This time, people in the office paid more attention. 2 falls in the space of a few seconds? How unlucky could it get? Tian Bin stumbled onto his feet, so angry that he wanted to give a good scolding. He took a look at his phone and realized that while he was falling just now, he had scrolled to the wrong contact, which just so happened to be the author. General President Li and him both had the surname of Li. Therefore, their contacts were just beside each other. Tian Bin felt really angry and planned on choosing the correct contact again. But all of a sudden, Li Si walked up from behind at a fast pace. Brother Tian. Tian Bin turned his head around. Pong. The fluorescent light above his head exploded without a warning. The light tube's pieces came falling towards them and gave Li Si a scare. His reflexes caused him to place his hand forward to protect himself, but instead hit Tian Bin on his chin. Tian Bin screamed out, Put on. As he fell backwards onto the ground, his hands tightened, and, at the same time, the message was sent. Li Si rushed to help him up. Brother Tian. Sorry. This. Tian Bin was nearly in tears. What are you doing? Do you not have eyes? Li Si scratched his head and said, I'm sorry, Brother Tian. I wasn't aware. Who would have thought that the light would explode? But when he picked up the phone to take a look at the screen, Tian Bin's face changed. Damn it. How did it get sent? He wanted to save the situation, but it was already too late. This scene played out in front of Zhang Ye. He saw clearly with his eyes how Tian Bin fell and was knocked into. Their colleagues were laughing, thinking, what bad luck Tian Bin has today. 3 times. He had fallen down 3 times. Didn't you check the almanac before leaving the house? But this was not the end. Just as the effects of the unlucky sticker was ending, the literature channel's person in charge rushed in. Tian Bin. Zhao Guizhou called loudly. Tian Bin acknowledged, knowing that something was wrong. Leader. Everyone looked over, without knowing what had happened. Zhao Guizhou screamed, What the hell are you doing? The author of Recalling Spirits, Li Jin, just called and demanded that the contract be voided and for us to stop the broadcast of his novel. And if we infringed upon his copyright, he will send us his lawyer's letter. Wasn't this matter supposed to be handled by you? Why has it become my problem now? Tianbin didn't dare to say a word and just looked down. The rights for the novel Recalling Spirits were all with the author, and the same went for the audio rights. It was down to trust that the author allowed the publisher to negotiate on his behalf. Therefore, strictly speaking, without the author's written permission, any agreements were not legal. This was how it was for Recalling Spirits, and Tianbin had only signed a contract with the publisher. If the author had taken his part of the payment, then the contract would have been in effect. But even so, if the author wanted to, he could have the contract voided. Zhao Guizhou chided him for a full 10 minutes. Finally, the literature channel's several managers arrived, and everyone was discussing the issue at hand. Only then did Zhang Ye and the others understand what had just happened. It was now known that Tianbin had an agreement with the publishers of Recalling Spirits for the novel's audio rights. He would keep the agreed price a secret from the author and let the publisher keep a part of the profits. Actually, this was very common in the industry. Even if Tianbin did not purposefully hide the details, as long as the publisher did not mention it, the author would not have known. But somehow, Tianbin's message with all the details of the deal was sent wrongly to the author. Isn't this a nail in the coffin? Isn't this disgusting? Canceling the rights wasn't too much. If it were any other author who saw that message, the outcome would have been much worse. Tianbin explained, "Leader, this time it was my mistake, but I feel that we can continue with the broadcast. The contract has already been signed with the publisher." Actually, Wang Xiaomei, who had not knocked off yet, replied with displeasure, "Are you going to fight the court case?" A head of the editorial team also chipped in, "It definitely cannot be broadcasted. Who will be responsible when problems arise?" They were a public institution and profits were not the main problem. Responsibility was. Everyone was discussing back and forth, but finally Zhao Guizhou slammed his hand on the board. "Change the novel. All departments who have suitable ghost story resources, help out. Tonight's broadcast cannot be canceled. Use the shortest time and settle the new novel's copyrights." Zhao Guizhou pointed at Tianbin's nose and said, "It's all on you. Wait for your punishment." In contrast, Tianbin looked like his father had just died. While Zhang Ye's anger simmered, he realized the unlucky sticker had only been in effect for 5 minutes. Just a short 5 minutes had passed, and Tianbin's luck became like this? This item is too miraculous. It looks like, in the future, besides the nickname Zhang Jingkong, another nickname is necessary. Yes, how does famous detective Kagoro Mori sound? Chapter 10, Ghost Blows Out the Light is born. Outside the office unit, the sky was completely dark. It was past 11 at night, and they were just less than 30 minutes away from the live broadcast at midnight. Has it not been done? Leader, I really can't find one. You have to find one, even if you can't. Look at what time it is. Yes. Then I'll try again. I will do my best. Many people in the office worked overtime. More than 10 people hurried about, trying to save the situation. If an idiom was used to describe the situation, it would be, all hell broke loose. Leader, Tianbin asked carefully. Zhao Guizhou waved his hand. Go to the broadcasting studio and wait there first. Li Si ran inside the office and said, "There's still no way. I have inquired about more than 10 supernatural novels. Their audio rights have been sold to other websites or radio stations. I have also contacted the Beihai province's radio station regarding some of their novels, hoping to broadcast them in a cooperative manner, but they refused. Also, there are some more common horror novels, but due to the tight time schedule, there is no way of contacting them. Some of them don't even have a way of contacting them." Zhao Guizhou slammed the table. "There's not a single book." Li Si said bitterly. "Supernatural novels are now in short supply. The market is still in its nascent stages, and there are only just slightly more than 10 books that are mature works. Radio stations from everywhere are snatching them up, too." An editor said, "The worst situation is for us to delay 1 to 2 episodes. We can then buy the copyright for them over these 2 days. Following that, we can resume broadcasting when we have the contract signed." Zhao Guizhou said fiercely, "This program has been ongoing for 5 years without a break. If it goes off the air, who will take up the responsibility? Besides, we have advertised the program over the past few days. 3 of our channels have been continuously promoting the new novel for today's late-night ghost stories. Who doesn't know that the most important day of a novel is its first day? Although people do not know what book is to be broadcast, With such widespread publicity, there would at least be 4 to 5 times the usual listenership waiting for the broadcast today. Halt the broadcast. Are you going to say it? Today's program has to be broadcast, regardless of anything. Hurry and try to make contact. I don't believe that we can't sign a single supernatural novel. As Recalling Spirits was the hottest supernatural story today, the station had struck the iron while it was hot by promoting it. They had never expected that this large-scale promotional campaign had turned into a noose around their own necks. Tianbin said softly, "If we really can't make it in time, then," Zhao Guozhou shouted. "Even if you can't make it in time, you still have to make it. Since this trouble was caused by you, wipe your own ass." Tianbin did not dare to make a sound as his forehead sweated profusely. He felt oppressed, but he could not release his anger. Who knew that such coincidences would happen? If he had not slipped due to that lunchbox lid, he would not have closed the message window with President Li, and he would not have sent the message to the wrong person. If he had not fallen because of a colleague that brushed past him, he would not have chosen the wrong name. If the fluorescent light did not explode and cause Li Si to hit him, he would not have wrongly pressed the send button. Tianbin had never bungled up so badly in his entire life. However, with all these coincidences happening at the same time, Tianbin found it very odd. Now with the program on the brink of a major incident, Tianbin might even be faced with disciplinary action. He did not know how he had offended the heavens. Why was he being toyed with? Tianbin looked at Zhang Ye, as if he had seen a ghost. Ever since he had an argument with Zhang Ye, he had been unlucky. Midnight. Number 5 Live Broadcast Studio. This was the Literature Channel's dedicated broadcast studio that was very well equipped. Zhang Ye and another staff member entered to test the devices. The staff member checked the headset, while Zhang Ye tested the microphone. There were still 10 minutes to go before the live broadcast entered countdown. Without the novel's copyrights, there was no way to proceed with the live broadcast. What was there to say? This was not some talk show where one could talk anything under the sun. This was a ghost story program. People switched on their radios late at night just to listen to this. Without any material, there was no way of going through with it. Across the studio was a transparent glass with a soundproof room on the other side. Typically, that was where the phone editor sat. After finishing his job, Zhang Ye went over. Zhao Guozhou, Tianbin, and company began to enter, one after the other. A female assistant alerted them. There are still 3 minutes remaining. Zhao Guozhou said to Tianbin, "Go on up." Tianbin's intestines had turned green. "Leader. How can I go on up? I can't say anything without a story." Zhao Guozhou, who was also experiencing tremendous amounts of pressure right now, bellowed. "Do you think that I don't know you can't say anything without a story? But what can we do? Now, you tell me what I can do." Pointing towards the studio, he said, "Quickly go in there. The program will be for an hour. I don't care how you are going to hoodwink it, but just do it." There's no way to hoodwink for an hour. Tianbin refused to go on up. His other colleagues looked at each other. Up until now, there was not a single solution. The female assistant looked at the time. There's still another minute. 59 seconds, 58 seconds. Wang Xiaomei, who was the Literature Channel's top star and one of the backbones of the channel, had also stayed behind. Seeing that Tianbin had not moved from his seat, she reprimanded him. "Quickly, if you don't even go on air for your program, then it will be a broadcasting incident. Think carefully." A lesser leader of the Literature Channel also said, "Go on up first, before saying anything." Tianbin still remained motionless. His expression was miserable. The female assistant reported the time quickly. There's still 10 seconds, 9 seconds. At this moment, Zhang Ye suddenly clenched his teeth and made a decision. You can't do it? You may not be able to do it, but I can. Wasn't he still gloomy about not being able to have a program? Wasn't this an opportunity for himself? No novel's copyright had been given to them. Zhang Ye still remembered a few tomb raiding stories from his world. Although he did not know if that world's novels would work in this world, he had to at least try. Taking in a long, deep breath, he primed his expression. His entire aura changed. As the female assistant was counting down the time, Zhang Ye took 3 steps first and then 2 steps into the studio. With his ass on the seat, he pushed the button that controlled the audio volume as he wore the headset. Everyone was stunned, with their mouths agape. "Little Zhang, what are you doing? Why did you go on up?" Everybody did not understand what Zhang Ye was doing. Without a single word of a novel script, how was he to do a program? Are you going to have a live broadcast just like this? Are you trying to pull something from thin air? Only Tian Bin heaved a sigh of relief and felt lucky. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. The live broadcast began. With it done, no one could pull Zhang Ye out. The hearts of Zhao Guozhou and many others were now in their throats. How was Zhang Ye, who was a rookie that had just started work a few days ago, going to resolve this situation that had such a huge mishap? Who knows if it would turn out even worse? Leaving it up to fate, Zhao Guozhou and company gave up. On the other hand, Zhang Ye appeared calm and, in fact, seemed slightly excited. He calmly said, "Hello, everyone. This is the Late Night Ghost Stories program. I will be your DJ today, Zhang Ye. With the last novel that was highly appreciated coming to an end, we will usher in a new work today. Ghost blows out the light. Ghost blows out the light." What was that? Zhao Guozhou and company were stunned. Zhang Ye adjusted his tone and said with a low, deep voice, "Introduction. Grave robbing is not like touring, composing poetry, or creating art. We can't be that elegant, leisurely, adoring, or respectful. Grave robbing is a technical skill, a skill for breaking." Zhang Ye said it neither quickly nor slowly as he narrated. "All of these stories began with an incomplete book my father left me. That book is the mystic secret of feng shui, yin and yang in 16 characters. However, no one knows what happened to the last part of the book. The only thing left is the first part. What's in the book is mainly about the secrets of how to read geomancy and the structure of tombs." The words and the tone used were very steady. Zhang Ye had chosen this book firstly because Ghost Blows Out the Light did not exist in this world. Secondly, this book had been really popular. Be it in its sales and or its resounding response, it was #1 in Zhang Ye's world at the time it was published. Ignoring the comparison with other supernatural novels, it had led far ahead when compared against the most mainstream romantic novels back then. Thirdly, it was because back when he was practicing how to go off script and recite, he had used this book. Thus, he could still faithfully recite the content at the beginning of the novel. Even if there were mistakes or errors in his memory, it would not matter too much, as it did not affect the plot. Note: Ghost Blows Out the Light is a famous novel in China. Chapter 11. Having his own program. On air. As Zhang Ye narrated the story, he spoke more quickly. It was at least much faster than Tian Bin's speed. This was like how the personalities of people differed. Narrating a chapter also depended upon one's character. Most of the time, Zhang Ye described the story at a fast to very fast pace. Of course, at important parts of the story, he would slow down when it was required. First chapter. The Funeral Doll. My grandfather is called Hu Guohua, and his ancestors were large landowners known far and wide. During their most glorious period, they purchased in the city 3 alleys that linked together 40 houses. They were also involved in some politics and trade, donating provisions and assisting in transportation. Outside, everyone did not know what was going on. No one had expected Zhang Ye to take over the job of narrating a ghost story, and they were worried. From listening to the first few paragraphs, no one had much anticipation for the story's content. Was this a supernatural novel? It was too plain. Was this an autobiography? After describing for so long, it was all matters regarding the main character's grandfather? And grave robbing was mentioned earlier on? Was robbing graves considered supernatural? There had never been such a novel of this type before. To them, only works that had been accepted by the market and had experienced the trial by fire of readers were considered good. However, Zhang Ye's grave-robbing novel was something they had never heard of. As such, they immediately labeled it as something that was not up to mark. However, this view only lasted for 10 minutes. When Zhang Ye described how the funeral paper doll, made by the craftsman, came to life and asked to marry Hu Guohua, Wang Xiaomei felt a shudder. Zhao Guozhou's gaze turned serious as the entire atmosphere of the studio chilled down. The funeral paper doll had let Hu Guohua dig up her grave for riches. Eventually, when Hu Guohua could not resist the temptation, his liver was eaten by the paper doll. When the plot reached this intense point, everyone's breathing had also tensed up. Tian Bin was stunned when he heard this. As this was a midnight program, many people working for the channel did not listen to it. Most people would have slept by that time. Hence, they would not know much about ghost stories. However, Tian Bin was a DJ who narrated such stories. He dabbled with all these ghostly stories on a daily basis, so he had the ability to distinguish things. Initially, he had deemed it impossible for this grave-robbing novel to have any market, as it had never appeared before. But as he listened, Tianbin felt his pores contract. It was as if Zhang Ye's mouth emitted a chill. The story had captured Tianbin immediately. Was this an original work of his? How could this be possible? He could write such stories? Tianbin did not believe. Neither could Wang Xiaomei and company believe. Only Zhao Guizhou had a vague idea of the situation. Thinking back to how Zhang Ye composed the poem, The Song of the Stormy Petrel, during the interview, Zhang Ye had managed to surprise all of the interviewers. This was a very talented person. Else how could he be granted special permission to be hired with his looks? Zhao Guizhou had grabbed Zhang Ye from Li Honglian's hands forcefully into his literature channel. Now, it seemed like he was prescient. 1 o'clock in the morning. An hour passed by very quickly. The number of people outside were the same as before. No one, including Zhao Guizhou, had left early. They were all listening to the story. The female assistant gestured to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye nodded to signal that he got the message, and he stopped his story at a suitable spot. Dear listeners, that will be all for today's broadcast. I welcome you to carry on listening in for the story tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. This is your DJ, Zhang Ye. Pushing a button to broadcast music, Zhang Ye took off his headset and heaved a sigh of relief. It would have been a lie if he said he was not nervous. He had made some mistakes during the process and nearly embarrassed himself. Thankfully, he had the basic foundations, hence Zhang Ye was still pretty satisfied with his first broadcast. There was still some room for a few flaws. A staff member walked in quickly. What followed was a replay of primetime programs, so he had to adjust the equipment. Zhang Ye walked towards the room that Zhao Guizhou and company were in. After pushing the door open, he first apologized. Leader, sorry. I took the initiative to take over the broadcast without discussing with everyone. Mainly it was because there was no time. I did not want the program to have any broadcast incidents and go off air, too. So I suddenly thought of a plot and idea I previously had. I followed my thoughts and narrated the story. Since it's my original work, then it would not cause any problems with copyright. I also thought pretty simply, anyways, sorry to everyone. If the higher-ups want to pursue the matter, I will take full responsibility for it. No one had any response as they were silent. Zhang Ye blinked his eyes. Leader, Suddenly, Zhao Guizhou raised his hands and slowly clapped. A middle-aged man in the editing team also raised his hand and clapped vigorously. Following that, a round of applause sounded. It caused quite a commotion in the radio stations building late at night. Zhao Guizhou grabbed Zhang Ye's shoulders and smiled. Are you still apologizing? You have saved this situation at such an opportune time. Without you going on up, we don't even know what would have happened to the program. Besides, your ghost blows out the light was written so well. There's nothing to say about the quality, and neither can I pick on your language. I find it much better than the supernatural novels that our station has to pay top dollar for. Great, I knew I did not make a mistake choosing you. Zhang Ye immediately said, thank you. I'm flattered. The female assistant also grinned, revealing her canines, as she secretly gave Zhang Ye a thumbs up. Li Si's eyebrows were knitted tightly. Tianbin was also not in a good mood as he stared coldly at Zhang Ye. Zhao Guizhou clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. All right, everyone has been busy all night. You have all worked hard today, so go home and take a rest. Again, he spoke to Zhang Ye. Little Zhang, do you still have a follow-up to this story? Tomorrow you can just carry on narrating it. Late-night ghost stories will temporarily be hosted by you. Me? This program was temporarily mine? There was no need to mention Zhang Ye's pleasant surprise. He was, of course, overjoyed. He had just started work for a week and was a rookie amongst rookies. Without any experience, he was given a program that he could call his own. He had seized the opportunity at the most opportune time as he immediately said, thank you for the leader's trust. I will definitely do well. Tianbin could not accept hearing this. Leader, letting him host? Then, what about me? Zhao Guizhou said impatiently. What about you? You didn't even dare to sit on the seat during the last few seconds. If not for little Zhang rescuing the situation, we would have a live broadcast incident. You shall be a stand-in host for now, and take some time to reflect. After covering his mouth too, yawn a few times, he walked out tiredly. Leader, Tianbin shouted. Zhao Guizhou went home without even looking back. Wang Xiaomei stared deeply at Zhang Ye before returning. Zhang Ye glanced and said to Tian Bin, "Teacher Tian, I'm sorry. I will consult you if there is anything I do not know in the future." He did not kick Tian Bin while he was down and did not turn arrogant upon being successful. He calmly said some pleasantries. Zhang Ye was pretty impressed with his own bearing. "Look at me being so refined." Tian Bin was so angry that his eyebrows were tightly knitted. Earlier that day, Tian Bin had been all-powerful and had repressed the rookie, Zhang Ye, due to his qualifications. In a few hours, his program had been taken over by Zhang Ye. With winners crowned and losers vilified, it could be said that nothing could be taken for granted in this world. Tian Bin bit his molars as he believed that it was still to be determined as to who had the last laugh. The most important thing was to see the listenership ratings when they were released tomorrow. If the first day's rating was still at the bottom, even after all the promotions, then Zhang Ye might be kicked away even if he did not make a mistake. After facing disciplinary action, the program would still be Tian Bin's. Chapter 12, title like Good Comments from Listeners. The next day, Zhang Ye squeezed in the subway to get to work. He heard two men, who had just got on the train, speaking nearby. The topic of conversation made Zhang Ye's ears perk up. "Old Zhao, did you listen to late-night ghost stories last night?" "Of course I did. I listen to that program every night without fail." I thought you didn't listen to the radio." "I don't listen to it, but my wife does. Yesterday, she forcefully made me accompany her and had me listen to the program. You should know my wife, right? She has so much courage. If she sees a gangster late at night on the street, just her voice will scare the gangster away. She listens to ghost stories just so she can sleep. She had never felt so afraid before. And strangely, yesterday, they had broadcast a new Ghost Blows Out the Light, which scared her so much that she woke me up. I told her not to listen to it if it's so scary and just switch it off, but she refused and was adamant about tuning in. Haha, yesterday's Ghost Blows Out the Light was awesome. Although I was not fear-stricken, I did find it creepy deep down inside and could not sleep well. It was very good. I also accompanied my wife and listened till 1 a.m. It was indeed good. I will carry on tuning in today. I really want to know what happens in the tomb later. That host is a rookie, right? His name is Zhang Ye. I find his narration very good. His speed was very appropriate, as the host from before spoke too slowly. As the two people continued to chat, they did not know that the Zhang Ye they were discussing was just a few meters away from them. Zhang Ye felt good hearing that. This feeling was so good. Opening his game screen to look at his reputation, it was now at 10,677. Having bought the second lottery ticket yesterday, his reputation had been depleted all the way down to 0. His reputation had grown by more than 10,000 in a night. One had to know that ever since Zhang Ye was born, he had only managed to gain 200,000 reputation in his more than 20 years of living. Now, with just a night's time, he had nearly matched what he had previously gained in a year. This speed was indeed very fast. There was indeed no mistake in choosing a radio station as his first step towards becoming famous. Besides, his reputation would slowly increase. It would increase by 1 or 2 sporadically. It was the standard practice that every episode of late-night ghost stories would be edited by specialized staff before they placed the recording on the radio station's website. Clearly, the gradual increase in reputation was from people who did not listen to the live broadcast the previous night and were instead from people who listened to the soundbite on the website and gave reputation points to Zhang Ye if they found it good. Getting off the subway and onto the platform, Zhang Ye first went to a roadside store to buy cigarettes. His addiction was not too bad, as he would smoke 2 sticks whenever he encountered a good situation. "What cigarettes do you want?" the boss asked. "Still Red River?" This was the cigarette brand that Zhang Ye usually smoked. However, realizing that he was now at least a celebrity, smoking a 6 Chinese yuan cigarette did not match his status as a successful radio host and a would-be famous world celebrity. Smoking a 6 Chinese yuan cigarette would be too embarrassing. A celebrity had to appear like a celebrity. They had to display their financial ability and their social image at every moment. As such, Zhang Ye waved his hand. "Give me a pack of Double Red Joy." "All right, this pack is 6 Chinese yuan and 50 cents. Reaching the office, there were many colleagues who had dark circles under their eyes, as they had worked overtime until very late yesterday. Zhang Ye entered and was already accustomed to being ignored by everyone. He was preparing to take his seat to begin working. Now that he had his own program, it could be considered a promotion, so he naturally had a lot more things to do. Little Zhang, you've come? Good morning, Teacher Zhang. I heard the program. It was awesome. Right, I could not come back yesterday, as I had something going on. I also listened back at home. I heard that it is an original work of yours, and without a script, speaking whatever you thought on the spot. Amazing. No ordinary person can go on a live broadcast without a script. Teacher Zhang is from a specialized major, so this is nothing. A few colleagues smiled and greeted Zhang Ye. Their attitude was very friendly. Zhang Ye did not make a timely reaction. Teacher Zhang? What Teacher Zhang? Are they calling me? That. Realizing this, Zhang Ye quickly turned humble. Teacher Qian, Teacher Wu, Brother Wu, please don't call me teacher. I'm still new and am just a student. I still need to learn a lot from all you seniors. Just calling me Little Zhang would do. As a person working in the media industry and someone facing the public, teacher was a form of salutation. It was not too much, but Zhang Ye knew his boundaries. With his present qualifications, other people may respect him by calling him teacher, but he could not accept it. By exchanging pleasantries, this was the first time Zhang Ye actually had a deep exchange with his colleagues. The reason was clear. Previously, people ignored Zhang Ye because he was just a stand-in DJ. He did not have the looks, so no one thought he could make it big. Hence, no one bothered to build a relationship with him. But now, things were different. Tian Bin had made a mistake and Zhang Ye had saved the situation at the last minute, preventing a broadcast incident. His story was also very good, and he was temporarily made the host of the program. He had went from being a substitute to a main host, so the attitude of his colleagues naturally had a subtle change. Was this how the world worked? The way humans reacted was normal, so Zhang Ye did not make a fuss about it. Of course, there were still many in the office who pretended Zhang Ye did not exist. This was in the character of some of them, while there were others whose work had nothing to do with Zhang Ye. Although everyone shared an office, they all had different responsibilities. A portion of them even had good relations with Tian Bin. Behind him, a female clerk walked over with a cardboard box in her hands. Inside, there were stacks of bound letters. After passing some letters to a few program hosts, she came by to the corner and was about to put the letters on Tian Bin's table through habit, but after thinking it over and seeing that Tian Bin was not around, she glanced at Zhang Ye and passed them to him. Teacher Zhang, these are letters from the listeners of late-night ghost stories. Some of the letters are for Teacher Tian. As the postal service was slow, some of them were received only today. Some of them are yours. They were mailed out by the listeners early this morning. Zhang Ye said, "Thank you. You're welcome." The female clerk walked away. Zhang Ye breathed in as he opened the letters. It was like the experience of a newly wedded bride. The first letter was written by a child. His words were crooked and very innocent. "Hello, Teacher Zhang. The story you narrated is so good. My mother had wanted me to go to sleep early and even beat me up, but I still did not switch off the radio and listen to it secretly under the blanket. I will listen to Ghost Blows Out the Light from now on, daily." Zhang Ye smiled, and, with some thought, he picked a pen and wrote, "I am Zhang Ye. Thank you for your letter. You should sleep early and listen. To your mother, don't stay up late at night. Late Night Ghost Stories is uploaded on the Literature Channel's website, so you can listen to the broadcast online." After he finished writing, he found the female clerk and received her help in sending his response to the young listener, according to the sender's address. After returning to his seat, he carried on reading his letters. Second letter. Today's story is better than all the trash ghost stories from before by 10,000 times. This is the supernatural novel that resides in my heart. Third letter. I am a taxi driver who works the night shift. Ghost Blows Out the Light is an awesome story. I will continue supporting it. Fourth letter. This is the best supernatural novel I have ever heard. I just want to say thank you to the program team. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. I finally do not find the nights boring. There were more than 10 letters, and Zhang Ye read each and every one of them. He picked out 3 letters to respond to. He then switched on his computer so that he could read the letters in his email inbox. Ever since taking over Late Night Ghost Stories, someone had given him the password to the program's inbox. After logging in, he realized that there were more than 80 unread emails. This mail was not written as formally as the handwritten letters he had received. There was more online slang. Lulu 59. Ghost blows out the light is too cool. Edsko 115. Great, 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 great. QQQRY. Teacher Zhang, say a bit more each day. I strongly request for the program to be extended. I have already recommended Ghost Blows Out the Light to many of my classmates and friends. I will be calling all of them up at night to ask them to tune in. Hee hee. I'll give you a like and be your fan in the future. So many good comments. Zhang Ye found it to be extremely beautiful. Look at this. Look at this. This is the voice of the people. Chapter 13. The listenership rating for the program explodes. At 9 a.m., it was time to work. Zhang Ye was busy replying to letters from his listeners. Tian Bin and Li Si walked in together, late by a few minutes. But in an institution like this, the rules were more lax than in the private sector. After Tian Bin arrived, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Everyone's attention was focused on both Tian Bin and Zhang Ye. As victors were always more gentlemanly, Zhang Ye made his greeting, as if nothing had happened. Teacher Tian, good morning. It was as though they had not quarreled the day before. Tian Bin ignored him, thinking begrudgingly, that Zhang, don't get too C***CKY. That ghost blows out the light, might not get you anywhere. Grave robbing. This was something illegal. These two words are already not positive, and you are finished if the listeners do not accept it. When the ratings reach a new low, it will be time to get off your high horse. You won't be jumping around for much longer. The listenership ratings will be announced soon. Wait and see. Tian Bin was waiting for the listenership ratings. Zhang Ye was waiting for them, too. He, too, didn't really know how accepting the listeners were. Although he had received a lot of letters of praise, there were still some critics, some of which were quite harsh. Although this was just a small sample of the audience, what the actual results were still depended upon the whole listener base. The door outside opened, and Zhao Guizhou walked in with his pot belly as he came for his inspection. He passed on some instructions to his old comrades and spoke with an editor before setting his eyes on Zhang Ye with a little laugh. Little Zhang. Yesterday's performance wasn't too bad. Whether the rating is good or bad, your story was just too timely. Speaking of this, he spoke to someone. Oh, right. Are the ratings for yesterday out? Why didn't anyone give it to me? Wang Xiaomei raised her head. I just came from upstairs. They are still at it, but it should be ready soon. Suddenly, the female assistant, Xiaofeng, who helped Zhang Ye the night before, briskly walked in with a form. The moment she stepped in, she took a quick look at Zhang Ye and handed the form to Zhao Guizhou. Leader, the ratings have been released. These are the overall statistics for yesterday. Zhao Guizhou acknowledged it and took a look, but he couldn't help but be taken aback. Did you take the correct one? Xiaofeng, with a wry smile, said, Of course I did. The statistics department directly handed it to me. While saying that, her eyes drifted over to Zhang Ye's direction again. The leader's comment could not help but stir up everyone's curiosity. Well, was there anything wrong with the ratings? Everyone, stop your work for a bit. I will be announcing the rankings. This was a daily affair of the Literature Channel. Zhao Guizhou would, almost without fail, announce daily the rankings for the previous day, so as to apply pressure on everyone. The top-ranked star segments with high listenership had high advertising fees and high bonuses. Segments that ranked at the bottom faced the risk of being cut, like Tian Bin's hosted segment, Late Night Ghost Stories, previous novel, Ghosts of Midnight. There were many parts in the middle which had been edited out, and the ending was directly broadcasted. All in all, a total of over 10 episodes were removed due to the lack of listeners. There was no choice. The station always replayed the day's programs after 1 a.m., meaning that Late Night Ghost Stories was the last program of the day. Listener numbers were already limited due to this reason. How many people would want to listen to the radio this late at night? Segments that appeared very late at night, like this one, would never have a chance to be compared with the segments that were broadcasted between the golden hours of 7 and 8 p.m. The amount of people listening in could even reach a result that had a difference of 10 times. Including the weekend, the Literature Channel had slightly over 20 segments in total. Late Night Ghost Stories was always ranked at around 20th place, which meant it was either first or second if you were to count from the back. Even a lightning strike wouldn't be able to move it. It was not that the segment was bad. They had the most loyal listeners amongst all of the Literature Channel segments. It all boiled down to the extremely limited audience base and late-night timing. So how could it ever fight for a place among the top spots? It would definitely be an international joke. Zhang Ye eagerly looked on with hope, but without any ambition. As long as it was not in last place, he would be fine with the result. Zhao Guizhou announced, "First place, talk about the world." This was Wang Xiaomei's segment. She and her team were not surprised. Several years had passed with Wang Xiaomei's segment always being ranked at the top, without losing its place even once. Not only at their own station's literature channel, the amount of ratings received was one of the highest amongst the Beijing radio station's radio channels. It had a primetime slot and a pretty female host, so other than the traffic and news channels, her segment had always outdone all the other segments. Second place. Zhao Guizhou read from the list, Entertainment Daily. The literature channel, which included the entertainment circle's news, could not be compared with the news channel in terms of its audience base, but they had their own fixed audience base as well. This segment was also a standard fixture for second place. It was time to reveal the third place. But Zhao Guizhou held back for a long while, like he was reading off the ratings graph. Old Zhao, one of the managers who was close to him, said suspiciously. Zhao Guizhou remained in his pause state for a short moment before announcing, "Third place." Stretching his tone, he finally said, "The third place goes to Late Night Ghost Stories." "What? Late Night Ghost Stories place third?" Upon hearing this, Tianbin freaked out from the inside. He was still wondering if Zhang Ye could carry on the tradition of being in the last place, but somehow the results were as such. Were the statistics compiled incorrectly? That must be it. A compilation error. He knew his segment the best of anyone here. Tianbin was wondering, how could this unpopular program, which was on its deathbed, achieve such a high listenership? Li Si was staring out of his gaping wide eyes. Zhang Ye did not expect such a result either and was shocked by it. Not to mention anyone else. The whole office was temporarily in shock. No one could believe their own ears. Late Night Ghost Stories place third? This is not a joke, right? This segment was always ranked last or the second to last in the literature channel. All right, as this was the first broadcast for a new story and the promotions were more than ever before. Logically, the listenership would increase a lot. This was because listeners would always be curious and a new story would always attract them to find out what story would be broadcast. If it was any good, they would continue listening in, otherwise, they wouldn't. Thereafter, the listeners would dwindle in number before settling on a steady number. But even if a new story could increase the ratings, this was too much of an exaggeration. Straight to third place? Even doing better than the 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. segments? Doesn't this mean that all the listeners pulled in by the promotions never turned off or changed channels once they heard the beginning of Late Night Ghost Stories? Almost all of them were retained by this story. That reason allowed the ratings average to be pulled up by so much. Even Wang Xiaomei, who was the host with the best ratings, reacted to this. Even her segment could not retain all of its listeners. Who doesn't switch channels if they found the program boring? That's why, even when the listenership rating was high at the beginning of the segment, it would slowly decrease towards the last half hour of the segment, and, as such, the average rating would go down by at least half. But what's with Late Night Ghost Stories? The average listenership was too scary. Instantaneously, everyone looked at Zhang Ye differently. A rookie who had just arrived, a novel ghost blows out the light that no one had ever heard of. These led to the late night segment securing third place in the ratings. Holy, you must be on drugs. Chapter 14. A late night segment has actually turned popular. Those are the top 3 for ratings. Zhao Guizhou was very pleased. He praised, "I would like to now commend the team for Late Night Ghost Stories, especially Little Zhang. For a late-night segment to achieve a placing in the top 3 for its first broadcast, it is unprecedented and should be entered into the record books. I've seen the listenership ratings graph, and there isn't much of a difference between the upper and lower ratings throughout the program. Starting from midnight, it was always on a high, and this shows the affirmation the listeners have about the plot. And because of the explosion of late-night ghost stories, this channel's overall rating also rose. Let's have a round of applause for Little Zhang and wish that he would keep working harder. BBA, BBA, BBA. Everyone reacted with applause. But Tianbin did not move. He couldn't accept the truth. Zhang Ye clasped his hands in appreciation. It's all thanks to the leader's help and everyone's support. It wasn't down to me alone. Talk about the world, listenership 3.17%. Entertainment Daily, listenership 2.29%. Late Night Ghost Stories, listenership 0.98%. Laughter Daily, listenership 0.92%. People's Broadcast Station News Highlights, affiliate broadcast, listenership 0.89%. Sixth place, seventh place. The ratings had very little difference. This time, the segment in last place was Old and Young Story Club, taking over the last place position of Late Night Ghost Stories, with a listenership of 0.27%. After Zhao Guozhou finished announcing, he summarized the previous day's results before letting everyone return to their work. Zhang Ye sat back down and got himself busy. On the surface, he was calm, but inside, he was bursting with excitement. If no one was around, he would have smiled until his mouth went crooked. Only after it sunk in did he calm down and analyze the reasons for the program's popularity. The most important reason should have been because of market and environmental factors. The ghost stories and supernatural novels of this world was still in their infancy stages, so not many good works have appeared yet. The ones that could be considered good numbered around 4 or 5 novels. In Zhang Ye's view, these top novels would only be considered to be SOSO. Therefore, the market still hungered for more. Now, Zhang Ye had brought to them a story full of novelty about grave robbing, a story that was already tested and well received in his world. The key was that this story was being first released on radio. It was an original story that was not available anywhere else in the market, and so it was not in anyone's imagination that it would achieve such great results. That afternoon, the recording schedule was confirmed. The female assistant, Xiaofeng, came looking for Zhang Ye while holding a slip, smiling. Sweetly, "Teacher Zhang, it's time to do the recording for tonight's program. You have room 7 from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Don't go any later than 11:40 a.m., because there is another recording after that. Well, in the afternoon, room 8 has a lot of free slots. If you are up for it, I will book the timings for you. We can book 3 hours at the most." Zhang Yi considered this. "Okay, then thanks for the trouble. Book it for however long it is available for. I will try to record 3 broadcasts by today. Of course, it would be good to prepare a few broadcasts in advance while in good health and spirits, rather than to rush at a later time. Besides, in this line of work, having one's voice in a good condition was imperative. If he caught a cold, it would definitely affect the quality of the broadcast, so it was better to be prepared." "Sure." Xiaofeng blinked. "Then, should I help to prepare your manuscripts?" Zhang Yi waved his hands, saying, "No need for that. I don't have any manuscripts. Let's go straight to recording." "No manuscripts?" Xiaofeng couldn't help but look at him admiringly. Even the colleagues around who heard that were impressed. Ignoring the composition skills of the newly arrived teacher Zhang, just his off-script reading skill was one of a kind in the Beijing radio station. Even for programs that demanded spontaneity like interviews, the host would still require a script of some sort for a guide, not to mention a program like storytelling. Tianbin watched with envious fury. "Look how everyone is behaving. It's just a good result for the first broadcast, and that's to be expected. I don't believe that the next few broadcasts will bring such high ratings." The station had been promoting it so strongly, so, of course, the first broadcast would be highly rated. Tianbin also had a broadcast for a novel last year, and on the first day of the broadcast, he had received 9th place. But the next few broadcasts' ratings dropped exponentially by the day. In the end, it became last place as usual. Such is the law of programs in the late-night segment, and no one has ever managed to escape the claws of this curse. Wait and see what happens tomorrow and the day after. I will watch you cry when that happens. Tianbin was already confident of his judgment. Other Literature Channel colleagues, even Zhao Guozhou, had similar thoughts. Luck probably played a part for its first broadcast rating. No matter what, this was a late-night segment, a midnight segment, in fact. This timing had the lowest audience numbers, so the ability to take 3rd place would be lost for sure. It would even be normal for it to slip to around the 10th place. However, the way the situation progressed caught everyone by surprise. There was a slight dip in the listenership for the second episode of Ghost Blows Out the Light. After all, even the best things would not be well liked by everyone. If there were people who liked it, there would be people who disliked it. It could not be forced. After listeners who contributed to the first episode's listenership rating left, the results dropped to the segment to 6th place for the entire channel. However, immediately following the third episode of Ghost Blows Out the Light, it ushered in another explosive breakthrough. It returned, once again, back to the 3rd spot in the entire channel. Very clearly, although a small fraction of listeners had left, a large group of listeners gradually came in to replace them. Zhang Ye's deep voice flowed from the radio. Thousands of pieces of timber were used to build up a pyramidal tower that stood above ground. There were red sparkling stars above the tower, and, using the weak light to see, the foundation of the wooden tower was about 200 meters wide, made of cement. 1,000-year-old cedar wood was used to build the tower's body, and it had a total of 9 floors. Each floor was filled with dried skeletons, wearing all sorts of strange, ancient costumes. There were people of all ages and genders. Each piece of wood was engraved with Tibetan runes. Is this a tomb? Who could have built a tomb of this size underground? Many listeners in the city of Beijing felt an eerie chill while listening nearby their radios. Zhang Ye was listening to his own program at home, too, while checking the internet for messages and comments, enjoying it thoroughly. I'm finished. I won't be able to sleep again tonight. Me too. This part is too exciting. Can you not leave us with a cliffhanger? Why did it end here today? Strongly requesting for a bit more? I will not be able to sleep at ease. The listener's feedback was very positive. The posters included the old, the young, both males and females. It covered almost all ages. About 10 minutes after the program ended, Zhang Ye noticed on his Weibo a bigwig account's comment. The verified account belonged to a famous Central TV producer, Hu Fei, who had a following of over 600,000 fans. He posted, "Yesterday, a director from the station recommended to me a late-night radio program called Late Night Ghost Stories, telling me that the novel being read was really awesome. At first, I didn't quite believe it, and, with a skeptical attitude, I listened to 5-episode broadcasts. But in the end, I was really impressed. I felt pleased, as I have read many supernatural novels, but none of those had amazed me this much. The country needs more of such great works." Below the post, many fans rushed to republish it. Late Night Ghost Stories? Never heard of it. Is it that good? If Teacher Who says he is impressed, then it must be pretty good. Haha. Even Teacher Who is recommending it? Looks like everyone's aesthetic style is the same. I began listening to Ghost Blows Out the Light from the first episode and cannot help myself. Seeing this, Zhang Ye felt good. This was the greatest affirmation he could receive. The next day, Late Night Ghost Stories' ratings for the past few days had been released. First episode, 0.98%. Second episode, 0.69%. Third episode, 1.01%. Fourth episode, 1.14%. Fifth episode, 1.27%. After nearly a week of broadcasts, even though Zhang Ye's program was still in the top 3, it was still a far cry from the second-placed Entertainment Daily. It was not likely to take second place anytime soon, but it had already firmly rooted itself at third place, since it was comfortably above the fourth placing. Moreover, the rating was increasing ever so slightly by the day, meaning that there was still a lot of potential for improvement. Upon the release of the rating results, many skeptics were shut down, including Tian Bin. A miracle had been created. The success of late-night ghost stories made it unbearable for many to lay their sights on it. Colleagues expressed wonder and admiration. As an unexpected competitor, the rise of this late-night segment was too sudden. Even the traffic, music, and news channels knew of Zhang Ye. That's how it was in the station. What secret could remain a secret? Hey Ollie, old Meng, what's up? I heard an awesome person came to your literature channel. He pushed the late-night program's listenership rating to third place. It is catching up with the ratings of primetime programs. Is that true? Yes, it's true. Awesome, too awesome. You have not heard Ghost Blows Out the Light yet, right? If you listen to it, you will not be surprised. It's a really good piece of work, and it has opened up the tomb-robbing genre for supernatural novels. It is the founder. You may not know this, but for the past few days, the amount of letters sent in by listeners every day is just crazy. There would be at least 100 letters a day. Really? Then I must really give it a listen. Zhang Ye was passing by when he heard the discussion between the two. With a slight tinge of happiness, He understood now that he has firmed up his standing in the station. Late-night ghost stories had become a star program of the literature channel, and by continuing to contribute to the listenership, Zhang Ye's place as a radio host will rise, too. Chapter 15. Opening a treasure chest again. Weekend. Jiaomen, inside the rented room. It was Zhang Ye's day off. Late-night ghost stories was a non-stop weekly program. Since the Saturday and Sunday segments were pre-recorded already and left to the female assistant, Xiaofang, to broadcast, Zhang Ye could afford to stay home and be lazy. He woke up past 10 a.m. and stretched his body before getting out of bed. The first thing he did was to bring up the virtual game screen to check on his achievements for these past 5 days. His reputation points were at 110,000. Other than the first broadcast, which grew his reputation slightly by just over 10,000, and the second broadcast, which added slightly less points, the remaining broadcasts, in total, added over 20,000 reputation points a day. Seeing his reputation grow so rapidly, Zhang Ye couldn't be more pleased. There were enough points to draw at the lottery once again. Without any hesitation, Zhang Ye spent 100,000 reputation points to open up the lottery. This time, I'm not wishing for a special category. Giving me a skills or stats category would do. I've already played it twice, but have still not seen what is in the other categories. Tapping on it, the needle began moving. Stats category, special category, skills category. The needle slowed down and constantly moved past many other regions. Just as it was about to stop on the skills category, a slight jerk made it move forward. It did not hold. Missed by just a bit. Fine, it's still a consumption category. Zhang Ye accepted it as he opened the lid of the treasure chest, small. Inside the chest was a clear bottle with a small wood stopper. Invisibility potion. Stealth mode activates after drinking it. Lasts 5 minutes. Seeing the game ring's introduction to the item, Zhang Ye kept the potion bottle into his ring, as if it was something that did not matter. The inventory was like a spatial storage bag. As for the item he had drawn, he was clearly not very pleased. What's the use for this? To peep in the ladies' room? Don't be ridiculous. Zhang Ye had always been a gentleman. He would not do such nasty things. He had never even thought about it. Besides, the time limit was just a short 5 minutes. It was not enough to see a thing. Outside, sounds from a commotion could be heard. After washing up, Zhang Ye opened the door to take a look. A bunch of tenants were crowding around in the hallway. Landlady auntie, the rooms are already expensive, yet you want to raise the rental? A university student said angrily. Yeah, you are killing us. This is exploitation, a white-collared female shouted. Standing in the middle, Rao Imin had a face which didn't care for emotional pleas. She squinted her eyes and confronted all of them. Houses are so expensive right now. Everyone else is increasing their prices. Do you think I am a charitable organization? If you don't want to stay, there are others who want to. Humph, to think you dare to argue with me. You, little Zhao, when you owed people money and they came looking for you, who lent you the money to pay it off? And you, little Shui, when you didn't have enough for your school fees, who helped you? The university student's temper suddenly subsided. Speaking softly, he said, Didn't I return it all back to you already? Rao Imin staring with her beautiful eyes. Paid back and that's it? Have you all forgotten the good I've done for you? You ingrates. If you aren't staying, scram. Many of them stopped speaking, slowly moving back to their rooms. The others, who had not benefited from Rao Imin's help, continued to protest the increase, but were scolded back into their rooms. Her mouth was vicious. Any ordinary person would never be able to win an argument against her. After everyone dispersed, Rao Imin spotted Zhang Ye. Hey, little Zhang, get over here. Zhang Ye wanted to hide, but it was too late. Begrudgingly, he followed her to her place. After the door closed, Rao Imin dragged her slippers-wearing feet to the coffee table, where a low-distribution cultural newspaper laid. She flipped it open to a page. I accidentally saw this in the papers I bought this morning. Not bad, kid. You were mentioned in the papers. She shook the papers and spoke in a strange manner. Recently, Beijing radio station's literature channels, late-night ghost stories broadcasted a story called Ghost Blows Out the Light. It attracted some good attention and even created history in the ratings of a late-night segment, gaining big success. It has even subtly broken the situation of physical and web publications for supernatural novels. According to this reporter, This story is an original work of the segment's DJ, Zhang Ye. Hence, the success of this program cannot be replicated. It was also the first time Zhang Ye realized he was in the papers as he rushed forward. Let me see that. Although the distribution of this newspaper isn't very wide and is a bit biased, it's still not bad. You had such results just after entering the radio station. After attacking him once, Rao Imean sat with her legs crossed and quickly changed the subject. When are you paying the rent? If you can't pay, then clear the debt by doing house chores. It's about time to clean the house again. Her attitude flipped faster than flipping a book. Zhang Ye smacked his lips. Landlady Andy, see, I'm already now in the papers and am a person with status and fans. Can I? Rao Imean did not wait for him to finish. What status do you have? Your only status now is a debtor. Zhang Ye bargained. I can do house chores for you, but you need to provide me lunch and dinner. He was almost unable to afford instant noodles. Rao Imean leered at him. You even gave a condition? Zhang Ye grumbled. I have not even eaten lunch. I can't work if I don't eat. Rao Imean clearly was reluctant as she curled her mouth before entering the kitchen. Afterwards, she threw a plastic bag with buns inside. There's only this. I bought it in the morning. Zhang Ye did not stand on ceremony. He wolfed them down right there, and then, without even heating it up, Rao Imean said disdainfully, You only know how to eat. Did you not eat in your previous life? However, let me tell you that eating buns can kill. Zhang Ye had finished eating 2 buns in a blink of an eye as he nearly choked. Eating buns can kill? Why would I lie to you? There was a resident here who died last year because of eating buns. Who doesn't know that? Rao Imean recalled. There was indeed a person who had died last year. Although Zhang Ye was not here back then, he had heard about it after moving in. He was immediately scared out of his wits. In his previous world, he had heard of Sudan red ghee, gutter oil, and melamine, which were big problems for food hygiene. Zhang Ye was already frightened, and now hearing that someone near him had died eating buns, his face turned white, as he cherished his life greatly. He tried to vomit out the buns that he had just eaten, but failed in doing so. Just as he felt like he could not tolerate it any further, he quickly asked, How did that person die? Was it terrible? Rao Imean swept the dust off her legs and sighed. It was terrible, so terrible. That day, after he went out to buy buns, he got hit by a large truck, killing him. He died from a collision? Zhang Ye nearly fainted. Then, what has that got to do with eating buns? I did not say there was any connection. Rao Imean was in stitches, clearly having teased Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye. Rao Imean was feeling good as she smacked Zhang Ye in the head. All right, kid. Quickly tidy up the place after eating. Also, fill up the bathtub for me. I want to take a bath. Her smiles were like flowers and her expressions were sultry. Although Rao Imean teased Zhang Ye often and she had a bad temper, was older, had frequent mood swings, was cold to others, loved money like it was her life, and was very venomous with her words, still. She was very pretty. In Zhang Ye's dreams, he also wished to marry and have such a beautiful woman as his wife. Hi. But upon further thought, it was quite useless. So what if you had a beautiful wife? After seeing her for so long and getting used to her, it would all be the same. It did not matter if she looked pretty or not. What? You don't believe that? Let's give an example. Who wouldn't find his wife beautiful before marriage to the point of dying for love? But after being married for 7 years, if you were to look into the eyes of your wife for more than a minute a day, then you can be considered to have been stung by your conscience and have rekindled your feelings. Oh, of course, if you are outraged and say things like, bullsh asterisk t. Even after another 50 years, or even 500 years, I will still find my wife to be as pretty as a flower, one that can topple countries and is the world's #1 beauty. Well, then I don't even have to ask. Your wife must be beside you reading this book. Chapter 16. The door opened. Rao's house. 2nd floor, in the bathroom. The bath water is done. Zhang Ye shouted from inside. The landlady seemed to be on the phone, and, after a while, she responded, I can't bathe. I need to go out, and will only come back in the afternoon. What are you doing? Zhang Ye asked. What I do is none of your business. Big Sis Rao's voice was never friendly. I'll leave the house for you to tidy up. Clean it well, especially those windows on the south side. I'm leaving. Remember to close the door after you leave and don't touch my items. With a slam, the door on the 1st floor closed. There was only Zhang Ye in the house. After he grumbled and complained a few times, he did not sit idle and began working hard. He knew Big Sis Rao was tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. Many of the tenants may complain about her venomous tongue, but many of them had received help from her. Zhang Ye was one of them. Every time he hadn't eaten, wasn't it Big Sis Rao who settled his meals? Hence, he knew to be grateful. Since he had agreed to clean up her house, he naturally did so properly. After working hard all day, Zhang Ye was done and was covered in sweat. It was already noon, so he finished the remaining 2 vegetable stuffed buns. As the ancient saying goes, when the belly is full, the mind is among the maids. That's not right. As the ancient saying goes, one should have an afternoon nap after having one's meal and get a well-deserved weekend. Zhang Ye did not plan on going against the ancient sayings. However, he could not rest with his body sweaty. He had the bathtub in Rao's house with evil intentions. All Zhang Ye had in his bathroom was a shower tap. It wasn't thrilling enough, while Big Sis Rao's bathtub was a big bathtub. Zhang Ye had never enjoyed the sensation of bathing in a bathtub. Furthermore, he had filled it with hot water before, so it would be a waste not to use it. So although Rao had warned Zhang Ye not to touch her things, Zhang Ye did not heed the warning. After all, she would only return in the afternoon. Her house had 2 bathrooms, and the bathroom in question was in Rao's bedroom. Upstairs, the bathroom was large and the bathtub was very wide. Touching the water, Zhang Ye found that it was still warm. Zhang Ye closed the door and began taking off his clothes. He threw his underwear and t-shirt into a clothes basket that was beside the washing machine and laid down in the bathtub. After he pulled the white curtain, he comfortably heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, he closed his eyes involuntarily as it was an extreme enjoyment. Half an hour. 1 hour. Unknowingly, he had fallen asleep. When Zhang Ye opened his eyes again, he was awoken by the slamming of a door nearby. He realized the water's temperature was no longer hot. Phew, this damn sun is really burning me up. The voice of a woman speaking to herself came from beyond the curtain. Who was talking? The landlady was back. Zhang Ye immediately reacted. His face was green. *T, why is she back so early? Didn't she say? What do you mean early? He had slept so soundly. Zhang Ye was in a panic. He felt like he had been caught red-handed and felt extremely embarrassed. But no matter what he did now, it was useless. Zhang Ye tilted his head and looked through the gap of the curtain, thinking of admitting his mistake. However, just this peek made it worse. Zhang Ye felt his nose turn warm. He nearly couldn't control it. About 2 meters away, Rao had taken off her top and threw it into the washing machine. She did not wear much, it being summer. Her back was facing Zhang Ye and she was currently bending her arms to unhook her bra. And soon, the nude-colored embroidered bra was taken off and thrown to the side. Her hands moved down as she cursed at the weather, while she began taking off the gray skirt she was wearing. With an unbuckle, the dress fell to the bathroom floor. After taking a step forward, Rao used her toes to fling the skirt into the washing machine. The landlady was always a person whose actions and words were swift like lightning. How swift was it? It reached the point where just as Zhang Ye was about to shout out to her, the landlady had taken off her bra and skirt at a speed which you can call as swift as lightning. Now she was bending over to take off the pantyhose that covered those perfectly elastic legs of hers. Zhang Ye quickly held back the voice that he almost released. He remembered the scene of him coming to this place while looking for a place to stay, back in his previous world. The 30-square-meter room he was currently renting was originally rented by a jobless young hooligan. He had drank too much with a friend one day and, together with his friend, insulted Rao sexually. With his own eyes, Zhang Ye saw Rao a female, beat the 2 hooligans from upstairs all the way to downstairs, with them not even being able to hit back. They ran away with their faces bruised. With the room empty, it was rented to Zhang Ye. As such, Zhang Ye knew how powerful the landlady was and was always in awe. She had almost stripped off everything. He had also almost seen enough. It was already too late to say, "Sorry, I'm here." Zhang Ye did not want to end up being beaten up like those 2 hooligans. Although the world background was different now, there had not been any fundamental changes in his interpersonal relations. The landlady was still that woman who had the ability to fight against 2 young males single-handedly. What would be his outcome if she kicked him with all she got? Furthermore, Zhang Ye was just taking his first steps in becoming a well-known radio host. If he was caught peeking, then wouldn't it be embarrassing? He definitely could not let the landlady discover him. With a flash of inspiration in his mind, he quickly made a decision. He did not dare to make any big actions, as he was afraid the sound of the water splashing would reveal his presence. He could only quickly and gently open the game ring's interface and take out the invisibility potion that he had drawn in the afternoon. Quickly, he opened and drank down the transparent liquid. In a second, Zhang Ye could see his body turn transparent, and it seemed to merge with the water. He had magically disappeared. The game virtual screen began counting down. 4:59, 4:58. Coincidentally, after taking off the nude-colored stocking, Rao Imin turned around and pulled open the bathtub's curtain and looked inside. Zhang Ye did not have the mental facilities to consider the miracle of being invisible as his body tensed up. He did not even dare to breathe. Under these circumstances, it was very difficult to hold his breath. He endured it so much that even his eyebrows stood up. The fragrance of a mature woman impacted his nostrils. That skin, that body. As for Rao Imin, she really did not see Zhang Ye, who had disappeared because of the invisibility potion. She muttered to herself, "That kid Zhang Ye did not release the water, even after knowing I was going out. Was he waiting for me to use it to water the plants?" To think that he became a host with such slow thinking. This is the first time I heard of radio stations being charity organizations. They will take in anybody. Zhang Ye was wondering how much she hated him for her to scold him even when he wasn't around. Some people may have a spiked tongue on the surface, but what was said was usually done in a joking fashion. However, Rao Imin's spiked tongue came from her bones. She loved to scold, taunt, and put down people. Wasn't this so? Even with Zhang Ye not being around, Rao Imin had no intentions of being light with her biting remarks, even in private. "Hi, let's see if the water has cooled down." Suddenly, Rao Imin reached out her hand towards the water without any warning. Zhang Ye's soul nearly flew out due to his fright. Seeing the landlady's hand move towards his thigh, **T. He was about to be discovered. Chapter 17. Little Zhang, quickly run. Zhang Ye couldn't just sit around and do nothing. His invisibility was just an illusion. It was a trick. He could still feel his body physically exist, and the landlady could naturally be able to touch him, too. It wasn't as if he had completely disappeared. If he was touched, not only would Zhang Ye have to endure Rao Imin's fury, but his greatest secret would be exposed, too. The game ring. No one could ever know of its existence. Not everyone could accept something so illogical and out of this world. And so Zhang Ye's reaction was abnormally fast and agile. A split second. A second split. At this moment of danger, he did nothing. Well, luckily Rao Imin's hand did not dip herself into the water. It was only deep enough to test the water temperature with half of her palm. "It's still warm," Rao Imin said to herself. She bent over and released the bathtub's water. At the same time, she turned on the hot water faucet to fill up the tub. Invisibility time duration was still valid for 4.5 minutes. Zhang Ye was glad that he had not washed his hair, nor had he applied shower foam, and that his body was rather clean. Otherwise, any floating things on the water's surface would have given him away. There's only one plan left: run. Over there, Rao Imin was already unable to withstand the hot weather and could not wait for the water. She took a step forward with her tight and beautiful legs, and, with a tiptoe, she stepped towards Zhang Ye. At this moment, Zhang Ye could not remain motionless. Noticing that the landlady's gaze was not on the bathtub, he took advantage of the hot water splashing down to conceal his moves. He bent his waist and carefully avoided those white legs of hers and stood up from the bathtub immediately following that. At the same time, Rao Imin's other leg had made the stride as she stood in the bathtub, too. Oh, maybe it was due to the turbulation Zhang Ye had caused while standing up, but Rao Imin felt as if something was amiss as her face turned vexed. 20 centimeters. The two people were separated by such a tiny distance. Zhang Ye held his breath and did not make a sound. He didn't even dare to blink. After observing the surroundings, Rao Imin seemed to brush away her suspicions. With a splash, she sat down in the bathtub and let out a comfortable sigh of relief. There were still 3 minutes left of invisibility. Rao Imin's hip was nearly about to touch Zhang Ye's legs, which were still in the bathtub. Zhang Ye knew that he could not wait any longer. Seeing the landlady cross her legs in midair as she reached out to take the shower gel from the counter, he took the opportunity to quickly pull a leg out of the bathtub, which was quickly followed by the second leg. Although the sound of him coming out was drowned by the rushing water, it still seemed abnormal. Rao Min, who was lathering the shower gel, frowned and focused once again. Her senses were very keen. She was met with silence again. 2 more minutes left. Another. 1:59. During the periods when he could not move, Zhang Ye could not help but check the landlady's body out. His throat was dry, but he did not dare to swallow. It was extremely uncomfortable. Slender. Well-proportioned. This was the body evaluation Zhang Ye gave to the landlady. Although he had never dated because of his looks and height, with the advanced information age, he was no stranger to females. Even if he had not seen it in person, how could he have not seen it in pictures? However, Rao Min's body lines were something Zhang Ye had seen for the first time. It was too well-proportioned and was perfect in all the right places. Even at her age, she did not have the slightest flab anywhere. There was not even a tiny amount of fat on her belly. Beautiful and a nice figure. Look at her, and then look back at himself. Hi. Sometimes the heavens were unfair. Some people had things that he would not be able to obtain, even if he worked hard all his life. If he had such excellent looks like Rao Min by being handsome and tall, the thought about becoming a celebrity, to ability to develop his career, it could at least reduce the hard work he needed to do by a decade. It would be great if this world did not judge people by their looks. This was something that Zhang Ye had always felt helpless against. Look at the television programs from his world. What sort of rotten programs were The Voice of China and Superboy? Why weren't there competitions like The Leg, Hair of China? Why weren't there pageants like Super Leg Hair 2014? If the artistic realm did not discriminate and had ranks in the artistic world, then if he could make leg hair become popular, then Zhang Ye would not have such a low starting point. He would not have needed to endure the criticisms and difficulty in becoming an unseen radio host. Forget it. There was no time to think about this. Zhang Ye walked sideways as he slowly moved around the bathtub's curtain. After spending 30 seconds, he managed to reach the outermost part of the curtain. The opening to the curtain was also where Rao Min's head was. Rao Min was enjoying her bath and had already lathered up a lot of foam with her hands. Zhang Ye took a final reluctant look at her fully foamed body before squeezing out of the curtain. He had also accidentally touched a strand of the landlady's hair, but thankfully she did not notice it. The hair tickled him when it brushed past Zhang Ye's thigh. There was less than 20 seconds left to his invisibility. Zhang Ye did not have time to reminiscence, as he gently grabbed his clothes from the washing basket beside the washing machine. He silently took a few deep breaths. Thankfully, the landlady threw her clothes onto the washing machine and not into the clothes basket, or else she would have felt that something was amiss after seeing Zhang Ye's clothes. Next, he needed to leave the bathroom. There was no way to hide the sound of opening the door, but Zhang Ye could not care less. Waiting any further would expose him. Hence he carefully held the door handle. Ka! The door made a sound. Before he could rush out, the voice of the landlady came in a killing fashion. Who? The curtain was sewn, but it was not impossible to look out. Zhang Ye knew this, so he did not even wait before rushing out the bathroom. Only then did he pretend to open a door from the outside and say in a cold sweat, landlady auntie, it's me. Are you back? Rao Min's voice came from inside. Oh, it's you. Huh, why are you still in my house? Why didn't I see you when I returned home? Zhang Ye immediately answered. Oh, I was outside helping you wipe the windows. Really? You sure are quite dedicated. All right, I'm still bathing. Since you did well, you can come here for dinner tonight. Rao Min said. Zhang Ye said, all right, then I'll go back first. Rao Min said, all right, scram. Zhang Ye heaved a sigh of relief as the duration of the invisibility potion expired. Seeing his body slowly turning visible, he wore his clothes and dried the wet stains he had left behind with a cloth to remove the evidence of his crime. After cleaning up the scene, he left Rao Min's house. Today his heart nearly failed. Chapter 18. The channel's #1 girl doesn't acknowledge him. A new week. Zhang Ye came early, as there was a meeting early in the morning. The small conference room in the Literature Channel's office area nearly could not fit everyone. The main director, Zhao Guozhou, said with glee, I have a piece of good news to tell everyone. Our literature channel's overall average listenership has exceeded the music channel for 2 consecutive days for the weekend. We have once again taken over the top 3 spots in the station. There is no way to separate this result from everyone's hard work. I suggest that everyone give a round of applause for yourself. BBA, BBA, BBA. Everyone clapped and cheered. As the news channel and the traffic channel were special, there was no way to compete for the top 2 spots in the Beijing radio station. It was the same for television programs. How could a variety show or drama show compete with the central news broadcast? No one would compete, except for certain heaven-defying programs or events, as there was no point and no meaning. However, third place was something to compete for. The third place was always something the music and literature frequency channels competed for. The competition had always been fierce over the past couple of years. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief after regaining third place from the music channel, having been suppressed by the music channel for months. Next, I will announce the listenership for the weekend. Zhao Guizhou picked up the document. Talk About the World, listenership 3.19%, 3.27%. Entertainment Daily, listenership 2.13%, 2.22%. Late Night Ghost Stories, listenership 1.39%, 1.42%. Laughter Daily, listenership 0.92%, 0.93%. The 2 numbers were respectively for Saturday and Sunday. Zhao Guizhou announced from first place, Talk About the World, to last place, Old and Young Story Club, and finally summarized his speech while looking at everyone. There's no need to talk about Xiaomei. Talk About the World has always been number 1 in our channel, and its listenership has always been very stable. Right. I need to specially praise Zhang Ye this time. For us to finally exceed the music channel, we cannot ignore the contributions Late Night Ghost Stories has made. It managed to go from last place all the way to a segment with great listenership, and that was all thanks to Zhang Ye. And maybe it was because it was the weekend with people sleeping later, which made Late Night Ghost Stories have another jump in its ratings. Very good, little Zhang. Keep it up. Zhang Ye humbly said, Director Zhao. Yes, I will. Tian Bin gritted his teeth as he glanced at him with a complex look. The number 1 girl, Wang Xiaomei, the other hosts, and the staff looked at Zhang Ye. They all had different thoughts about seeing this rookie host who had such outstanding results. Zhao Guizhou nodded. Next, let's discuss about the week's tasks. Zhang Ye did not like meetings, as they would make him sleepy. It was the same during college. He always could not help but sleep after reaching a certain point. But surprisingly, he did not sleep today. As the talks droned on, Zhao Guizhou suddenly jumped up on the meeting table and danced the rumba. Zhang Ye was instantly interested as he watched with worry at those old legs dancing and relished the sight. And then, well, Zhang Ye woke up. He noticed the host of Old and Young Story Club beside him. 50-plus-year-old Teacher Foam was pulling at his arms to wake him up. Zhang Ye immediately gave Teacher Foam a grateful glance. Hi. But he slept again. Zhao Guizhou was still droning on as he said to Wang Xiaomei, Xiaomei, for tonight's Talk About the World live broadcast at 8 p.m., it would be the rare topic on emotions. You will need to have intensive interactions with the listeners, so are you well prepared? Talk About the World was a more open segment. It would talk about almost anything under the sun, including about society and emotions. Wang Xiaomei said in a relaxed fashion, Leader, be rest assured. Although most of the shows were pre-recorded over the years, I have done several live broadcasts, too. There shouldn't be a problem. Then, that's good. Zhao Guizhou smiled. I'm at ease with you hosting it. Wang Xiaomei asked. I'm now lacking a guest. The counselor, Teacher Jiang, we invited the last time can't come, as he's out of town. We were informed only this morning, but if there's really no one, I can do it alone. Zhao Guizhou gave some thought before saying, It's better if there's a guest. A small director suggested, Why don't we get one of our channel's hosts to make a guest appearance? Zhao Guizhou's gaze suddenly landed on Zhang Ye, and, with a blink, he seemed to have an idea. Little Zhang, why don't you go? You are about the same age as Xiaomei, and you are both young, so your values and emotional aspects should be similar and work well together. You can also use this opportunity to promote our channel's late-night program. What say you? Zhang Ye was stunned. I'll follow the leader's instructions. Zhao Guizhou made his decision. All right, then let's have it that way. This was naturally a good thing for Zhang Ye. Although his ratings had improved by leaps and bounds, breaking records, it was still a great distance away when compared to the station's top program, Talk About the World. They were completely not on the same level. If he could take advantage of her show to benefit his, it would be the best outcome. Besides, Zhang Ye never gave up the opportunity for him to have an appearance. His goal was to be famous, so every opportunity to make an appearance was an opportunity for him to raise his reputation points. Zhang Ye was dying for such an opportunity. However, it was clear that Wang Xiaomei was reluctant to accept this, as she said unhappily, "Director Zhao, shouldn't you find a teacher with more experience?" Zhao Guizhou said, "Little Zhang goes without a script, be it a live or pre-recorded broadcast, and you are doubting his ability to speak? I don't think there is a problem." The meeting ended. People shuffled out from the conference room. Zhang Ye definitely had to talk to Wang Xiaomei about the live broadcast. As he ran to catch up with Wang Xiaomei, "Teacher Wang." Wang Xiaomei stopped. "Little Zhang, what's the matter?" Zhang Ye thought in his mind that wasn't it clear what he was doing, as he said, "About the live broadcast, shouldn't we?" Wang Xiaomei cut him off. "This episode's live broadcast does not have a script. We will just listen to the connected listeners' questions and give solutions. You do not need to speak much during the broadcast. You also should not speak unless I allow you to do so. I have my rhythm, so you should just follow mine. Do not express too many of your personal opinions and recommendations in matters of the heart. I don't think you have ever dated, so leave all the technical questions to me. If you were to say something wrong or give a wrong suggestion, you will influence my program's listenership and the listener's trust." Zhang Ye. After Wang Xiaomei dropped those words, she left. Zhang Ye thought, "Did I provoke you? Why do you need to do that? I didn't do anything to you. Yet you had already attacked me repeatedly. Don't you trust your colleagues? And what was that attitude? After all, our channel's host with listenership rates that place third. Can't you give me the most basic amount of respect? And to not let me express my personal opinion, just because I have never dated? You sure are funny. Thinking about the times back in school when so many young girls chased after me, but I never bothered paying any attention to them. This bro's relationship experience is completely, forget it. Let's not brag anymore." Chapter 19. Someone wants to commit suicide during a live broadcast. At night. Talk About the World's broadcast studio. 10 minutes before the broadcast began, Zhang Ye, who was the guest, came inside. Wang Xiaomei was already here, head bowed and busy with her preparations. She did not bother to look at Zhang Ye. Her phone call editor was also in the room, a youth whose face had many moles. Compared to Wang Xiaomei, he was much nicer. "Teacher Zhang, you have come? Please, take a seat here." "Okay, this is my earpiece." "Yes, please put it on and test it. I will adjust it for you." "Yes, it sounds just nice. The mic is fine too." "Then, the live broadcast is 9 minutes away. I will go to the other side." The phone call editor went into the soundproof room. With every minute that passed, he gave a gesture to signal. In the last 30 seconds, Wang Xiaomei suddenly said, "I'll repeat it. Do not speak without thought and follow my views and rhythm." Zhang Ye replied indifferently, "All right." She was, after all, more experienced than him. Regardless of results or experience, Zhang Ye could not compete. Moreover, he was here with hopes of promoting his program. Therefore, he did not take her attitude to heart. 3, 2, 1. The broadcast began. Wang Xiaomei fiddled with her equipment. She said, smilingly, "I hope everyone is well. Welcome to Talk About the World. I am your DJ, Wang Xiaomei. Some of you might know that today's live broadcast topic is about the matters of the heart. We are fortunate to have a guest with us today. He's our very own channel's Late Night Ghost Stories host, also known as the author of Ghost Blows Out the Light, Teacher Zhang Ye. Please say a few words to our listeners." Zhang Ye immediately spoke into his attached mic. "Hello, listeners and friends. I am Zhang Ye. I'm very honored to be here today with Teacher Wang to listen and try to solve everyone's matters of the heart." Wang Xiaomei followed up. "The hotlines are already open. If you have met with any love issues, please feel free to call in." On the broadcast platform, there was a computer shown, which displayed the listeners' and website's real-time comments. Just as expected of the Literature Channel's top program, the discussion atmosphere was very strong. User 3577, Love Topic Program? Haha, this is great. Let's see Teacher Wang take on love issues. User 1041. Teacher Zhang Ye is here, too. My wife and I are listening to Ghost Blows Out the Light every night these days. User 5502. Ghost Blows Out the Light. It's a ghost story, right? There aren't any good ghost stories these days. I've been let down by supernatural novels long ago. User 2890. Friend above, that's where you are wrong. I guarantee you that Ghost Blows Out the Light is different from any supernatural novels you have listened to before. It's a classic amongst classics. User 5502. Is that so? Then, I will go give it a listen tonight. User 0019. Just the title alone sounds good. I will listen to it tonight, too. A star program's promotional effect is really good. Zhang Ye knew that tonight's broadcast rating should be able to go up a little more. On the other side, the phone call editor signaled the call screening was done. Of course, such calls have to be screened. After all, it was a live broadcast and there would be troublemakers. As such, a professional phone call editor had to judge and pick, filtering for the correct topics and the reliable callers. Wang Xiaomei nodded. Okay, our first caller has connected. Hello? Is it me? It was a female listener, excited. Is it really me? Wang Xiaomei said softly. Haha, yes. How can I help you? The female listener quickly answered. Teacher Wang, you are my idol. My boyfriend and I both like you very much. Upon saying that, her tone became a sigh, but my boyfriend has been ignoring me recently. In the past, he wouldn't get angry with me and now, he's been throwing his temper at me every day. He even goes to the internet to chat with other girls and flirts with them. I peeked at his messages and they all say, "Are you awake? Have you slept? Good night. And remember to eat on time." He has never been this concerned towards me before. Teacher, please tell me. What should I do? Wang Xiaomei frowned. Lady, towards these kind of men who don't care about you, my suggestion has always been to break up. Such kinds of messages of concern might not seem like a big deal. It could be concern for ordinary friends. But let me tell you, this is actually a big issue. If it goes on, it could get dangerous. It also shows that his heart is not with you. If you mention an intention to break up, you are also sending him a message of where your limits are. If you bear with it, he will only be more encouraged and get further and further away from you. If that is so, why not just break up now? See if he is willing to change. If he does, you can consider being with him. If not, then it goes to show that he really does not care about you. It's better to end it early in that case. The female listener replied, Is that really so? Wang Xiaomei looked at Zhang Ye. What do you think, Teacher Zhang? Zhang Ye blinked. I feel it's better to communicate first. A relationship is basically between two people. It might be because you have him too tight on a leash, leading him to feel like running away. Noticing Wang Xiaomei's stern eyes, Zhang Ye added, If communicating doesn't work, Teacher Wang's suggestion could be a way out, too. On the computer display, the listeners had big reactions. Teacher Zhang Ye is a troublemaker. You should just break up with this kind of guy. Teacher Wang is right. Correct. If it were me, I would have given that guy a good scolding. Whatever does he mean by a problem between the two? Haha. I like listening to Teacher Wang's talking down about people. It's so forthright. Teacher Zhang Ye, don't make trouble. 1 phone call. 3 phone calls. 5 phone calls. Wang Xiaomei was talking down to all of them. She advised them all to break up. Wang Xiaomei obviously thought that Zhang Ye spoke too much and did not follow her directions. So for the next few calls, she did not even ask for Zhang Ye's views. Zhang Ye sat in his seat for a good half hour without saying anything. Zhang Ye wasn't too happy either. He was here as a guest to express his views. Oh, but you are good. Forcing me to express views that are yours? Based on what? Our program is coming to an end soon. Let's go for a commercial break, and we will be back to answer the last call. Wang Xiaomei signaled with a finger to her phone call editor. Zhang Ye simply switched off his mic since he was prepared to not speak anymore. During the commercial break, Wang Xiaomei stared coldly at Zhang Ye. What did I tell you earlier? Zhang Ye retorted. We were just giving our own opinions. What's the problem with it? I feel that matters of the heart should be given advice. As to whether they will break up or not should be left to themselves. We are only giving a point of view and our thoughts to them, not encouraging them to break up. This encouragement is well liked by the listeners, but they just want to see the world burn. Who doesn't like some excitement? But what about the couple? What about their feelings? Wang Xiaomei was on fire. Do I need you to teach me? Zhang Ye threw back his arms. So I will not say a thing anymore. You talk. The two of them were very unhappy. Zhang Ye did not care about respecting seniors anymore. Anything can be solved amicably, but not something concerning principles. After the commercial break, the live broadcast continued. Wang Xiaomei suppressed her anger. Let us answer the last call. Hello. A voice of a very quiet female, young and likely not over 25 years of age, spoke. How are you? What issues did you encounter? You can tell it to us. Wang Xiaomei said. But it was this last call that had a big problem. The girl said, My name is Xiao Li, and I am 23 years old. I am a third-year university student, and my boyfriend graduated this year. But his family arranged for him to further his studies overseas, and he will only be back after 5 years. Wang Xiaomei questioned, Where will he be going? The university student said, New York. I know that if he leaves, our relationship will end. So I am trying my best to make him stay, but he refuses. He even made me promise to wait for him, saying that he will marry me when he is back after 5 years. But I don't believe it. Wang Xiaomei, seemingly unaffected by Zhang Ye's words earlier, instead became more persistent in her way of handling these matters. Lady, if your boyfriend really loves you, I think he would choose to stay behind. But it seems that he puts his career and development over your love. Such a guy doesn't deserve to be kept. If you really wait for him for 5 years, then you are really silly. I don't believe in long-distance relationships. Even if the love is strong, it will fade eventually. And it's sooner than later. You should think about it. The university student replied weakly, I've already thought it through. That's good. Wang Xiaomei pleasingly said, That is all we can help you with. The university student laughed lightly. Thank you, teacher. I know what to do now. This phone call will serve as the last message from me. I hope my boyfriend can hear this. Oh no. There was something unusual with the call. Wang Xiaomei, sensing something was wrong. What are you doing? The university student replied lightly, holding my boyfriend's razor blade. Without him, there is nothing for me to live for anymore. Goodbye. Zhang Ye shivered in fear. Wang Xiaomei suddenly felt anxious. Chapter 20. That the furthest distance in the world poem. Committing suicide? The razor blade is already in her hand. The atmosphere in the broadcast room immediately changed. Wang Xiaomei was a veteran broadcasting host in the station and had seen all sorts of situations, especially unexpected incidents during a live broadcasting, like a listener calling in to curse or a piece of equipment failing. However, this was the first time she had encountered a person wanting to commit suicide during a live broadcast. Listeners by the radio immediately exploded in their reactions. Boatloads of messages began flooding in. Is that true? Teacher Wang, quickly say something. Don't let her commit suicide. Quickly persuade her. She's just a 22-year-old child. Why is she taking things so hard? Miss, you must not die. How can you do this to your parents? However, the messages left by the netizens obviously could not be seen by the young lady. Wang Xiaomei gasped as she quickly said to the female university student, Sister, you must not commit suicide. Listen to what this elder sister has to say. The female university student replied, There's no need to say anything more, Teacher Wang. I've already decided that I can't live on in a world without him. The distance between Beijing and New York is the world's greatest distance. By leaving today, I hope that I can be closer to him. I believe we can be together in heaven, forever. Wang Xiaomei shouted, Why are you so silly? The female university student said, I'm not silly. It's because I love him. Put down the razor blade first. Wang Xiaomei hastily said, This is you being irresponsible to yourself. It is also being irresponsible to your family. How can you just die like that after your parents painstakingly brought you up? You are too selfish. Have you thought about what others feel? Have you thought about how sad your parents and friends will be after you leave? With a life on the line, Zhang Ye could not be bothered to argue with Wang Xiaomei. He signaled to Wang Xiaomei to stabilize the girl as he ran out of the broadcasting room into the telephone editor's room. He closed the door and shouted, What are you dazing around for? Quickly, call the police. The telephone editor panicked. Call the police? Right. Call the police. Zhang Ye directed. Hurry. Give her telephone number to the police. Find out her address, and quickly go to her rescue. If not, it will be too late. The telephone editor immediately followed his instructions. Hello, is this 110? Suddenly, The door leading out was pushed open as 7 people rushed in. The group was led by Zhao Guizhou. He angrily shouted, "What the heck?" The telephone editor pretended he was busy on the phone with the police and did not dare to respond to Director Zhao's question. Zhao Guizhou had a bad temper and immediately slammed the table. "How did you screen the telephone? How can you let just any telephone call through? What were you doing?" If the call was not chosen, then the female university student would not have listened to Wang Xiaomei's extremist advice and might not have decided on committing suicide. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if the girl eventually chose to take her life, at least it wouldn't have been during their literature channel's live broadcast and would have had nothing to do with their radio station. However, now with the telephone call having been connected to the listeners, it was clear that the girl had decided to end her life due to Wang Xiaomei's words and their program. With the negative news, it was obvious that their radio station would be pushed to the tip of the plank. Talk about the world? The literature channel's #1 listenership program? Those were all jokes. From the pressure of public opinion, their program would definitely face being taken off the air. There would be no way to recover from this. The literature channel's deputy was also extremely anxious. How is it now? The telephone editor put down the phone and said, guiltily, "The police have said that they will need at least an hour to find her address and her house. They asked us to delay as long as possible." The Talk About the World program editing team turned pale. "An hour? There is no way we can do it." Zhao Guizhou shouted. "You have to do it. Even if you can't, hold on to her. Definitely do not allow her to commit suicide, or our literature channel is doomed. All the programs will suffer a devastating blow." They were working in the media, so they definitely knew the power of public opinion and the media. The back door opened once again. The radio station's leader also rushed in. "Old Zhao." Zhao Guizhou came forward. "Station head Jia, why are you here?" This was an old man, who was also the Beijing radio station's deputy station head. "You're asking why I'm here? I'm here to see the trouble your program has caused. Immediately settle it for me," Zhao Guizhou said. "We will definitely do our best." He said to Zhang Ye, "Little Zhang, go back and persuade her. You must hold her for at least an hour. You can ignore the programs after this. Everything will be delayed." Zhang Ye responded and ran back into the broadcasting room. In here, it was soundproof, so there was no noise, only Wang Xiaomei's continuous persuasion. "Sister, you are still young. This elder sister is experienced, so you must hear what I say," Wang Xiaomei said earnestly. "Just now, what I said was a bit extremist. Actually, if the both of you still have feelings for each other, it is not impossible. I have handled several such cases where the men are in a distant land for many years, but the relationship between the two when he returns is still as good as ever. In the end, they got married and had kids, leading a blissful life. Why can't you?" The female university student laughed. "The distant land, you say, is at most in the south and north of China. Taking a plane or a train will allow them to quickly meet. But it's different between me and my boyfriend. Beijing and New York are on opposite sides of the world and is the world's greatest distance. Also, due to the financial limitations and the issue with passports, we will probably never meet in the entire 5 years. I know this more than anyone else. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Thank you for your consolation. I have already made my decision. Let me say sorry to my parents and friends here. I'm really sorry." Voila! The sound of the blade sounded again. At this second, Deputy Station Head Jia, Zhao Guizhou, and all the members of the management outside covered their mouths and turned silent. Wang Xiaomei shouted, "No." The female university student felt liberated as she said, "Goodbye." Zhao Guizhou's lips turned pale. "It's over. We can't hold on anymore." The other female staff members of the literature channel all screamed as they covered their ears. They could not bear to see this scene. Wang Xiaomei still wanted to persuade her, but she was already at a loss for words. The female university student was clearly a youth in the literature and arts department. She was artistic and very sensitive. She was immersed in her world and nothing could penetrate into it. This sort of person was the most terrifying, as there was no way of persuading such a person. Wang Xiaomei had already tried her best, but at this moment, she, as the person who always helped solve the emotional problems others, had claimed to speak for women, but felt powerless and weak for the first time in her life. She was just 22 years old. She was still a university student. She was ending her life just because of a relationship? Zhang Ye's face sank as he angrily turned on his microphone and rebuked, "Lady, do you know what sort of person I hate the most in my entire life? It's self-righteous artistic youths like you." Wang Xiaomei was shocked. "What are you saying?" Zhao Guizhou and the telephone editor outside were stunned. At this moment, on the brink of disaster, why are you provoking her? Do you really want her to commit suicide? Why? The female university student remained silent for a moment before saying, "I'm not self-righteous. I understand the gap in our feelings very well." Zhang Ye coldly sneered, "This is why you are self-righteous. There is no distance for feelings. You previously said the distance between Beijing and New York is the furthest? That's simply ridiculous. Why? Isn't that the furthest?" The female university student asked. Zhang Yi pondered before saying a famous poem from his world. "The furthest distance in the world is not the distance between opposite sides of the world. It is that you don't know that I love you when I stand in front of you. The furthest distance in the world is not that you don't know I love you when I stand in front of you. It is when I cannot say I love you, when I love you so madly. The furthest distance in the world is not that I cannot say I love you, when I love you so madly. It is that I have to bury it in my heart, despite the unbearable yearning. The furthest distance in the world is not that I have to bury it in my heart, despite the unbearable yearning. It is when we cannot be together, even when we love each other. The furthest distance in the world is not that. We cannot be together when we love each other. It is when we turn a blind eye to it, despite knowing true love conquers all. The furthest distance in the world is not the distance between two distant trees. It is when branches cannot depend on each other in the wind, despite growing from the same root. The furthest distance in the world is not when branches cannot depend on each other in the wind. It is when the trajectories of stars cannot cross, even when the blinking stars look at each other. The furthest distance in the world is not when the trajectories of stars cannot cross. It is when they are unable to find each other after crossing trajectories. The furthest distance in the world is not being unable to find each other. It is when we are doomed not to love, even when we coincidentally meet. The air turned still and the atmosphere quiet. The deathly feel in the broadcast room suddenly turned gentle. No one had heard of the poem Zhang Ye had said. A few women were even mesmerized by the poem. At the final stanza, which was the critical ending stanza, Zhang Ye used his magnetic tone as a broadcasting host to recite it slowly. The furthest distance in the world is the love between the bird and fish. One is flying in the sky, the other is looking upon the sea. The furthest distance? Flying bird and fish? This sort of interpretation of distant love was the first time everyone had heard it. Wang Xiaomei's expression turned complex. The telephone editor was entirely convinced, while Zhao Guizhou and company were deep in thought. This poem had really shocked everyone present. It was a heartfelt shock that came right from within. It was hard to be described with words. Chapter 21. The person who can cure a cultured youth is another cultured youth. The poem was done reciting. After seeing that the female university student did not answer for a long while, he carried on. This poem is called The Furthest Distance in the World and is also called The Flying Bird and Fish. Today I'm giving it you. Is Beijing and New York very far? I do not think so at all. You can still meet again, you can know each other again, you can fall in love again, and can be together once again. Are you going to be defeated by this trivial geographical distance? Then your feelings isn't anything worth mentioning. Lady, don't use distance as an excuse. Do not use distance to avoid reality. In my opinion, the distance between you isn't far. Think of the flying bird and think of the small fish. If you are stubborn and insist on being self-righteous, then I will not say another word if you were to slash down with the blade. There was complete silence on the other side of the line. Following that, the sound of a girl sobbing could be heard. Flying bird and fish sob. Flying bird and fish. Upon hearing the sobbing, everyone in the broadcasting room were excited. Previously, she had appeared too calm, but now she had cried? This meant she was moved. The female university student said while sobbing, "Teacher, then what should I do?" Zhang Ye gave a thought. "I do not know what you should do either. This is your path, so you will need to find your own path. But, sob, I don't know how to walk down the path." The female university student pleaded for help. Zhao Guizhou, who was behind the glass, gave Zhang Ye an exaggerated gesture. The other Literature Channel staff were also secretly worried. Why can't you tell her what to do and save her? What do you mean? You should find your own path. What if she wanted to end her path there and then? Wang Xiaomei kicked Zhang Ye in the shin. However, it was as if Zhang Ye did not feel it. The female university student cried, "Teacher, you tell me what I should do. I trust you. Asterisk sob asterisk. I can't sleep every day. What should I do? Every day? I'm groggy at night. I can't see any future." With her crying, Zhang Ye became calm. "Lady, I do not have the right or the way to help you decide your own path. Even if we tell you, you might not listen to it. You need to think it through carefully. Let me give you another poem. I hope it can enlighten you somewhat." Another poem? The people outside held their breaths again. Zhang Ye said deeply, "The dark night gave me black eyes, but I used them to seek the light." Again, this poem did not exist in this world, but it was famous in Zhang Ye's world. It was Gu Cheng's A Generation. The entire poem only had those 2 verses. It was very short, but it contained within it a lot of energy. It was difficult to dissect and analyze the meanings within the poem. It could only be said that different people would have different insights. Zhang Yi gave her this poem, hoping she would be enlightened. At least, when Zhang Yi was previously lost, this poem had accompanied him for a long period of time. "The dark night gave me black eyes, but I use them to seek the light." The female university student repeated it again and slowly stopped crying. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The female university student suddenly spoke. "Teacher Zhang Yi, thank you. I think I know what I should do. I will wait for him. I also want to wait for him. Regardless of the final outcome, I will not try to commit suicide again. Thank you. Your 2 poems. I will remember them for life." Zhang Yi said, "I wish you happiness. I also believe a good lady like you will be happy." The netizen listeners in front of their computer screens started sending in messages in an explosive manner, breaking all historical records. No number of refreshes were enough to show all of them. Heavens, Teacher Zhang is too good. Right, this is the first time I'm seeing a broadcast host who can speak so well. The furthest distance in the world? This poem has too much feeling. I think the later poem was the best. "The dark night gave me black eyes, but I used them to seek the light." It's a superb poem for the ages. No wonder he is able to write a divine work like Ghost Blows Out the Light. I finally understand Teacher Zhang Ye's artistic standards. It is evidenced by these 2 poems. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I've decided to support and listen to late-night ghost stories every day. With the situation assuaged, Wang Xiaomei let out a long sigh of relief and quickly said to the listeners, "Thank you to everyone listening in to talk about the world. We will meet you again tomorrow at the same time." With the transmission cut, the live broadcast ended. Wang Xiaomei slumped into her chair as if she had lost all strength. Zhang Yi gave a wry smile as he touched his neck. He was also covered in sweat. ****. To think I met a suicide situation on my first time being a guest. Can it even get any better? Thankfully, he had the wisdom of the ancients and managed to somehow convince the lady. The outer door opened as people rushed in. Deputy Station Head Jia was no longer around. Zhao Guizhou was the first to enter, and he said loudly, "Well done, little Zhang. You did beautifully. It was really thrilling. Indeed, our teacher Zhang is talented." People began to admire and praise him. Zhang Ye's telephone editor, Xiaofeng, also gave him a thumbs up from behind the crowd. "Teacher Zhang, those 2 poems were too great. Words could kill, but words could equally save." Today, everyone who listened in to the live broadcast learned this. By seeing this all at once, there were a lot of mixed emotions. Wang Xiaomei stood up and daringly said, "Leader, today it was my responsibility. I will accept any punishments the station will meet. I was too provocative in my words." Zhao Guizhou looked at her and did not criticize her. "Write a self-reflective piece and hand it to me tomorrow. Actually, it is not all your fault." That female university student had already prepared to commit suicide. Even if she did not make the phone call, she would definitely have committed suicide. From another perspective, by us counseling her, it's also us saving a life. Right, but make sure to be careful in the future. We need to greatly consider the listener's emotions and capacity to accept. This live broadcast can be said to be a lesson for all of us. It is also a form of experience. The matter was done. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Wang Xiaomei looked towards Zhang Ye. Those 2 poems were composed by you? Zhang Ye could not say no. After all, these poems did not exist in this world. Yes. You can even compose poems? Wang Xiaomei found it unbelievable. Zhao Guozhou, who was about to leave, heard this and turned around and laughed. All of you might not know how little Zhang was accepted during the interview, right? It was because of a prose, the Song of the Stormy Petrel. Our entire literature channel's combined efforts probably cannot even match little Zhang's artistic talent in poems. Saying that, he reminisced and recited from the beginning. Zhang Ye never expected that Zhao Guozhou would actually be able to recite his poem verbatim. Clearly, he loved the prose so much. That is the courageous petrel proudly soaring in the lightning over the sea's roar of fury. Cries of victory the prophet. Let the tempest come strike harder. When everyone heard this, they were stunned. Good poem. It's written so well. This poem was also composed on the spot. Each of these poems was more stunning than the last. Only then did everyone recall what had just happened, and an interesting thought arose in their minds. Hipsters were a kind of disease, and so were cultured female youths. How could one cure this disease? The answer was simple. Use a cultured male youth that was more artistic than the cultured female youth. Chapter 22. Appearing on the newspapers. Nighttime. Past 10 in the evening. Many people had gotten off of work. Zhang Ye went to the recording studio alone to work overtime. As he did not manage to get a slot to record in the day and the broadcast was delayed by Talk About the World at night, he could only record if it was this late. The first few episodes that he had recorded had been depleted over the weekend. So he needed to record Ghost Blows Out the Light episode for tonight in 1.5 hours. Time was tight. The grave-robbing military officers were working hard. Every corner in any tomb that was dug up had to, it's not right. A candle was lit up inside any tomb that was dug up and placed on the southeastern corner. If the southeastern candle goes out, then one had to put back the treasures they had gotten, kowtow 3 times respectfully, and return by the original route. This recording session was different from the past. There were stumbles along the way. Zhang Ye was also finding it tough. He never expected that this day would come so soon. Actually, he had previously memorized this book during his school days to train his off-script skills, but he had only done so for the beginning. No matter how good his memory was, he was unable to recite the 100,000 characters of Ghost Blows Out the Light. He had only memorized the early portions, so now was the problem. With the material he had memorized back then depleted, he quickly reached spots where he did not remember very well. Although Zhang Ye knew the direction of the plot and knew the details clearly, it was, after all, not the original version. A lot of the time, he had to create his original material. The literature and textual aspects of it were greatly weakened. He still knew where he stood. Clearly, this would definitely seriously affect the listenership rates. Pause. Deleting the paragraph. Re-recording. Only after a long while did he manage to finish it before midnight. He had managed to bamboozle past this for this episode, but he did not know what to do for the next episode. Sigh. If there were problems with quality, and the listenership rates dropped, then what would happen? After finishing his work, Zhang Ye leaned on a window and smoked. The station prohibited smoking, but since there was no one late at night, it did not matter. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Zhang Ye was wondering who had called late in the middle of the night. He picked it up. Hello. The other party was male. Hello. Is this Mr. Zhang? I'm Beijing's repper. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Ye thought it was a fraud and said, I don't care if you are Beijing or double. Don't you dare tell me I hit the lottery. I have already hit the lottery 47 times this year. Including the 3 BMWs and 2 Mercedes cars, the total prize money is 12,213,000. Don't you dare tell me my daughter has been kidnapped. Then you need to help me first find a wife. And don't you dare tell me you are promoting a ham sausage. Truthfully, I only have 1.50 in my pocket. If I were you, I would hang up immediately and not spend 5 minutes and manage to take the 1.50 in my pocket to buy your ham sausage after using all your effort. That tiny bit of commission isn't even enough to pay the telephone bill. Against frauds and promoters, Zhang Ye was very experienced. All right, time for you to speak. If it was anyone else who had encountered a hooligan like Zhang Ye, they would have hung up. However, the man on the other side did not. He said in a speechless manner, "I'm not selling Beijing ham. Man, I'm Beijing Times." Reporter, "Is this Mr. Zhang Ye?" Zhang Ye exclaimed, "Reporter? Hi. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I thought it was a scam." The man said, "It's all right. I got your number through a friend who works at the radio station. The main reason is because of today's Talk About the World, which I listen in on. Our editing team is very interested about your 2 poems. We might publish this matter in the papers tomorrow, so we are informing you first. Also, I want to ask about the name of the second poem, as you did not mention it during the broadcast." Zhang Ye was enlightened and, after thinking, said, "The second poem is called A Generation." The reporter was amazed. A generation? This title doesn't seem to fit. The title, A Generation, was actually more fitting for another topic. The original author, Gu Cheng, had intended it for the thoughts and determination of an era and society. When Zhang Ye read it to the female university student, had not adhered to the title's meaning. It had lacked the great meaning that was so significant. But as Zhang Ye respected the original author and had used the wisdom of the forefathers, how could he then change the poem's title to Cultured Youths? Oh, cultured youths. When you break down such kind of a person, what is left over would be stubbornness. Zhang Ye was not an exception. He abided by his principles. So what if it did not fit? He knew the title was different from how he had expressed it tonight. But this was a work by a great poet from his world. A classic ought to be respected, Zhang Ye thought to himself. Even if the author cannot see it, regardless of any reasons, can going against this principle be excused? Going against morality can be excused? The answer was obvious. Of course, it's excusable. Zhang Ye answered, "Publish what you feel is suitable. As long as it can be published, you can do whatever you want. I'm fine with it, even if you had to give it a dreamy title to increase the sales." He was a man of principles, but sometimes he was also a man of no principles. This was Beijing Times. It was not the same as the small publication that published reports of Ghost Blows Out the Light. The reporter nearly vomited blood upon hearing that. He was just freely expressing his thoughts. Who would have thought that Zhang Ye had no lower limits? He was a modern poet, an artist who could compose such a classic poem. Yet he would allow his poem's title be changed so easily? Damn! Do you even have the conduct of a scholar? How could there a scholar like you? The reporter, who was astounded, replied with a cough. "I didn't mean that. I was not implying that you should change the title. It's better we keep it as A Generation. It's your work, so I can't be deciding on it." "All right then," Zhang Ye replied uncaringly. After speaking for a brief while, they hung up. Zhang Ye's strong point is that he did not have any fear. After the line was cut off, he could no longer suppress his excitement. He was going to be in the Beijing Times. A little more fame had come again. It was another step towards his goal. Oh right, I should take a look at my reputation. He opened up the virtual game screen. Reputation points, 95,344. What? Why are there so many points? Zhang Ye was startled. He had just used up all his reputation points on Saturday morning. According to the reputation gained from Ghost Blows Out the Light, there should be around 20,000 gained reputation points daily. Over the weekend, he had about 40,000 reputation points. Including the holiday, which might have given him a little more, he should have slightly below 50,000 reputation points. In short, today's Talk About the World's live broadcast had brought him over 50,000 reputation points. This was really worthy of the Literature Channel's top program. Just the number of listeners were a big difference. Of course, Zhang Ye's outstanding performance could have helped contribute. The 2 poems were just right for the circumstances. It must have conquered a lot of listeners. Chapter 23, Becoming Slightly Famous. The next day on the way to work, while walking past the subway's West newsstand, Zhang Ye asked, "Has the Beijing Times newspaper arrived?" "How much?" $1. The owner replied mechanically. Zhang Ye took out some money. "Give me a copy." The owner took the money and handed a copy over. "Okay, take it." Zhang Ye, broke as hell, felt bad giving the $1. But it was unavoidable. Money ought to be spent that had to be spent. He held up the paper and flipped through it page by page. When he arrived at the subway and pushed through the crowd at line 10, a sparkle appeared in his eyes. He flipped to the center page, saw his name printed across the page with the headlines especially attention-capturing. 2 poems saved a life. Yesterday night, on Beijing radio station's Literature Channel program, talk about the world's special during the call-in session for the Matters of the Heart topic. A female university student attempted suicide on the air over her boyfriend's plans to further his studies in New York. The program host, Wang Xiaomei, attempted to talk her out of it, but failed. In the end, the guest of the show, the Literature Channel's late-night ghost stories host, teacher Zhang Ye, saved her life with 2 poems. The dark night gave me black eyes, but I used them to seek the light. A generation. The furthest distance in the world is not the distance between opposite sides of the world. It is that you don't know that I love you when I stand in front of you. The furthest distance in the world is the love between the bird and fish. One is flying in the sky, the other is looking upon the sea. The furthest distance in the world, also named flying bird and fish. The above are the poems in their original form. According to sources, the 2 poems were composed on the spot by teacher Zhang Ye. Our reporter also contacted teacher Zhang for an interview late last night. Although it was just a phone call, he was awed by teacher Zhang Ye's literary talent. Awed by my literary talent? Zhang Ye blushed a little. He had taken the reporter to be a ham salesman. Literary talent, my ass. The report continued. We have to mention here a side story. At midnight, the editorial department was rushing the report. After seeing the 2 works, they were moved. An explanation and review of the 2 poems were done, but when handed over to the head editor for checks, we were held back from publishing it. After reading the poems, his own words were, delete all the reviews and analysis. Do not use the old way of writing the report. Flying bird and fish, a modern poem like this would immediately hit it off with the reader. And the other, a generation. The strength in this cannot be explained by words. This is a great modern poem. Whether or not the author is a rookie, the only word to describe this poem is great. Maybe the author's fame and current era's background are not enough to make this poem well known throughout the world, but I believe time will prove much. A few years, or maybe a few decades, or even a few hundreds years down the road, the future generations will remember this poem and remember a person, Zhang Ye and his a generation. Our generation, their next generation, and the future generation of the next generation. The review was highly positive. Zhang Ye's heart fluttered. Department. Morning. Zhang Ye walked into the office. Assistant Xiao Fang was the first to welcome him, smiling and revealing her small canine teeth. Teacher Zhang, you came at the right time. We were just talking about the report in the Beijing Times. Have you seen it? Zhang Ye smiled. I've also seen it. Xiao Fang giggled. People were chatting before about it. You are the first person in our literature channel to go in the Beijing Times in the recent years. She was happy for Zhang Ye. This is, after all, the Beijing Times. Even though it's limited to the capital area, the circulation numbers are in the hundreds of thousands. Most people don't have such a treatment. The old host, teacher Foam, of Old and Young Story Club, looked over and gave high praises. Teacher Little Zhang, I heard the rebroadcast last night. I listened to the 2 poems again and again. Hi. Indeed, the younger generations will surpass us in time. I'm about to retire soon, so this station will be in the hands of you young people. Zhang Ye quickly said, it's not as serious as you make it out to be. My literary standard is still far from accomplished. I came to the station with a learning attitude. Today, it will still be the same. I'm hoping to receive lots of advice from every teacher. Tian Bin and Li Si had already came to work. Zhang Ye also noticed him and saw the rage in Tian Bin's eyes. He was jealous and ignored Zhang Ye before sitting at his desk. After having Zhang Ye robbed the position of main host of late-night ghost stories from him, Tian Bin was now a stand-in DJ. He usually did not have any work to do and only stood in when there was a shortage. He had not gone on a program for days, so it wasn't strange that he was mad. However, Li Si's attitude today was completely different. It was clear he did not want to speak, but for some unknown reason, he suddenly stopped just as he was about to turn around. Teacher Zhang, morning. Zhang Ye looked at him. Oh, morning. Li Si nodded with his head and then returned to his seat. It seemed like he had given in and had sized up the situation. Seeing this, Tian Bin's expression turned worse. His popularity was always average amongst his colleagues. Previously, he would often speak about people behind their backs, so it was not strange that he was abandoned by the masses today. Later on, the top celebrity of the station, Wang Xiaomei, came in. She did not look towards Zhang Ye and greeted a few old comrades and friends she had good relations with, before surprisingly saying to Zhang Ye, "Teacher Zhang, quite a number of letters from my program's listeners were written to you. I will get an assistant to give it to you in a while." Although her attitude did not seem to change, one had to know that Wang Xiaomei had never privately addressed Zhang Ye as Teacher Zhang. A change in salutation clearly showed a subtle form of recognition. 20 minutes later, Zhang Ye received the letters from the listeners of Talk About the World. In the generation where the internet was pervasive, this world was similar to Zhang Ye's world. Few people wrote letters, but Zhang Ye remained serious about it. Words written on a piece of paper felt more real and sincere. "Hello, Teacher Zhang Ye. I heard the program yesterday. I'm also a parent, so I won't say much. I'll just thank you for that child's parents." There was a total of 37 letters, and all the feedback from the listeners was very positive. Zhang Ye then went through the official email inbox of late-night ghost stories. He read every mail sent by the listeners and then read the comments left on Beijing radio station's website. Suddenly, he saw a link, and upon clicking it, he realized the furthest distance in the world had been posted on a large discussion forum. There had been 750,000 views. There were more than 3,000 replies. "This poem is too touching. Why are there so many views? Isn't this the early stages of going viral?" It has gone viral online too. When I saw this poem in the Beijing Times in the morning, I was impressed. However, I prefer a generation more. I'm a moderator for the literature section on a website and an outright literature lover. I have always liked modern poems, and I especially like writing them. I have always thought that I write very well and have left many modern poems in the literature section. However, after seeing Teacher Zhang Ye's 2 poems, I now know what it means to be the frog in the well. This is a real modern poem, and what I wrote wasn't. There were praises and there were, of course, doubts. What rotten poem is this? It's just SOSO. Right, it's too lame. One moment the furthest distance is this. Then the next moment the furthest distance is that. There is no precision. No matter how well anything was done, it could not satisfy everyone. Zhang Ye knew this, so when he logged on, he wore an anti-troll fire vest before leaving a message. He did not have any strengths. Only his attitude was good and tended to be more peaceful and calm. Seeing all the cursing, he only smiled and had the bearing of a literature writer and great poet. He answered in style, "IF***K your second granny's lungs. Just SOSO? Do you even King know literature? You dare think lightly of this divine work that can last the ages? You all are a piece of S***T. A stinking piece of." People immediately felt the rush. Why are you cursing?" Another netizen chimed in, "Number 3256 is right. All of you don't understand art." Another netizen said, "How can there be criticisms for a poem this classic? I really don't understand the aesthetic values of others. Right? This is a poem that has saved a life. Still SOSO? Then write a poem to save a life for me to see." Under Zhang Ye's lead, those people who had left their negative opinions were drowned by their spit and no longer posted. Seeing the warm enthusiasm, Zhang Ye logged off without his face red or heart throbbing excitedly. He did not feel that he was wretched. This was the attitude a literature writer had. Lao Tzu said this before. Take actions when the right time comes. Chapter 24, Giving You Another Poem. Zhang Ye sat in front of the computer, watching the praises given to him online. Past 10 a.m., a commotion sounded out outside the Literature Channel's office area. It was quite loud. "Let us in. I want to find Teacher Zhang Ye. This is an office. This place is restricted for non-staff. We just want to say a few words and leave. We definitely won't give you trouble. That still will not work. Go to the registration desk and wait for a while. Make an appointment first." After some pushing and shoving, a man and woman squeezed their way in. A security guard was half-heartedly blocking them, which many people could tell. Maybe it was due to a small meeting having just ended, but there were several music and traffic channel staff who were walking past. They were curious over what was happening. Finally, even Zhao Guizhou was startled by this commotion as he came out of his office to probe the issue. "What's going on?" Zhao Guizhou frowned. "They are adamant about coming in. They refuse to listen to what I have to say," the security guard explained. "We want to find Teacher Zhang Ye. Just letting us meet with him once would do. Just once. the male-female duo shouted. Upon seeing the situation, Zhang Ye had no choice but to stop the work on his hands and squeeze through the crowd. I'm Zhang Ye. Who are you? They rushed up and tightly held Zhang Ye's hands. Teacher Zhang. Thank you. Thank you. You are Xiaoli's benefactor. You are also my benefactor. I want to thank you. Thank you. As he said this, tears welled up in his eyes. It was not easy for men to cry, so this scene looked odd. Zhang Ye was flabbergasted. What benefactor? The quiet girl beside also started crying after seeing her boyfriend cry. Teacher Zhang, I'm Xiaoli. If it weren't for the 2 poems of yours yesterday, I might have. Everyone immediately had a moment of realization. Zhang Ye also understood. It's you. Is this the boyfriend you mentioned? Don't cry. All of you, don't cry. The man had tears of remorse. I only knew about it yesterday night. If you have not persuaded Xiaoli, we would have been separated forever in different worlds. You are our family's benefactor. Xiaoli suddenly opened her bag and took out a long red banner. This was rushed by my parents to be made overnight. Her boyfriend stepped forward quickly and pulled it open. Shua. The banner spread out in front of everyone. Gratitude of one's speech, in mind for life. With that, the 2 of them stood properly and bowed deeply to Zhang Ye. Such a situation moved Zhang Ye greatly as he helped them up. To think you went through the trouble. There is really no need to. There is really no need. I didn't do much. All that matters is if you healthily and safely live on. Hee. You are not fighting anymore. Have you discussed it well? The man bit his lip. I've thought it through. I'm not going overseas. Xiaoli exclaimed. No way. Your parents have already arranged it for you. Who says one can only be successful in one's career by studying abroad? I can develop myself domestically, too. I will explain it to my parents. It's all right, even if they do not agree. I will convince them. I will stay behind and accompany you. Once I graduate, we will get married, the man said with determination. However, Xiaoli remained resolute. Definitely not. You have to go? Even if you don't want to. I have already thought it through. I will wait for you. I'll wait for you, no matter how long it takes. Xiaoli. The man's eyes turned red again. Xiaoli gently hugged him. As long as you are well, I'll be fine with anything. Upon seeing this scene, many people in the office clapped in their hearts. The power of love was always infectious. Isn't this good? Zhang Ye laughed. Zhao Guizhou also said, next time be well. Don't do something stupid. Xiaoli said embarrassingly, I won't. I'm fine as long as he lives well. I will not make him worried ever again. Suddenly, someone made a suggestion. Teacher Little Zhang, give them another poem. Right. Assistant Xiaofang said, let Teacher Zhang give you another poem. Zhao Guizhou also found it interesting. This suggestion is good. When you get married, remember to invite Teacher Little Zhang as your marriage witness. Xiaoli was flattered. How can I accept it? Teacher Zhang's words are like gold. I don't dare to ask for one after he gave me 2 poems. Zhang Ye touched his nose. With the leader saying that, he had to give a poem, so he said, all right, let me think. The Beijing Times had highly appraised and published Zhang Ye's modern poem, which was proof of his literary prowess. Now that Zhang Ye was about to compose another poem, many people perked up their ears. The staff from other departments who were outside also tried to get in on the action. Don't block. Move to the side. I can't see. Sister Chen, come quickly. There's another poem. What poem? Whose poem? It's the one from the literature channel that went on Beijing Times. That poem is very popular online now. The author of Flying Bird and Fish. Wow, then I must listen to it. Wait for me to go in. Many people squeezed into the large office as nearly 100 pair of eyes stared at Zhang Ye. Xiaoli and her boyfriend was looking forward to it the most. They did not even bat an eyelid. Zhang Ye never expected the situation to be so grand with so many audience gazing at him. He turned more cautious for he could not embarrass himself with a lousy poem. Well, what poem should I use? Which poem was most appropriate? Zhang Ye recalled a moment. As long as you are well, I'll be fine with anything? Got it. He slowly spat out his words. Xiaoli. The words you said previously are quite nice. I will use your words as the foundation for the poem I'm giving you. The room turned silent. Zhang Ye slowed his breath and recited. The passage of time is like water, ever so silent. If you are living well, then the skies are clear. Zhao Guizhou immediately applauded. Good poem. When her boyfriend heard it, he immediately took it down on paper. afraid he would forget it. Xiaoli did not move and closed her eyes, as if reveling in the poem. After a while, she bowed at Zhang Ye once again. Thank you. You are forever my teacher. If you are living well, then the skies are clear. A female staff member seemed to feel her eyes fog up upon hearing this. It was unknown if she had recalled something or was moved. Wang Xiaomei and Xiaofeng also mumbled to themselves, and the way they gazed at Zhang Ye was no longer the same. Such a poem affected the feelings of women more. The poem was light and the words were simple, but the overflow of feelings it gave surpassed 1,000 words. It was difficult to believe that this poem was the same male composer of Flying Bird and Fish. Furthermore, it was composed on the spot. What sort of literary talent was this? Zhang Ye's single poem completely astonished everyone. Even Tian Bin, who was not far away, did not say anything. Some people felt that the two poems given to Xiaoli during the broadcast were not composed on the spot by Zhang Ye, and were actually written prior, as they did not believe he was so talented. But now, this poem composed at this moment in time shattered the doubts of many. Actually, this poem was very famous in Zhang Ye's previous world. It was spread on the internet, especially the last line. There were all sorts of claims about who the original author was. Some said it was Lin Huiying. Some said it was Lin Huiying's dad. Some said it first appeared on the internet, and another line was added in the show, Empresses in the Palace. It was not much different from Flying Bird and Fish. Zhang Ye treated it as a collective work of predecessors. Anyway, no one in this world had heard of these people. There was no dispute to those poems being his alone. He said it was his. She said it was her dad's. Then he said it was her third aunt's. Hi, isn't that so troublesome and tiring? Putting the controversy to an end, Zhang Ye decided to unify it. This poem is mine. There's no need to thank me. Just call me Lei Feng. Note, Lei Feng was a soldier of the Chinese army in communist legend. He was reported to be altruistic in his actions, but there is controversy that his image was part of communist propaganda. Chapter 25. There are advertising sponsors. Lunchtime. The poem that Zhang Ye gave to the young couple was once again relished by the radio station's colleagues. One could easily hear people discussing about it at any time of the day. Little Zhang, you are eating instant noodles again? The director came in. Zhang Ye hurriedly swallowed the last mouthful and smiled. Yeah, I just need to fill my stomach. Zhao Guizhou asked with concern. Eating like this isn't healthy. Is it because you are tight on your living expenses, as you haven't been paid? Hee, if that is the case, don't worry about it. I have something to announce in a while. Looking at the office, he said, is everyone back from lunch? Then put down what you were working on for a while. As the scene in the morning had wasted some time, well, I'll be announcing the listenership rates for yesterday. Everyone looked over. Zhao Guizhou found a seat to sit down. First place, talk about the world. The listenership is, he purposely dragged out his tone, 4.09%. Is that true? Above 4%. Our rating broke 4%. It was clear that Wang Xiaomei was surprised by this. Zhao Guizhou said in a satisfactory manner. All these years, Xiaomei's segment has been our channel's #1 in ratings, but it always averaged around 3%. Everyone, you didn't hear wrongly. We have really broken for this time. And I can happily tell you that the broadcast Talk About the World yesterday was 4th in the entire station, on average. We are only just behind the news channel's 2 news segment and the traffic channel's Safe all the way. This is an unprecedented result for our channel. Everyone, please congratulate Xiaomei. There was applause and cheers. The colleagues were also beaming. If the performance was good, the year-end bonuses would also be multiplied. So it was a joyous occasion for everyone in the literature channel. Wang Xiaomei explained, thank you everyone. However, yesterday was a special case. There is no way that we can maintain it. She knew why they had jumped from the entire Beijing radio station's 8-9th place to 4th place. After a brief feeling of excitement, she did not say anything else. She wasn't alone. Zhao Guizhou and the rest were the same. Zhao Guizhou carried on. I recommend everyone to give teacher Little Zhang a round of applause. Yesterday's program was all thanks to teacher Little Zhang. Not only did he save us during a crisis, he had also pulled up the rating for Talk About the World. Let me announce the rating for Late Night Ghost Stories. Last night's Little Zhang segment had an average rating of 1.57%. It ranked 3rd place in our channel and is higher compared to its weekend's 1.4%. Clearly, last night's event had led to this. I believe, and I have reason to believe, that under teacher Little Zhang's hard work, late-night ghost stories will make a new high again. Hence, I have already spoken to the deputy directors and heads and plan to give the 5,000 yuan bonus award to teacher Little Zhang. Does anyone have any objections about this? No objections. It is necessary. Teacher Little Zhang, congratulations. Zhang Ye pretended to be polite. Leader, how can I? I'm just a newcomer. And really, Zhao. Guozhou beamed with a smile. In a while, I'll let finance enter it into your wages. Do not be like that. It's what you deserve. Besides, this bonus is also because of another reason. From today onwards, late-night ghost stories will have advertising sponsors. As your ghost blows out the light, has information regarding antiques, and its listenership rates have been always high. A large pawn shop business public relations staff have contacted the station. The sponsoring negotiations have basically been done. As for the exact numbers, it is still kept under wraps and I cannot divulge it. However, I can roughly tell you that, about this late-night ghost stories sponsorship. It is about the same as our channel's primetime programs and is extremely high. What? Almost the same as primetime programs? When this was revealed, many were dumbfounded. After all, late-night ghost stories was a late-night segment. It was worse than late-night programs in the 11 p.m. to 12 a.m. slot. However, the sponsorship it had obtained was nearly at the level of fees commanded by primetime segments. Was the advertiser mad? However, it was reasonable once one thought about it. Late-night ghost stories was no longer a late-night program hosted by Tian Bin. After Zhang Ye took it over, its ratings had an explosive increase. Also, the cohesion rate of the listeners was high. It could be seen from the figures of the listenership breakdown. The pawn shop business was using this relatively specialized and relevant program, which had greatly attracted its listeners to gain recognition. Hence, this high advertising fee was not unreasonable. Teacher Little Zhang, you will need to give a treat. Right, you must treat. It's so enviable. My afternoon segment sponsorship isn't even as high as yours. This is such a blow to me. Haha, when our salary is paid, don't be stingy and treat us all. The more advertising sponsorship there was, the greater the cut they would get for their salary. Zhang Ye may be still a rookie whose base salary was inferior to others, but with the addition of the cut of a sponsorship that was nearing the amount for primetime segments, Zhang Ye's monthly income would be higher than the older comrades who had worked in the station for decades. Zhang Ye was also delighted. Sure. Seeing Zhang Ye's delighted mood, Tian Bin was so envious that his intestines turned green. He had ran late-night ghost stories for years and, on average, it had 300 days a year without sponsorships. Occasionally, there would be a short-term sponsorship, but the fees received were negligible. It was extremely low. This Zhang had only started work for a few days. How was he so lucky? Tian Bin still refused to acknowledge Zhang Ye's abilities. He was adamant that it was due to luck. After announcing all the program's ratings, Zhao Guozhou called Zhang Ye over. He reminded him, the advertisers are coming soon. Today is the day we are signing the contract. They, too, want to see your recording situation in person. I have already gotten someone to reserve the recording studio for you. Once they arrive, you can begin. As for the advertisement lines, I haven't received them. They might bring it, and I'll get someone to pass it to you. Zhang Ye responded, recording in the afternoon? Yes. Anyway, you do not need a script. Why? Is there a problem? Zhao Guozhou asked. Zhang Ye bit his tongue. There's no problem, leader. I'll begin preparing. Zhao Guozhou nodded. Do well later. Don't let the advertisers pick fault with it, or there will be questions for the nearly settled contract. I understand. Don't worry about it. Zhang Ye guaranteed. When the leader left, Zhang Ye's face turned bitter. No problem, your sister. He had no way of reciting the remaining text of Ghost Blows Out the Light. He only knew the rough direction to the plot. As he was excited about being in the papers, he had not worked out a draft. He had been planning to work out the draft in the morning, but who could have known that something would happen in the morning? Now, with the advertisers coming in the afternoon, there was definitely no time left. Even if he wanted to go off script, he couldn't. Ugh, was he going to destroy all the accumulated reputation in one go? Ghost Blows Out the Light was difficult to carry on. Was he going to mess up his own program? Bad things were about to happen. The end is near. Thankfully, he had still gotten 5,000 yuan in rewards. With money, even if he messed up the program, Zhang Ye would be fine. In this world, money is... No, that's not right. I think I previously said that I treated money like dirt. Let me think for a while, did I say that? Forget it, I don't think I said that. Chapter 26. Encountering a tough problem. 1 o'clock, afternoon. Zhang Ye hurriedly rushed his draft. Behind him, his assistant, Xiaofeng, called out to him. Teacher Little Zhang. What's the matter, Xiaofeng? Leader said to tell you that the sponsor for your program is here. So early? Didn't they say noon? It's noon now. This is for you. It's the advertisement copy. The recording studio is also ready. The director wants you to get ready before he brings over the guests. Damn, this time I'm done for. Zhang Ye had only just typed out the words for Ghost Blows Out the Light, without any structure or thought. He could only switch off his computer and go do the undoable at the recording studio. Sometimes, the one who knows you best is your enemy. That is a very true saying. Tian Bin keenly noticed Zhang Ye's abnormal actions and linked it to the quality drop in the recent 2 broadcasts of late-night ghost stories, where stuttering and the wrong usage of words occurred frequently. Even the recording took longer. Where it used to take an hour, it took about 1.5 hours to 2 hours to finish a recording now. Tian Bin guessed that Zhang Ye has reached a creative bottleneck, or it was even possible that the novel had a problem. Looking at him now, it was obvious that he had no script for it. Haha, this kid is getting what he deserves. The story won't be able to continue on from here. I'll see how you get past this. Tian Bin was over the moon. He stood up and proceeded to the recording studio, ready to see Zhang Ye make a mockery of himself and get what he deserved. Recording Studio 1. This was the most prestigious studio in the station. It was bigger than the other studios by at least 3 times. This did not even include the outside of the studio. There was a small space outside of the studio where the telephone editor worked, and on the other side there was a viewing hall. It had a transparent soundproof glass which did not block the view, space for 30 leather chairs on the inside, and even a small conference table. The station obviously prepared this place for the advertisers who had a sizable sponsorship. Otherwise, this sort of a studio was usually only reserved for off-site interactive activities or management inspection use. It was a situation of great importance. And the pressure was greater, too. Zhang Ye went in with the equipment settings readied by a staff member who informed him about the differences between this studio and the others before leaving. Zhang Ye was now alone in the room and felt like he was sitting on a cushion of needles. He mumbled to himself, what should I do? *T my way through. That won't work. The clients were willing to sponsor him because they have heard his program before. Just opening his mouth would let the cat out of the bag. Besides, the listeners would definitely not agree to it. Narrating while coming up with and organizing his thoughts? But he didn't have that capability. Even if he hurriedly composed, the quality would be bad. All his ideas had been exhausted. Zhang Ye could do nothing more. He only hoped that the client would not tear up the contract. Outside. Viewing hall. It's over here. Please, come in. The door creaked, and then Zhao Guizhou and a deputy led 5 to 6 men and women in. Let's have a seat. Someone will get you tea. A woman said, Director Zhao, you are too welcoming of us. Another person looked through the glass at Zhang Ye. Is that teacher Little Zhang? That's right. Zhao Guizhou smiled. Let Little Zhang start. We will listen and discuss at the same time. Sure. I am a loyal fan of Ghost Blows Out the Light. I even listened to the program late last night. I'm honored to be listening live on site today, a middle-aged man mentioned politely. They sat at the first row next to the location. They were from the Huatian Group, operators of pawn shops, jewelry shops, and some auction house businesses. Zhang Ye did not know them from his world. The closest to it that he knew of was the Huaxia Group's pawn shop businesses. Seemingly, even pawn shop businesses were altered in this world. Maybe. The sponsored amount this time was too high. The contract duration was also longer than usual, not like those of a week or half a month. Because of this leading corporation gave the deal more attention. 5 to 6 people from the marketing department, leaders and staff included, came over to discuss the contractual details. Likewise, Zhao Guizhou also had his own entourage. Wang Xiaomei and several other radio host teachers also came along. The last to join was Tian Bin, and he was probably uninvited. But as there were no restrictions on the attendees, the leaders did not mention it. After settling down, Zhao Guizhou signaled to Xiaofang with his index finger. Understanding his intention, Xiaofang also signaled towards Zhang Ye in the studio and did a countdown from 10. After so many broadcast sessions, the two of them could communicate with just gestures. Li Si was the previous assistant for late-night ghost stories. Xiaofang was an assistant to everyone, also known as a helper to all. After Zhang Ye arrived, with the popularity of his program, Xiaofang became his personal assistant. Her previous tasks were all handed over to other assistants, while she concentrated on her job for late-night ghost stories. She was part of Zhang Ye's program team. By now, Zhang Ye had to step up. With a deep breath, he pushed a button. 3, 2, 1. The broadcast started with the opening. Hello, everyone. I am your DJ, Zhang Ye. Welcome to today's late-night ghost stories. Casually stating the chapter's title, Zhang Ye started reading the story. As he spoke, the others were discussing outside. The contract has been prepared. Please take a look. Zhao Guizhou went straight for the subject. The woman who looked like she was the leader of the group said, Director Zhao, it's okay if you are busy and need to attend to your work. Let's not rush this. We would like to listen in first. All right, of course, Zhao Guizhou said. The women inquired curiously. Oh yes, I see. That teacher, little Zhang, does not have a script. Zhao Guizhou smiled a little. That's right. This is also a specialty of our program. Little Zhang has never needed a script. He's always working off-script for the program. That can't be true, the women said skeptically. Several of the people in the pawn shop business group also felt that they were exaggerating. In the studio, Zhang Ye read, the fatty had a piece, a jade heirloom that he always had with him. This piece of jade belonged to a Northwestern armies. Before he could finish a line, Zhang Ye already could not carry on. With his brain trying to organize his words and also trying to recall the plot's direction, it was beyond his abilities. What's the matter with little Zhang today? Zhao Guizhou finally realized something was wrong with Zhang Ye. Tian Bin had realized this beforehand and was laughing at him on the inside. He was gleefully awaiting to see the joke that was Zhang Ye. This was the purpose of his attendance. What's the matter? Why did he stop? The clients looked at each other blankly, not understanding the situation. Zhang Ye disguised his situation with a cough, switched off his recording. Let's re-record this portion. I apologize. My throat is a little unwell. Let me get some water. Zhao Guizhou looked at him, then spoke to him through the intercom. Didn't sleep well last night? Don't worry. Please rest for a few minutes. To help Zhang Ye smooth out the situation, Zhao Guizhou branched out the conversation and spoke to the clients about other topics. Xiaofang had a face full of worry. Zhang Ye's colleagues also had looks of suspicion. A lot of the others had the same feeling from 2 days ago. Zhang Ye's story did not sound smooth. The novel's quality had dropped, and there were stumbles in the story plot. Everyone wondered, was Zhang Ye a prodigy that has wilted? Is it that the story cannot continue on? Why did it have to happen at this moment? The sponsors were here today to sign the contract. So if any mistakes happened, then all that sponsorship money would go up in smoke. Zhang Ye would then have to bear the responsibility, and this would also be a smudge on their literature channel's reputation. A lot of people held their breaths for Zhang Ye. Only Tian Bin had a different expression from the rest. He only wished that Zhang Ye would make a mistake. If Ghost Blows Out the Light really could not go on, then there would be no need for Zhang Ye's existence. Ignoring the fact that he would be cursed at by the listeners, the leaders would not agree to it. Even though over the years, late-night ghost stories had stories that were cut short, as they had poor ratings, none of them had been dropped midway. There would always be a simple finale to the stories. If Zhang Ye could not produce a story today, then it would be a broadcast incident and nobody could save him. Chapter 27. Getting a big prize in the lottery. He only had a few minutes to rest. Inside the recording studio, Zhang Ye was sweating profusely. He was really worried. No matter how he racked his brains, it was to no avail. Right, there was still one last lifeline. The lottery. He could only place his only hope on the game ring. He should still have the ability to have a chance at the lottery. Whether he could ride out this storm depended on the outcome of the lottery. Maybe he could draw an item that gave people mass hallucinations? Maybe an item that could rapidly increase his creative composition of words? Success or failure depended on this. Zhang Ye could only go for broke as he opened the game ring's virtual interface and checked his reputation score. Reputation points, 305,931. Upon seeing this number, Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. It took a while before he understood how his reputation points had increased so much. The first reason was the addition of reputation points from Xiaoli's suicide matter from the previous night. The program Talk About the World was also uploaded onto the internet. The second reason was the 30,000 plus reputation points obtained from the previous day's late-night ghost stories. With the rating improving by the day, there were more and more reputation points gained every day. The third reason was, of course, due to the Beijing Times report today. This was a major newspaper that had a circulation rate of a few 100,000 in the capital. Even if half of those who had bought the papers had read Zhang Ye's news, and only a half of those had marveled at the two poems or were impressed by how Zhang Ye used the modern poems to save a life, that was sufficient to add more than 100,000 reputation points. Exposure, achievements, and fame added to his reputation points. Great. The reputation points were enough for him to draw 3 times at the lottery. Zhang Ye tapped the lottery purchase button and began his first attempt at the lottery. The needle began moving as he chanted, "Please not something from the consumption category." Not a consumption category item. No one could see the virtual game interface in reality, so he was not worried about it. But he was born unlucky. The needle firmly stopped itself in a consumption category region. Bada, a treasure chest, small, appeared in his inventory. Zhang Ye helplessly took out the treasure chest and placed it on the floor. Avoiding the gaze of others, he opened the chest. There was a little circular band. It looked like the halo band seen above angels in movie productions. The only difference was that the color was black. Unlucky halo. Effective once it is worn. Lasts for 5 minutes. Triggering specific conditions will cause those around the player to enter a state of bad luck. What does this mean? It has the same effect as the unlucky sticker, only that it's an area of effect type this time. What were the conditions? It won't be attacking indiscriminately, right? Zhang Ye did not study it much and first stuffed the lottery item into his game ring. Following that, he puffed on his palm a few times. It was too depressing. What sort of *T hands were these? He had drawn from the lottery 4 times, since he magically obtained the game ring. However, every time it was a consumption category treasure chests. Even though the consumption category region took up the largest proportion on the wheel, it shouldn't happen all the time, right? At least let me see what stats category and skills category are. The probability of hitting the special category was too low, so he did not have any hopes for it. But the stats and skills categories still had a non-trivial probability of hitting them. Again, I don't believe it. Zhang Ye frowned as he breathed in like he was practicing Qigong. After messing around for a while, he spent another 100,000 reputation points to buy a chance at the lottery, despite his painful heart. He clicked on the lottery. The needle began moving. Again, it was all random. At least, Zhang Ye still could not see any pattern up until now. He could only stare and chant, waiting for the needle to slow down before he could see what it was. Skills category. Stop. Stop. It did not stop. Another consumption category. Quickly get past it. Just a bit more. The needle was obedient this time as it grinded forward by a bit. Move some more. Move some more. It's not enough. Almost got it. As Zhang Ye eagerly watched as the needle seemed to use all its strength before stopping, it suddenly moved that tiny bit as its final rally. Click. Special category. It had actually stopped at the special category region, which had a 1 to 2% chance of being picked. The heavens have shined their light on me. I managed to get a grand prize. Zhang Ye was finally delighted. The time for the lottery to give out its prize had come. There was no item to receive, nor was there a treasure chest to be opened. There was just a system message. Special category awarded. Opening the merchant shop, adding the right to purchase item, memory search capsule. After that, the virtual games interface for the merchant shop opened. When he clicked it open, there was an item inside. Memory search capsule. Effective upon consuming it. Helps the player search a memory or subconscious memory and permanently reinforces it. Lasts for 5 minutes. Costs 100,000 reputation points. Zhang Ye still remembered the special category's introduction. It was written that it would allow the purchase of a certain item. It seemed like the method to obtain magical items was not just limited to the luck of the draw. He could also use the random chance from landing on the special category to give him the right to buy an item. He could buy an unlimited number of the items in the merchant shop as long as he had the reputation points. He would no longer be restricted to the limitations of the random chance in the lottery. This discovery made Zhang Ye excited. Memory search. Could this solve the problem he was facing? Time was running out, so Zhang Ye didn't spend too much time thinking about it. He looked at the remaining 100,000 reputation points he had left and decided against the lottery. He could not afford it. As such, he opened the merchant shop and spent 100,000 reputation points to buy one memory search capsule. He only had a few thousand reputation points left as a result. Ding! With the successful purchase, the item automatically entered his inventory. Zhang Ye quickly opened up his inventory and, with a grab, pulled out a black and white capsule. It looked like something one ate when one had the cold. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed it. As he crunched on it, he felt his eyes go blank before he could even decide on its taste. His brain's activity suddenly increased, as several scenes flashed before his eyes. Zhang Ye was filled with worry about the ghost blows out the light script, so all his thoughts were focused on it. So with a thought, the scenes in his brain suddenly jumped to the scene of him back in school, in his previous world. It was the weekend when Zhang Ye had just bought the entire Ghost Blows Out the Light set after school. It had books written in simplified script. The moment he reached home, he excitedly flipped through them to read it. 1 page, 10 pages, 20 pages. It was all scenes of him flipping through the books. It was as fast as a movie playing. At this moment, the effective duration of the memory search capsule ended. Zhang Ye returned to reality from his weird memories. Only 5 minutes had passed in reality, precisely the effective duration of the item. However, the speed at which he thought was clearly much faster. The concept of time was completely different. In his memories, Zhang Ye seemed to have spent several hours reading. With a blink, Zhang Ye was delighted to discover that after reliving those memories of reading Ghost Blows Out the Light, every word in the novel was remembered by him clearly. He could recite them from memory easily. The memory search had helped him dig out buried memories and had reinforced those memories. Although the memory search did not completely let him recall the hundreds of thousands of words in Ghost Blows Out the Light, it had reinforced about a quarter of the content in his memories. Previously, Zhang Ye had only narrated about tens of thousands of content during the earlier segments. Hence, with his current memories, he could easily narrate another 200,000 words with his eyes closed. It's done. There's no need to worry about the script anymore. This item had come at an opportune moment. Besides, as long as he had enough reputation points, he could buy an unlimited number of memory search capsules. There would no longer be any worry about trying to recall artistic works from his previous life. Chapter 28. An amazing unscripted performance. There was a knock at the door. Come in. Zhao Guizhou looked towards the exterior door. There was a woman who had came from outside. On the other side of the glass, Zhang Ye saw her, too. He cleared his throat. He had seen this woman before, and she had cursed him behind his back. She was Tian Bin's wife. He met on the first day of work. The woman was holding a contract in her hand. Clearly, she was one of the staff in the station. Either she was in charge of advertisement matters, or she was in charge of contractual laws. He had previously thought that Tian Bin's wife had come to meet Tian Bin to get off work together. So his wife was also a member of the radio station. Director Zhao, the contract. The woman took out a bunch of A4 paper. Zhao Guizhou took it over and acknowledged, just leave it here. We'll speak later. All right. The woman leaned her head to the side to look around. Seeing Tian Bin waving towards her, she walked to the last row and sat with her husband. Sister-in-law. Sis, you came? People in the literature channel knew of the duo's relation, as everyone knew each other. After sitting down, Tian Bin's wife did not hide her disdain for Zhang Ye as she whispered, "Why hasn't it started? What are we waiting for?" How could her tone be good when her husband was replaced by Zhang Ye? A literature channel staff member said, "It began a while ago, but it seems like teacher Zhang's throat isn't good, so it was stopped." Tian Bin laughed quietly. "It's not his throat isn't good. He can't produce anything. If you don't believe me, just watch. His advertising sponsorship will definitely be blown off today." "That can't be," another colleague said. Tian Bin seethed. "Haven't you already noticed? Zhang Ye is already a spent force. He has nothing left sustaining him. How do you explain it?" Tian Bin's wife laughed. "I think so too. A rookie can't have good luck all his life. He has to pay the price of being young. How can being a host be so easy? Only after a few years of grinding and being beat down would one gain acceptance. A moment of impressiveness is just short-lived. In the end, what matters is experience and background. When Xiaofang heard this, she was very unhappy, but she did not dare to show it. After all, she was a rookie, so she could only say, "Teacher Zhang will be fine." Tianbin lost his smile. Does his performance look like he is fine? Then let's have a bet. Let's see if he can pass this ordeal. Xiaofang remained silent. She was afraid, too. Teacher Zhang, you must not make any mistakes. What they said could not be heard in front, as there was a distance of 7 meters separating them. Little Zhang, have you rested your throat? Zhao Guizhou could no longer drag it out any longer. Seeing so much time pass, he could only ask with a frown. Zhang Ye adjusted his bearings as he drank some water. He immediately said, "Leader, I can do it." "All right, then let's carry on." Zhao Guizhou waved at him to begin, while his eyes seemed unsure. Tianbin was thinking in his mind, "What do you mean, you can do it? Today, I'm just waiting for you to make a fool of yourself. When you fail, the segment Late Night Ghost Stories will be mine again." Tianbin's wife also laughed in silence. She, too, was waiting for Zhang Ye to make a fool of himself. Zhang Ye paused for 2 seconds before he began recording. "Hello, everybody. Welcome to today's Late Night Ghost Stories segment. This piece of jade was given to his father by a chief in the Northwestern Army. Years ago, this chief had led his troops to destroy a gang of bandits. This piece of jade was worn closely by the bandit leader. Although it was a piece of jade, its shape did not look anything like it. Its shape was strange. Zhang Ye was no longer like the stammering Zhang Ye from before. His words were buttery smooth. Tianbin was surprised a little. What the heck? How could he now narrate again? Oh, he must have used the break time to organize his thoughts. However, what could that little bit of time amount to? He will end up full of mistakes later. 10 minutes. Half an hour. Time passed. Tianbin was looking forward to seeing Zhang Ye make a mistake. The married couple were waiting to see a show. However, Zhang Ye's performance made their faces turn green. Not only did Zhang Ye not make a single mistake, the plot and words used were excellent. It had returned to the high-quality standard of the first few episodes. It was even better than the first few episodes. There was not a single re-recording of a passage. It was as if he had God's help, as he chattered on. According to Eiko, The Savage's Ditch by Hei Feng Ko was actually previously called Corpse's Ditch. Further into the past, it was actually called Moon Holding Ditch. 1 episode was done. 2 episodes were done. From 2 p.m. in the afternoon to 5 p.m. in the afternoon, Zhang Ye recorded 3 full episodes. There was no break in between. He did not even take a mouthful of water. He had recorded it all in one go. The Tianbin couple were terrified. Zhao Guizhou and Xiaofang were stunned with their mouths agape. The 5-member advertising sponsorship team was also dumbfounded. When the 3rd episode was done recording, Zhang Ye still seemed addicted to it and was just about to carry on recording another episode. Zhao Guizhou quickly interrupted upon seeing this. He switched on the microphone to contact him. "Little Zhang, that will do. Come over here. First, you still want to narrate some more? You still can narrate? Any more, and the sky will turn dark." Zhang Ye said, "Yes," before taking off his headset, with lingering feelings. The pawn shop businesswoman stared while saying, "The 3 hours of content was said without script? That's impossible." She would not believe it even if she was killed. She immediately stood up. "I'm going in to take a look." She hated being deceived by others. It would be a great disrespect towards them, and also an insult to their intelligence. Zhao Guizhou did not stop them, allowing to do so. The Tianbin couple also did not believe it, and they accompanied the sponsors and the leader in. 3 hours of on-the-spot creation, without any mistakes or script. How did he do it? This must be an international joke. Immediately, a group of people poured into the recording studio as they looked all around. They really could not find a script. A sponsor guessed that Zhang Ye had copied the script into the computer. As such, he looked at the monitor. Good rascal. The recording studio's second computer was not even switched on, and the main computer was controlled with buttons. There wasn't even a display. Zhang Ye was wondering why so many people rushed in. What's the matter? The sponsors were amazed. You really did not use a script? Nope. I just said what I have on the spot. Zhang Ye answered matter-of-factly. The woman did not utter a word for a long while before turning her head towards Zhao Guozhou. Let's sign the contract, Director Zhao. We are convinced. Only Tian Bin remained in disbelief. Your sister. How did you memorize 3 hours worth of content? Are you King mad? Ignoring it being off script. Even when Tian Bin recorded with a script, he would also make mistakes. How the K do you not have any mistakes without a script? How could it be? Aren't you on the brink of death? Weren't you unable to narrate the story just now? How did you seem to transform suddenly? Tian Bin's wife's expression looked ugly, too. Assistant Xiaofeng glanced at them. You still want to bet that Teacher Zhang can't do it? Why aren't you speaking now? Are you dumb now? It was natural that Zhang Ye would not make a mistake. His memories had been strongly reinforced. It could be blurted out without thinking. This was the effect of the memory capsule. Zhao Guozhou and the sponsors left to discuss the details of the contract. Zhang Ye looked at his watch. He still was not done with his narration itch. He felt that his mental state was still very good, so he decided to forego his meal. After drinking a mouthful of water, he returned to the recording studio and began rattling off the 4th episode for the day. Tian Bin refused to have his beliefs shaken. He insisted on staying behind to see how Zhang Ye managed it. Wang Xiaomei and a few other hosts did not go for dinner. They, too, wanted to see what tricks Zhang Ye had. Rather, it should be said that they wanted to know what Zhang Ye's limit was. They were extremely surprised. 4 episodes, 6 episodes, 8 episodes. Zhang Ye actually recorded from 2 in the afternoon to 10 in the evening. Wang Xiaomei had already left silently at 6 p.m. Tian Bin endured past 7 p.m. before going home with an ashen face. There were people who went for their dinner midway. Some people got off work, while some people came to catch a glimpse of this spectacle after hearing about it. He's amazing. Quick, go take a look. Zhang Ye is still recording. What time is it? And it was done without a script. Of course it is done without a script. Damn, he has gone off script for 8 hours. Holy shit, is that guy still human? Did he eat some power pills? The news quickly spread. Many hosts and staff from other channels came in waves. Everyone came to listen with a look of disbelief. However, when all of them left, their looks of disbelief were replaced by looks of amazement, without exception. After that day, everyone knew that a man of God had arrived in the literature channel. He was a person who had produced a work on the spot, recording without any script for more than 10 hours without a mistake. If the entire station was added up, who dared to compare with him? Chapter 29. What is your most expensive dish here? A week later, Zhang Ye had been forcefully given leave by a deputy director for the literature channel. The leader nearly pleaded with him to take a break for 2 days with a confused expression of being at a loss over whether to laugh or cry. Why? This was because Zhang Ye was playing with his life for the entire week. Every day, he would reserve the recording studio during the day. If he could not get a long time slot, he would reserve a time slot at night. He would obtain the key from the relevant personnel to work overtime throughout the night. He had completely recorded the 50 episodes of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Together with the episodes recorded before, he had finished recording more than 60 episodes. The book was almost done. In between, the episodes that were periodically broadcast gave Zhang Ye a total of 200,000 reputation points. The few poems that spread online also kept contributing to his reputation score. All of them added up to about 300,000 points. Zhang Ye used those points to buy 3 memory search capsules. They allowed Zhang Ye to reinforce the text in Ghost Blows Out the Light. Without a missing word, he could naturally record without a hitch. As usual, he went off script during the entire process. In 7 days, everyone in the station was used to this warped existence. From shock to amazement, from amazement to surprise, and from surprise to numbness. In the end, everyone took Zhang Ye's stunning performance for granted. There were only a few episodes left before Zhang Ye finished recording. In Zhang Ye's original world, a radio station had recorded the audio version of Ghost Blows Out the Light after its crazy sales. It was done in 400 to 500 episodes. So how did he finish recording in less than 100 episodes? This was because, in his previous world, the ghost story segment was called Midnight Strange Files. It was half an hour long. Only about 20 minutes, or even less, of the novel was narrated during the segment. However, in this world, Late Night Ghost Stories was a segment that was an hour long. Furthermore, Zhang Ye's narrative speed was much faster than the average person's. As a result, the number of episodes were naturally reduced. In the morning, Zhang Ye was washing up. The 7 days of continuous work and disruptive working schedule had affected his mental state. Even while smoking to refresh himself, he would keep yawning. There was actually no need for him to work so hard. But why did Zhang Ye work so hard? There were 4 reasons. Firstly, he needed to be worthy of the leader's appreciation. Secondly, he needed to be worthy of the audience's love. Thirdly, if he finished recording the program early, he could get a bonus. As for the 4th reason, well, the 4th reason is that the first and second reasons were not important at all. After checking his salary and bonus online, Zhang Ye immediately cheered up. After realizing that he had not been home for a long while, he went down to take the subway as he headed to his parents' home. His parents lived in Kaishiku, a small neighborhood in Beijing that was neither young or old. Just as he arrived, Zhang Ye met a few of his old neighbors. Isn't this little Yi? You are back? I haven't seen you in a long while, an auntie said. Zhang Ye greeted. Good morning, Auntie Zhou. I moved out to stay alone a month ago. I've been busy working recently, so I didn't come back. I heard from your parents that you were working at a radio station. Another old uncle flapped a paper fan as he said, that is a good place. It's paid by the public, so do well. Okay, sure. Zhang Ye went up after making some idle chat. After pressing the doorbell, it was his mother who opened the door. She did not look happy. It's been a month. Now you know to return home. Zhang Ye gave a glance and gave an obsequious smile. I was waiting to return only after having some success. Where's Dad? He isn't working today, right? Him? He's reading the papers. Mom kicked a pair of slippers to her son. Zhang Ye bent over and wore them. Upon entering the living room, he saw his dad sitting on the sofa, reading Beijing Times. Dad, I'm back. How's your and Mom's health? Dad never said much. It's good. How's work? Zhang Ye seemed happy. It's good. This month's salary has been paid. Together with the bonus, it's a total of 18,000. What? Mom's ears immediately perked up. She turned from sorrow to joy. Why is there so much? Aren't you in your probation period? You shouldn't have established yourself, right? Zhang Ye smiled. The wage isn't a lot, but the bonus is quite a lot. There is a 5,000 contribution reward and another 8,000 performance award. With my wage and benefits added together, that's why I was paid so much. My son sure is good. Mom beamed. I already said my son will amount to something. Dad said squarely, don't be arrogant. This little bit of results isn't anything. Mom squinted at Zhang Ye and pursed her lips. Hear what your dad is saying. Every night, he will listen to your program in front of the radio. Sometimes he would not even agree to lowering the volume when I find it noisy. That episode where you used a modern poem to save a girl? He also listened to it. He even praised your modern poem standard. He even recorded those few poems down. Heh. Anyway, I didn't understand that poem of yours. Dad's expression changed. Must you say so much? Mom snorted. I'm just speaking the truth. What are you staring for? Do you think only your staring eyes are the biggest? Zhang Ye chuckled. The approval of his family was his greatest encouragement. He said, it's almost noon. Mom, Dad, there's no need to cook today. Let's go out and eat. Since this is my first hard-earned wage, I must treat you to a good meal. Let's go. Mom said happily. All right. I want to enjoy my son's treat. Dad was about to say something, such as don't be a spendthrift, as their living conditions were not that great. However, with Zhang Ye and Mom pulling him, Dad eventually went to change. Downstairs, Mom pulled out her cell phone like an avant-garde. Let me check what good restaurants there are nearby. Zhang Ye asked, what are you doing? I'm checking the reviews online. I just learned about it from my colleagues. Mom began to clumsily maneuver through her cell phone's functionality. Zhang Ye scoffed and looked down on Mom. Online reviews? You are too passé. What year is it now? What you are doing isn't scientific nor precise. Look at me. Zhang Ye took out a signing pen that he always brought along and threw it into the air. After the pen dropped to the ground, he pointed along the direction of the pen tip to a street diagonally across. That restaurant has delicious food. Mom, Dad said, as a college graduate, can you not be so superstitious? Zhang Ye stubbornly said, believe me, that restaurant definitely is good. I've never been wrong with throwing stuff. Or else, how do you think I scored such a high score during my English college entrance exams? The restaurant was not small, and there were quite a number of people. The trio were led to a table in the back by a waiter. A waitress politely said, "What do the three of you want to eat?" Mom said casually, "Son, you do the ordering, but don't order things that are too expensive. It is unnecessary." Zhang Ye acknowledged. With almost 20,000, he was now a little tycoon. What was the use in having so much money? Isn't it meant to be used? Furthermore, he was now a public figure. He needed to maintain his reputation, so he said with confidence, "What is your most expensive dish here?" The waitress said with a surprise, "The most expensive?" Zhang Ye nodded, "Right. Feel free and say it boldly." The waitress answered, "Deep-fried mandarin fish is quite expensive, and depending on the portion, a fish can cost about 300 after preparation." "Right, we also have abalone. One portion is 120. How many portions do you want?" Zhang Ye snapped his fingers. "Good, very good. Give me a plate of kung pao chicken, a plate of shredded pork with garlic sauce, and 3 bowls of rice." That would be all. The waitress nearly vomited out blood. After all that she said, he did not want any of that. After the waitress left, Mom embarrassingly said, "Why did you ask about all of that?" Zhang Ye coughed. "I never expected it to be so expensive. Also, didn't you say not to order stuff that's too expensive? We still need to live, so we shouldn't be too extravagant." Mom said angrily, "You are too cheap." Dad interjected, "Isn't that something he learned from you? You mother-son duo were born money-faced." Chapter 30. The War of Words on Weibo. Afternoon. As his parents were taking an afternoon nap, Zhang Ye was surfing the net in his room. After logging into his newly registered Weibo * account, there was a verified label on his avatar. This was a verified account that the radio station had applied for him, for work purposes. The verification details were Beijing radio stations, literature channels, late-night ghost stories broadcast, host Zhang Ye. Every radio anchor host had a platform to communicate with their audience. By promoting their programs and maintaining their image, that was also a part of their work. This world's social media platform did not distinguish between Tencent's Weibo or Sina's Weibo. There was only one, called Weibo. It was pretty much the same. However, there were some tiny differences in the details. For example, there was no way to display one's location. The reason was probably to protect one's privacy. "Hello, Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, I really like your program. Ghost Blows Out the Light is too good. Your poems are also too classic. If you need any sort of work done, please contact mobile number 134-876-3733. Haha. Teacher Zhang is also on Weibo. I'm Xiaofeng. Please add me as a fan." There were private messages, messages, and comments, totaling about 30 of them. There were advertisements, colleagues from the radio station, and listeners. Upon seeing his fan count, he only had about 200 people. After all, he had just registered, so he could not have many fans. It needed a long period of operation. Zhang Ye picked a few comments to reply to. He also followed a few colleagues. As he browsed through this world's Weibo, there were not many major differences, so he did not find it unfamiliar. This was a very important promotional platform, so Zhang Ye treated it seriously. After giving it some thought, he decided to post his poems, Flying Bird and Fish, A Generation, the title less, If You Are Living Well, Then the Skies Are Clear, and the Song of the Stormy Petrel, that he had never publicly released. His fan count immediately rose. There were countless numbers of people rebroadcasting it. Let the Tempest Come Strike Harder? Wow, the Song of the Stormy Petrel is so well written. I like it. I already thought Flying Bird and Fish and A Generation were classic enough, but after seeing the Song of the Stormy Petrel, I feel full and delighted. This passerby shall become a fan. If you are living well, then the skies are clear. This is written so beautifully. Teacher Zhang has released another new poem. Awesome. I'll prostrate in front of you in full admiration. He even saw some bigwigs leaving comments. For example, there was the famous producer Hu Fei from Central TV. He had rebroadcasted for Zhang Ye. I first liked Zhang Ye's novel, As Ghost Blows Out the Light, was too original. It is totally different from the usual supernatural novels. Later on, I saw Teacher Little Zhang's 2 poems. I greatly fell in love with A Generation. It felt like it was written for our generation. Today, after seeing the Song of the Stormy Petrel, this should be a prose. Having lived for so long, I have seen at least a few hundred, if not a few thousand prose. But this is the first time that I have realized that prose can be written in such a graceful and powerful manner. I also know the vice editor, Oldya, from the Beijing Times. I agree strongly with what Oldya said that in a few hundred years, people might no longer have computers or cell phones, and may even forget the dazzling celebrities of the past, to the point of forgetting things our generation think is unforgettable. But the two poems, A Generation and The Song of the Stormy Petrel, will never be forgotten. I believe they will be passed down over as a heritage, one generation after another. Naturally, Zhang Ye had to reply as he modestly answered, "Thank you for teacher whose affirmation. I'm not that noble or great as you described. I just randomly created those." Hu Fei gave an astounding approval. Talent is probably innate. Some people might work their entire lives to no avail. Some people have it the moment they were born. Teacher Little Zhang is just 23 years old. My son is 22 this year, almost the same age as you. However, Teacher Zhang is already so cultured, while my son is playing on the phone all day. Sigh. People began to comment. My daughter is the same. She's playing with her cell phone all day. Right? Young people nowadays cannot be separated from their cell phones. Even while they are eating and talking, they would still hold onto their phones. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ye left a comment. He used a popular online phrase in his previous world. The furthest distance in the world is not the distance between the flying bird and fish. It is that you are playing with your phone, even when I stand in front of you. Pooh. Haha. I'm dying of stitches. Teacher Zhang is too cheeky. I never expected Teacher Zhang to be so humorous. He's a ghost story host and also a poet, so I thought he would be a particularly serious person. That was a godly reversal. Central TV's producer Hu Fei was also overjoyed as he posted a smiley emoticon. In a while, I'll show this to my son. With Zhang Ye's lead, many netizens began to spontaneously post modified versions of Zhang Ye's flying bird and fish. For example, there were statements like, "The furthest distance in the world is not bringing toilet paper to the toilet." In the end, A Generation was also not spared. There were all kinds of versions, such as, "The dark night gave me black eyes, but I used them to watch movies." If other poets saw their poems being defiled beyond recognition by others, they would be furious. However, Zhang Ye did not. Not only was he not angry, he even modified his works along with the netizens. His level of self-mockery was high, which won the favor of many netizens. Teacher Zhang is really approachable. This is what a cultured person should have. +1. Supporting Teacher Zhang's creation of more masterpieces. At the same time, today, Tian Bin was also not working. After his program was robbed from him, he would basically be resting for 3 days a week. He had nothing to do at work. In an upset mood, Tian Bin would drink alone at home. As he drank, he surfed Weibo. He, too, saw Zhang Ye's interaction with the netizens and saw his fan count increasingly rapidly due to him being so well-liked. In just a day, he had several thousand fans. It was nearly about to exceed Tian Bin's 20,000 fan count. Seeing this, how could Tian Bin feel happy? He nearly flew into a rage. Producing works without a script? Every word he says is classic? Tian Bin never believed Zhang Ye had this ability. He also bore a grudge, so without switching his Weibo account, he used his official, verified Weibo account to post a message. Some people may be able to jump for a moment, but they cannot jump for life. Do not be a villainous person intoxicated by success. Do not use underhand techniques, or you will end up suffering. He did not indicate who he was speaking about, but anyone who had eyes knew that he was scolding Zhang Ye. This was because after Zhang Ye was officially verified, the VIP introduction for Tian Bin's Weibo had changed into previous late-night ghost stories broadcast host. Tian Bin had his fans, too. Some people liked Zhang Ye's style of broadcasting, but there were also people who liked Tian Bin's program. Upon seeing Teacher Tian post that comment, many of his fans immediately understood who Tian Bin was referring to. Immediately, they answered the summoning call and went on Zhang Ye's Weibo to begin cursing, using underhand techniques. So this was how Zhang Ye got his position. Teacher Tian is right. I do not like Zhang Ye's program. It's practically rubbish. On the other side, Zhang Ye was still unsure of the situation. He had just went to grab a cup of water, but when he returned, he saw lots of criticism on his Weibo. "Zhang Ye, you dumb pig. calling for a boycott of Zhang Ye. What a rubbish program. Quickly stop broadcasting it. Right? Let teacher Tianbin resume his hosting of late-night ghost stories. After Zhang Ye traced it to Tianbin's official Weibo account, and seeing the comment left by him, he immediately sneered with anger. You are looking for trouble, aren't you? You dare to say I'm a villainous person? Before Zhang Ye responded, his fans and some bystanders had rushed to Tianbin's Weibo to return their tirade. How can there be such a cheap person under the heavens? Publicly scolding his colleague on Weibo? Who is the villain here? Isn't it because of teacher Zhang's literacy skills being better than yours that caused the result of him replacing you? If you aren't happy about it, when the program back yourself. Can you only curse at someone behind their back? What a joke. And there's so many people chiming in. Are you all a bunch of people who like to curse? At this moment, the producer Hu Fei, who had exchanged some words with Zhang Ye on Weibo, helped speak out for Zhang Ye. People should have some bearing in their conduct. One shouldn't pull someone down just because someone is better than you. What a joke. Anyone with any smarts knows what is going with a glance. The two sides began to set off a war of words. Weibo immediately bustled with activity. Son, come eat some fruit. Mom shouted from outside his room, after waking up from her afternoon nap. Zhang Yi had no mood to eat. I'm not eating. I'm busy. Mom pushed the door open and entered. What's the matter? Eat first, before you busy yourself. Zhang Yi stared at the computer. I can't eat. A colleague is using his verified account to scold me on Weibo. His actions are too horrible. I need to deal with it. Mom was also enraged. Who dares to scold my son? This little son of a bitch. But don't you scold back at him. He may not be right, but we need to make sure of the repercussive effects. After all, your status is no longer the same. I got it. Go back. Zhang Yi saw Tianbin post another comment. Tianbin, a person with questionable character is useless, no matter how talented he is. Zhang Yi sneered and replied, how is my character questionable? Can you please talk about it, teacher Tian? Tianbin took on an enigmatic tone in his words. You really do not know? All right then. Hee. Zhang Yi. Do not use these mysterious words to mislead everyone. Tell me what I did wrong. I want to know too. Tianbin scoffed. You know very well what sort of character you have. Zhang Yi angrily said, I really do not know. You can say it straight out. I have always done things with a clear conscience. By using this vague tone, aren't you showing the lack of confidence in your words? Tianbin, hee. A villainous person is a villainous person. Beijing radio station. There were many people working in the literature channel's office today. A midday program's DJ suddenly shouted, hey, quickly look at Weibo. Something has happened. Tianbin and Zhang Yi are fighting. What happened? They are fighting? Let me see. Teacher Tian is. What is Tianbin doing? How can he say such things? And he is even using his verified Weibo account. This will give off a bad vibe. The listeners will even wonder what's going on if they see this. A few old comrades in the station were very displeased. Wang Xiaomei frowned, while Xiaofang was enraged. I'll let the leader know. Who is going to call Tianbin and Zhang Yi? Tell them not to fight. Quickly delete their Weibo comments. Ring, ring, ring. A phone call came in. Zhang Yi saw the number, and it was Teacher Feng from the Old and Young Story Club segment. Upon picking it up, he heard Teacher Feng say, Little Zhang, quickly delete those messages on Weibo. Director Zhao has got wind of the matter. He's already going crazy and wants you to stop immediately. Any more of this will be detrimental to the station. Someone has already approached Tianbin, too. Quickly cool down. We can talk about this in the office tomorrow. Zhang Yi said angrily. I've been scolded by Tianbin and his fans. All day. I have not said a single swear word or slanderous comment, right? You want me to cool down? Did I say too much? I was just getting Tianbin to explain how my character was lacking. Why am I a villainous person? Do I have any other problem? Teacher Feng said, look at your temper. Are you being nasty with me? Kid, cool down. I'm not saying you are wrong. I'm just asking you to endure it. Teacher Feng, it isn't my intention. All right, I got it. Zhang Yi said without any qualms. Amongst all the broadcasting hosts in the literature channel, his impression of Teacher Feng was the best. He was a veteran, but he had no airs. He was kindly to everyone, so Zhang Yi naturally would not get angry with Teacher Feng. That's good. Calming down is the best. With that, Teacher Feng hung up the phone. However, Just after he threw down his phone, Zhang Ye sneered at the computer. Although he had promised teacher phone to cool down, he did not have any plans to doing so. Delete my Weibo comments? Remain silent? That Tian has already said so much. How could I remain silent? Tian Bin's fans were still attacking him. Look, Zhang Ye is no longer speaking. This is because he's trembling from the scolding. An idiot is an idiot. How dare a rookie rob an elder's position? I really feel helpless for teacher Tian. Why did he have to encounter a person who did not know where he stands? Everyone carry on scolding. Keep refreshing. Do not have any scruples. Let's get justice for teacher Tian. Tian Bin also fanned the flames from time to time to incite the people's emotions. He could not swear, but he could stir up his fans to curse. Some of those who cursed at Zhang Ye did not know the truth. They thought that teacher Tian had some grievance due to Zhang Ye. A large number of them were just following the crowd. The internet was a more open platform. Some people just liked to curse, so they would ignore everything else and curse first, without knowing the truth. After all, Zhang Ye would definitely not curse back at them, as he was a public figure. He had to take note of the effects of his words. This made those people, who were joining in the fun to curse, become more unbridled in their attacks. They felt good about being able to curse at someone who had better achievements than themselves. Don't dare to curse back? Indeed, if it was any average radio host, they would definitely not do so. However, Zhang Ye was not any average person. They did not understand Zhang Ye's temperament at all, cursing at him for no reason, stepping over his head time and again. He knew deeply what the internet was like. There was no reason behind today's matter. They were just cursing for the sake of cursing. The matter was not settled by who was being more reasonable, as it was meaningless in trying to be reasonable. Everything was determined by strength. Everything was determined by who was more fierce in their combat prowess. All right, I'll do. A good job cursing with you today. Isn't it just swearing? You really think I don't know how? That I'm afraid of all of you? Note, Weibo is a social platform in China, known as microblogging. Weibo uses a format similar to its American counterpart Twitter. Chapter 31. Every cursing sentence is classic. The war of words carried on. Tian Bin was experienced at Weibo, having used it for many years. He had many more fans, who were much more loyal. With his lead, he immediately caused the people supporting Zhang Ye to retreat. You can't defeat us in your curses, right? If you can't, then cut the crap. Still speaking up for Zhang Ye? All of you should just get lost, along with him. There were criticisms everywhere. Zhang Ye's fans had no way of defending themselves. Since someone from the radio station had called Zhang Ye, then there was definitely another person who had contacted Tian Bin. However, not only did Tian Bin not delete his Weibo messages, he even fanned the flames to cause more friction. Finally, Zhang Ye's wrath was unleashed. Are you cursing? All right, here we go. I'll count every one of them. Today I'll show you my warring skills. Zhang Ye's vocabulary in cursing was actually lacking, but he was not afraid, because he was not fighting alone. He immediately used all the internet catchphrases from his previous world and scolded in return. Indeed, I'm a villainous person intoxicated by success, but some people are not even human. What are they even talking about? I want to know, whose Weibo is this? Are you verified as a VIP? You are not a VIP. You're not even AV. From all I see, you are AP fart. Your complex facial features cannot hide your simple IQ. When I see you, I feel to have a naturally superior IQ. Friends, do not scold them. Never battle with beasts. If you win, you are more beastly than beasts. If you lose, you are not even a beast in human. If it's a tie, you are no different from a beast. Also, we can never beat idiots, nor should we try to reason with idiots. This is because they would drag your intelligence down to their level. Then they would beat you with their immense experience. This world had its catchphrases, too. For example, your door is filled with parasol trees. This was due to something that happened half a year ago. Parasol trees were planted at mental institutions in the entire country, and this was a widely spread practice. In the end, parasol trees were used as a euphemism to insinuate that someone was crazy. Similarly, Zhang Ye had the catchphrases from his world. These catchphrases had never been heard of in this world. Furthermore, this was the essence gathered from the collective wisdom of the masses. With so much knowledge gathered in Zhang Ye, how could he lose? With this reply, the replies underneath the post exploded immediately. Holy shit! Teacher Zhang is striking back. Ah, quick, take a look. It's too delightful. You are too awesome. I'm totally convinced of Teacher Zhang Ye's talent today. His novel is classic, his poems are classic. Even his curses are classic. Wow, I think I'm in love with Teacher Zhang Ye. He's too aggressive. Never battle with beasts. Huh, beat you with their immense experience? What a godly statement. It is definitely a godly statement. Tian Bin replied. One could feel the embarrassment and anger in his words. You are cursing? Do you have any culture in you? Do you know your status? Supporting Teacher Tian. A broadcasting host with such manners should be fired. What sort of person is he? How can the radio station hire a radio host of this quality? The moment Zhang Ye engaged in battle, Tian Bin's fans also helped Tian Bin battle with Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye answered calmly. I am not cursing. I am just narrating the truth and facts. I'm teaching everyone how to communicate with people like you. I have come into contact with Teacher Tian. The first word that came to my mind when I saw Teacher Tian was the word, well, king. Someone asked, well? Water well. A frog in the well, someone guessed. Only Zhang Ye was able to clear their doubts. Jing is the word doing things dumbly and unbecoming of their status, both horizontally and vertically. Immediately, all sorts of emoticons of spitting out their water while laughing appeared below the message. Ha ha. Zhang Ye did not stop. Teacher Tian, I always had a question. Why did you give up treatment? Why? There are so many weapons in China, but why did you have to learn swords, Jean? Why did you not learn the way of the upper sword, but have to learn the way of the lower sword? Shi Jean / morally degrading. Why did you not learn iron swords, but have to learn silver swords? Yan Jean / morally lewd. Congratulations for becoming one with the sword today, commonly known as a sword person, Jean RN / slut. Tian Bin. $hashtag% hashtag at. Your grandmother. Zhang Ye, you are too harsh. You are a parasol tree. Dumb pig. Idiot. Tian Bin's fans immediately cried out with anger. As for Zhang Ye's fans, they were dumbfounded. They momentarily forgot to reply to help push the tide. They were only watching. However, Zhang Ye did not stop. He replied with sentence after sentence. You are the dumb pig. Your whole damned family are dumb pigs. Asterisk Teacher Tian. Actually, you shouldn't feel inferior. Even if you made a mistake to cause the leader to cancel your program, you are still a successful person. As a model case for being a failure, you are too successful. Everyone. Zhang Ye carried on cursing. There is a saying that is especially good. God said, let there be light, and so there was light. God said, let there be water, so there was water. God said, let there be idiots, hence you were born. With a pause. Actually, to summarize, I shall give you a sentence. I bought a watch last year, when Nin my ji biao. Some netizens said, buying a watch. What does this mean? Another fan of Tian Bin retorted. You can't even say your words properly. How are you even a host? Is that a sentence? The term to describe the quantity for watch is kuei. To think you bought a G watch. Zhang Ye said. Try typing out the first letter of each word. I bought a watch last year. WQNMLGB. F ** K your mother's C ** T. Wakuni male GB. Ha ha ha. Netizens immediately burst out with laughter till their backs bent over. Zhang Ye cursed Tian Bin for more than an hour. Not a single one of his curses were repeated, and each was worse than the last. Tian Bin angrily said, You are so ugly. Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Zhang Ye typed with a smile. Indeed, I'm not good looking, but at least I'm pleasing to the eye. As for you, your photo can be hung on the wall to ward off evil. Hung above the bed, it wards off pregnancy. Seeing this sentence, Tian Bin nearly vomited blood as he went into a rage. Zhang, I'm irreconcilable with you. Hung on the wall to ward off evil? Hung above the bed, it wards off pregnancy. Poochie. Ah, so damaging. So damaging that it reaches your grandma's house. Delightful. I never knew cursing can be done in this way. Teacher Zhang is invincible. This sentence was actually a classic amongst swear phrases. Once it was revealed, more than 100 responses and comments surged in the next 10 seconds. The onlookers could no longer sit still. With Zhang Ye leading the way, his fans who were pushed into a corner immediately turned the tides as their momentum rose to unprecedented heights. They began to swing the flags of battle for Zhang Ye. Tian Bin was still returning fire with curses, but he was no match for Zhang Ye. In the beginning, there were many Tian Bin fans who were helping their idol curse at Zhang Ye. However, Zhang Ye's combat power was too monstrous. He did not need the help from his fans. His tongue was like a warring hero, as he managed to silence hundreds of people alone. In the end, almost none of Tian Bin's fans said a word. Those who had joined in the fun to curse were attacked by Zhang Ye, until their intestines turned green. After a few retaliative words, they knew they were no match for Zhang Ye. They slowly disappeared, so as to not embarrass themselves. There was only Tian Bin who was retaliating with anger. He battled 1 against 100. After cursing away one, another came. The final outcome was Zhang Ye's complete victory. All the onlookers on Weibo were stunned. What the F***K is this battle power? Could swearing be so earth-shattering? This was the first time they had seen it. Only when Tian Bin was sworn at until he was reduced to a whimper did the crowd come around. Quickly, they began becoming fans of Zhang Ye's Weibo account in an excited fervor. His fan count surged to 31,000. With that, Zhang Ye's game ring's reputation points rose from several thousand to 54,000. Zhang Ye was speechless. Cursing could also bring reputation points? This makes me feel good. Zhang Ye was pondering if he should make a living through cursing. This reputation seemed to be gained for free. Could he become the world's greatest celebrity just from cursing? Note, this is a popular Chinese slang in the form, "You're the one XXX. Your whole damned family XXX." It came from my own swordsman character, Mo Xiaobei. The original text goes along the lines of someone saying to Mo Xiaobei, "Mo Xiaobei, you are a child who matured early." Before Mo Xiaobei replies, "You're the one maturing early. Your whole damned family matured early." Chapter 32. The popularity gained from cursing. The victor was clear. The war of words had ended too. Netizens were positively leaving comments. Everyone was almost laughing. All in one wind. Too godly. The things I saw today were too godly. Small hole 11. Absolutely godly. Absolute idol. Such aggression. Zhang Ye #1 fan. This is a newly registered account. Please take care of me. In the future, I will be Teacher Zhang's brainless fan. To curse at such a masterful level, I can only use worship to describe my feelings. From now on, Teacher Zhang Ye will be the leader of our internet troll army. Might of Little Warrior. Seeing Teacher Zhang Ye's curses, I realize how naive I had been. I even boasted that I was a cursing specialist with no competition. But after seeing today's events, I've been humbled. I wonder if Teacher Zhang Ye takes disciples. I would like to learn your art of cursing. If I could get 10% of your skills, no, just 1%, I would not be afraid anymore while I travel the world. In the process of breaking down, God, what did I just witness? This Weibo account has almost gone up to the first page. What happened here? Why is the click rate for the comments so high? Teacher Zhang Ye's image has just collapsed for me. Is this the same Teacher Zhang Ye who wrote Flying Bird and Fish? This is that Teacher Zhang Ye who wrote A Generation? This is too much. I like it too much. Haha. Well, cursed. Such kinds of people deserve such curses. Talent. This is what talent is. This cursing can even move the heavens. He is no doubt a great poet. Come on, how can a poet curse like this? To the previous poster, which writer or poet does not curse? Consider the most famous teacher Chen Tianma. Was his first poem not one that was used to curse too? It even had vulgarities. Everyone started to heatedly discuss. The center of focus were Zhang Ye's Weibo's curses. At the unit, the radio station's colleagues had all witnessed Zhang Ye's curses that had a touch of genius. Some of them even could not hold in their laughter. Teacher Little Zhang has such an ability. It really is unbelievable. These curses are too humorous. Ha ha ha. I've already compiled all those curses. Isn't this a little bad? The leader was so anxious just now. Why? Those curses are already unretractable. It's too late. We will leave it to the leader to deal with tomorrow. This time, it's really Tian Bin's bad luck. He actually met Zhang Ye, a person who would rather die than lose out. Tian Bin sure got cursed into a terrible state. Little Zhang sure is godly. Say, about all those classic amongst classic curse sentences, how do you think that he came up with them? Were they on-the-spot creations again? Right, That I bought a watch last year sure was marvelous. Hee hee. I prefer that line about, why did you give up treatment? It was so funny. After being cursed to such a pathetic state, I'm guessing that Tianbin would have no face to come to work tomorrow. Teacher phone was at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. This little Zhang. I already told him to delete his Weibo messages and not speak anymore. But no matter what, he refused to listen. Now we are in this state. Another person who had a good relationship with Tianbin said, how can little Zhang do this? This will cause a lot of negative exposure. They might think everyone in our radio station is of such a culture. Xiaofang did not like what was said. It was Teacher Tian who instigated the matter first. Teacher Zhang was just in self-defense. The matter seemed to have calmed down, but in fact, it was far from having done so. Zhang Ye's famous sentences had never appeared in this world yet. However, in his world, every sentence was extremely popular on the internet. Actually, when Zhang Ye was using all of them to curse, he did not feel particularly happy about it. Why? This was because, from his knowledge, all those curses had already been overused and outdated. For example, I bought a watch last year. The people in Zhang Ye's old world had used it too much. It had lost its charm. As for that sentence about never battle with beasts, if Zhang Ye were to post it on his world's discussion boards, people would definitely reply with things like, congratulations to OP for getting onto the internet. It was so overused that no one used it anymore. However, in this world, no one had yet to hear all these catchphrases. Hence, when Zhang Ye revealed a large number of them, they immediately caused an intense sensation on the internet. There were even well-meaning people who compiled a list of classic Zhang Ye phrases as they copied every sentence he used to let everyone worship. During this time, there were also many people in the same industry who replied, keep calm. All of you, calm down. Watching, waiting for new sentences. Has it already ended? A few radio station counterparts from other provinces and municipalities expressed concern. This sort of matter would not have been much in another industry and would not have made even a splash in their entertainment circles. However, in their radio station media circle, it was still quite novel. As such, it began spreading like wildfire as counterparts from other radio stations also spread this in an instant. Many people logged into Weibo to watch the show upon hearing this interesting piece of news. After seeing Zhang Ye's phrases, most of the counterparts only had one reaction. In the future, you could offend anyone else, but never a person like this. Your sister, your curses are so wicked. If someone had a bad heart, he would have died of a heart attack from the rage. The development carried on. People carried on replying and following the matter without any tinge of tiredness. Zhang Ye was like a fighter. He did not even eat dinner. He was waiting in front of the computer for Tianbin to appear once again. He was prepared to engage in another round of battle at any time. He was not afraid of anyone. In the end, the other party did not even whimper, making Zhang Ye have a slight yearning for more. With that, Zhang Ye posted a final message for this matter and clarified, statement, my personal words are representative of my personal views. It has nothing to do with my respective radio station. I am not a person who liked to use vulgarities. However, if someone were to bully me, I would not sit idle. As for those people who tried to fan the flames and for those who scolded me without any provocation, I can only give you 4 words. Please, here you take, and I, good, ma, care, d. The last sentence he used was also a popular theme in his world. The 4 words were still those 4 words, but the opinion notes were something else. Of course, in this world, no one had seen such a thing. People could not react in time, as they had never come into contact with something like that. Please take good care. Why did Teacher Zhang Ye suddenly become so refined? He's not refined. Haha. Quick, look at the pinyin for please take good care. Do not look at the words. The pinyin behind. Chu. And I. Ma. Da. Go. F asterisk asterisk K. Your. Self. Pooh. There's a hidden catch. I'm dying of laughter. I can't even close my jaw. I really am laughing madly today. Teacher Zhang Ye is too damaging. Whoever offends him won't have a good outcome. Asking for help from God. From today onward, Teacher Zhang, you will be my spiritual leader. The word of God. I've already fan-ed. However strong you are, there is always someone stronger. This is the first time I have realized that there can be so much knowledge in cursing. As above, This is the first time I have realized that cursing can be so artistic. After the Weibo battle ended, Tianbin's side completely died down as Zhang Ye shouted his stance. No one dared to fight again. Before this, there usually would not be any end to a war of words online. It would just be one scolding the other, with the other responding with a curse. This would then keep going back and forth, with no way to decide who was the victor, as no one would take it lying down, as no one wanted to eat humble pie. However, today was an exception. Zhang Ye had managed to curse a few hundred people so well that they could not respond alone. Many onlookers who were watching felt their blood boil. If one man guards the pass, 10,000 are unable to get through. What sort of style was this? How domineering was this? The last curse had increased Zhang Ye's Weibo fans by another 6,000. This was just the popularity gained purely from cursing. Looking at the entire internet, Zhang Ye was the first person to rapidly gain so many fans just from his curse words and not because of his target audience. Chapter 33. I guess I should write a self-reflective essay. Chapter title is a spoiler. Highlight it to read it now, or see it at the bottom. The second day, Zhang Ye woke up early in the morning. Without eating breakfast, he switched on the computer at home. The computer in his parents' home was a locally made Donghua brand. It was also a brand that Zhang Ye had never heard of. It was cheap, and its price-to-performance ratio was relatively higher. The only problem was it liked to hang. Checking online, Tianbin's Weibo messages had already been deleted. Zhang Ye also began deleting some of his Weibo messages that he had posted the previous night. There was no other way, as Director Zhao had called him personally last night to rage. Everything seemed to be calm, but anyone who had experienced yesterday's war of words knew how thrilling the scene was. Oh, this year's online catchphrases? Through a Weibo link, Zhang Ye entered a voting website. It was the selection of the top 10 most popular online catchphrases that appeared over the past year. This was quite different from his previous world. The catchphrases that were popular were nearly all acknowledged by the public, and that was it. In this world, there was a tiny difference. Many of the popular catchphrases caught on only through the voting of netizens. The result was quite interesting. If one didn't see it, they would not know. But just looking at it would give a shock. Number 1. I bought a watch last year, Zhang Ye. Number 2. Please, Q, take, Ni, good, Ma, care, De, Zhang Ye. Number 3. Your door is filled with parasol trees. From netizen, I'm your aunt. Number 4. Teacher Tian, why did you give up treatment? Zhang Ye. Amongst the top 10 internet catchphrases, Zhang Ye's curses had been given tens of thousands of votes by netizens to take the top few spots. The first, second, and fourth spots were all his. Looking further down, the rest of Zhang Ye's other curses were hovering between the 20th to 30th spots. The votes for them were also continuously increasing. Zhang Ye was immediately delighted, especially because that "why did you give up treatment" phrase had Tianbin's name in front of it. After the war of words ended, the newspapers did not report it. This was because Zhang Ye and Tianbin were not very famous, so this was not considered news. However, there were some online media and other people who had participated in the war of the words that gave their evaluation. The culture and quality of radio station hosts. A blockbuster war of words. A. Poets counterattack. Weibo miracle. A war of words that gained the notice of tens of thousands of people. After a few simple sweeps of the news, Zhang Ye finished the breakfast his parents had made for him before going to work. The unit. Upon reaching the doorstep of the radio station building, many staff members, who Zhang Ye did not know, were looking at him. Some were even pointing at him. That's Zhang Ye. He is the one. Huh. Did you see Weibo yesterday? Too awesome. There was even a youth from the Human Resources Department who waved at Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang, you came? Good morning. Zhang Ye blinked, clearly not knowing him, but he still politely greeted back. How are you? Good morning. Great. I must have become famous again. However, Zhang Ye, who wanted to be famous even in his dreams, was not very happy today. He bitterly smiled because he knew that this was infamy. As he approached his office, he felt more perturbed. Cough. He didn't know how the leader would dispose of him. Upon entering the office, everyone was already there. Ah, Teacher Zhang. Xiaofeng was the first to see him. Teacher Feng, who was about to retire soon, said with some resentment, Young man, why are you so impulsive? Other people either laughed or glanced over. Their looks became complicated when they looked at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye said. Teacher Feng, it's not that I'm impulsive. It's just that someone was pushing it too far. He scolded me on Weibo for no rhyme or reason. He even led his fans to curse at me. How could I not fight back? Don't look at him writing poems and novels. In fact, those did not show his true side. He was extremely nationalistic and cursed at any grievance under the sky. This was this fellow's true nature. He was just a very ordinary villainous person. He was not as noble as how people thought him to be. Right? Where's Tian Bin? Zhang Ye began looking. Teacher Feng hesitated with an odd look before saying, He's been hospitalized. He's on leave today. Hospitalized? Zhang Ye felt nervous. Don't tell me this bro had agitated him into such a state? That can't be, right? Someone from the editing department said, Little Zhang, you are definitely in trouble this time. Director Zhao said for you to look for him the moment that you reached the unit. Zhang Ye said innocently, I didn't cause any trouble. All of you should have seen. It was Teacher Tian who threw the first stone. You can't blame me for his hospitalization, right? Hi, the saying is so apt, no die. Xiaofang was stunned. What does it mean? The other people were also curious. Is it English? No. Die? What was that? Zhang Ye explained. If you read it together, if you don't seek death, you won't die. Teacher Feng spat out the water he had just drunk from his white porcelain mug upon hearing this. He began coughing. That mouth of yours sure is wicked. Everyone, how do you speak English at home? Nozo? Dai? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaomei, who was usually reticent, was also amused. After clearing her throat and wiping her smile, she went back to work. Turning around, Zhang Ye bitterly laughed to hide his anxiousness as he walked towards the leader's office. He knocked on the door twice. Who is it? It's me, Zhang Ye. Come in. Upon hearing Zhang Ye's name, the tone from inside immediately turned unfriendly. Zhang Ye carefully entered the room and saw Zhao Guizhou watering the flowers by the windowsill. He closed the door and said, Leader, I heard Editor Zhou say you were looking for me? Zhao Guizhou said hoarsely. Do you know why I'm looking for you? I don't know. Zhang Ye feigned ignorance. Is it about the recording of Ghost Blows Out the Light? Don't worry, I'll finish recording them today. The recorded program can be broadcast for more than a month without a problem. Zhao Guizhou turned speechless. Are you playing dumb with me? Zhang Ye could only admit his faults. Leader, I know I wasn't entirely in the right yesterday, but it was Tian Bin who first scolded me as a villainous person intoxicated by success. He even fanned the flames to get his fans to curse at me. Tell me, what should I have done? I could not have pretended to not see it, right? Zhao Guizhou said angrily. He has his faults. You, too, have your own faults. No matter what, Tian Bin did not use a single vulgarity, right? What about you? Look at what you posted. Yesterday the station's leader even called my home. He asked me what was going on. Do you know how great an effect that has brought to the station? Zhao Guizhou placed the watering pot down and said, You do not need to explain any further. I'll write you down with a demerit mark. Well then, write a self-reflective essay. I'll decide after seeing the self-reflective essay. If your attitude is still incorrect, I'll add on more punishments. It's your choice. Zhang Ye was not willing to do it. Director Zhao, I'll accept the demerit mark. However, I will not write the self-reflective essay, because I do not think I did anything wrong. Zhao Guizhou angrily said. You still want to legitimize your cursing? But Weibo is my personal space. I had also stated that whatever I said was my personal opinion and, as such, has nothing to do with the unit. Zhang Ye quibbled. How old was he, for him to still write a self-reflective essay? He was not an elementary student anymore. Zhang Ye would definitely not agree to it, as this was about his principles and dignity. You are still quibbling? Zhao Guizhou stared at him. You can give me any punishment, but I will definitely not write the self-reflective essay. Zhang Ye said firmly. Zhao Guizhou nodded. All right, then I'll leave your bonus for next month on the back burner. I'll hand out the bonus only after you turn in the self-reflective essay. Deducting his bonus? What a joke. How can a bonus compare with anything? Zhang Ye said. Without thinking, I'll immediately write the self-reflective essay. I'll pass it to you in a while. Zhao Guizhou. Chapter 34. Rejecting the Leader. At work, Zhang Ye began working, so off to the recording studio he went. This matter was neither really trivial nor huge. There were hosts on television stations who had cursed using vulgarities on Weibo, too. In the end, they were also fine. They, too, were given a warning and some disciplinary measures were meted out. After finishing writing the self-reflective essay, this matter was considered to have a simple end to it. Of course, it was not that simple. For a short period of time, Zhang Ye still had to behave himself by tucking his tail between his legs to slowly let the effects wear off. There was no other way out. Did anyone ask him to curse on Weibo so vehemently? He had even cursed to the point of Tianbin being hospitalized. He had to pay the cost of having so much fun. 1 hour. 3 hours. Zhang Ye ended the first Ghost Blows Out the Light book. As for the sequel, Ghost Blows Out the Light 2, Zhang Ye was not prepared to narrate it. This was because he felt it was a lot worse than the first one. Zhang Ye did not want to take the risk, as it could affect his listenership rates. So he decided to just call it a day. It had finally ended. Phew. Zhang Ye felt like a huge burden had lifted off his chest. The remaining recording tapes were enough for late-night ghost stories to be broadcast for the next 1 to 2 months. He no longer needed to work overtime from day to night. He could finally take a break. Lunchtime. At the canteen downstairs, it was crowded. "Master, I want fried eggplant, fried meat, and 2 bowls of rice." After Zhang Ye received his wage and bonus, he decided not to eat instant noodles anymore. Finally, he was able to order a big meal at the canteen. Actually, their canteen's food was pretty good and cheap. Furthermore, there was a meal allowance in their salary. Zhang Ye was not in need of that cash. When he handed the 11 yuan to the chef, Zhang Ye felt like he was like a tycoon spending lavishly. This meal was so extravagant. "Little Zhang," a person called out. After Zhang Ye received his meal, he looked towards where the voice came from. "You are?" The secretary of the station's leader called him over. "Station head Jia invites you over." Zhang Ye was puzzled. As such, he followed the secretary to a small cafeteria at the back. It was also a large lobby, but there were small partitions that separated the spaces. Right, it was similar to restrooms. Typically, only station leaders or channel directors or deputy directors had the right to sit in these small dining rooms for their meals. Previously, the small cafeteria was given special treatment. Things were done more exquisitely and fine, but as the higher-ups sent a note down to promote thriftiness, the special cafeteria was removed. The leaders shared their meals together with everyone. In a partition, Zhao Guizhou and deputy station head Jia were sitting opposite one another. There was another leader sitting beside whom Zhang Ye did not know. Station head Jia, Director Zhao. Zhang Ye stood there holding his meal. "Are you looking for me?" Zhao Guizhou pressed his hands down. "Sit down, little Zhang. Let's eat together. Station head Jia has something to discuss with you. Let's talk as we eat." Deputy station head Jia was a little old man. Back when Zhang Ye participated in the recording of Talk About the World, encountering the suicide problem, deputy station head Jia had also come. He had thus met Zhang Ye once. Hearing deputy station head Jia put down his chopsticks as he smiled like a chrysanthemum flower with his wrinkled face, "I saw you queuing up for lunch when I was walking over. So, I got my secretary to call you over. How is it? I heard your program is almost done recording." Zhang Ye said without inhibitions. "It's already done recording." Zhao Guizhou praised. Little Zhang had worked overtime for quite a number of days. He recorded dozens of episodes continuously. He's very hardworking. Deputy station head Jia acknowledged tersely before changing his tone. "The only thing that wasn't well done was yesterday's matter, right? Weibo may be your private zone, but your verified status also indicates our radio station. You are a public figure, so everything you say and do must be done with propriety, in consideration of the possible effects." Zhang Ye admitted his fault. "Leader, it won't happen again." After criticizing Zhang Ye a bit, the leader sitting by the side, who Zhang Ye did not know, pulled out a document. Deputy station head Jia took it and gave a look before nodding. He handed the document to Zhang Ye. "I was looking for you because of the publication of Ghost Blows Out the Light. You are also lucky, as the station has decided to help you deal with matters of publication." Zhang Ye was surprised. "Publication? Our radio station has a publication division." Deputy station head Jia said, "We don't, but we do all the work with helping you connect with publishers. This is the power of attorney. Take a look. If you are fine with it, then sign it. A staff specially in charge of contracting the publishing and marketing for Ghost Blows Out the Light will contact you when the time comes." You do not need to worry much. Also, we will give you quite a high price. 20,000 for the book. Zhang Ye was shocked. 20,000? Selling all the copyright. Deputy Station Head Jia did not seem pleased with Zhang Ye's reaction. Of course, we are buying the copyright. A rookie usually would not even be given any royalties. Also, as the risk is greater, how is 20,000 little? You are a rookie who has never had any experience publishing. 20,000 for the book's copyright is a very high price. If you get to know the market, you will understand. Understand my ass. You think I'm a F*** king retard? In fact, Zhang Ye was not intending to publish his novels in the short term. He knew his roots were in the radio station. He wanted to do his job well at the radio station, producing good results and becoming famous. There was no hurry in publishing until further in the future. But even if he was not in a hurry to publish, he was also a bit unhappy. Why isn't anyone contacting me for the publication of such a good novel? Are the publishers dumb? Only through Deputy Station Head Jia's words did Zhang Ye finally understand. It was not that the publishers did not eye his novel. They had definitely gone through the radio station first, but the station had never informed him about it. They did not seek his opinion and wanted to first create a power of attorney. The power of attorney had many words. It was about 7 to 8 pages long. Upon scanning it, the general meaning of it was to hand all the copyright of Ghost Blows Out the Light, including, but not limited to, the simplified and traditional Chinese movie adaptation, as well as the television drama adaptation, to the radio station. Finally, Zhang Ye would receive a one-time copyright fee of 20,000 yuan for each novel. Give it to you? Do you think I'm sick? You do not have a publishing division and are just an intermediary. You are taking my copyright to sell to another publisher to earn the intermediary fee for nothing. Why wouldn't I look for a publisher myself? And 20,000 for the book? I would not sell even if it was 200,000 for the book. Are you trying to wave off a beggar? Zhang Ye knew the station was conning him. Deputy Station Head Jia must have already made an agreement with the publisher. For example, after obtaining Zhang Ye's copyright, they would sell it to the publisher for 10 times or more. They might also sign a royalty agreement with the publisher, obtaining revenue according to the sales. From the results of Ghost Blows Out the Light, it was definitely not a problem to sell at least 200,000 copies of the simplified Chinese edition. How much money was that? Also, if the copyright was in the hands of the radio station, then the revenue would be all theirs. Zhang Ye would have no right to receive any royalties. The most maddening thing was that they were even grabbing the copyright to the movie and television drama versions of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Isn't this a ripoff? Zhang Ye said in a euphemistic manner. Sorry, leader, I do not intend on publishing it. Deputy Station Head Ji is no longer happy. This is for your own good. We are trying to help your book do well and also make you famous. Zhao Guozhou frowned. Little Zhang, are you thinking of contacting a publisher yourself? The faces of the other 3 leaders by the side turned ashen as they said bluntly towards Zhang Ye. You are still in your probationary phase. The station thinks highly of you, so we are giving you a platform for your development, yet you are ungrateful towards it? Don't forget that your Ghost Blows Out the Light was promoted by our station's programs. Our station has already produced a lot of momentum for you. You want to skip over the station to publish? Then shall we count how much the publicity costs? There was no doubt that there was a threat in his tone. If Zhang Ye did not hear this, it would have been fine. But upon hearing this, he was further angered. Aren't your words a bit unreasonable? Publicity costs? Then let me ask you, how did the novels and late-night ghost stories come about in the past? Weren't they all very popular supernatural novels on the market? The station was using their novels' momentum to hold on to the listeners. They had even paid a considerable amount of copyright fees to the novel's author. So why have the roles been reversed when it came to me? You aren't paying me money, but now I have to pay? Right, I'm a staff of the station. I have the responsibility and obligation. That was why I used my novel to help draw in the audience for the station. From the beginning to the end, did I say anything about the copyright fees? I did not want the money, but how did it end up being me needing to pay publicity fees? And you are forcefully buying all my copyright. Zhang Ye suppressed all his anger in his heart. He also knew that it was not good to go against the leaders, so he could only say, I do not intend to publish myself. I've already said, I really do not intend on publishing. The leader stared widely. Then you can think about it now. Zhang Ye in a thick-skinned manner. I do not have any such plans in the short term. Sorry, leader. Zhao Guizhou looked at him. Little Zhang, have you really thought through it? He was actually not surprised that Zhang Ye would not sell his copyright. This rascal was a person who said he would rather die than write a self-reflective essay. However, at the moment the mention of his bonus being deducted, this money-faced man had handed over a self-reflective essay in 2 minutes. To pull money out of a miser's hands would surely be extremely difficult. As they were speaking, they got the attention of quite a number of people nearby. Those people were listening to them talk. Deputy Station Head Jia laughed and seemed to be magnanimous. Young people are indeed stubborn. All right, the copyright is yours. If you do not want to use your copyright, the station will not force you. Since the three of them had finished their meal, they stood up and left. Zhao Guizhou pointed at Zhang Ye and said softly, "You man, you." Only he knew how much thought the station had gone through regarding the Ghost Blows Out the Light copyright. In the past, the scope of miscellaneous business was limited to the copyright of audiobooks or copyright agreements with some websites. They would sell the radio station's high-quality audio resources. However, the revenue obtained from this was not a lot, so it was not a major development. This time with Zhang Ye's novel being so popular, the station's leaders had seen another opportunity. As such, they created this false pretense of the power of attorney, hoping to gobble down the copyright to Ghost Blows Out the Light so that they could develop and expand their other forms of income, other than advertising. But who knew that Zhang Ye refused without a second thought? Deputy Station Head Jia may have made it sound unimportant, but Zhang Ye knew that things were not that simple. He was afraid that the station was about to apply some underhanded punishment. But so what? If I'm not selling, it means I'm not selling. Are you trying to steal the fruits of my labor without spending anything? Isn't this robbery? Even if the station found a reason to fire Zhang Ye still had something left to say, which was the line in the Song of the Stormy Petrel. Let the tempest come strike harder. I don't give a f*** K who you are. Chapter 35. Hosting a new segment. Afternoon break. News was spreading within the literature channel. Old Wang, did you hear? Zhang Ye is done for. How can that be? Aren't his program ratings very high? It's useless, no matter high it is. He's not a pillar of the station, so would not having him matter? Is it because of the cursing incident? That can't be. Hasn't the leader already meted out punishment to him? Because of the publishing of Ghost Blows Out the Light, the station wanted to buy over the copyright. However, Zhang Ye was unimpressed, so he didn't sell it. The leader was embarrassed. If it was just any other leader, it wouldn't be so bad. But this is Deputy Station Head Jia we are talking about. The station's leader. If they would let him off, that would be strange. There's such an incident. Right, he's done for. It can't be that bad. Cutting off the station's profit and long-drawn plans. How can it not be that bad? Watch, the leader will do him in. They won't groom him any further. Oh, what a shame. This kid's cultural upbringing is very good. He's a good sapling. I knew this day was coming. Zhang Ye doesn't know his place. He's a good person, but too stubborn. When you join the working world, how can your principles be that important anymore? He should know where to compromise and give in. Otherwise, he will suffer sooner or later. The Song of the Stormy Petrel was indeed good. I also approve of his literary skills, but that's only literature, only a poem. Work is still work. When you have to give in, you have to give in. Otherwise, if he follows his poems, let the tempest strike harder, he wouldn't need to come in to work anymore. He would have offended all sorts of people. The radio station is big, but its social circle is small. With a little hearsay, everyone heard the news. When Zhang Ye came back, he was surprised to see Tian Bin. His hand was wrapped up in gauze, like he had suffered an injury. The moment he saw Zhang Ye, Tian Bin gritted his teeth, like he had wanted to bite at him. But subsequently, Tian Bin was smiling again, like he was witnessing a joke. He'd had a few drinks the day before and was not clear-minded. So he picked on Zhang Ye on Weibo and even encouraged his fans to curse at him. Who would have known that in the end, he and his fans were out-cursed by Zhang Ye? In his anger, Tian Bin smashed the ashtray beside his hands and accidentally cut himself. He even had to go to the hospital to get a few stitches. Tian Bin was so angry that he wanted to murder Zhang Ye, but who knew that when he arrived at the unit at noon, a surprise awaited him. Zhang Ye had offended the leader. This was what's called retribution. At least, that is what Tianbin thought. His anger from before had also dissipated. Teacher Zhang. Xiaofang rushed forward. They said that you. Zhang Ye waved her away. Carry on with your work. I've finished recording the broadcast. Go straighten it out. Teacher Feng, who was on good terms with him, also came forward, pulled him aside to a corner, and spoke in a whisper. Did you really offend the station's leader? Zhang Ye smiled bitterly. I guess so. Teacher Feng concernedly asked, You are really great. If the station wants your copyright, just sell it off to them. It's okay to earn less. After all, your future's here in radio hosting. If you don't sell, are you prepared to resign? Zhang Ye replied unconcerned. Why should I resign? The copyright belongs to me. If the station wants to shortchange me, I won't sell. I did nothing wrong. Teacher Feng was at a loss for words. You don't want to stay on? Do you think you can still stay on? Why not? Zhang Ye rebutted. Not only will I stay on, I even want to do well. Such was his temper. He would not have it any other way. Teacher Feng shook his head, but didn't say anything further. Being a radio host, Zhang Ye had pondered repeatedly before applying for the job. Of course, he wouldn't resign because he had yet to achieve the results and experience. The late-night segment exploded into a well-known program. This result was not enough. Although the late-night program brought together many people, the audience base was still too little. As for those poems, at most, they could let Zhang Ye get around. It could not continuously bring him experience, nor fame. Zhang Ye's focus was still to gain more fame through using the radio station. At the very least, he had to win an award. This would be the very foundation needed for him to become famous in the future. Zhang Ye's horizons were very wide. Naturally, he would not be stuck in the radio station. But deep inside, he knew that he couldn't make it without them. Right now, he would like to join the TV station, but that would require them to want him. Even if it was him, he could not become a TV host. The TV station was at least 10 times more competitive than the radio station. Lots of people were queuing up to join the TV station. So why would they want him? Based on this height? Based on this image? Bull ***** T. Even if he worked backstage all his life, it wouldn't be his turn. So what if he had talent? Even with the cultural support he had from his world, it would have little effect. To be a TV host, not only do you need cultural learnings, but also a mixture of strength and qualifications. This is why Zhang Ye felt the basics in the radio station were very important. He needed to hone his skills here, before he can continue to climb up. Suddenly, Zhao Guizhou entered the office. Director Zhao. Director. A few people hurriedly greeted. Tianbin did so too. Zhao Guizhou looked at Tianbin. How's your injury? Tianbin quickly said, It's not a problem. It was just a laceration. A few stitches was all it needed. With a terse acknowledgement, Zhao Guizhou glanced at Zhang Ye, who was sitting at this seat. Suddenly, he clapped to attract the attention of everyone. Everyone, put down your work. I have 2 disciplinary matters to settle. Looking at Tianbin, Little Tian, although you are injured, I still need to give you a verbal reprimand. I have already received your self-reflective essay. Your attitude is pretty good. In consideration of your hard work and working attitude in the past, only 1 month of your bonus will be deducted. Never again. Tianbin promised, it won't happen again. Also Zhang Ye. Although Zhang Ye had been dealt with, Zhao Guizhou suddenly went back on his word. Little Zhang, your behavior was extremely bad. You used vulgarities, and not only did you scold your own colleague, you even scolded the listeners who have always been supportive of us. You have caused an indelible effect on our station. The station's management are also taking this very seriously and have decided to revoke Zhang Ye's position as the host of late-night ghost stories. He will become a stand-in host. The position will be taken up by Tianbin. Here, I also want to warn everyone to remember that every word and action you do is representative of our station's image. Many people had already guessed it. However, there were still people who could not believe that the punishment dealt to Zhang Ye was so severe. Tianbin was the most delighted person amongst them all. He immediately said, Thank you, leader. I promise that I will not disappoint the trust the station has put in me. Zhang Ye also never expected the station to be ruthless. Director Zhao, then will Ghost Blows Out the Light be taken off air? Zhao Guizhou said indifferently. Why would it be taken off air? Haven't you already finished recording? Once Ghost Blows Out the Light ends its broadcast, The next ghost story will be broadcasted by Tian Bin. Finished recording? This was pretty much slaughtering the donkey after it has done its job at the mill. Zhang Ye was vexed. This bro had worked overtime until 2 to 3 a.m. in the night every day over the past few days. He nearly did it without rest, but all he got in return was this. Not giving me the royalties I deserve, removing me from my post, yet still continuing to use my program to gain listenership for the station? One shouldn't kill after one has apologized. But what could he say? He was without any background or power. He could say nothing and could only blame himself. He had used vulgarities on Weibo, causing others to have something on him. Zhang Ye was a person who had a good memory. In the future, if he encountered something on the internet like this again, he would definitely carry on cursing. This was Zhang Ye. No one could stop him with something he wanted to do. I have finished announcing the disciplinary matters. That would be all. Zhao Guizhou was about to leave. At this moment, no one expected Wang Xiaomei to stand forward. Director Zhao, I saw the Weibo incident too. Even though Teacher Zhang had his faults, this matter was instigated by Teacher Tian. If the punishment for Teacher Zhang was so severe, I think it should be done so equally. We shouldn't let Teacher Tian go on a segment, right? Zhang Ye was a rookie who had no experience. His performance was just above average. However, Wang Xiaomei was different. She was the #1 person of the literature channel. She was also a supporting pillar of the Beijing radio station. The words she said certainly had pull. Tian Bin's face flushed red and white. However, he did not dare open his mouth, as it wasn't his time and place. Zhao Guizhou stared deeply at Wang Xiaomei. Teacher Xiaomei, no matter what problems little Tian has, he did not scold anyone. He had still paid attention to the repercussions. Wang Xiaomei said, then I think this punishment is not fair. If Teacher Tian can go on segment, then Teacher Zhang should be given a chance to mend his ways. Teacher Feng hesitated before looking up. My old and young story club is about to be axed. I heard that the station has arranged for other segments to replace it. However, there should be about a dozen or so more episodes to be recorded. I have already begun the retirement procedures last week. It is quite pointless for me to host it any further. Why not let Teacher Little Zhang host my segment? I'm already old. My body is also not good. I really don't have the energy to carry on broadcasting. Zhao Guizhou's eyebrows ticked. Old Feng, there should be a beginning and an end. You have already broadcast your segment for 5 years. You want to give up at the final critical moment. Teacher Feng sighed. I think it's best to hand it over to the young people. I only want to retire peacefully now. After a few seconds of silence, Zhao Guizhou could only say, all right then. In that case, tomorrow, Little Zhang will host Old and Young Story Club. Since the segment had only about a dozen days left, it was pretty meaningless. Tian Bin and many others felt the same, too. It was meaningless. However, Zhang Ye did not agree. At this moment, he felt warmth in his heart. An indescribable feeling surged from deep within his heart. He had never expected that someone would help him at this moment. After Zhao Guizhou left, Zhang Ye rushed to Wang Xiaomei's table. Teacher Wang, thank you very much. Wang Xiaomei said without expression. You had helped me relieve the problem on my program last time. Treat it as me returning the favor. Thank you. After saying that, Zhang Ye went to Teacher Feng. Teacher Feng, thank you very much. I really do not know what to say. Teacher Feng laughed. Retiring tomorrow is also retiring. Retiring a dozen days later is also retiring. What difference is that to me? You don't have to thank me. In fact, I can't help you much. You are, in my opinion, the best sapling in the station. Don't blame me for always nagging you. In fact, I actually like that bad temper of yours. You are identical to when I was young. Hee hee. I also do not wish to see you being put down like that. My segment will be handed over to you tomorrow. This segment is my child. You must treat it well. Even though it will be taken off air in a dozen or so episodes, you must do it diligently. Can you agree to that? Immediately, Zhang Ye felt a heavy burden. He said confidently, I can agree to that. Chapter 36, The Legendary Jinx. Afternoon. The air conditioning in the office had broken down. This crappy aircon, why can't it start? Teacher Wu, is the power line properly plugged in? It's still connected. It just can't be switched on. Phew, it's so hot. In the morning, a veteran broadcaster, Wu Deitao, had tinkered with it all day without fixing it. He could not handle the heat well, So after fussing with it until his body was covered in sweat, he eventually gave up. He turned his head to look at the people in the office. The clerk was not around. Everyone else was busy with their work. All of them were broadcasting hosts. As such, he looked towards Zhang Ye. Little Zhang, the aircon is spoilt. Go downstairs to the front desk and get them to contact maintenance. Zhang Ye looked back. Don't we just need to make a phone call? Wu Deitao said. We don't have maintenance's telephone number here. Also, we need to fill in a maintenance request form at the front desk to tell them which aircon it is. Zhang Ye was unwilling to do so. I'm still busy. I'll get to it in a while. Wu Deitao no longer called Zhang Ye teacher Little Zhang. Back then, he could chat with Zhang Ye. He had also complimented him when Zhang Ye's segment became popular. However, now, his attitude had completely changed. He ordered him around like a normal clerk. According to what Zhang Ye heard, he had good personal ties with Zhao Guozhou and was a close associate of Director Zhao. There was even talk that said that he was related to Director Zhao's wife. Li Si came back over there. He was holding onto a basket of letters. It was as if they had all discussed this beforehand, as he came to Zhang Ye and said, Little Zhang, the letters from the listeners are here. Find yours, and then give the rest to everyone. Zhang Ye retorted, giving them out? Me, Li Si said. I still have other things to do. After putting down the basket, he left. A few days back, Li Si had already took a softer stance with Zhang Ye. He had taken the initiative to greet Zhang Ye. After all, the power was in the victor. But now, with Zhang Ye offending the leader, not only was Zhao Guozhou provoked, he had even offended the station's leader. Li Si's attitude had reverted back to that of the past. Tian Bin also chimed in, as he pointed towards the water fountain beside Zhang Ye. Little Zhang, we are running out of water soon. In a while, go change it since you don't have any work to do now. Everybody is hitting a man while he is down. Zhang Ye let out a sneer. It was as if the entire office's attitude towards Zhang Ye had changed immediately. Other than 3 other people, Wang Xiaomei, Teacher Feng and Xiao Feng, the rest had all begun bossing him around. If they did not do that, they would ignore him. They did not say anything or greet Zhang Ye when they saw him. It was as if he did not exist. They were all experienced employees. So how could they not be aware of what was happening? The station was intending to strike down Zhang Ye. They did not fire him, despite removing him from his hosting program. This was to teach him a lesson, so as to let him obediently hand the copyright to Ghost Blows Out the Light over to the station. However, those who had come into contact with Zhang Ye over the past few days knew that with Zhang Ye's stubborn temper, he would never agree to it. Hence, in everyone's opinion, Zhang Ye's career as a broadcaster had come to an end. No one could save him. So why would they need to establish good relationships with him? Firstly, it was not necessarily. Secondly, they had to do so. They were completely different from Wang Xiaomei and Teacher Feng. Teacher Xiaomei was a pillar of support for the station. The station's management attached great importance to her, so no one would dare touch her. Teacher Feng was about to retire in a few days. He was also an old comrade that had worked in the station for decades, so everyone had to give him face. Besides, he was about to retire, so what could you do? The other people were different. They still had to carry on working under Deputy Station Head Jia and Director Zhao for a long time to come. Since the leader had ordered a gag order, would they mingle with Zhang Ye in a friendly manner? Do you think they felt they had lived too long? In an afternoon, Zhang Ye could be said to have been bossed around everywhere. Xiao Feng, who had just returned after finishing her work, saw how Zhang Ye was treated the moment she entered the office. Her eyes turned red with anger. Little Zhang, what's the matter with you? Didn't I get you to change the water jug? Since you don't have any work now, why are you putting on airs? Wu Deitao and Tian Bin began echoing each other. Even Li Si, who was a small assistant, looked down on Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye had been completely marginalized. Teacher Feng could not take it any longer. Aren't all of you also very free? If you have the energy to boss others around, why don't you make the phone call to solve it yourself? Teacher Feng, you are still speaking up for him? Wu Deitao was also annoyed by Zhang Ye. Look at him. Does he even look like he is giving the respect a rookie should give to an elder? Xiao Feng was also bursting with anger. All of you are just taking advantage of your seniority to bully others. Tian Bin had also endured Xiao Feng for a long time. Do you think a lowly clerk like you has the right to speak? After being shouted at, Xiao Feng nearly teared up. She felt wronged. Zhang Ye's temper also began boiling. This was the first time he opened his mouth. What are you shouting for? Just because your voice is loud? If you have anything to say it right at me. Why are you oppressing a young lady? Say it at me. Come. Zhang Ye slammed the table. He turned the atmosphere tense. Immediately, there was silence. Tianbin did not shout back at Zhang Ye. He was mentally scarred after the war of words last night. He knew he could not win against Zhang Ye in a battle of words. The sound of footsteps could be heard as Zhao Guozhou came out from his office. I could hear all of you shouting from outside. What are you doing? Do you think this is a house that belongs to all of you? This is an office. It is where you work. Although he had used the words, all of you, Zhang Ye knew that he was saying it to him. Heh, I ignored all of you. And to think all of you thought there was no end to it? Any Tom, Dick and Harry wants to step on me? Did I provoke all of you? Zhang Ye did not shout back at Zhao Guozhou. In that second, he recalled the item that he had obtained from the lottery a few days ago. It was the one-time consumable item he had obtained while recording in front of the sponsors, the unlucky halo. Actually, Zhang Ye did not understand the use of such an item. He had not planned on using it. However, he wanted to try using it today. As such, he opened his Game Rings interface and took out the black angel-like halo from his inventory. He followed the instructions to wear it on his head. The halo began spinning as an invisible wave spread out into the surroundings, forming a large domain. Ding! Unlucky halo in effect. Effective for 5 minutes. Countdown begins. The item's description was, triggering certain conditions will allow everyone around the player to enter a state of bad luck. Zhang Ye wanted to see what the condition was. After using it, he looked towards the people around him. However, he realized nothing had changed. Everyone was still fine. What the heck? The item had no effect? 1 minute later, Zhao Guozhou left. Just as Zhang Ye was feeling depressed over it, Wu Deitao turned forceful once again. The air conditioner was still not working after he tinkered with it. He shouted, Zhang Ye, are you going or not? Zhang Ye retorted back, don't you have legs? Kid, are you picking a quarrel? Wu Deitao raged. However, just as he was about to reprimand Zhang Ye, sparks from the air conditioner's power source jumped out. It was as if it had short-circuited. With a buzz, it splashed onto Wu Deitao's hands. Wu Deitao gave out a terrifying cry as his body tensed up for a second. Only after the current left his body did he slump to the ground. Some of his hair was standing from being electrocuted. He was dazed from the shock. Teacher Wu. How are you? This crappy aircon. I already said we should have changed it. Li Si pointed at Zhang Ye as he reprimanded. Teacher Wu told you to go to the front desk to file the maintenance report. But you didn't go. Look at what happened. Just as Li Si finished speaking, the glass pane on the window beside him shattered without any warning. A fluorescent-colored rubber ball had flown in. It was one of those balls that could bounce up very high when thrown at the ground. Some naughty child must have thrown it downstairs. Unfortunately, it had smashed into their office's window, straight into Li Si's forehead. As the elasticity of the rubber ball was very great, a thud, followed by a painful cry, was heard as Li Si fell to the ground. Li Si, who threw it? Are you all right? Tianbin took this opportunity to shout at Zhang Ye. Look at what you have done. All of this is because of you. Li Si's forehead was bleeding slightly. The glass fragments had cut him, but it was not very serious. Zhang Ye laughed with anger. Because of me? A child throwing something downstairs is because of me? The electrical leakage of the aircon is because of me? Everything that goes wrong is because of me? What sort of logic is that? Just as Tianbin was about to shout again, the water fountain beside him, which did not have much water left in it, let out an explosive sound. Boom. The pipe broke and boiling hot water from within came splashing down onto Tianbin's feet. Tianbin yelled out as he fell to the ground while holding his foot. Thankfully, due to his clothes, he had not been badly scalded. However, after taking off his socks, he realized that a large portion of his foot was now red. He gritted his teeth from the pain. Outside, Tianbin's wife, who also worked in the station, happened to come in. Seeing her husband grimacing in pain on the ground in front of Zhang Ye, she immediately went into a craze without a second thought. Zhang, what did you do? You dare to hit someone. Teacher Feng immediately said, it wasn't little Zhang. Tianbin's wife ignored it as she swung the plastic folder she held in her hands right at Zhang Ye. Before the folder could be thrown, she lost her balance. Her 8 or 9 centimeter high heels caused her body to form an angle with the ground. Bada! The heel broke. Tian Bin's wife twisted her foot as she fell to the ground. She was wearing a skirt today. It was also a tight skirt, so this got good with a tearing sound. Tian Bin's wife's skirt tore. It went from bottom to top. A pair of red lacy underwear was suddenly exposed in front of everyone. Tian Bin was dumbfounded. Li Si was alarmed. Wu Deitao was dazed. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Ye heard the game ring indicating that the unlucky halo's effects had ended before he came around. As the person closest, he showed his humanitarian spirit. He quickly threw his overcoat onto where Tian Bin's wife had exposed herself. He, too, felt speechless. Immediately, he turned towards Tian Bin, Li Si, and Wu Deitao. Are all of you all right? I have some band-aids here. Can you get up? Do you need to go to the hospital? He now understood that the condition needed for the unlucky halo to work was if someone had taken the initiative to mess with the player. Nothing happened in the first minute. However, the moment Wu Deitao found fault with him, and when Tian Bin and Li Si began oppressing Zhang Ye, the unlucky halo activated its effects. As Zhang Ye spoke, no one answered. Everyone was looking at Zhang Ye, as if he was Hades. Teacher Wu got electrocuted. Li Si got hit by a bouncing ball from downstairs. Teacher Tian got hit to the floor by a water fountain. Teacher Tian's wife twisted her ankle by her own high heels. In that split second, many people recalled the strange incident of Tian Bin falling to the ground 3 times in the office. He had stepped on a lunchbox lid. The fluorescent light tube's explosion. It was too much a coincidence. Are you AF *** King Jinx from the stars? In that instant, at least 4 colleagues who were beside Zhang Ye dodged to a distance about 2 meters away from him instinctively. No one dared to approach him. Chapter 37. My segment will not go off air. The next morning, a superstition was spread through the unit by word of mouth. Hey, have you heard about Zhang Ye? The one whose poem went in the papers? The one that cursed online. Right, that's him. Everyone is saying he's odd. It's like he knows some evil mystic techniques. Haha, what day and age is it? Why are you still so superstitious? How can that be? Even if his ghost blows out the light is so well written, it is just a novel. You don't know what happened at the literature channel? A few people who offended Zhang Ye all encountered bad luck. One got scalded by hot water, one got electrocuted by the aircon, another got hit by a bouncing ball from out the window, and another one twisted her ankle because of her heels. And finally, falling down repeatedly after a fluorescent light tube exploded. How do you explain this? Why were all those who did not offend him all right? There was such a thing. Why would I lie to you? Everyone is talking about it. Old son, if you see Zhang Ye in the future, stay far away from him. This guy is really strange. 2 people in the music channel whispered. This similar scene happened in many parts of the radio station. Today, Zhang Ye showed up late. When he reached upstairs, people had already begun working, so the corridor was empty. When Zhang Ye reached the door to the literature channel's office, he heard Zhao Guozhou's voice coming from within. He pushed open the door. Sorry, there was a traffic jam. This rascal, of course, was not in a traffic jam. He took the subway to work. He had overslept. It was also because he felt like slacking off at work. He was furious with the way the management and his colleagues had treated him. Since his segment had been taken away from him, he no longer had much passion for work. The moment he appeared, the entire office turned silent. Every pair of eyes landed on him. Zhang Ye felt a bit creeped out as he gave a cough before returning to his seat. Only then did he see a youth standing beside Zhao Guozhou. He was about the same age as Zhang Ye. He was in his early 20s and was very handsome. He was the type that one would consider a standard good-looking guy. His hair was short. He was 1.8 meters tall and a bit thin. Zhao Guozhou pretended that he did not see Zhang Ye. As he carried on, I've already said what I need to say. Today, I'll introduce to everyone a newcomer, Jia Yan. He is a fresh graduate, and his broadcasting ability is excellent. From today, everyone will be colleagues. When Old and Young Story Club finishes next week, that time slot will be replaced by a new segment, Soaring Youth. This segment has been planned over a long period of time by the station and having spent large amounts of money. The position of a broadcasting host will be handed over to Jia Yan. Teachers, please guide him, so that little Jia can do well. Everyone immediately applauded. Jia Yin took the opportunity to speak. Seniors, in the future, I hope you would correct me if there is anything I'm lacking with. Your office seat. Zhao Guizhou searched around as he looked towards Zhang Ye. Little Zhang, go sit with Teacher Feng. Teacher Feng's desk is quite large, so grab a chair there. Little Jia, in the future, this will be your office desk. Work hard and don't let us down. Jia Yin said, Yes, I will, Director Zhao. There were no more desks in the office, so Zhang Ye was thrown away. Zhang Ye could not help but laugh deep down. Surprisingly, he did not say a word as he moved his stuff and stood up. Just as Zhang Ye's items was about to lose balance to the point of nearly touching a passing-by Tian Bin's arm, it was as if Tian Bin was a cat that had its tail stepped on. His hair stood up as he hurriedly retreated away. The chair under his ass even pulled back with a screeching noise. Zhang Ye. He carried on walking. When he walked past Li Si, whose forehead was covered by a piece of gauze, he immediately turned sideways. It was as if there was a danger zone within a 1-meter radius of Zhang Ye, so one needed to stay at least 2 meters away. On his way, Zhang Ye sure felt it was lively. Everywhere he passed by, his colleagues would all dodge. It was as if they were shunning the plague. Holy **T. Must all of you go to that extent? Zhang Ye was the person who felt most speechless. Similarly, the newcomer, Jia Yin, was also speechless. He was unaware of what was happening, having just arrived at the unit. Seeing everyone's attitude towards Zhang Ye, he was wondering, just who is this man? Some people were unpopular, but who the F***K has seen such an unpopular person? How unpopular are you? The newcomer's introduction carried on. Zhang Ye was in no mood to listen as he whispered to Teacher Feng. Sorry, Teacher Feng. Both of us need to squeeze together at a table. What the heck? Who is that person? It seems the leader highly appreciates him. Teacher Feng whispered back. I heard that he is a relative of Deputy Station Head Jia. Both of them have the surname, Jia. No wonder. Zhang Ye was enlightened. He had been forced to his current state all because of Deputy Station Head Jia. Of course, he did not have a good impression of Jia Yin. After completing the procedures, Jia Yin had officially entered the profession. He also rushed to form bonds with his colleagues. A few young ladies in the station even rushed forward to chat with him happily. Male colleagues also had a good chat with him. Without asking, all of them knew that he was a relative of Deputy Station Head Jia. Even if one did not build a good relationship with him, he was not someone they could afford to offend. If he were to speak ill of you in front of the leader, then you would be in trouble. Little Jia, if you have anything you do not know, feel free to ask me. Sure thing, Teacher Wu. Sorry for troubling you. There's no need to stand on ceremony. We are a family the moment you entered this office. Only Zhang Ye and a small minority of people ignored Jia Yin, as they did what they had to do. Jia Yin was still all right in the beginning. After humbly interacting with his colleagues, he looked around and came to Teacher Feng. May I ask if you are Teacher Feng? Teacher Feng nodded and shook hands with him. That's me. Hello. The leader has arranged for me to take over your segment, so I will need to consult you if there's anything I do not understand. Jia Yin said, smiling. Teacher Feng smiled slightly. Sure. No problem. However, the tone in Jia Yin's next sentence changed. I have already planned the theme for 2 episodes of the program. Soaring Youth is a show that has to do with stories and matters regarding youths and society, so I actually have a slight problem. As my theme is more pertinent to actual matters, you should know that the popularity of the topic is limited. After a while, it would lose its popularity, so it cannot be delayed. I heard from the station that you would be retiring. Hence, I'm asking for your opinion if I can begin broadcasting my program this coming Monday. If it is delayed another 10 days or so, then what I've come up with might not be relevant anymore. Teacher Feng, who was still holding his hand, turned stiff. You are telling me to end Old and Young Story Club early? That's my intention. Ending a show 10 episodes early wouldn't make much of a difference. I think we should be looking forward. I also hope that my segment for that time slot would have a higher listenership rate. Jia Yin said in a dignified manner. Teacher Feng's expression sank. Impossible. Teacher Feng was the most senior person in the office. He was a nice guy and had always been well-liked. A few old comrades who had good relations with Teacher Feng could not bear listening any further. Little Jia, what's the meaning of this? Are you trying to put on airs, having just arrived? The ending to the segment was decided by the leader. Do you think you can change as you wish? Jia Yin hurriedly said. Teachers, you have misunderstood what I meant. I absolutely do not have such a thought. I only want to make my segment do well. I have already told the leader about my thoughts. The leader told me to discuss it with Teacher Feng, so I came over to ask. The first 2 episodes really need to be expedited. Wang Xiaomei frowned and said to him, Expedited? Then, why don't you adjust your own segment? If it's old, let it go. Can't you create something new? Why must you adjust someone else's segment? There were people who helped Jia Yin. Tianbin said, ending early or late will have the same outcome. Wu Deitao also said, little Jia is a newcomer. We should give him room for opportunities. The future world belongs to young people like him. It isn't such a serious matter, right? The sounds of sparse footsteps from outside could be heard. What's the matter? What's the ruckus about? A management inspection team had arrived. The inspections by the higher-ups had no fixed schedule. It purely depended on the mood of the leader. Every now and then they would take their rounds. Station head Jia. Station head Jia. Chief Zhang. Everyone stood up. Deputy Station Head Jia asked in a long tone, What's going on? Jia Yin saw his grandfather, but he pretended not to know him. He then explained what had happened. Deputy Station Head Jia gave a long, oh, and put his foot down. The ending time of the segment was just preliminarily decided. It can be adjusted at any time. Since your segment has its requirements, then let's push it forward by a week. Looking towards Teacher Feng. Old Feng, can you make way for the newcomer, please? What else could Teacher Feng say? His face turned pale with anger. Just as what he said to Zhang Ye. He had always treated his segment as his child, as its listenership had always been around last. There was no way to help it if it were to be axed. However, just because he was a relative of the station's leader, the decided ending date was overturned? I still have not retired yet. Now you are sending me off already? The matter was settled. The inspecting management left. Jia Yin got his wishes. Sorry, Teacher Feng. My segment is really in a rush. Please don't bother about me. About the handing over of the segment. Zhang Ye very impolitely interrupted him. He was already mad while watching from the side. The moment he spoke, he said some harsh words. Old and Young Story Club will be mine from today onwards. Anything you need to say should be said to me. However, you don't have to say any more, nor do you need to consider the handing over of segments. I can solemnly tell you that this segment, Old and Young Story Club, will not end its broadcast. From today forward, I will let the segment reach greater heights. As for you, take a number and honestly queue up. It's not your turn yet. In the future, it will still not be your turn either. So there's no need to be impatient. What? Old and Young Story Club will not end its broadcast? Tianbin nearly laughed out loud after hearing this. Could you change what the leader has already decided? Jia Yin also found it ridiculous. I've heard that you are the previous host of late-night ghost stories, Zhang Ye, right? I really do not know what you are talking about. He did not know, neither did anyone else. Would not hand it over. Would not end its broadcast. Are you dreaming? This is already a sure thing. How are you going to reverse the situation? Do you think you can let Old and Young Story Club go from last to first in listenership rates? Today was Wednesday. There were only 5 days left until Sunday. You have really made a hilarious joke. You really aren't afraid of saying anything? Chapter 38. Zhang Ye narrates Snow White. People scattered. They all returned to their seats. No one cared about the harsh words Zhang Ye said. This was because, be it Tianbin, Jia Yin, or Wang Xiaomei and company, everyone knew that it was impossible. Not even Zhang Ye, even a famous broadcasting host in the industry, with an extreme amount of fame, would not be able to revive Old and Young Story Club from the dead in 5 days. Everyone worked in the same industry. They knew the limitations and bottlenecks of the segment. Why was Old and Young Story Club always low on the ratings? This was probably fated. This segment was in the afternoon time slot, which was 12 noon to 1 p.m. The segment was to tell stories like children's fairy tales. From the moment the segment was established, it already had a pitfall and a limitation. As a result, this segment had never become popular. In recent years, it carried on returning low ratings. Why? This was because it was no longer like years ago. There was too much information in present-day society. Communication methods and technology were improving by the day. People no longer used the radio to obtain information. Typically, children were still in school during this afternoon time slot, other than during winter and summer breaks. Those who were not in school because they were too young, would not be able to understand the stories. Those who were in school did not have the time to listen. This created this awkward situation. Furthermore, children's literature was becoming more and more downtrodden. Be it the quality or quantity of works, they were all decreasing. If one carefully counted, the more famous new fairy tales this year only included Can Kites Fly and Tong Tong's Day. However, these two stories could not be split up and broadcast over an entire year, right? Children might not even listen to it. The same old stories were listened to over and over again. Those which were famous had been heard by everyone. Those that were not famous were not well liked by everyone. So in such an environment, who would listen to the radio? Not only the Beijing radio station, even many radio stations all over the country were canceling their children's story segments. The market was as such. No one could reverse the situation. Hence, Zhang Ye's words were treated as a joke. Many people did not even bother retorting. There was no meaning behind having an exchange and clarification. Little Zhang. Teacher Feng also said, "You really think so?" Zhang Ye said in a determined fashion, "I didn't have this thought yesterday, but I have it now." This rascal was a warrior. He was still resigning himself to despair before, but now, after seeing Deputy Station Head Jia and his family challenging him, his fighting spirit was rekindled. He was full of energy. "You don't understand the situation." Teacher Feng wanted to explain it to him. However, Zhang Ye refused to listen. "You don't have to speak any further. I do not need to understand the situation either. You don't have to care what I do. You just focus on your retirement procedures. Hand everything over to me. I, Zhang Ye, will guarantee you that Old and Young Story Club will soar to even greater heights. I will not let your baby end in my hands. If you believe me, then don't leave the unit first. Aren't there still 5 days left? 5 days is sufficient. See how I make our program do well. Soaring Youth? I'll let that Jia Yin never be able to have his segment." Upon hearing that, Teacher Feng also felt a little excited. "You really can do it? But the segment stories are all those fairy tales from the past. No matter how good your broadcasting skills are, everyone only cares about the story." Zhang Yi flatly said, "Then I'll write my own stories." "You do not have children. You won't understand the mentality of children." Teacher Feng cautioned him. "This is different from writing a novel or composing a poem." Zhang Yi was confident. "Wait and see. I'll make them not be able to speak a single word." "All right, then go ahead and try. It's not early anymore. Let's go to the recording studio. On the way, I'll tell you things you need to pay attention to." Teacher Feng brought Zhang Yi along with him. However, just as they took a few steps, Li Si came forward. "Teacher Feng, Teacher Jia just went to recording studio number 3 to record his new segment. You will need to wait." Teacher Feng's voice changed. "Which Teacher Jia?" "It's Teacher Jia, Jia Yan." Li Si no longer spoke to Teacher Feng as respectfully as in the past. There was no need for a person that was about to leave. As for Zhang Yi, there was even less need to do so, as he had been blacklisted by the leader. "I actually told him that your segment had already reserved it, but Teacher Jia got an expedited approval from the leader, so I had to give it to him. Well, recording studio number 4 will be free in an hour." Teacher Feng said angrily. "It will nearly be 12 noon soon. How can we record an hour later? At that moment, it will be a live broadcast. Please don't get angry at me. This was not decided by me." Li Si said. Zhang Yi had already seen through him, as he appeared unfazed. "Teacher Feng, don't worry. Let's do a live broadcast today. I happen to like live broadcasts." Teacher Feng was unwilling. "This is the first time you are going on the segment. You have also never narrated such a story. If there's a mistake, there won't be. I won't make a mistake." Zhang Yi said to Li Si, "Reserve the live broadcast room for us." Li Si extremely disliked Zhang Ye's tone. But after the spooky event that happened yesterday, he did not dare to challenge Zhang Yi. He did not even dare to enter a 2 meters radius from him, so he could only obediently follow the instructions. As the saying goes, kind people will be bullied. After being aware of Zhang Ye's powers and sinister side, everyone became well-behaved. And Li Si was one of them. He did not wish to be hit in the forehead another time. His wound was still hurting right now. Before noon, live broadcast studio number 6. Today, other than Zhang Yi and Teacher Feng, there was no one else. Everyone knew that Zhang Yi was doomed. This segment was also doomed. So naturally, no one had the mind to listen to their live broadcast. It was still before the segment's scheduled time. Zhang Ye took this opportunity to open his game ring. After the war of words, his reputation points had constantly increased. With the reputation gained from yesterday's Ghost Blows Out the Light, Zhang Ye already had another 100,000 reputation points today. Without any hesitation, he bought a memory search capsule. He searched through the fairy tales he had read when he was still young, reinforcing the memory. 1 story, 3 stories, 5 stories. The capsule's time was over. Zhang Ye had a great harvest before he opened his eyes. His eyes were clear and sparkling. "We are about to begin." Teacher Feng cautioned him. He began the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He turned on the volume and said amiably, "Hello, children. It's our old and young story club segment today again. I am your old friend, Grandpa Feng. Today, I will introduce a new friend to everyone. His name is Uncle Zhang Ye. The following story and segment will be told by Uncle Zhang." Zhang Ye introduced himself. "Hello, children. I am Zhang Ye. You can call me brother, and you can also call me uncle. Hee." After handing over the segment, Teacher Feng turned off his volume and signaled to Zhang Ye. As he walked out, he looked backwards. He did not remain in the live broadcasting studio. It was not that Teacher Feng was assured of Zhang Ye. In contrast, he was overly worried. As such, he did not even dare watch or listen, for his heart could not take it. With Zhang Ye left alone, Zhang Ye felt even more calm. Old and Young Story Club had a bottleneck. It had its limitations. Those were all excuses. Zhang Ye did not believe in such crap. He still wanted to revive this segment. What was his method? It was to use the fairy tales from his world. His brain was filled with all sort of literature resources. Let's not even talk about 1 story a day. He could even narrate 10 stories a day for a full month without a hitch. Furthermore, every story would be something never heard of in this world. Zhang Ye had even specially checked on the internet. Just like Ghost Blows Out the Light, this world did not have the famous fairy tale authors like Hans Christian Andersen or the Brothers Grimm. Lacking in children's literature? Others were worried, but he wasn't. His whole being was a resource. Zhang Ye began to speak the moment he opened his mouth. The memory search capsule had allowed him to reproduce the fairy tales without missing a word. The speed at which he narrated was different from that of narrating Ghost Blows Out the Light. This was narrated to children, so the speed had to be done slowly. Furthermore, he could not use the tone of narrating a horror story. He had to use a soft and gentle tone. He even needed to pinch his throat to change his pitch, so as to let children feel closer to him. These basics had been completely learned by Zhang Ye when he was in college. Zhang Ye was not weaker than anyone else in these professional classes. He was only lacking a stage from which he could perform. Hence, for a person like him who had poor looks, he greatly valued work in the radio station. He needed to do well. He needed to reverse the situation with Old and Young Story Club. It was both for himself and also for Teacher Feng, who had been kind to him. Today, I'll tell you a children's fairy tale. Once upon a time, long, long ago, a king and queen ruled over a distant land. Both of them wished for a child. So they sincerely prayed to God. "God, we are a good king and queen. Please give us a child." Soon after that, the kind queen gave birth to a baby girl who had skin white as snow, cheeks as red as apples. The people of this world did not understand. However, if anyone from Zhang Ye's world heard this, they would definitely blurt it out. Yes, Zhang Ye was narrating the famous and widely known all around the world fairy tale that everyone had heard before, news broadcast. All right, let's not joke. Cough, it was Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. Chapter 39. Today it's The Emperor's New Clothes. Thursday morning. The previous day's ratings were out. The person who read out the ratings was not director Zhao Guozhou, but newcomer Jia Yin. Clearly, director Zhao was intending to groom him. Jia Yin held the form as he said to everyone. "The leader has given me this task. Actually, I'm quite nervous, as I keep thinking that announcing the ratings is a task that can offend people." Hee. Tian Bin and Wu Deitao kindly smiled with him to match up with him. What was so funny? Zhang Ye scoffed. He was thinking, aren't your laughing points too low? Anything makes you laugh. First place, talk about the world. Second place, entertainment daily. Third place, late night ghost stories. The top rankings still remained the same. It was already fixed. Zhang Ye only cared about the ratings for Old and Young Story Club. This was because it was his only segment now. Not only him, there was also Teacher Feng, who had hosted Old and Young Story Club for many years. He did not believe a bit of Zhang Ye's bold claims. He did not believe a wish that he could not fulfill for all these years could be fulfilled by him. However, the passion Zhang Ye had infected Teacher Feng. He was also looking forward to it. 10th place. 20th place. When Jia Yan read to the end, Zhang Ye's segment had finally appeared. It was unknown if it was intentional, and his lips curled. Last place. Old and Young Story Club. Rating of 0.28%. Lining the bottom once again. It was the first from the back once again. This was not only just last in the literature channel, it was definitely within the bottom 3 in the entire Beijing radio station. Teacher Feng sighed. He also knew that this would be the outcome. Zhang Ye nearly cursed vulgarities. What the F***? How can it be so bad? This was Snow White. It was his world's greatest fairy tale. Can it not be so ridiculous? And the rating was that pathetic, at 0.something%? It had no change from before. That should not have happened. The story of Ghost blows out the light, and the few poems he threw out had already proven that the culture of the two worlds were interchangeable. How could it not work? Tianbin slanted his eyes at Zhang Ye. Li Si and Wu Deitao also looked at Zhang Ye's expression. After that, they and the rest did not say a word. They did not even mock, as this was something that they had taken for granted. No one had put the bold words that Zhang Ye had said yesterday to heart. The fairy tales these days had already been regurgitated so much that they were all bland. There were only those few stories. Ignoring the children, even as adults, they could narrate it backwards. You wanted to stir up Old and Young Story Club in such an environment? They only laughed. After the results were announced, everyone began working. Zhang Ye had reserved recording studio number 4 at 10. He was about to go. Teacher Feng called out to him from behind. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Forget it, little Zhang. This might be your last program. Just do your best, and do not have any regrets." Zhang Ye did not respond, as he silently entered the recording studio. Forget it? Impossible. His dictionary did not have the two words forget it. Even if the whole world did not acknowledge him, even if everyone thought that he couldn't make it, Zhang Ye would use his beliefs and principles and use his greatest abilities to do things to his best. He began recording. Zhang Ye was very professional. Although he was emotional, the moment he switched on his headset, he changed to the attitude that he should have. He warmly smiled. "Hello, children. Welcome to today's Old and Young Story Club. I'm wondering if everyone found yesterday's story, Snow White, interesting. Or maybe if it has made you think about what sort of person you would want to be like when you grow up. Today, I'll bring out another story for everyone." Old and Young Story Club was similar to the late-night ghost stories of the past. It did not have any advertisement sponsorship. Its listenership ratings were too low, hence he did not need to record advertisements like he did for the final tens of episodes of Ghost Blows Out the Light at the beginning. He could immediately narrate his story. Many years ago, there was an emperor. He spent all his money that so he could dress nicely. He did not care about his army, nor did he like to go to the theater. He also did not like to tour the parks in his coach, unless it was to show off his brand new clothes. Every day, at 1 o'clock, he would change into a new set of clothes. When people mentioned him, they would always say, "The emperor is in the changing room." Someone must have guessed it. Yes, this is the famous story from Zhang Ye's world. It was the famous fairy tale that had even appeared in many textbooks, news broadcast. All right, let's not make this joke in the future. Definitely not again. Yes, the fairy tale's name is News. It's called The Emperor's New Clothes. He's actually not wearing any clothes, all the citizens finally said. The emperor felt a slight quiver. This was because he felt that what the citizens said appeared to be true. However, he was still thinking, "I need to finish this parade." As such, he put on a proud air. His officials followed behind him, holding onto a gown that did not exist. The story finished. Coming out of the recording studio into the bathroom, Teacher Feng was still smoking worriedly in the bathroom. "You are done recording?" "It's done." Zhang Ye went to relieve himself. However, the moment he approached, the surrounding colleagues from the literature channel dispersed. Tianbin was still by the urinal. He had dodged far away before he had even zipped up his pants. Only then did he pull up his zipper and take a long path around Zhang Ye before exiting the bathroom. The others did the same. The bathroom was empty almost immediately. Teacher Feng smiled. Look at your popularity. Zhang Ye felt innocent. Am I that scary? What say you? Were the events in the office not spooky enough? I know it was a coincidence, but it was too great a coincidence. It happened once, thrice and 5 times. How can people not speak about it after seeing it? Hee hee. It is only that both of us have good relations, or else anyone who wants to offend you will have to think twice before doing anything. After joking, Teacher Feng said after noticing that the surroundings were empty, I know that you have done your best. Don't worry about the segment. I was already mentally prepared. I also know that this segment won't last any longer. Zhang Ye is the station leader's relative. If he wants to go on a program, no one can stop him. Zhang Ye's attitude was very clear. Teacher Feng, I feel that nothing is impossible. This reason or that explanation are all excuses. I don't believe I can't fix them. I don't believe our segment's ratings will not be able to be pulled up in this life. Late Night Ghost Stories was pulled up by me. Previously, what did people say of that segment? They said it was impossible. Its performance was even worse than Old and Young Story Club. But now what has happened? I had managed to bring it up with my efforts. I could pull the segment with the worst ratings to the top 3. Now, I can also pull Old and Young Story Club into the top 3. Chapter 40, Fairy Tale Essay Competition. Before getting off work, Zhao Guizhou called Zhang Ye into his office. Little Zhang, now that it's just the two of us, I want to have a nice chat with you. He said earnestly, you were brought in by me. The facts have proven that I was not wrong. Your ability has been acknowledged by everyone. You have also gained the recognition of the listeners. However, humans are not lone individuals in this society. You need to eat. You need to survive. You need to cater to others. You need to be tactful. The station had planned the case regarding Ghost Blows Out the Light for a very long time. It had even established a special small planning team for it. Just because of one simple word from you of not selling, all the plans the station's management had gone up into smoke. How could the station not be angry about this? Me suppressing you a bit this time was beyond my control. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Zhang Ye said with a deadpan expression. That's good. Then about the copyright, Zhao Guizhou persuaded. Zhang Ye said without hesitation. Not selling. Zhao Guizhou turned mad again. You really can't give me peace of mind. Zhang Ye also said his heartfelt feelings. Director Zhao, I know you greatly appreciated me. Back then it was you who took me in despite my looks. For this favor, I'll remember you for life. I know the station is repressing me, so it's fine no matter how you treat me. However, about the copyright, I will say that same line forever, not selling. You are willing to not go on a segment in the future? Zhao Guizhou asked as he worried over his talent. Zhang Ye said, I still have a segment now. I will pull it up. Zhao Guizhou knocked on the form on his table. The afternoon listenership rates have been handed out. Although it will only be announced tomorrow, I shall take this opportunity to tell you that Old and Young Story Club is still in last place. This segment cannot be pulled up. It's useless, no matter who it is. Your talent should be placed on a bigger stage. But why are you so stubborn? Forget it. Go back. Lining the bottom once again. Really can't be pulled up? Zhang Ye refused to believe that it was so. If 2 episodes weren't enough, he would record a 3rd. If the 3rd recording wasn't enough, he would record a 4th. He still had 3 days' time. It was still possible for him to turn the situation around. The sky still was bright, even after he returned home. The rental apartment was quiet and lonely. It was like his current situation. Zhang Ye switched on the computer as he absent-mindedly read the news. After some analysis, he realized that the reason why the ratings had not been pulled up was not the fault of the story. How could Snow White and the Emperor's New Clothes have a problem? They were the classic fairy tales out of the classics fairy tales from his world. The reason was apparently due to inertia. There were not that many people listening to this segment. New listeners were already completely disappointed with the present fairy tales, or they were sick of them. There was no habit to even listen in. There would not be any fresh blood being injected, so it would be odd if the listenership rate was going up. How was he to attract new listeners? He felt that he needed an opportunity. Otherwise, it would be very difficult. Zhang Ye left his mouse as he switched on television, planning to watch the news channel. As someone working in the media industry, watching the news was part and parcel of one's daily work. Today, another heinous case of a missing child happened in the capital. In a small district near to Cheng Nanjia Yuan, 4-year-old Wenwen was left alone at home with his parents at work. According to police investigations and analysis of closed-circuit TV footage, Wenwen had opened the door to a male stranger around the age of 35. It is unknown what method this person used to gain Wenwen's trust. Not only did he bring away Wenwen, he had taken several valuables in the house. According to the closed-circuit TV footage, Wenwen apparently was not crying. Currently, the police are using all their efforts to take in criminal suspects. This is the picture of the suspect taken from the closed-circuit TV. If anyone sees this suspect, please immediately contact the number shown on your screen. The Central TV's news channel's female anchorwoman said solemnly with a tinge of anger. Next were street and school interviews. A woman holding a vegetable basket said to the reporter, "This is already the 4th time a child has been abducted from home this month, right? It's so depraved. These people should be shot to death." An old man said, "Why do these sort of things keep happening? Why would a child open the door to a stranger? I think it's a problem with our education." At a particular kindergarten, the reporter interviewed at a promotional event held in the school. There were many people gathered in the school field. There were teachers, older students, and parents. Little friends, remember that when you are alone at home, you must never open the door to strangers. Did you hear that? Heard that? Can you remember? Yes. The screen switched back to the studio. The female anchor said, "Actually, the instructions of never to open the door to a stranger has been repeated countless numbers of times in the children education system. All the children know this, but when they meet strangers who claim to be mommy's or daddy's colleague, they still open the door. This is the 4th time that it has happened this month. I do not know what has gone wrong in our education system. Maybe we should use a teaching method more suitable for children to tell them this. It should not be something repeated to them in a dogmatic manner. Children have their children's way of thinking in their own world. The way we indoctrinate them with ideas might not be something they can understand." Hence, a week ago, Beijing's education ministry has led the way by organizing the historically largest fairy tale essay competition event. The name is Fairy Tale Essays Collection for Not Opening the Door to Strangers. The goal is to use these fairy tales to caution children in a fun and educative manner, so as to let children genuinely realize how to protect themselves. Fairy Tale Essays Collection? Zhang Ye immediately had a feeling. Here came an opportunity. But the next thing the female anchor said made him disappointed. Submissions began last week and the deadline is at midnight tonight. During this period, the Education Ministry has allowed people to vote as a fair way to choose the #1 story. From that, kindergarten and elementary schools or other child care groups will receive large-scale promotions. It was already 7+ p.m. There was less than 5 hours left. Zhang Ye switched off the television and hurriedly opened the Beijing's Education Ministry's specially created essay website. There were many publicity pictures on it. They were filled with pictures of children that had gone missing in Beijing. Their smiling faces, their pictures of their lives, and the crying expressions of the parents whose children had gone missing. There was only one slogan: "Please use your words to help children." Upon seeing this, Zhang Ye's heart felt heavy, as if he felt suffocated. He was planning to look for an opportunity to improve the segment's ratings. But upon seeing that the deadline was at midnight, Zhang Ye knew that it was impossible. Others had accumulated a full week of votes, so how could he exceed them within just a few hours? However, when he followed the stories of how children were abducted, Zhang Ye felt that he had to write something. It had nothing to do with his segment, nor did it have to do with anything else. He just wanted to contribute a portion of his strength. So what if he did not succeed? It was enough, as long as he did something. As this matter caused quite a commotion in society, people on the streets, in public transport, on the internet, and those interacting with online media were all reflecting and discussing about it. It could be considered a hot topic among all the citizens. Anything that was child-related would forever be something that grabbed the hearts of people. Hence, this continuous outbreak of heinous crimes had caused great concern for society. As such, this fairy tale essay competition had become abnormally well received. Many people published their stories. The most famous one was by Tao Xiaoru, the highest-paid female children's fairy tale author in the country. Secondly, there was Little Red Mushroom. It was a stage name. She, too, was a female children's fairy tale author. The sales of her books were inferior to Tao Xiaoru, but the most famous fairy tale in the country was hers. The both of them were practically propping up about half of the children's fairy tale industry in the country. There were other children's literature authors. Many authors of fairy tales that people were familiar with when they were young had submitted their stories to the essay competition. The ranking was as follows. Little Red Mushroom, 28,018 votes. Tao Shiwaru, 24,311 votes. Old Li, 17,223 votes. Zhang Chong, 16,976 votes. For the story competition, the authors who submitted their works would show their verified status. For example, Little Red Mushroom and Company all had their verified status. Zhang Chong, who was ranked at 4th place, was a children's literature author. Only Old Li, who was in 3rd place, was not in the industry. In his verification status, there was written office employee. Zhang Ye flipped through the stories. Ever since the world changed into a different world, Zhang Ye always had a feeling of looking down upon others. However, when he looked at the top-ranking stories, he was quite impressed. They were worthy of being the top figures in the field of children's literature. They were well written, especially Little Red Mushrooms. Children's story that was ranked first. Even if it was brought to Zhang Ye's world, it was a high-quality fairy tale that could be remade into an animation. However, it was still lacking slightly. It was not that the story was poor, but it was because the story was slightly complex. After all, the target audience of a fairy tale to warn children not to open a door to a stranger was definitely very young. One could not expect them to understand things that were too complicated. Little Red Mushroom's story was 8,000 words long. So although it was really good, there were too many characters. Zhang Yi suspected that children would not be able to finish reading it properly. The further he went down the ranks, the more horrible the stories became. Ignoring those who were not professional authors, some of those with verification statuses were children's literature authors. How could they write such a mess? These stories all had a serious problem. Either they were so childish that even children themselves would find it childish, or they were too mature, where the entire story was written according to an adult's way of thinking. How could these be shown to children? None of them could work. All of the stories were inappropriate. Zhang Yi pulled up his sleeves and got to work. He felt that he had a story that was extremely appropriate. It was also a story gathered out of the overall essence from his world. It would be perfect if used in this essay competition. There was no other story that was better than that one. Zhang Yi first used his Weibo's information to gain the recognition on the education website. After obtaining his verification, Zhang Yi began typing. He clacked away before uploading it. The story's name, Little Bunnies Be Good. Mommy Bunny had 3 children. One was called Little Red Eyes, one was called Long Ears, and one was called Stumpy Tail. One day, Mommy Bunny said to her children, "Mommy is going to the fields to pick carrots. Watch the house and close the door. Don't open the door to anyone. Open the door only when Mommy comes." Mommy Bunny carried her basket and walked towards the fields. The little bunnies remembered Mommy's words and locked the door well. Later on, the big bad wolf came. He wanted to enter the little bunny's house, but the door was tightly closed by the little bunnies, so he could not enter. The big bad wolf sat by the little bunny's door. He narrowed his eyes and thought of a bad idea. Suddenly, he saw Mommy Bunny return. He quickly ran and hid behind a large tree. Mommy Bunny came to the door. She pushed the door, but the door was tightly closed. As she knocked, she sang, "Little bunnies be good. Open the door. Come, open it quickly. I want to come in." Chapter 41. Zhang Ye's Troll Fan Army. 8 o'clock in the evening. For hours before the essay competition ended. The next day, Mommy Bunny went into the forest to pick some mushrooms. The little bunnies locked up the door and waited for their mommy to return. After a while, the big bad wolf came again. He knocked at the door while holding his nose. "Little bunnies be good. Open the door. Come open quickly. I want to come in." No, that's not Mommy's voice. No, it's not Mommy. It's the big bad wolf. Not opening. We're not opening. Mommy hasn't returned yet. We won't open it for anyone. The fairy tale was simple, but to the point. The big bad wolf mimicked Mommy Bunny's song to trick the little bunnies. Little Red Eyes and Stumpy Tail were tricked and wanted to open the door, but Long Ears knew better. So it peeked through the cracks in the door and saw that it was not Mommy Bunny. They tricked the big bad wolf into putting his tail in through the doorway and slammed the door shut. The big bad wolf was trapped, and when Mommy Bunny came home, she chased the big bad wolf back to the mountains. with his broken tail between his feet. A message simplified. Something so simple, but yet the message was clear. After posting, Zhang Ye didn't give it further thought. He went to the bathroom and had a warm shower. After drying up and blow-drying his hair, he went off to the landlady's place. He pressed the bell many times, but no one opened the door. Must not be around. Giving it some thought, Zhang Ye finally took out his wallet and counted last month's rent and supplied debts, together with this month's rent, before slipping it underneath the doorway. He followed up with a note to explain. At this moment, the opposite door opened and a couple came out of their rented home. What shall we eat? Anything's fine. Oh, I just read a fairy tale and found it to be really good. The ones from the Education Ministry's essay competition to the children? Yes, it's called Little Bunnies Be Good. It's so well written, even though it's just a paragraph of words to tell children not to open doors to strangers. The words seem rubbish at first glance, but in fact none of the words in there can be considered rubbish. It's even interesting. Too bad there is no music to accompany the song portion. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the song should be sung. Is it that good? You would know if you read it. The story has only been posted for less than an hour. There's already a few thousand votes for it, and it is doing better than most submissions that were sent in a week ago. So ruthless? Which teacher wrote it? I don't know. I did not pay attention to that. The person relating it had less interest than the listener. Zhang Ye gazed at the two of them walking further and further away. He rushed back to his room and quickly went online to check his ranking. 9th place. Little Bunnies Be Good, total votes, 7,861 votes. The discussion and comments below were also explosive. Number 1. Which master's work of art is this? The story is too awesome. Number 2. Zhang Ye? I have never heard of him. Master, don't put on an act anymore. You must be a fairy tale author. Please tell us your true identity. You can't bluff me. Number 3. Such depth. Number 75. It's almost reaching 8,000 votes. How long has it been up? Number 80. Who is Zhang Ye? Those must be manipulated votes, right? Number 81. You still ask who he is? Isn't there a verification behind his name? Number 82. Verification details cannot be believed. A ghost story writer coming to write a fairy tale? And he wrote so well? Number 90. As a kindergarten teacher, I find this story to be absolutely perfect. I have already recommended it to my colleagues. I have also posted it on Weibo for my students' parents. Everyone, help vote for Little Bunnies Be Good. Help promote it. This is first place in my heart. Number 99. I read this story to my child, and he really liked it. And he actually understood it. He kept saying how he would never open the door for the big bad wolf. I'm so thankful to teacher Zhang Ye. With so many abducting incidents happening this month, as a couple, we were very worried. We kept instilling in our child that he should not open the door to strangers, but he could not understand. But now after listening to this story, without us needing to say much, the child himself has understood. In the past, I really did not believe in fairy tales or so-called children's literature. I was thinking, what about them? Could children really understand that? At most, it would be a joy reading it. But today, I understood that it is not that children's literature is unreliable, it is that our country lacks good stories. I have already activated several parents to help vote. We must keep voting for it to the end. Number 130. Can it not be so dramatic? Why are there so many votes? Haha. However, one of those votes is mine. There's nothing else to say about the story. It's absolutely great. Zhang Ye watched with his own eyes as the votes soared. He, too, was shocked. He had not expected much from this essay competition, as he could not compare to people who had been canvassing for votes for a week. He never expected that everyone gave it its due recognition. 10:30 p.m. The votes had reached 10,000. 11 p.m. The votes had already exceeded 20,000. At 11:30 p.m., Little Bunnies Be Good had already climbed to second place. It was only losing to first place, Teacher Little Red Mushroom Story, by a few hundred votes, having been uploaded for 4 hours. Votes reaching 29,000 votes. This was almost a miracle. Many people turned silly seeing this. As the saying goes, problems happen to people when they turn famous. The bird which takes the lead gets shot. For a layperson like Zhang Ye to catch up with the top masters in the field, especially in a sure-kill momentum all the way up, there were naturally people who couldn't stand watching this. Fans of Little Red Mushroom immediately came attacking. The comments section on Little Bunnies Be Good had exploded. Definitely manipulated votes. Do you even have a heart to manipulate like this? How can you have more votes than Teacher Tao Shueru? Summoning. All fans of Teacher Little Red Mushroom, take notice. Regardless if they are manipulating votes, we must help Teacher Little Red Mushroom to push hers to the top. Every IP is limited to one vote, but I can teach you a simple way. Disconnect and connect again. Typically, your internet connection will change its IP. If that doesn't work, clear your cookies, then carry on voting. Everyone, let's go. Right? Come and help. We cannot let Teacher Little Red Mushroom get suppressed. We must get first place, regardless of who stands in our way. Haha, aren't we a bit of a bully? He is a newcomer and must not have seen the power of such a huge fan club. He's probably scared by now. The point is to scare him to death. That's right. We must let him know who is the boss in the industry. Teacher Little Red Mushroom has posted on Weibo, asking everyone to vote for her. Supporting Teacher Mushroom. How dare a layperson be this arrogant? Let's tell him why flowers are so red. Asterisk, however, do it with mercy, don't scare a newcomer. The moment Little Red Mushroom made the call to arms, her massive fan base gathered together. Initially, they were leading by a few hundred votes, but in just 10 minutes, they had pulled away from Zhang Ye by more than 5,000 votes. Her fans had even gone into Zhang Ye's story commenting section to ridicule. Oh, you are going down now, right? We'll let you try to catch up. Looking down on our mushroom fan club. Everyone show some mercy. I'm guessing that this newcomer Zhang Ye is already dazed from fright. Many onlookers could not stand watching this any further. What sort of people were the mushroom fan club? How could they be so insolent? Little Bunnies Be Good was in itself a very good story. How could you claim that they had manipulated votes? And the bunch of you ended up manipulating votes? And even trampled on him, laughing at how he was a newcomer without any fans. This made many uncomfortable. So what if he was a newcomer? So what if he did not have fans? Who made the rule that newcomers could not write good stories? The onlooking parents and kindergarten teachers wanted to help Zhang Ye, but their strength was limited. They could only give him another 1,000 votes. There was another 10 minutes before the polls closed. There was only 10 minutes left to midnight. At this moment, everyone knew that Zhang Ye had no hopes of being first. He was forcefully suppressed by the local pecking order. Zhang Ye felt the same way too. However, there were always surprises that lay in wait. A miracle that no one had expected happened. On Weibo, a post appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Ye #1 fan howled. Are there any brothers who have not slept? Quickly come out. Urgent. Urgent. Teacher Zhang Ye has posted a children's fairy tale on the Fairy Tale Essays collection for not opening the door to strangers. It's a new piece of work. It was about to get first place, but it was suppressed by Little Red Mushroom's fan club. They even cursed by saying Teacher Zhang Ye is a newcomer and doesn't have the power of fans. They even flooded the screen with mocking words. Let me show you a screenshot. He immediately uploaded a screenshot, which included the mockery and ridicule the Mushroom fan club had posted. Some morally bankrupt fans even cursed at Zhang Ye using vulgarities for no apparent reason. Holy shit. Immediate anger. Something has happened again? They dare to scold Teacher Zhang Ye? Expecting a tragedy from them. They sure are overly bold. Really too bold. They clearly do not know what the result of scolding great God Zhang is. I'm really worried about their intellect. I can only admire their courage. Right? Anyone who knows about the war of words would never dare to blatantly curse at Teacher Zhang Ye. This is purely the prelude to courting death. Those members of the troll army who had participated or watched in that day's war of words forwarded the Weibo post. Zhang Ye #1 fans growled angrily. Can you bear it anymore? I can't. F***K. Who told them that Teacher Zhang Ye doesn't have a fan club? Who told them that Teacher Zhang Ye is a newcomer? I'll blind their dog eyes. To think they didn't find out about Great God Zhang's awesomeness. Comrades, the time when we are needed has come. We cannot let Teacher Zhang fight alone. All those brothers who had participated in the war of words, gather. Those who had previously fought with Teacher Zhang Ye in arms, gather. All of us, go vote for Teacher Zhang Ye. Let that Mushroom fan club know the power of our troll army. Let's see who will let who know how the F***K the flowers are this red. I have at a bunch of people below. At almost the same moment, The appearance of the troll army had flooded into the comment section of Little Bunnies Be Good. I'm here. Responding to the call, vote has been cast. I bought a watch last year. F***K the Mushroom Fan Club to death. I don't read children's fairy tales, but I unconditionally support Great God Zhang. Ditto. Ditto plus 110. Ditto plus 119. Teacher Zhang Ye, we are here. When trouble occurs at one spot, help comes from all quarters. Following Teacher Zhang, Ye gives you meat to eat and girls to meet. Today, Teacher Zhang is too refined to think that he did not fight against them. So we shall do it. Who told them that Teacher Zhang Ye doesn't have a fan club? We, the Troll Army, will forever be the strongest supporters of Teacher Zhang Ye. We will fight wherever Teacher Zhang points to. Brothers, let's fight. The Mushroom Fan Club is nothing but a fart. Seeing who has more people? When have we been afraid? To be able to fight alongside Great God Zhang Ye. I feel my warm blood boiling. My large saber can no longer endure the thirst. Brothers, attack. Zhang Ye's fans began their war cries, as if they were on stimulants. 1,000 votes. 5,000 votes. 10,000 votes. In just 10 minutes. To be accurate, it was in just 9.5 minutes. Little Bunnies Be Good had suddenly jumped to take the #1 spot in the essay competition. 45,000 plus votes. It far exceeded second place's Little Red Mushroom by nearly 10,000 votes. In this miraculous instant, everyone turned silent. They were dumbfounded from the shock. The 1,000 plus people from the Mushroom Fan Club gasped. They could not believe their own eyes. What was the matter? What had happened? Your granduncle. Where did these people suddenly jump out from? The onlooking neutral crowd also became overjoyed. They then realized that Teacher Zhang Ye, who had been scolded for being a newcomer by the Mushroom Fan Club all day, was no newcomer. He, too, had his fan club, and the numbers were more than the Mushroom Fan Clubs by a few dozen times. This smacking of the face was too ruthless. The Mushroom Fan Club fell silent. Teacher Little Red Mushroom also did not speak a single word. This was because, at this moment, a large question mark had simultaneously appeared in their minds. Your sister. Who is this Zhang Ye? How does he have such powerful charisma? Chapter 41. Zhang Ye's Troll Fan Army. 8 o'clock in the evening. For hours before the essay competition ended. The next day, Mommy Bunny went into the forest to pick some mushrooms. The little bunnies locked up the door and waited for their mommy to return. After a while, the big bad wolf came again. He knocked at the door while holding his nose. Little Bunnies Be Good, open the door. Come open quickly, I want to come in. No, that's not Mommy's voice. No, it's not Mommy, it's the big bad wolf. Not opening. We're not opening. Mommy hasn't returned yet. We won't open it for anyone. The fairy tale was simple, but to the point. The big bad wolf mimicked Mommy Bunny's song to trick the little bunnies. Little Red Eyes and Stumpy Tail were tricked and wanted to open the door, but Long Ears knew better. So it peeked through the cracks in the door and saw that it was not Mommy Bunny. They tricked the big bad wolf into putting his tail in through the doorway and slammed the door shut. The big bad wolf was trapped, and when Mommy Bunny came home, she chased the big bad wolf back to the mountains, with his broken tail between his feet. A message simplified. Something so simple, but yet the message was clear. After posting, Zhang Ye didn't give it further thought. He went to the bathroom and had a warm shower. After drying up and blow-drying his hair, he went off to the landlady's place. He pressed the bell many times, but no one opened the door. Must not be around. Giving it some thought, Zhang Ye finally took out his wallet and counted last month's rent and supplied debts, together with this month's rent, before slipping it underneath the doorway. He followed up with a note to explain. At this moment, the opposite door opened, and a couple came out of their rented home. What shall we eat? Anything's fine. Oh, I just read a fairy tale and found it to be really good. The ones from the Education Ministry's essay competition to the children? Yes, it's called Little Bunnies Be Good. It's so well written, even though it's just a paragraph of words to tell children not to open doors to strangers. The words seem rubbish at first glance, but in fact none of the words in there can be considered rubbish. It's even interesting. Too bad there is no music to accompany the song portion. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the song should be sung. Is it that good? You would know if you read it. The story has only been posted for less than an hour. There's already a few thousand votes for it, and it is doing better than most submissions that were sent in a week ago. So ruthless? Which teacher wrote it? I don't know. I did not pay attention to that. The person relating it had less interest than the listener. Zhang Ye gazed at the two of them walking further and further away. He rushed back to his room and quickly went online to check his ranking. 9th place. Little Bunnies Be Good, total votes, 7,861 votes. The discussion and comments below were also explosive. Number 1. Which master's work of art is this? The story is too awesome. Number 2. Zhang Ye? I have never heard of him. Master, don't put on an act anymore. You must be a fairy tale author. Please tell us your true identity. You can't bluff me. Number 3. Such depth. Number 75. It's almost reaching 8,000 votes. How long has it been up? Number 80. Who is Zhang Ye? Those must be manipulated votes, right? Number 81. You still ask who he is? Isn't there a verification behind his name? Number 82. Verification details cannot be believed. A ghost story writer coming to write a fairy tale? And he wrote so well? Number 90. As a kindergarten teacher, I find this story to be absolutely perfect. I have already recommended it to my colleagues. I have also posted it on Weibo for my students' parents. Everyone, help vote for Little Bunnies Be Good. Help promote it. This is first place in my heart. Number 99. I read this story to my child, and he really liked it. And he actually understood it. He kept saying how he would never open the door for the big bad wolf. I'm so thankful to teacher Zhang Ye. With so many abducting incidents happening this month, as a couple, we were very worried. We kept instilling in our child that he should not open the door to strangers, but he could not understand. But now after listening to this story, without us needing to say much, the child himself has understood. In the past, I really did not believe in fairy tales or so-called children's literature. I was thinking, what about them? Could children really understand that? At most, it would be a joy reading it. But today, I understood that it is not that children's literature is unreliable. It is that our country lacks good stories. I have already activated several parents to help vote. We must keep voting for it to the end. Number 130. Can it not be so dramatic? Why are there so many votes? Haha. However, one of those votes is mine. There's nothing else to say about the story. It's absolutely great. Zhang Ye watched with his own eyes as the votes soared. He, too, was shocked. He had not expected much from this essay competition, as he could not compare to people who had been canvassing for votes for a week. He never expected that everyone gave it its due recognition. 10:30 p.m. The votes had reached 10,000. 11 p.m. The votes had already exceeded 20,000. At 11:30 p.m., Little Bunnies Be Good had already climbed to second place. It was only losing to first place, Teacher Little Red Mushroom Story, by a few hundred votes, having been uploaded for 4 hours. Votes reaching 29,000 votes. This was almost a miracle. Many people turned silly seeing this. As the saying goes, problems happen to people when they turn famous. The bird which takes the lead gets shot. For a layperson like Zhang Ye to catch up with the top masters in the field, especially in a sure-kill momentum all the way up, there were naturally people who couldn't stand watching this. Fans of Little Red Mushroom immediately came attacking. The comments section on Little Bunnies Be Good had exploded. Definitely manipulated votes. Do you even have a heart to manipulate like this? How can you have more votes than Teacher Tao? Shiwero, summoning. All fans of Teacher Little Red Mushroom, take notice. Regardless if they are manipulating votes, we must help Teacher Little Red Mushroom to push hers to the top. Every IP is limited to 1 vote, but I can teach you a simple way. Disconnect and connect again. Typically, your internet connection will change its IP. If that doesn't work, clear your cookies, then carry on voting. Everyone, let's go. Right? Come and help. We cannot let Teacher Little Red Mushroom get suppressed. We must get first place, regardless of who stands in our way. Haha, aren't we a bit of a bully? He is a newcomer and must not have seen the power of such a huge fan club. He's probably scared by now. The point is to scare him to death. That's right. We must let him know who is the boss in the industry. Teacher Little Red Mushroom has posted on Weibo, asking everyone to vote for her. Supporting Teacher Mushroom. How dare a layperson be this arrogant? Let's tell him why flowers are so red. Asterisk, however. Do it with mercy. Don't scare a newcomer. The moment Little Red Mushroom made the call to arms, her massive fan base gathered together. Initially, they were leading by a few hundred votes. But in just 10 minutes, they had pulled away from Zhang Ye by more than 5,000 votes. Her fans had even gone into Zhang Ye's story commenting section to ridicule. "Oh, you are going down now, right? We'll let you try to catch up. Looking down on our mushroom fan club, everyone show some mercy. I'm guessing that this newcomer Zhang Ye is already dazed from fright." Many onlookers could not stand watching this any further. What sort of people were the Mushroom Fan Club? How could they be so insolent? Little Bunnies Be Good was in itself a very good story. How could you claim that they had manipulated votes? And the bunch of you ended up manipulating votes? And even trampled on him, laughing at how he was a newcomer without any fans. This made many uncomfortable. So what if he was a newcomer? So what if he did not have fans? Who made the rule that newcomers could not write good stories? The onlooking parents and kindergarten teachers wanted to help Zhang Ye, but their strength was limited. They could only give him another 1,000 votes. There was another 10 minutes before the polls closed. There was only 10 minutes left to midnight. At this moment, everyone knew that Zhang Ye had no hopes of being first. He was forcefully suppressed by the local pecking order. Zhang Ye felt the same way too. However, there were always surprises that lay in wait. A miracle that no one had expected happened. On Weibo, a post appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Ye #1 fan howled. "Are there any brothers who have not slept? Quickly come out. Urgent. Urgent. Teacher Zhang Ye has posted a children's fairy tale on the Fairy Tale Essays collection for not opening the door to strangers. It's a new piece of work. It was about to get first place, but it was suppressed by Little Red Mushroom's fan club. They even cursed by saying Teacher Zhang Ye is a newcomer and doesn't have the power of fans. They even flooded the screen with mocking words. Let me show you a screenshot." He immediately uploaded a screenshot, which included the mockery and ridicule the Mushroom Fan Club had posted. Some morally bankrupt fans even cursed at Zhang Ye using vulgarities for no apparent reason. Holy shit. Immediate anger. Something has happened again? They dare to scold Teacher Zhang Ye? Expecting a tragedy from them. They sure are overly bold. Really too bold. They clearly do not know what the result of scolding Great God Zhang is. I'm really worried about their intellect. I can only admire their courage. Right? Anyone who knows about the war of words would never dare to blatantly curse at Teacher Zhang Ye. This is purely the prelude to courting death. Those members of the troll army who had participated or watched in that day's war of words forwarded the Weibo post. Zhang Ye #1 fans growled angrily. "Can you bear it anymore? I can't. F***K. Who told them that Teacher Zhang Ye doesn't have a fan club? Who told them that Teacher Zhang Ye is a newcomer? I'll blind their dog eyes. To think they didn't find out about Great God Zhang's awesomeness. Comrades, the time when we are needed has come. We cannot let Teacher Zhang fight alone. All those brothers who had participated in the war of words, gather. Those who had previously fought with Teacher Zhang Ye in arms, gather. All of us, go vote for Teacher Zhang Ye. Let that Mushroom Fan Club know the power of our troll army. Let's see who will let who know how the F***K the flowers are this red. I have at a bunch of people below." At almost the same moment, the appearance of the troll army had flooded into the comment section of Little Bunnies Be Good. "I'm here. Responding to the call, vote has been cast. I bought a watch last year. F***K the Mushroom Fan Club to death. I don't read children's fairy tales, but I unconditionally support Great God Zhang. Ditto. Ditto +110. Ditto +119. Teacher Zhang Ye, we are here. When trouble occurs at one spot, help comes from all quarters. Following Teacher Zhang Ye gives you meat to eat and girls to meet. Today, Teacher Zhang is too refined to think that he did not fight against them. So we shall do it. Who told them that Teacher Zhang Ye doesn't have a fan club? We, the troll army, will forever be the strongest supporters of Teacher Zhang Ye. We will fight wherever Teacher Zhang points to. Brothers, let's fight. The Mushroom Fan Club is nothing but a fart. Seeing who has more people? When have we been afraid? To be able to fight alongside Great God Zhang Ye. I feel my warm blood boiling. My large saber can no longer endure the thirst. Brothers, attack." Zhang Ye's fans began their war cries, as if they were on stimulants. 1,000 votes. 5,000 votes. 10,000 votes. In just 10 minutes. To be accurate, it was in just 9.5 minutes. Little Bunnies Be Good had suddenly jumped to take the #1 spot in the essay competition. 45,000 plus votes. It far exceeded second place's Little Red Mushroom by nearly 10,000 votes. In this miraculous instant, everyone turned silent. They were dumbfounded from the shock. The 1,000 plus people from the Mushroom Fan Club gasped. They could not believe their own eyes. What was the matter? What had happened? Your granduncle. Where did these people suddenly jump out from? The onlooking neutral crowd also became overjoyed. They then realized that teacher Zhang Ye, who had been scolded for being a newcomer by the Mushroom Fan Club all day, was no newcomer. He, too, had his fan club, and the numbers were more than the Mushroom Fan Clubs by a few dozen times. This smacking of the face was too ruthless. The Mushroom Fan Club fell silent. Teacher Little Red Mushroom also did not speak a single word. This was because, at this moment, a large question mark had simultaneously appeared in their minds. Your sister. Who is this Zhang Ye? How does he have such powerful charisma? Note, this is a common slang phrase in China. It was originally a lyric from a song to represent the passion for revolution. It was later used in other situations, commonly used when exchanging words in a violent scene. The general idea behind it is that the person would spill so much blood the flowers would soak it up and they would turn red. Chapter 42. Deserving of first place. The clock struck midnight. The votes were finalized. Zhang Ye's story got first place. Needless to say, members of the Mushroom Fan Club and onlookers were shocked. Other longtime authors of fairy tales were dumbfounded. Even Zhang Ye did not immediately come to believe it. He only had one thought, that it was impossible. When did this bro gain so many die-hard fans? He knew his own worth. Indeed, he had written a few poems and created a supernatural novel. But he was not that great. He still had some ways to go. Compared to Andy Lau's works, if anyone saw them, their first reaction would be, oh, this is a Heavenly Kings movie. Oh, this is an Andy Lau song. There were also works produced by others which were very famous, too. However, if you were to ask who the author was, a lot of them would not remember. Zhang Ye was in a similar situation. Even when many people had seen those works of his, they would only remember the title of the work. Only a small number of people knew his name as the author. Then how did this huge fan support come about? With the blink of an eye, they had annihilated the Mushroom Fan Club who had declared war, and it was destroying them to the point of them being unable to respond. This essay competition was their cultural domain. That was the fan club of one of the top children's fairy tale authors. However, why did it now seem that this battle was in Zhang Ye's territory instead? This should not be. There must be a reason. Looking at the comments. Checking Weibo. Soon, Zhang Ye found the reason. The majority of the voters could not be considered his fans. At least 80% were not. Most of them had not even heard of Ghost Blows Out the Light, nor read Zhang Ye's poems. The common point was that they had participated in or witnessed the Cursegate scandal from a few days ago. Still, there were some of Zhang Ye's hardcore fans among them. For example, the one who gathered all the support, Zhang Ye #1 fan. The others were internet trolls who participated because they had nothing else to do. When there was some excitement gathered over here, all of them had quickly gathered around to mess things up. These were people who were not afraid of anything, as they were bored out of their wits. Coupled with the fact that Cursegate was only a few days ago, and Zhang Ye had an astounding victory then, the internet trolls were in awe. Therefore, many of them had crazily voted after being alerted by some of Zhang Ye's hardcore fans. It was similar to his Worlds, helping Wang Feng hit the headlines, creating issues for the sake of creating it. After achieving victory, the trolls went about boasting of their victory. First place. Good one, bros. Haha. Everyone was King awesome. 10,000 votes, 10,000. Can we not be so crazy? Where's the people from Mushroom Fan Club? Where? Weren't you clamoring to scare us? Why does it look like all of you are scared instead? Know how many fans Great God Zhang has now? Dare to look down on us? You should be well aware, Mushroom Fan Club, that you are too naive. Claiming that teacher Zhang Ye manipulated the votes? Yet you people kept on manipulating? That's funny. Does teacher Zhang Ye even need to manipulate? Do we need to manipulate? We just voted once each. We do not need to manipulate any votes to destroy you. With our friends, we share good meat and wine. Towards our enemies, we will take them on any time and are never careless. Today, we will gift every one of you the famous phrase of teacher Zhang Ye. I bought a watch last year. This is a memorable battle. Let us record down this historic moment. Let's follow teacher Zhang Ye again to create another miracle. So fun. So exciting. Is teacher Zhang Ye still around? We have captured the enemy's walls. We have sounded the trumpets of victory. Teacher Zhang, please say a few words to us bros. Zhang Ye did not know whether to laugh or to cry. He did not expect that so many people would come and help him. In his heart, he was also very touched. He immediately left a message on the Little Bunnies Be Good comments section. Everyone had been so supportive towards him, so he had to leave a message. Thank you everyone for your help. My comrades, you have worked hard. The replies were very orderly. To serve the people. To serve the people +1. To serve the people +723. A thread that had over 800 replies, all of which were the same. What was this battle formation? What was this momentum? A lot of neutrals watching felt their adrenaline rushing. A troll army like that was enough to rule the world. Cough, except that this army was too not up to par. At the end of it all, the onlookers still had no idea who Zhang Ye was. How did he have such a large troll army helping out? Zhang Ye #1 fan dispersed the crowds. Mission accomplished. Troll army pull back. Thank you for the help, bros. They gathered quickly, and they also dispersed quickly. This group of trolls were like a nest of wasps, attacking whoever they disliked. They came and went as they wished. Seeing the dispersal of the troll army, the Mushroom Fan Club members reappeared. They went to the website's report section to complain about Zhang Ye's fairy tale. Mushroom Gang Warrior reported, Little Bunnies Be Good, vote manipulation. Mushroom Gang 77. More than 40,000 votes in 4 hours. Impossible. The manipulation is too obvious. QWIUE 33. In my opinion, it looks manipulated, too. The others only had tens of thousands of votes in 7 days. Furthermore, they were professional authors. He's only a radio host who writes ghost stories. How could he have written such a good fairy tale? And to have so many people vote for him? It's not realistic. Suddenly, Little Red Mushroom's account message also appeared in the reporting section. She had taken it upon herself. Obviously unhappy with the result of second place. Because this essay competition only had one winner, second and third place did not matter. There would be no prize money, nor any trophies. Only the first-placed essay would be selected by the Beijing Education Ministry to be promoted to kindergartens and primary schools. Second place would receive nothing. Little Red Mushroom posted, did anyone check the authenticity of the votes? I believe many of the authors in the professional circle will not accept this result. The votes for Little Bunnies Be Good seem to be abnormal. Once the top author of children's books spoke, several professional authors who took part in the essay competition followed up with their replies regarding Zhang Ye's vote's authenticity. Did the technical team go off duty? Such obvious vote manipulation, yet nobody realizes it. Are there still fair rules and a transparent system? A website staff member replied, the technical team is handling the complaint. Please wait. If there are manipulated votes, they will be invalidated. After about 10 minutes, the results were out. Essay competition first place, Little Bunnies Be Good. Author, Zhang Ye. Total votes, 45,871. Zhang Ye's total votes remain unchanged. It was exactly the same as when voting closed. Rather, it was second place Little Red Mushroom Story whose votes dropped from 37,212 to 35,399. Around 2,000 votes were invalidated. After the results were released, there was silence. There really was no fake votes. This story really defied logic. It really managed to gain more than 40,000 votes in 4 hours. Everyone was surprised, but no one questioned the authenticity of Zhang Ye's votes. Even without the troll army's support near the end, subtracting the votes manipulated by Little Red Mushroom's fans, Zhang Ye would have still obtained first place. There were no qualms about that. Of course, one could not say that as well. If the troll army did not push Zhang Ye to the top, and, as second place, Zhang Ye's report of Little Red Mushroom manipulating votes might not even be heeded by the website. The cute troll army had given Zhang Ye a huge favor. Zhang Ye was moved for a while. before he suddenly recalled what really mattered. He immediately added another sentence to his story's introduction. This version of the story is a silent text edition. It is not the full Little Bunnies Be Good version. Tomorrow, at noon on Beijing radio station's literature channels, Old and Young Story Club, the complete audio version will be promptly broadcast for everyone. The song in the story will be presented to everyone then. Please listen to it. There's really a song? I thought it was just text. I've remembered the time. I will definitely listen to it punctually. Haha, I was waiting for the song. I will tell my colleagues, too. I'm still feeling pissed. Some people just don't like to see people in a better off state. If you are inferior to others, you are inferior to others. To claim others were manipulating votes? Who set the rule that only professionals can write a good story? Who set the rule that a ghost story's author cannot write a good children's fairy tale? I suggest that those so-called teachers who had reported Teacher Zhang Ye should look at Little Bunnies Be Good with a patient and learning attitude. Don't use the perspective and moral of looking at a stranger's work. Teacher Zhang's fairy tale completely beat all of you. He deserves it fully. My child is now beside me, pestering me to memorize Little Bunnies Be Good and narrate it to her daily. The children have already given their answer. The previous posters said it well. Hi. Whenever a newcomer makes new waves, his legitimacy will always be questioned. I can't watch this any further. It was already quite irritating when the Mushroom Fan Club first started screaming and declaring war. Were they thinking of using their numbers to bully others? Huh. In the end, their faces got smacked terribly. Zhang Ye. This teacher is interesting. I have already fan-ed his Weibo. I really like his fairy tale. Handshake. I like Zhang Ye's story. Passerby transforming into a fan. Zhang Ye's popularity had a small amount of growth. Even more people got to know his story and him as a person through this incident. Note: Wang Feng, a celebrity whose news was often overshadowed by other celebrities' news that happened at the same time. Chapter 43, An Insane Listenership Count. Friday. As Zhang Ye had woken up early, there was plenty of time. Zhang Ye was not in a hurry to take the subway to work. He stopped by a kiosk for some time as he browsed through the morning's papers. He wanted to see if Little Bunnies Be Good would be reported. Beijing Times. None. Beijing Morning Post. None. Other tabloids in the capital. Also none. Zhang Ye was depressed. Could it be because the polls ended too late yesterday? These newspapers probably had to begin printing at 4 a.m., so they could not publish it in time? That would be bad. He was planning to use this to pull up his listenership rates. Without any promotion, how was he going to pull it up? Hi, I'll leave it in God's hands. What could be done had been done by Zhang Ye. He had put in his best efforts. Today, he needed to see if the listenership rates would still be at the bottom for Old and Young Story Club. Just rising up a bit to the 19th or 20th spot would be good. At least, it wouldn't be so embarrassing. Only then could Zhang Ye carry on thinking of a method to pull the segment up. There was not much time left. This time, Zhang Ye was really placing all his hopes and bets on the Education Ministry's official essay competition event. Old and Young Story Club depended on this bet to be revived. Zhang Ye's goal now was very simple, and that was to use his fastest speed to do the segment on his hands well, by obtaining the Best Newcomer Broadcasting Host Award in the shortest time possible, especially one that was quite authoritative. Then he could say goodbye to this screwed-up unit. This place was just a springboard for Zhang Ye. It was a pit stop before he went to an even higher stage. After obtaining the experience and qualifications, Zhang Ye would be like a free bird. Just using a niche late-night program like Ghost Blows Out the Light was insufficient for buffing up his resume. From today onwards, he wanted to develop towards being a television host. That was a place that required good looks. Their looks and height requirements were many times higher than a radio station's for a broadcasting host. How was he to convince the leaders, directors, or program producers to ignore his appearance so as to get them to hire him? He was a newcomer with average looks and height, and he did not have any background or connections. Women could rely on makeup if they did not have a pretty face. Without makeup, they could use their bodyline. What about men? What could men with poor looks rely on? There were only 3 things that they could rely on. First, fake it to make it. Second, being good at faking it to make it. Third, must be able to be good at faking it to make it. Alright, let's be serious. Actually, for a person like him who was lacking, he needed ability and records of service. Zhang Ye was currently not lacking in ability. The only thing he lacked was his record of service. He had to cause a segment's listenership to explode so as to establish his foundation. The unit. It was business as usual. He had reached the office on the dot. The moment he arrived, Zhang Ye had already begun announcing the listenership ratings rankings. Zhang Ye already knew that his segment was still last in place yesterday, so he did not give any face by listening to the ratings. He did not listen to it at all, as he went to the recording studio to record the day's program. Hello, children. Recently, there have been many heinous cases of people abducting children and burglarizing the house when parents are not around in Beijing. Hence, I'll be telling everyone a short story. Its name is Little Bunnies Be Good. I hope everyone will not open the door to strangers from today onwards. Mommy Bunny had 3 children. One was called Little Red Eyes, one was called Long Ears, and one was called Stumpy Tail. Little bunnies be good. Open the door. Come open quickly. I want to come in. In terms of singing ability, Zhang Ye was like an ordinary person. He had no foundation, but neither was it too bad. After all, he was a student of the broadcasting major. In terms of volume control, voice control, and lung capacity, Zhang Ye was not that bad. It was actually pleasing to the ear when he sang the children's song. Not opening, not opening. We're not opening. Mommy hasn't returned yet. We won't open it for anyone. After singing it a few times and having re-recorded it a few times, Zhang Ye was finally satisfied. He called assistant Xiaofang to help him arrange the recording tape. The moment Xiaofang came in, she stammered, "Teacher Zhang, your segment's rating. It was last, right? I knew about it yesterday. It's all right." Zhang Ye did not make a fuss. Xiaofang was even more worried than him as she said, "But tomorrow and the day after, it will be finished over the weekend. Old and Young Story Club will be taken off air. Then, you would not have any segments after that." Zhang Ye said, "Isn't there another 2 days? No one will know what the outcome would be until the end." At noon, the program was broadcast. Zhang Ye did not go to lunch, as he was worried over his listenership rating. However, Zhao Guizhou and 2 other leaders of the channel did not come to work, as they seemed to be having a meeting somewhere. It was apparently for the Mid-Autumn Festival's poem meet next week, organized by the Beijing's Writers Association and the Beijing radio station. It was even going to be broadcasted live. Since the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, everyone was busy preparing for it. As such, Zhang Ye had no way of knowing the rating beforehand. As there was no news of the promotion of Little Bunnies Be Good, both on the television and the newspapers, Zhang Ye felt a chill in his heart. The next day, Saturday. Today, most of the colleagues had come, as they collectively worked overtime. "Teacher Jia, have you finished recording the first episode?" "I've finished recording the first 2 episodes. What do you think?" "It was very good. The quality was very high. I think it can enter the top 10. "Teacher Jia, you sure are awesome. The station will belong to you young people from now on." The moment Zhang Ye came to the office, he saw Jia Yin mingling with his colleagues. He was in the middle, being complimented. Jia Yin seemed to enjoy that feeling. Jia Yin suddenly saw Zhang Ye as he smirked. "Hey, Teacher Zhang is here? I was just looking for you. We should have a transition for our programs." Zhang Ye put down his stuff as he sat down, without giving him a look. Jia Yan's expression sank. "On Monday, my program will be broadcast. Tell the listeners over the weekend about this, and also promote my program. Is that all right?" After some hesitation, he said, "Teacher Zhang, I know what you are thinking, and you have your views. You can't accept the outcome of the segment being axed, but this was already decided long ago by the station. If a segment always sits at the bottom in terms of listenership ratings, then the station would do their adjustments to the segments or even axe them according to reality. Today, programs with fairy tale stories are at an all-time low. This is the underlying trend. Every radio and television station have begun their adjustments to children's programs. No one can save them, so I hope you would consider the bigger picture and make way for my segment." Zhang Ye glanced at him. "I do not need a rookie like you to tell me what is the big picture. Just do your own things well. When was it your place to meddle in my affairs? Are you picking a fight?" Jia Yin turned angry. Zhang Ye laughed. "I come to work to do my job and do my work. Here you come, trying to educate me. So who is the one picking a fight?" "Little Zhang, what sort of attitude is that?" Wu Deitao, who had a grudge with Zhang Ye, shouted, "Why is there so much malice in your words?" Zhang Ye looked at him and said, "This is my attitude. In the past and in the future, it will always be like this. I do not need someone teaching me how I should be. I still have the same words to say. Old and Young Story Club will carry on broadcasting. This segment is being hosted by me, and my segment doesn't need people telling me what to do. You want to take over the Literature Channel's afternoon show? All right. Wait until your segment really goes on air before talking. Jia Yin took up his challenge. All right. Let's wait and see. Tianbin laughed. Zhang Ye, you did not see yesterday's listenership ratings, right? An old anchorman in the channel said, Little Zhang, I have listened to Old Feng's segment all these years. Although I do not want it to end, but reality shows that it cannot keep up with the times. The quantity of children's fairy tales is too low, and the quality of the works are too poor as well. It is the trend. Teacher Feng, who was sitting beside Zhang Ye, also let out a long sigh. Another middle-aged editor said, We can understand how you want to make your segment do well, but one needs to face the facts. You should begin preparing for the end of the segment. There were people who kicked him while he was down, while others took a schadenfreude attitude. Everyone began chiming in to educate Zhang Ye. Hearing all the chatter, Wang Xiaomei also got irritated. She said, The segment will definitely end, but how teacher Little Zhang wants it to end, he definitely has his own opinion. So there's no need for everyone to keep chiming in, right? Can't you mind your own business? The old anchorman frowned. Xiaomei, can't us few comrades say something to a newcomer? Can't we advise him when his thoughts are problematic? Zhang Yi laughed. I surely do not think my thoughts are problematic. I want to use a positive attitude to do my segment well. Is that thought problematic? Tianbin snorted. But can you do it well? Jia Yin waved his hand. Let's not say any more. It's not like he will listen. Wu Deitao shook his head and said, Trying to chase up by to 1 or 2 spots higher is a positive attitude. To let it go from the bottom to the top 10? Then, that is reaching beyond one's grasp. Indulging in fantasy. Someone came in from outside. Who will take the ratings table? It was a staff member from the statistics department. Give it to me. Jia Yin pretended like he was the leader. He slowly walked over to take the form. After the statistics department staff left, he did not take a look and just said to everyone, I'll announce the ratings for yesterday. This feeling was quite wonderful. He had high expectations for his future. He also thought highly of his own segment. Just thinking of his segment's rating increasing day by day, and then getting a position in the station through his connections, he will then definitely fix that Zhang. Everyone was inattentive. Few cared, as it was pointless. The station's ratings were pretty much fixed. It was almost the same every day, as it was difficult to have any change. Teacher Feng also did not pay attention. It could be said that he didn't even want to hear it. First place, Jia Yin announced. Teacher Wang Xiaomei's Talk About the World. Listenership 3.87%. Back then when Wang Xiaomei's rating broke 4, it was due to abnormal circumstances. However, even though it never broke 4 again, Talk About the World had gained an increase in listeners after the university students' suicide matter. As such, its ratings were much higher than before. Everyone gave a token round of applause before they lowered their heads to busy themselves with work. Second, upon seeing this, Jia Yan's hands suddenly trembled. It was as if he had seen a ghost as his eyes widened. This. What's the matter? Teacher Jia, why aren't you reading it? Everyone felt something was amiss as they all looked over. Wu Deitao laughed. Why? Did my Entertainment Daily's rating increase again? Entertainment Daily always took second spot in the Literature Channel. Due to the special nature of the segment, the broadcasting host would take turns. It was usually a man and woman duo. Now, it was Wu Deitao and a female host who took over the hosting. The week's ratings had been good, as they had steadily increased. Jia Yin did not reply. Wu Deitao was dazed. What? I'm not second? Everyone was shocked, too. It was impossible. Entertainment Daily was a news segment. This type of program had never dropped below second place. Then who was it? Late-night ghost stories? Impossible. A late-night segment did not have such an audience base. With everyone paying attention, Jia Yin paused for a long while before vaguely saying, Second place is Old and Young Story Club. Listenership 2.4%. Chapter 44. Will it really not be axed? Holy sh*t. Second place? Old and Young Story Club. S rating actually managed to get second place? The entire Literature Channel's office exploded into an uproar. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This was what everyone thought by default. What sort of segment was Old and Young Story Club? This was a pathetic segment that had been lining the bottom or the second from the bottom of the rankings over the years. Even late-night ghost stories, which was even worse, could jump up to a ranking of around 10 on the first day of a new novel. However, Old and Young Story Club had never managed to do so before. Its best result was 18th place. This was also because of an explosive special program on Children's Day 5 years ago. Second, listenership rates of 2.4%, and it had even exceeded a news-related program like Entertainment Daily. No one believed what they had just heard. Wu Deitao got angry for no reason. Did you read it wrongly? Zhang Ye also wished he had wrongly. It's written like this. Impossible. Tianbin also did not believe. Going from last place to second? It's obvious that such a thing is impossible. Zhang Ye nodded. He looked at the ratings report and said, I'm sure statistics made a mistake. There's no point announcing further. The rankings after this would all not be accurate. I'll go up and find someone from statistics. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye exploded. What do you mean by this? When my listenership rating is at the bottom, you think it's normal and take it for granted. Now that my listenership rating has turned for the better, you say statistics made a mistake? Everything follows what you say? Everything you say must be the truth. Zhang Ye coldly stared at everyone who doubted him. I want to ask you, when has the station ever made a mistake with the statistics? Has there ever been once? Oh, so you having good results is justified? While me having good results is an error. What sort of people are you? Zhang Ye knew his words were a bit over the top, but he insisted, everyone is questioning the statistics. We must first check it. After all, the jump is too great of an exaggeration. Zhang Ye quipped, sure, you can check. Then, what will happen if there's nothing wrong? Will you take responsibility for the words you just said? Zhang Ye looked at him and was sure that there was a mistake. So he said, if the statistics are free of errors, I can apologize to you. All right, go check it. Zhang Ye was confident. This confidence came from trusting his story. Although he, too, did not know how the rating had suddenly jumped up by so much, he knew that this story was an impeccable classical masterpiece from his world. It could not be bad. Zhang Ye left, while others began to whisper. Is that true? I'm pretty sure it's a mistake. I think so too. If not, it would be too great of an exaggeration. Right? Teacher Feng has been at it for so many years, yet his ratings have always been at the bottom. How could the rating explode in just 3 days' time when in Zhang Ye's hands? Wait and see. Little Jia should be back soon. Teacher Feng quickly pulled Zhang Ye over. What's going on? Zhang Ye said, don't worry. The rating is definitely normal. Teacher Feng rolled his eyes. You can still call this normal? This is too abnormal. If you got 19th or 20th, I could definitely believe it, but second? It's not that I don't believe you, little Zhang. It's just that. Do you think our unpopular program can get a better listenership rating than a news-related program like Entertainment Daily? Zhang Ye blinked. Why not? Teacher Feng said. What do you mean, why not? It's like on television. Have you seen a program have higher ratings than the Central TV's news broadcast? Actually, for this, Zhang Ye had actually seen such a case in his world. Forget it. Let's wait for the outcome before we speak further. Teacher Feng's mind was in a mess, too. Over there, Jiayan came back. Checking such a thing could be done very quickly. Tian Bin and Wu Deitao asked, was it written wrongly? The names were messed up, right? Jia Yin remained silent as he looked with an ashen face at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye also smiled back at him. He stretched out his right hand, and, with a snap of his fingers, he did a very complicated motion. Jia Yin blinked his eyes before holding in his temper. Sorry, Teacher Zhang, for doubting your results. Statistics had counted it once again. There was no mistake. What? It was the real listenership rating? Wu Deitao and Tian Bin stared, agape. Zhang Ye accepted his apology and said with an educative tone, there is no program that can't do well forever. In the future, your first reaction to a person's program having a good rating should not be of doubts and rejection. Following that, he looked towards Wu Deitao and Tian Bin, who had been the first to point out the error in the statistics. Do you have nothing to say? Tian Bin naturally would not apologize. He pretended not to hear. Wu Deitao also did his own things, having lost all of his momentum. Zhang Ye did not spare them as he said to them, by my own efforts, I made the program do better and better. I did everything in an orthodox fashion. Based on what did you say that my listenership rating was fake or wrong? An elder in the station tried to smooth things over. Forget it, teacher little Zhang. It is not that everyone is targeting you. At this moment, Li Si suddenly shouted, "Quick, look at the news." Beijing's education ministry had issued a document earlier this morning. It required every junior kindergarten and all elementary schools in Beijing to have access to the children's fairy tale, Little Bunnies Be Good. They have even sent a letter to the parents to let the story, Little Bunnies Be Good, be completely immersed in both school and family. They have suggested that parents learn and teach it to their children, so as to strengthen the educative need to never open the door to strangers. Jia Yin was somewhat aware of this. He had also heard about the essay competition on the news. It's that essay competition event held by the Education Ministry? So what about it? An editor said, "What's the fuss?" Li Si smiled bitterly and did not say a word. A woman beside Li Si looked at his screen and immediately turned dumbfounded. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, she exclaimed, "For this essay competition, the first place was Little Bunnies Be Good, heavens. It's written by our teacher Zhang Ye. He had obtained first place after suppressing good teachers like Tao Shiuru and Little Red Mushroom." Zhang Ye added on, "Yesterday, that was the story that was broadcasted at noon." When he heard this, he, too, understood. So this was what had happened. No wonder his listenership rating had gone so high. Previously, he believed that the newspapers had not advertised for him. But who knew that the Education Ministry had issued a direct order? How many kindergartens were there in Beijing? How many elementary schools were there? How many of them were young students? It was nearly uncountable. Having disseminated to the students by the schools, wouldn't the teachers have to listen to it, too? The students had to listen, right? Even more parents had to listen to it, too, right? That was why the listenership rating had such a miraculous leap. This was like textbooks. You don't like them? You still need to read them, even if you didn't like them. It was like mandatory education. Everyone had to learn. The woman quickly followed up. "My son and I have heard of Little Bunnies Be Good. His kindergarten even printed brochures about it. Teacher Little Zhang, so that story was written by you?" Zhang Yi said, "Yes, Big Sis Zhou. That day, I saw the essay competition and decided to do something for the children. With some inspiration, I wrote a piece." The woman praised, "You wrote very well. My son really loves it." Wang Xiaomei looked at Zhang Yi. "The children's fairy tales for the past few days of Old and Young Story Club were also written by you." Zhang Yi acknowledged and said in a low-key manner, "Yes. I just wrote it haphazardly." Teacher Feng exclaimed, "You did not use the story scripts that I gave you? You really wrote the stories yourself?" Zhang Yi had told him that if the fairy tales industry was low in quality, then he would write his own fairy tales. However, Teacher Feng never expected Zhang Yi to really write them. He thought that he was joking. Zhang Yi was at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. "Teacher Feng, could it be that you haven't been listening to my program over the past few days? This is a segment that you have been broadcasting for so many years, and you didn't listen." "I didn't. I did not dare to listen." Teacher Feng's face was a little red. It was not right for him to not listen to it at all. Zhang Yi explained, "The few stories were all written by me. I have some experience and talent in writing after all. Sorry for incurring the ridicule of everyone." Incurring the ridicule? Many people could sense the sarcasm in Zhang Ye's words. After they put down the things on their hands, everyone searched on the internet. All they saw were praises and discussions on the internet message boards. "The story is too awesome. Little Bunnies Be Good. Open the door. Haha. Teacher Zhang Yi really sang it well." That's right. This children's song is marvelous. And it's very simple. You can learn it instantaneously. My daughter has already learned this song, but she still wants me to tell the story every day. I've no way out. From today onwards, I will have to listen to Teacher Zhang Ye's program at noon. There's no need for today onwards. Check the past 2 episodes. There are more in the previous 2 episodes. I'm already sick of listening to those children's fairy tales. No, the previous 2 episodes were also original fairy tales written by Teacher Zhang Ye. One of them is Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, and another is The Emperor's New Clothes. They are extremely good stories and have a moral behind them. From a literary perspective, it is even better than Little Bunnies Be Good. Really? Then I'm going to take a listen. I've heard it. Now, I'm really astounded by Teacher Zhang Ye. I've decided that as long as Teacher Zhang Ye is around, I will not miss a single episode of Old and Young Story Club. After listening to it, I can tell it to my twins at night. Hey, did you notice it? The Beijing radio station's website has a notice of programs going off air. Why is the name Old and Young Story Club inside it? How can such a good program be taken off air? It can't be. Really? I'll send you the link. It's really true? It's being taken off air? Holy sh**t. Is the radio station dumb? How can such a good program be taken off air? Hi. Maybe there won't be many episodes left. Everyone hear as many as you can. There will be one fewer episode after every listen. It can't go off air. If it does, I'll send complaints. What the heck? Do they even have any aesthetic taste? Over there, Xiaofeng had brought the letters from the readers. Knowing that Zhang Ye had obtained second place, pushing Wu Deitao's news program down, Xiaofeng was extremely overjoyed. The amount of letters in her hands was nearly half the height of a person. She nearly could not bring them over by herself. Teacher Zhang, your letters. Zhang Ye stood up and took them over. Which stack is mine? Xiaofeng said happily, all of them. The other teacher's letters are still in the mailroom. I couldn't bring them over. These are all mine. There must be 1,000 letters here, right? Teacher Feng marveled. This number of letters must have broken a record, right? Our channel has never had more than 1,000 letters sent from listeners. Xiaofeng smiled gently. That's right. The rest of the letters received today, when added up, aren't as many as this. Zhang Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead. He lifted the letters over and began reading. They were mostly written by parents. There were tens of them which were written by children. It was easy to see at a glance, as the characters were all crooked. They looked very innocent. Everyone looked at each other, for they no longer had words to describe their current feelings. Back then, Zhang Ye had made the bold statement that Old and Young Story Club would not be taken off air. They had not believed it, nor did they take it to heart. However, now, Zhang Ye had used his abilities and his program's rating to make everyone shut up. Everyone even had a thought that they had never thought of before. It's already in second place. Will Old and Young Story Club really not be axed? Chapter 45. The Serialization of the Wizard of Oz. Afternoon. The atmosphere in the office was very awkward. Tian Bin was full of envy. Jia Yan, normally proud and full of confidence, also felt like he was now sitting on a cushion full of needles. He felt uncomfortable and had an ominous feeling. The breakout of Old and Young Story Club has given them significant stress. Wu Deitao was annoyed about how Entertainment Daily had suffered an unprecedented slip from second place, never before seen in its history. Zhao Guizhou did not appear in the office for the whole day. Everyone was sure that he knew about Zhang Ye's results, but no one made a sound, as they all simultaneously chose to remain silent. No one could tell what the other was thinking about. In accordance with regulations, a program's last broadcast could only be decided by its ratings. Programs which placed badly for a long period of time were cut, but never had a program scheduled to be cut had its ratings increase so explosively. How should this situation be handled? Stop broadcasting? Continue broadcasting? The leader was silent about this, and no one could really answer this either. But silence could also be a sign. Xiaofeng called out, Teacher Zhang, the recording studio is ready. Okay, thanks for the hard work. I will head over immediately. Zhang Ye switched off his monitor. When he got up, Teacher Feng, whom he shared a table with, gave him a thumbs up. Come on, write another good story. Failure or success will depend on these 2 days. Teacher Feng had become hopeful now. Perhaps the young little Zhang could really create a miracle this time. I understand, Zhang Ye replied. As everyone watched on, Zhang Ye went to the recording studio. As for the leader's thoughts, Zhang Ye had his own assumptions. Jia Yan was deputy station head Jia's relative. He would surely be well taken care of. But Zhang Ye was just a rootless duckweed and had even offended the station leader before. He would surely not be preferentially treated. It could then be said that if Saturday and Sunday's ratings had a tremendous drop, the leader would not hesitate to axe Old and Young Story Club. But if the ratings could maintain at 2.4% or even higher, then the situation would not necessarily be fixed. With the results placed in front of them, they could not move him even if they wanted to. So how was he to keep the ratings consistent? Zhang Ye did not rush to record his program, but pondered in the recording studio for a long time. The situation was to his advantage now. Through the promotion of Little Bunnies Be Good and through the official announcement of the Education Ministry, many parents had already become audience members of his program. Zhang Ye had to make these people stay on and not let them leave after the fad was over. He also had to make some plans for his program. Got it. A serial. In this world, a serialized fairy tale might seem unfamiliar. To the people, a story is a story. It ends after it has been read to the end. But in Zhang Ye's new world, this was more common. There were uncountable famous stories which were serialized. Why did he choose a serialization? Firstly, Zhang Ye planned to gather popularity through serialization. For example, some sitcoms may have episodes which could stand on their own. There was not much continuity, therefore viewers were less enthusiastic towards it. Even if they skipped an episode, it would not affect them much, as every story was independent. But serialization was different. A story that was read daily for 18 days would be affected if you missed a part in the middle. So listeners would be more enthusiastic about listening in to every episode. Secondly, since the station had sent out the notice that the segment would be axed after Sunday, by using a serialization, it was impossible to finish narrating it on Sunday. It was clear that he did not want to hand it over, and this would also give the station a problem. Since you can play dirty with me, am I not allowed to play dirty as well? This method was quite wicked, but Zhang Ye did not care. If others were good to him, he would return it without question. However, when others kept gunning for him again and again, then Zhang Ye did not care anything about professional ethics. What story to choose? Zhang Ye's eyes rolled, and, with a flash, he opened the game ring and saw that he still had quite a lot of reputation points. He then went into the merchant shop to buy a memory search capsule. These days, the reputation gained from the accumulation of late-night ghost stories, and the result at the essay competition with Little Bunnies Be Good had increased Zhang Ye's reputation to 200,000, as tallied by the game ring. Late-night ghost stories would give 20 to 30,000 reputation points on a daily basis, which was not a lot. The main reason was the fame gained from the essay competition, so he did not feel the pinch from spending 100,000 reputation points to buy the capsule. After eating it, Zhang Ye immediately recalled a complete, full-length children's fairy tale. It's this. He began recording. Chapter 1. The Cyclone. Dorothy lived in the midst of the great Kansas prairies with Uncle Henry, who was a farmer, and Aunt Em, who was the farmer's wife. Their house was small. For the lumber to build it had to be carried by wagon many miles. There were 4 walls, a floor, and a roof, which made one room. And this room contained a rusty-looking cook stove, a cupboard for the dishes, a table, 3 or 4 chairs, and the beds. That's right. The children's fairy tale that Zhang Ye had chosen was The Wizard of Oz. Why did he choose it? This was because Zhang Ye had read this growing up. Although the translated names could cause some reading difficulty, history had told Zhang Ye that it would not be a problem. Children could perfectly accept it. There was no need to say how classic this children's fairy tale was. Not many people in Zhang Ye's world were ignorant of its existence. And one of the reasons Zhang Ye chose The Wizard of Oz was because this story was different from Little Bunnies Be Good or The Emperor's New Clothes. It was not limited to an audience below the age of 12. The Wizard of Oz was a fairy tale that was suitable for all ages. Boys, girls, adults, old people. It covered all age groups. This was extremely rare among children's fairy tales. Zhang Ye still remembered when he had just become a freshman. He had watched the animation and television drama version of The Wizard of Oz together with his parents. His parents had also liked it a lot. Wouldn't some people say that Snow White was the same? Actually, it's not the same. Snow White was also a work that managed to wipe out all age groups. It had many animations and movies, but the point was that they were adapted. For example, Snow White and the Huntsman, Snow White and the Magic Mirror, etc. These had changed almost everything beyond recognition from the original version's foundation. And, to put it bluntly, even Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs itself was not the original version. The original version sure was bloody, so let's not talk about it. From this angle, for The Wizard of Oz to cater to all ages was a very rare exception. If there was a flaw that could be picked, it was that The Wizard of Oz first came out as a live-action version and not as a children's fairy tale. So this might make it seem risky, but he still needed to take the risk, even if it was risky. Zhang Ye knew very well that if Old and Young Story Club only depended on the listenership ratings from children, then it was not enough. For example, for yesterday's program, most of the listeners were parents. If the parents were listening in so as to read stories to their children, then it would be too passive. 1 or 2 days may work, but problems would surface down the road. Hence, Zhang Ye had a great idea. This fellow decided to pull the children's parents in as the fans of his story. By telling them a story that they would also like, this would further secure his segment's listenership ratings. Chapter 2. The Council with the Munchkins. She was awakened by a shock, so sudden and severe that if Dorothy had not been lying on the soft bed, she might have been hurt. As it was, the jar made her catch her breath and wonder what had happened. At noon, the program was broadcast. Many colleagues, who were having their lunch break, began to listen in to Old and Young Story Club while having lunch in the office. Previously, they had not paid attention to this segment. But now, due to Zhang Ye's thunder, and it also being placed first in the essay competition, and it also being promoted by the Education Ministry, who was not curious after he had obtained that terrifying listenership rating. Of course, everyone paid attention to it. They wanted to know what was so good about Zhang Ye's fairy tales. Why was it so sought after by so many people? Wasn't it just a children's fairy tale? Why would it be different from other children's fairy tales authors? Those fairy tale masters, who had been working in the industry for so many years, could not save the industry as it deteriorated by the day. But why did it work when it was you? However, upon listening, almost everyone cheered. They finally understood why Zhang Ye had managed to obtain first place in the Education Ministry's essay competition. It's too good. This little Zhang has turned divine. Is this a children's fairy tale? Why do I like it so much? The Wizard of Oz? Is this another original work of teacher Little Zhang? I really do not know how his brain works. He's good at poems, good at supernatural stories, but even his fairy tales are so good. A few female colleagues began chiming in. After they discussed for a long while, a woman sought out Zhang Ye, who was eating his lunch from a lunchbox. Teacher Little Zhang, what happens next in The Wizard of Oz? Tell us what will happen first. Zhang Ye dryly laughed. Don't be like that, big sis. Zhou, you can hear it tomorrow. Big sis, Zhou said, we can't wait any further. My daughter knows that you are my colleague. The moment she finished listening to the program, she gave me a call and asked me to find out what happens later. If you don't give it to me, I really can't face my daughter. Hee hee. What do you think, kid? Zhang Yi scratched his head. Big sis Zhou, I really can't do it. Actually, I haven't thought of it yet. You know that I never have a script, and I just narrate as it comes to my head. I haven't planned it well for what happens later. Listen to it tomorrow. After finding an excuse, he finally managed to drive them away by deluding them. Some praised, while others shook their heads. Jia Yin was one of those who did not believe it would do well. When he went downstairs for lunch, he had secretly listened to Zhang Ye's program. The story was still all right, but it was a serial? You actually made a children's fairy tale a serial? Are you joking? Even the two fairy tale masters, Tao Shiwaru and Little Red Mushrooms, did not dare attempt this. Do you think children are as patient as adults? Would children follow the story just because it could not be finished in a day? Is it possible? Children were creatures with short attention spans. The way you think is too simple. However, Jia Yin was happy about this. The more errors Zhang Yi made, the more beneficial it was for him. Of course, he could not let his program be unaired. The time had already been fixed. Teacher phone came back from lunch. Little Zhang, why did you do a serialized broadcast? Zhang Yi winked. It's a serial. I don't think there's a problem. It's too risky. Teacher phone was a professional who had done Old and Young Story Club for years. He commented, you must know the top master, Tao Shiwaru, in the industry, right? Zhang Yi said, I know. Teacher Tao had previously tried a serial, but it was not a broadcast type, but a published serial. One book was split into 3 separate children's books. And the result? The sales for each book were each worse than the last. The situation where children do not recognize serials is due to their patience. Children may suddenly have the idea of reading a story today and might feel anxious about not knowing how the story ends. But after a period of time, the children will forget it. It is like with toys. They have not settled on their personalities. If Teacher Tao couldn't succeed, why are you trying to outdo her? Teacher Feng initially had some hope, but with Zhang Ye's act, he naturally had to criticize bluntly. A few office ladies stood up for Zhang Ye. Not really. I think it's very good. Me too. I'm especially looking forward to tomorrow's story, another woman said. Teacher Feng said, that's because you are adults, but children are not the same. Teacher Feng. Zhang Ye made a bold claim. Teacher Tao not succeeding does not mean I can't succeed. I shall say something disrespectful. The reason why my essay got first, while Teacher Tao only got third, is because of a problem with the story. Maybe my story is more suitable and is better at grabbing attention than Teacher Tao's. As long as it's a good story that can grab the attention of children, then there would not be a problem serializing it. Tianbin happened to walk past. He maintained a 2 meters safe distance from Zhang Ye and said mockingly, let's see the listenership ratings tomorrow. Jia Yan also had similar thoughts. The reason for the explosive ratings was due to special circumstances. The Education Ministry had given an order, so it was no wonder that the ratings were high. However, today was different. One would know if it was a mule or a horse, just from the ratings. Don't be happy too soon. We shall see your true form tomorrow. In Zhang Ye's mind, he was thinking, bring it on. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Chapter 46. Another crazy surge in the listenership rating. Sunday. According to the notification, today was the last broadcast of Old and Young Story Club. It was also the end of an old program that had experienced many years. The message boards were made very active by listeners. This program cannot end. Right. It cannot be taken off air. Hear that? My entire family of 8 is waiting to hear it. If you end Story Club, do you believe I will smash your radio station's glass, bastards? The letters Zhang Ye received from the listeners in the morning all showed their strong desire. However, Zhang Ye did not reply. He had no way of responding, as everything depended on heaven's wishes. Teacher Feng was holding a bunch of things as he came in. They were all procedural documents. Wang Xiaomei said politely, Uncle Feng, have you settled your retirement? I just finished settling it. Teacher Feng also sighed. I really can't bear to. Another old editor who had as much experience as Teacher Feng said, Old Feng, let's have a last meal in the evening. However, Teacher Feng waved his hands. There's no need. I don't plan on leaving for the time being. I still want to stay behind for another 2 days to help Teacher Little Zhang cruise this ship until its end. Everyone understood that it wasn't as simple as helping steer the ship. Although Zhang Ye's personality was not likable, no matter how bad his social popularity was, Zhang Ye's ability and capacity was not questioned by anyone. Be it late-night ghost stories or yesterday's Old and Young Story Club, they had all been brought to even higher heights by Zhang Ye. Such a talented man of God did not need Teacher Feng's help in steering the ship, so it was clear that Old Feng was still upset with the program he had worked on for so many years ending. He wanted to stay behind to see if Old and Young Story Club could carry on existing under the hands of Zhang Ye. Are the listenership ratings out? Teacher Feng asked. Zhang Ye volunteered to help. Teacher Feng carry his things. It's not out yet. I'm not sure too. Xiaofang had also come in early. You still need to wait for a while. The entire statistics department was basically resting yesterday, so it will be slower. It should be out soon. Teacher Feng sighed. I hope the rating won't drop too much. Zhang Ye said jokingly. You have so little confidence in me. It's not that I don't believe in you. Teacher Feng looked at him. If I didn't have any confidence in you, would I have handed the last few days of my segment to you? The reason is because using a serialization yesterday was too sudden. For such a long story to be split into 2 days is very dangerous. Children might change frequencies midway. Split into 2 days? Yes, everyone thought that Zhang Ye's story only had 2 parts. Finishing the serialized story over the course of 2 days was perfect for the closing. Zhang Ye smiled without speaking. He did not dare tell everyone that the novel, The Wizard of Oz, was actually 24 chapters long. That is to say, this story needed at least another 10 days to finish it. 2 days? Less than half the main characters had been introduced. So how could it finish? Everyone was too naive. They never expected Zhang Ye to so brazenly leave a hanging serialized story without an ending for Jia Yan to take over. Most people would not do something so wicked. Tianbin chuckled as he looked at Zhang Ye from a distance. Jia Yan, who was busy planning his new segment, was also looking forward to this move of Zhang Ye's causing a drop in his rating. He estimated that he would be somewhere beyond 10th place. There was no need to give an explanation. Well, forget it. I'll say it. The education ministry had only made Little Bunnies Be Good compulsory. People may endorse that story, but it did not mean that they would endorse his other stories. Secondly, having a serialized fairy tale itself was a mistake. Waiting to the left, waiting to the right, waiting to the top, waiting to the bottom, waiting to the front, waiting. All right, not doing this already. Someone came in. He was Zhao Guizhou, who had not appeared for 2 days. He was holding an A4-sized sheet. Clearly, it was the table of yesterday's listenership ratings. Zhang Ye quickly stood up. Director. Zhao Guizhou pressed his hand down. Sit. I'll announce the ratings today. Oh, all right. Zhang Ye sat down awkwardly. Following that, Zhao Guizhou glanced at Zhang Ye. He had not interacted with Zhang Ye in public for a very long time. In fact, he had not even looked at Zhang Ye in front of others for the past few days. However, for some unknown reason today, Zhao Guizhou had looked at him. His eyes were filled with a complex and deep meaning. Zhang Ye was not sure if it was an illusion. He seemed to see joy and pleasure in Zhao Guizhou's eyes. Zhao Guizhou was the person who brought him in. He was his bull. That day he had spoken with Zhao Guizhou privately that he would never forget this for life. But to say that he was not angry would be a lie. It was not the truth. Even though Director Zhao had repressed him due to pressure from the station's management, Zhang Ye still could not accept it emotionally. However, now that he saw the pleasure in Zhao Guizhou's eyes, Zhang Ye lost all of his anger. He nodded back at him. There was a poem that was most appropriate for this. We remain brothers despite all the vicissitudes, and to have an unfaithful wife appearing. Hi, that's not right. It's, let's forego our grudges by smiling when we meet again. At this moment, Zhang Ye was even more curious about his listenership rating yesterday. Why would Director Zhao change so much today? First place, Wang Xiaomei. Talk about the world. Zhao Guizhou spoke. Listenership 3.66%. It has dropped compared to the past few days. Teacher Xiaomei, you might need to add something interesting to the segment. It can't be too dry. I heard the program yesterday. It seemed like you were resting on your laurels. Wang Xiaomei nodded. I'll improve on it today. Zhao Guizhou laughed. Actually, this result is already very good. You are a pillar of our channel, so everyone naturally expects more from you. I understand. Wang Xiaomei remained humble. Next, second place. Zhao Guizhou shook the form in his hands. At this moment, many people swallowed their saliva. For example, Jia Yan, Zhang Ye and Teacher Feng were extremely nervous. Entertainment. Daily. Zhao Guizhou said. A smile immediately beamed on Wu Daiteo's face. He had finally returned to second place. He had redeemed his previous disgrace. Tian Bin and Jia Yan also heaved a sigh of relief happily. However, before a second of their happiness could pass, Zhao Guizhou's tone had a 180-degree turn. Entertainment Daily. I want to criticize your segment team, especially Wu Daiteo and Song Yan. You are the two hosting it these days, but the results are dropping every day. Your listenership rating was only 2.21%. Look at all the entertainment news articles you have been doing the past few days. What were they? Can it be more interesting? Is there any news that people are concerned about? Even if there is, it's all stuff that are scraps after other people have reported it comprehensively. Nothing in the news program shines. How are the reporters for your segment team gathering news leads? How are you announcers reporting it? There were slip-ups during the live broadcast. Do you still want to carry on in this business? Wu Daiteo immediately turned silent. Zhao Guizhou said, with today, your segment has been pushed out of second place for 2 consecutive days. Today, second place is not yours. It's not Entertainment Daily. Then who was it? Whose program? Everyone's eyes stared widely. Zhao Guizhou announced, second place. Zhang Ye's Old and Young Story Club. Listenership 2.45%. It's Old and Young Story Club again? It's higher than yesterday's rating by 0.05%. Is this going crazy? This segment is going into a craze. There were exclamations everywhere. Tian Bin and Jia Yan were both dumbfounded. Teacher Feng also gave a disbelieving expression. It can't be. It can't be. Yesterday, it was due to the Education Ministry's promotion that caused the explosive increase. How did the listenership rating increase again today? Furthermore, it was a serialized fairy tale that no one thought was likely to succeed. Didn't all those predecessors and masters of children's fairy tales prove that fairy tales could not be serialized? Why could Zhang Ye manage it? Why was it possible when he did it? Why? No one understood. Only Zhang Ye clenched his fists. It was like a heavy rock had been removed from his chest. Great. Not only did the listenership rating not drop, it had actually increased. Zhang Ye was quite surprised, but he knew the reason behind it. The power of Little Bunnies Be Good only showed its effect today. The second day's explosive increase was actually in the early stages. Only a tiny portion of people had surged it. However, yesterday and today was the climax of the promotion from the Education Ministry. The newspapers and television stations had reported on it. So although Zhang Ye's program was not mentioned, information on the internet easily obtainable and a search would allow everyone to know. Hence, when yesterday's news story was broadcast, a portion of audience who had just listened in for Little Bunnies Be Good would have definitely left. However, at the same time, a surge of parents had appeared, attracted by the fame. This had caused the listenership rating to increase, instead of decreasing. Of course, the most important reason was because of the story. Zhang Ye did not make a wrong bet. The Wizard of Oz, a story well-liked by all ages, had shown its miraculous effects. It had managed to hold on to many parents. Zhao Guizhou lowered his hand. Everyone, quiet down. I will first praise teacher Little Zhang here. Back then, when he first took over late-night ghost stories, we all knew that it was the worst segment in our channel. It had always been first from the back. However, the first day teacher Little Zhang took it over, the segment was pulled up to third place. It had created history among late-night programs. Later on, Old and Young Story Club became the channel's worst segment. There was no improvement shown in its ratings over the years. And this time, with Little Zhang taking it over, the results are open for all to see. Second place. He went from the bottom to second place. Maybe Old and Young Story Club will be taken off air after today, but I think teacher Little Zhang's diligent spirit is something worthy of learning. I wish to say something to everyone. Something that teacher Little Zhang has taught us. He has used real action to prove it to us. There is no program that can't do well forever. Clasping the A4 paper, Zhao Guizhou took the lead to clap. BBA, BBA, BBA. Teacher Foam was extremely exhilarated. His eyes were a bit wet as he clapped for Zhang Ye with all his strength. His hands turned red from clapping. What a formidable rookie. At this moment, many colleagues who had their reservations about Zhang Ye were completely convinced. However, Jia Yin was in trouble. He was in a predicament. Why did the leader's attitude change? What did this mean? To even publicly applaud Zhang Ye? To publicly praise Zhang Ye? Although Zhao Guizhou had previously said that Old and Young Story Club would end today, one had to take note that Zhao Guizhou's words were prefaced with the word maybe. Maybe it would end today. Then, could it also mean that it would not end? The ratings were announced one after another. As Zhao Guizhou was about to leave, Jia Yin rushed out into the corridor. Director, then my program on Monday. Zhao Guizhou remained kindly to him. Hee, little Jia. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm still busy over preparations for the Mid-Autumn Festival's poetry meet. I need to thoroughly supervise it. If there's anything you need, look for Old Sue. With that, Zhao Guizhou left while making a phone call on his cell phone. Jia Yin stood alone in the corridor, clearly feeling a bit lonely. Chapter 47. The Parents Are Revolting. Recording Studio Number 4. Since there was no part where the audience called in, Zhang Ye did not get his assistant, Xiaofeng, to help. He began to record his program for Sunday. Chapter 3. How Dorothy Saved the Scarecrow. Dorothy leaned her chin upon her hand and gazed thoughtfully at the scarecrow. Its head was a small sack stuffed with straw, with eyes, nose, and mouth painted on it to represent a face. An old, pointed blue hat that had belonged to some munchkin was perched on his head, and the rest of the figure was a blue suit of clothes, worn and faded, which had also been stuffed with straw. Chapter 4. The Road Through the Forest. So the scarecrow led her through the trees until they reached the cottage. Dorothy entered and found a bed of dried leaves in one corner. She lay down at once and, with Toto beside her, soon fell into a sound sleep. The scarecrow, who was never tired, stood up in another corner and waited patiently until morning came. After finishing the story for today, Zhang Ye looked at the time. He had reserved 2 minutes, so he quickly did the ending, which did not seem like an ending. There was no other way out. Since the station did not give him any notice and the leader did not say anything, Zhang Ye could only follow the original instructions to end his segment. Children and our friends in the audience, that will be all for today's segment. Old and Young Story Club will also end today. This segment has gone on for many years. Here, I'll thank everyone on behalf of Teacher Feng for the ongoing support. Although I have only taken over this segment for 5 episodes, I have extremely deep feelings for Old and Young Story Club. I have so many things I want to say in my heart that are so complex. Forget it, I won't say it. Next week, there will be a new segment taking over, called Soaring Youth. Please support it. Office area. Zhang Ye returned. You've wrapped it up? Teacher Feng lamented. Zhang Ye responded. Wrapped up. Teacher Feng patted him on the shoulder. It's been tough on you. It's been tough on you, Teacher Little Zhang. Big Sis Zhou, who did editing, gave him a thumbs up. Xiaofang also looked towards him. Teacher Zhang, you've worked hard. Teacher Feng, you've worked hard. This was customary. Every time a segment ended, everyone would say this. It was a form of farewell and was also to show respect for the long-term efforts of the teachers. Wang Xiaomei and others also said the same words to Teacher Feng and Zhang Ye. Only Jia Yin did not say it. He couldn't care less, as he was busy with his new segment. Although he had recorded the first 2 episodes for his program, he had not done the opening and ending. He was secretly writing a script. Why did he write a script secretly? Maybe it was because Zhang Ye never used a script. This was no secret in the entire Beijing radio station. Zhang Ye's feat was often talked about. Zhang Ye was a newcomer, and so was Jia Yin. Hence, he did not want to lose to Zhang Ye psychologically. He was competitive. Afternoon. The last episode of Old and Young Story Club was broadcast. Many office ladies were listening in to Zhang Ye's program. It seemed to have turned into a rule since yesterday. They all had children, but as parents, they would never find a good children's fairy tale that could educate their children excessive. The Scarecrow, who was never tired, stood up in another corner and waited patiently until morning came. This was the last sentence for today's The Wizard of Oz. When everyone heard this, they exclaimed, "It can't be. It ended just like that. The story ended? It hasn't. Isn't it finished? Isn't it a serialized 4-chapter story that was to be broadcast over 2 days? Why did it end up like that? This can't be an ending. A new character has just appeared. Having saved the Scarecrow, the plot has not even developed. F***K. There's still more. There must be more stories that come after. It's not only 4 chapters long. Everyone finally understood it, as they nearly fainted. It was unknown who told Jia Yin. He immediately rushed back to the office when he was eating at the cafeteria. He angrily looked for Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang. What happened? Zhang Ye feigned ignorance. What do you mean? What happened? What do you think? Jia Yin was flustered. Why hasn't your program ended? Zhang Ye blinked. It's already over. I even said the ending and even introduced your program. That's not the problem. I'm saying why are there more parts to the serialized story at the back? Jia Yin was really furious. Zhang Ye said, I can't care about that. My story is that long. To speak the truth, not even today, it won't even be finished next week. There's a total of 20 more chapters in the series. How can I finish it today? Little Jia, I also want to tell a story that could be finished in 2 days, but unfortunately, I do not have one. I only came up with The Wizard of Oz recently. There's no other way around it. After all, I independently created it. Short fairy tale stories aren't so easily created. Creating a work is not easy. Not easy. When you compose poems, when has it ever not been done in an impromptu fashion? When you told ghost stories, when was it not done on the spot? Original works may be very difficult for others, but it was definitely nothing for you. Everyone knew Zhang Ye was doing it on purpose. He was wicked. It was too wicked. To leave such a good fairy tale story on a cliffhanger, how was Jia Yin to take over the slot? Even if he could take it over, wouldn't he be cursed to death by the loyal listeners of Old and Young Story Club? Listeners were originally already unhappy about the ending of the story club, with many people saying they would complain or smash windows. Well, maybe they were just speaking nonsense. If Zhang Ye had really finished his story for Story Club, then the end was the end. There was nothing much to it, as time could solve everything. However, now, Zhang Ye had not finished his story. It was a neutered state. Wouldn't this be like blue balls? Wouldn't this incite the emotions of the listeners? There was nothing more wicked than this. Zhang Ye's simple response had pushed it back at Jia Yin. Jia Yin turned and left. I'm not speaking to you. I'll go to the leader." The moment he left, Teacher Feng felt both angry and happy as he pointed towards Zhang Ye and whispered, "You kid, you sure are something." He laughed at the end. Zhang Ye did not care about this. "Were you going to bite me if I wanted to tell the story in such a manner?" After some time, Jia Yin returned. He had clearly not found the leader, as he went back to his seat with a sulking face. The situation had turned more complex. With the leader not around and him remaining neutral, this matter was completely in a state of limbo. Furthermore, there were listeners of Old and Young Story Club already leaving curses on the radio station's official website. The broadcast of today's episode had caused quite a commotion. Holy shit, this is too damaging. It's been neutered? It became neutered just like that. Do not end it. This will take the lives of people. My child has just heard 4 chapters. If I do not continue telling him the story tomorrow, the child will be rolling on the ground screaming. Teacher Zhang Ye, quickly carry on. Do not stop the broadcast. What is the radio station doing? Teacher Zhang is so bad. He left an unfinished story for us. What soaring youth? We don't want to listen to it. Return to us our Old and Young Story Club. Right. Return to us our Old and Young Story Club. We only want to listen to this. Let that soaring youth die? Soaring your sister. With the Wizard of Oz not finished and stuck in the middle. What fart is it soaring? Soar, just jump off the building and you can fly. Right? I really feel like jumping off a building. I'm not telling it to my children, as I'm not married yet. It's because I really love the story. There were even children who left messages. Now, children got into contact with advanced technology at a younger age. Thinking back, Zhang Ye only had a computer in high school. Now, children would already have access to that during elementary school. Uncle Zhang Ye, don't leave. Please do not end it. I want to hear the later parts of The Wizard of Oz. This fairy tale is too good. Our school has even left homework for us to listen to your story. The response of the crowd was very loud. Not to mention others, even a few older ladies in the office could not accept it. 3 ladies discussed before surrounding Zhang Ye's desk. Little Zhang, you are too immoral. It's fine if your program is ending, but you must at least write out the later parts of the story for us. There's still another 20 more chapters, right? Quickly write. We are waiting. Zhang Ye smiled bitterly. I'll try my best, sisters. Big Sis Zhou said. You can't try your best. You must write it well, or it's too aggravating. Suddenly, some parent had left a message on the radio station's website's comment section. It was titled, "Do not let the story end. Everyone come in and support." The content was, "Comrades, parents. Everyone probably knows that the story club is ending. The power of the masses is the greatest. Let us show our voice and let the radio station see it. Let Old and Young Story Club carry on with its broadcasting." There was a sea of responses beneath it. Support. Support plus 1,000. Boycott soaring youth. Return the blue skies to the children. Nowadays, there are already so few children's fairy tales. The only remaining children's program on the radio are the Beijing radio stations, Old and Young Story Club. We must not let the program end. The children still need this segment. The children need Teacher Zhang Ye's story. Prop it up. There were a countless number of messages. There were also many supporters. It was just 2 p.m., which meant that in an hour, there were more than 1,500 messages left on the boards. Radio, which was part of the old media, had already been largely replaced by new media. It had lost its glory days and did not have much of an audience. However, the controversy caused by this matter could make anyone who looked at the radio station's website mistakenly believe that they had returned to the 80s or 90s, when the radio was still having its absolute reign. The Big Brother status seemed to return, and the technology and equipment were not prepared for this. The large crowd that flocked to the Beijing radio station's website to show their support or curse had caused the website's server to nearly crash. This was a big deal. Zhang Ye and many colleagues never expected this. They all jumped from fright. Chapter 48. The program won't be axed. Monday. Today was an important day. Zhang Ye woke up at 5 a.m. and could not return back to sleep. After tossing and turning, he reached the unit early. The office was still empty. There was not a single person. Editor Zhang, who opened the doors, had not arrived. So Zhang Ye had to go downstairs to the lobby to get the key to the literature channel before he managed to enter the room. He watched the news. He checked his name. He searched for comments for his program. These were the 3 things Zhang Ye did every morning. A glance at the morning news was sufficient. The comments were mostly similar to those of yesterday. Either they were cursing that Zhang Ye was without morals by neutering the story, or they shouted to not have old and young story club. And Zhang Ye was mainly searching for his name, and he was surprised to find out that in a day's time, the number of searches for his name had reached a total of 16,000 times on the country's biggest search engine website. Although it could not be compared to those A-list celebrities who had hundreds of thousands to millions of searches, it was still a sharp rise. Note that this was not the search numbers of Zhang Ye's segments. It was also not for his fairy tales or novels, but the 2 words Zhang Ye. Ghost blows out the light. Having 10,000 plus was no surprise, as there was nearly 10,000 searches every day. The search numbers for Little Bunnies Be Good, exceeding 10,000 was also no surprise. In fact, it had exceeded 110,000 the day before. They were all searches, but the value of Zhang Ye's name being searched was completely different. This meant that many listeners who had tuned into the programs had noticed the voice behind the radio, Zhang Ye. This was a mark of his growth and popularity. Zhang Ye's ambition was to become this world's greatest and most famous celebrity in the world. He knew how things worked in the industry. Following a particular work was just the beginning stages. It was just popularity on the surface and wasn't as reliable. This was because once a piece of work expired, people will forget with time. Then this popularity on the surface would also dissipate, and not much popularity would be left. However, if people paid attention to a person, it was different. This had a much deeper meaning in terms of popularity than paying attention to a piece of work. Once his popularity rose, even if it was negative, that was also considered fame. Zhang Ye could feel his dreams taking its initial steps, but it did not stop one bit. He was developing towards his goal with every second. However, even though it was a good thing, he still could not feel happy. This was because the fate of Old and Young Story Club was still unknown. If the program was axed, then he would not have a platform for him to disseminate his works. As such, he would not be able to carry on increasing his popularity using high-quality works. The little amount of popularity he had would not be able to be maintained for long before turning to naught in the end. Little Zhang, you've come? Teacher Zhang, why are you so early today? At around 8 a.m., colleagues began reaching the unit. Teacher Feng had also arrived early. After seeing Zhang Ye, their gazes crossed, and after a greeting, no one said anything more. The both of them were aware. Teacher Feng was also waiting for a result. He wanted to see if Zhang Ye was able to create another historical miracle. Quite a number of people were also discussing about this. Do you think the station will cancel the axing of Old and Young Story Club? I'm pretty sure that won't happen. Little Jia is, after all, a relative of Deputy Station Head Jia. Have you forgotten? But now Teacher Little Zhang has made his program perform so well with listenership ratings in second place. If the station did not revoke the notification from before, how much pressure would they need to withstand? That's right. The listeners paralyzed our station's official website with all the cursing. That doesn't mean that it won't be axed. There has never been such a precedent. Precedent? A late-night program had never reached the top 3 in the ratings. A children's fairy tale segment has never reached second place in the ratings. Precedents are meant to be broken. How would we know what the leader is thinking? Let's just wait and see. At this moment, Tian Bin had arrived. Jia Yan had also arrived. So no one carried on discussing this topic. The office turned silent, as if everyone was watching Zhang Ye and Jia Yan. Everyone knew that this day belonged to them. It was the day of their battle. At 9 a.m., Zhao Guizhou arrived punctuality. It was clear that he had just arrived at the unit. His hand was still holding a bag. He did not return to his own office first, and instead came to announce yesterday's listenership ratings. Almost everyone is here, right? All right, then stop for a while. I'll announce the listenership ratings. Everyone was very serious. Many people were curious about the listenership rating for yesterday's Old and Young Story Club. Although Zhang Ye had succeeded in taking the risk of a serialization on his first day, it was not necessarily the case on the second day. Maybe the listeners did not realize that the story was a series, so they finished listening to it without a second thought. Maybe they would lose their patience on the second day when they realized that it was a serialization. These were all possible. So the rating was clearly crucial for the battle between Zhang Ye and Jia Yin today. First place. Talk about the world listenership 3.81%. Zhao Guozhou gave a very pleased look at Wang Xiaomei. Teacher Xiaomei, well done. After telling you off that day, there was a significant improvement in the program yesterday. There were many new things. Hee hee, I really liked that part about eating watermelons. Was that something you did on the spot? Wang Xiaomei smiled. Yes. Well said. Carry on maintaining it. I think breaking 4% on your listenership rating will not be too far off. After Zhao Guozhou gave his praises, he looked down at the table, second place. It was unknown if it was intentional as he paused for a long time. As everyone was looking, hoping to see through the form, Zhao Guozhou said, second place. Old and Young Story Club listenership. Again he stretched it out. 2.78%. Wow. Everyone went into an uproar. 2.78%? What the F***? You must be going mad. Is there anyone that can stop it? One had to know that Old and Young Story Club only had 0-point-something listenership ratings a few days before. Even yesterday's and the day before's ratings were around 2.4%. Today, it had increased by slightly more than 0.3%. Didn't this development mean that it was trending to break 3? Holy, this was too amazing. Many people drew in a mouthful of air. According to the situation's development, it would be very hard for Entertainment Daily to catch up with Old and Young Story Club. It would be a dream for the previous set-in-stone second place to regain the second spot. It could not be said that way either. This was because the Story Club was going to go off-air today. Without the program, there would not be a listenership rating. Thus, Entertainment Daily would regain its second spot without a fight. Teacher Feng was the happiest. He grabbed Zhang Ye's arm and clutched him tightly. Zhang Ye was already mentally prepared for today's listenership rating. The day before yesterday was the Wizard of Oz's first day of serialization. He had carefully selected a fairy tale that would appeal to all ages, so as to retain many of the listeners who had come for Little Bunnies Be Good. The facts had proven that Zhang Ye had managed to do it. Not only had he done it, he had excelled, nearly achieving perfection. Yesterday was the second day of the serialization. Zhang Ye's goal was not as simple as retaining the audience. Under the premise of creating a new audience base, his goal was to create a habit for people to listen in. By letting them wait for Old and Young Story Club every day for the serialization, there was no way of catching up if one episode was missed. This was also a forceful method of making people accept the serialization of a fairy tale. Now, looking at the listenership ratings, Zhang Ye knew he had managed to do it. As long as Old and Young Story Club was not axed, Zhang Ye had every reason to believe that the listenership ratings of The Wizard of Oz would keep increasing. This was the benefit of a serialization. This was the advantage of a serialization. Zhao Guozhou did not praise Zhang Ye like yesterday. He said it in passing before announcing the rest of the listenership ratings. This ambiguous attitude made everyone even more baffled. After he finished announcing, Zhao Guozhou did what he did yesterday. He left after turning around. Jia Yin was also dazed. He was still thinking that Zhao Guozhou would say something. However, in the end, there was nothing. Like yesterday, he ran out to chase after him. Director, Little Jia, I want to talk to you. Do you have some time? Sure. Follow me to my office. Once they left, Big Sis Zhou worried for Zhang Ye. Little Zhang, you should go too. That's right, that's right. Another person, Aunt Wang, chimed in. You should quickly try to grasp an opportunity. Say something nice. Who knows if the leader might change his mind. Previously, Zhang Ye was not popular with his colleagues. Firstly, he had offended the leader. Secondly, he was new, so he hadn't had much interaction with others. He did not know many people, which resulted in his poor social popularity. Now, through his fairy tale stories, Zhang Ye had at least managed to gain the liking of the 5 to 6 women in the office. Furthermore, with Jia Yin being young and so aggressive that he did not show any respect for Teacher Feng on his first day, there were many older people who did not like him. As such, they slowly leaned towards Zhang Ye. They did not care that Zhang Ye cursed as he had back when he and Tian Bin cursed at each other on the internet. Tian Bin was a person who usually spoke badly of people behind their backs, and since he was the person who first instigated the dispute, and Zhang Ye was just reacting to it, it was understandable due to the extenuating circumstances. Furthermore, No matter how much a jerk Zhang Ye was, he had never been disrespectful to the older people in the station. When had he never been polite when he met them? Just from this point, Zhang Ye was already in a much better position than Jia Yan in the hearts of the older people. There's no need. Zhang Ye did not go. You care about your face too much. Will lowering your head kill you? Aunt Wang felt exasperated. Zhang Ye was very clear of the situation. I have done my things well. I have already put in my greatest efforts into it. The leader's decision was likely already decided some time ago. I also won't be able to change it. Although he said so, the process was quite a torment. 2 hours passed since Jia Yan left, but still, he was not seen. Zhang Ye repeatedly looked at his watch. He also went to the leader's office, but there was no one there. He returned to the office and asked an old editor, "Editor Su, the afternoon's program is about to begin soon. The leader isn't around either. What's going on? What about today's program?" Editor Su was also unsure what to do. He could not reach Director Zhao. On the phone, finally as it was approaching noon, Zhang Ye asked, "What's going to happen?" Editor Su slapped his forehead. "Little Zhang, why don't you record it first? It can't be recorded anymore. It can only be broadcast live since it's this late." Zhang Ye pointed to his watch. Editor Su bit his tongue. "Then let's do a live broadcast. You take the reins. We'll speak after the live broadcast is over." Zhang Ye agreed and immediately called for his assistant. "Xiaofang, quickly reserve a live broadcast studio. The faster, the better." He picked up a bottle of mineral water to moisten his throat before setting off. 12 o'clock. Zhang Ye pushed the volume button. "Hello, listeners. Due to some special reasons and circumstances, today's program will still be Old and Young Story Club. Let me tell everyone the 5th chapter of The Wizard of Oz, The Rescue of the Tin Woodman." Zhang Ye managed to finally finish his program's live broadcast. He returned to the office from the live broadcasting studio at 1 p.m. Only then did he see Jia Yan, who was silent. When Jia Yan saw Zhang Ye, he had raised his head, but then quickly bowed his head to carry on typing on the computer. He no longer had the aggressive air that he had on his first day. Zhang Ye roughly understood what had happened. He walked towards Teacher Feng. "Our program won't be axed." Teacher Feng whispered, "No talk about not axing," but Director Zhao did not say a word despite knowing you were broadcasting live. His intention is to let us carry on broadcasting. The station has not mentioned anything about axing the program anymore. Zhang Ye heaved a sigh of relief, as if a burden had been lifted. "Teacher Feng, I finally did not disappoint you. I managed to keep the program." Teacher Feng squeezed his shoulder. "I won't be coming to the unit tomorrow. You have given me a big gift before I leave." "Thank you. To think you have to say that. It's what should have happened. I also do not wish for the program to end." Zhang Ye said. Tian Bin was secretly burning with anger. How could it be? The leader really tolerated him? Wu Deitao could not accept it. The station really did not axe the program? They really were letting Zhang Ye do what was deemed an impossible task. Everyone saw this and felt mixed emotions. The past few days were too dramatic. Thinking back to the day when Zhang Ye declared his bold words, saying that Old and Young Story Club would not be axed, none of them had believed him. No one treated him seriously. But by giving Zhang Ye 5 days, just 5 days of programming was enough for Zhang Ye to complete a startling reversal. He had managed to change a segment that was dead last to a legendary myth in terms of ratings. The results were so stunning that the station's management could not say anything. A young person's abilities must be respected. A new generation was replacing the old. This made people begin to realize that maybe one needed to bow one's head or compromise at work, but in front of absolute ability and results, many intrinsic beliefs appeared laughable. Jia Yin was an example. So what if he was the station's leader's relative? A segment that was decided on could still fail to go on air. It similarly could not replace Zhang Ye's segment. Jia Yin had to queue up obediently in the station. Why? This was because Zhang Ye had handed in a result that no one else could hand in. Old and Young Story Club had received 2nd place in the Literature Channel. Its rating was at the 10th place in the entire Beijing radio station. Coupled with late-night ghost stories, being 4th in the Literature Channel and 19th in the entire station. There was no one who could move Zhang Ye's position in the radio station. This time, Zhang Ye had really rooted himself. He had laid a deep foundation through his hard work and determination. Chapter 49. As he had applied for leave, He was taking a day off today. He had recorded one additional episode yesterday, so with the crisis alleviated, Zhang Ye remained at home to sleep. He remained lazing in bed, even when it was already 10 o'clock. He began watching television in bed, switching to one channel after another. Suddenly, Zhang Ye's hand stopped, as he quickly adjusted the television's volume. It seemed to be scenes recorded from last night. It was a press conference of a new movie release. The name was familiar. It was called White Maiden 2. He remembered the day that the game Ring had changed his world. One of the first things he had seen on the television's news were the words, White Maiden. It was produced by one of the more famous directors, Wu Bang, in this world. Its box office sales were very high, and now its sequel was being released. Why was Zhang Ye so concerned about it? There was only one reason. The movie's female lead was too beautiful. When Zhang Ye's eyes swept across the television, his eyes had remained fixated on her. This world also had many superstar heavenly queens. This person was probably the prettiest celebrity Zhang Ye had seen in this world. Right. Maybe it should be said that she was most fitting to what he considered the aesthetic of a beautiful celebrity. Wang Xiaomei, Tian Bin's wife. None of them could compare with her beauty. The only person who could compare was probably Rao Imean. If the landlady had worn something more fashionable, then the two might be comparable. On the screen, the press conference had ended. Zhang Yuanqi was surrounded by reporters. Even the famous director, Wu Bang, did not stir up such a fuss. Sis Zhang, what are your expectations of the box office sales? Teacher Zhang, I heard that you were injured during the filming process. Can you tell us the plot of the new movie? Has there been any changes with the prequel? Sis Zhang, your new song has had unsatisfactory results once again. Are you planning not to develop in the music industry from now on, to focus on your movie career? The journalists began rattling off their questions like a machine gun. The on-screen Zhang Yuanqi smiled very amiably. She did not seem to have any airs. Ask one by one. I will definitely answer them. Well, I definitely hope so. The higher the box office sales, the better, but I will need everyone's support. I can't reveal the plot, or else it's pointless for everyone to watch. As for my injury, sorry for worrying everyone. Thank you very much. It's already all right. It was just a superficial wound. A bandage healed it the second day after being wounded. It was just exaggerated when the news spread out. It's not considered an injury. Teacher Zhang, do you have any plans for a new film this year? I've heard that you will be one of the judges for the upcoming Golden and Silver Microphone Broadcaster Choice Awards. Zhang Yuanqi said in a pleasant manner. There might be a new film being recorded at the end of the year. As for being a judge, you sure keep abreast with the news. I've indeed been invited. My manager is still checking my schedule. If there is no event that cannot be postponed, I will definitely be there. The journalists carried on their siege as they tailed her from behind. Zhang Yu was not sure of Zhang Yuanqi's age. She looked like she was about 30 years old. She was this world's heavenly queen and was also an S-list superstar. She had won the country's most authoritative Best Female Lead and Best Supporting Actress awards more than once. A few of her previous songs had even received the Golden Melody Award. She was a celebrity that was involved in several lines of work. If one compared fame and popularity, Zhang Yuanqi was probably ranked in the top 5 in the country. She would be described as a heavenly queen figure amongst heavenly queens. Although she was not considered very old, she had a lot of experience. She had debuted very early. In the entertainment industry, Zhang Yuanqi was considered a big sister. According to hierarchy, many newcomers would have to address her as Master Aunt. Zhang Yuanqi was pretty and famous. What was most critical was that she was easygoing and elegant. Hence, her position in the entertainment circle was extremely high. She was also very well liked. Look at her looks. Look at her achievements. Look at her temperament. Zhang Yi knew that he could not envy her. He did not have her looks, so he could only rely on his hard work. And his hard work was based on what? The game Ring was the greatest reliance he had. Noon. Zhang Yi ate instant noodles again. He opened the game Ring on his finger to check his overall reputation. There was a total of 230,000 points. Firstly, some of these were accumulated from some time ago. Secondly, some of the reputation points were earned from the past 2 days of late-night ghost stories and Old and Young Story Club. Although Old and Young Story Club was not that much higher than late-night ghost stories, in terms of listenership ratings, the former still brought more than double the reputation points to Zhang Yi than the latter. After all, A late-night program was now a mainstream program, while Old and Young Story Club had already become Zhang Ye's center of attention. He could draw at the lottery again. Zhang Ye was only prepared to draw it at once. He needed to leave some reputation points in reserve, so as to allow him to buy a memory search capsule in the event of an unexpected turn of events. After taking this into consideration, Zhang Ye opened the lottery interface. He spent 100,000 reputation points. The lottery began. The needle spun. This time, Zhang Ye was still looking forward to drawing something from the stats category or the skills category. His luck was too terrible. He had not drawn from either of them, not even once. Of course, it would be even better if he got something from the special category, skills category, stats category, consumption category. The needle slipped past one category after another. 1 time around, 5 times around, 10 times around. Zhang Ye began chanting, skills, skills. Suddenly, he shouted again. Why did it go past? It missed by just a bit. Bada. He had hit the consumption category once again. Zhang Ye let it be. Since it was a consumption category, then so be it. After all, this category took up half the area of the lottery. Besides, the previous consumption category items had helped him a lot. The consumption category's treasure chest, small, automatically entered his inventory. Zhang Ye took it out and placed it on the desk. Then he opened the lid. The chest opened. The familiar gold beams flashed. A pink-colored sachet appeared in the treasure chest. Cupid sachet, effective once it is worn. Increases the player's luck with the opposite S*X for 5 minutes. Luck with the opposite sex? There was an item that actually increased luck with the opposite sex? Zhang Ye was quite happy. Unfortunately, it was a one-time expendable item. If he could obtain the rights through the special category to buy it in the merchant shop, then it would be excellent. He could buy an unlimited number of these. Then with it, would he need to worry about having a wife? Wouldn't buying it and having an uninterrupted 24-hour period of using the Cupid sachet be so good? But that was just a thought. Furthermore, he still did not know how the item worked. Zhang Ye understood what the word Cupid meant, but he did not know its actual effects. He hung the sachet around his neck. Ping. Item has been used. Countdown begins. Seeing the virtual game interface's effective time countdown, Zhang Ye sat in his seat waiting. However, nothing had happened. Where was his luck with females? Why was there no reaction? Only when there were 2 minutes left remaining did Zhang Ye realize what was going on. Oh no, he was too naive. It was similar to the unlucky halo. If no one had offended him to trigger the unlucky halo's effects after it was activated, then the unlucky halo would not do a thing. Similarly, the Cupid sachet probably was the same. Now that he was alone at home with not even a female around, how was he to have good luck with females? He had to at least first meet a female. Would waiting at home have a girl send herself to his doorstep? Kula. There were the sounds of keys coming from outside. Dong. Ka. It seemed like someone was stabbing keys into Zhang Ye's door. But no matter what, the person could not open the door. The person outside seemed angry, as that person began kicking on the door. Who is it? Zhang Ye went over with a darkened expression. The person outside did not speak, as the person carried on inserting the key. Zhang Ye opened the door. Stop screwing around. Who is it? The moment the door opened, the smell of alcohol came surging over. It nearly caused Zhang Ye to topple backwards. It was too strong. Looking up, it was a woman. She was wearing a pair of wide aviator sunglasses. She looked somewhat familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen her. Zhang Ye only knew that this drunken woman was someone he did not know. The woman clearly had drunk too much. She was still stabbing the empty air with her keys, despite Zhang Ye having opened the door. She was not standing firmly, while wearing her nude-colored heels. Could this be the good luck with females? The Cupid sachet had really sent a woman to his doorstep? Have you gotten the wrong door? However, Zhang Ye did not dare to accept this good fortune in love. She was drunk, and he was still not clear what was going on. The woman dizzily stared at him. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Zhang Ye was at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. Big sis, this is my house. Where do you live? I'll send you home. However, the moment he saw the key in the woman's hand, Zhang Ye turned speechless. The keys looked very complicated, and it was easy to tell at a glance that it was for a high-grade door lock. There was even an access card, so clearly she did not live in his district. The woman squeezed into the room without standing on ceremony. She also did not listen to Zhang Ye's words. You are my mom's cleaner, right? Gah, it. You are the cleaner. Your whole damned family are cleaners. Asterisk. She nearly stumbled as she missed her footing. Zhang Ye quickly rushed to hold her. Look carefully. This is really my house. Who are you? The woman sneered. I. You don't. No. As she spoke, she took off her sunglasses. She didn't manage to do so on her first attempt. It took her a second attempt before succeeding. However, with the sunglasses removed, Zhang Ye was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped off. Only then did he realize why he found the girl very familiar, even though she was someone that he did not know. Behind the sunglasses was a flawless face. That earth-shattering beauty immediately made Zhang Ye recall. Zhang Yuanqi. Wasn't this the Zhang Yuanqi that he had been watching all morning on television? Zhang Ye was dumbfounded about how she had managed to make the mistake of coming to his house. Only then did he realize that this was definitely the magical effect of the Cupid sachet. Or else, how could this be a coincidence? The top S-list big shot in the country had managed to reach his home in a drunken stupor? Even novels weren't that ridiculous. However, with the sachet's effect, it had managed to happen. Zhang Ye did not know what to feel. Are all the items in the game rings so powerful? Note: Zhang Yuanqi's surname. Zhang is different from Zhang Ye's Zhang. Note: this is a popular Chinese slang in the form, you're the one XXX. Your whole damned family XXX. It came from my own swordsman character, Mo Xiaobei. The original text goes along the lines of someone saying to Mo Xiaobei, Mo Xiaobei, you are a child who matured early. Before Mo Xiaobei replies, you're the one who is maturing early. Your whole damned family is maturing early. Chapter 50. The Heavenly Queen's personality can't be that bad. Afternoon. Zhang Ye's house was in a mess. Give me water. Getting me to get water for you? Thirsty. All right, wait, hi? Don't vomit on the floor. Zhang Ye was in a panic and felt grossed out. He quickly dragged Zhang Yuanqi, who had just vomited, to the bathroom. Opening the toilet lid, the reeling Zhang Yuanqi vomited inside. As she vomited, Zhang Yuanqi's body slumped to the ground. Even her clothes had some vomit. Zhang Ye said loudly, Big sis? Big sis. Zhang Yuanqi did not make a sound. She had fallen soundly asleep. Noticing the situation, Zhang Ye had no other way but to endure the grossness as he bent down and lifted up the dirty Zhang Yuanqi into the room. At this moment, the Cupid sachet's effective time was up. Zhang Ye felt like crying. That was the 5 minutes he got with good luck with the females. He did not have the opportunity to complain. The smell in the room was terrible. Zhang Ye opened the windows to ventilate the room, as he pinched his nose and entered the bathroom to get a mop to wipe the floor. Then he cleaned the vomit in the bathroom. What should he do? Zhang Ye smacked himself in the forehead. He went to the landlady's house, but no matter how long he knocked on the door, no one came out. Rao Aimin had not seemed to be at home for the past few days. Finding a female neighbor? That wouldn't do. The rooms here were all rented. The people that lived here were a bit unruly. And what sort of status and fame did Zhang Yuanqi have? If this was made known, her popularity would definitely take a hit. The Heavenly Queen always appeared so graceful on television, so this was not to be made known to others. Returning home, Zhang Ye poured a glass of warm water and brought it to her. Sis, drink some. Didn't you say you were thirsty? Here, open your mouth. It was unknown if Zhang Yuanqi heard it, as she moved her mouth. Zhang Ye took the opportunity to pour the water in. There was some water that spilled onto the bed. Hi. After suffering till 4 p.m., Zhang Ye managed to tidy up the room. Finally, the gross smell was gone. He was tired enough, as he fell asleep on the chair. 1 hour. 3 hours. When Zhang Ye opened his eyes, the sky was already dark. Looking at his watch, it was already 10 p.m. Ring, ring, ring. The Heavenly Queen's cell phone kept ringing. So it was her phone that had woken him up. Then Zhang Yuanqi's body also moved. She let out a very long tone as she rubbed her eyes. Suddenly she sat up. Oh. Zhang Ye immediately stood up while rubbing his eyes. You have finally woken up. Zhang Yuanqi's beautiful eyes looked coldly at the room's environment, before staring right into Zhang Ye's eyes. Her tone was blunt. Who are you? Zhang Ye said, My name is Zhang Yan. Zhang Yuanqi abruptly interrupted. Why am I here? Checking her clothes, she looked up. I'm giving you a minute to explain. Your sister. To think you are angry? Zhang Ye said. Big sis, shouldn't I be asking you this? I was in my room, minding my own business, but there you were using your key to stab my door. After you entered, you threw up on my floor. It took me 2 hours to clean up the mess. Zhang Ye frowned. What did I say in the afternoon to you? It was all nonsense. Then you fell asleep. Zhang, you said. Zhang Ye asked again, do you recognize me? Zhang Ye, right? I've seen you on television. Zhang Ye said honestly. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Ye managed to explain the situation to her. She had gone to the wrong house in her drunken stupor. What happened in the afternoon should only be known by you. Don't tell anyone, all right? Zhang Ye said without explaining herself. Zhang Ye nodded, sure. I'm not a gossipy person. Then, now you should. Zhang Ye lowered her head and sniffed her clothes. Her eyebrows knitted and her expression turned sullen. Give me some female clothes. I'll leave once I change. Zhang Ye said helplessly. Why would there be female clothes in my house? Zhang Ye said impolitely. You can buy it outside. It's almost 11 p.m. Which mall is still open? Zhang Ye rummaged through a closet and threw her a pair of pajamas. This should get you through. Zhang Ye's eyebrows ticked. I'm going to the bathroom. You change here. Zhang Ye went into the bathroom and hid himself there. After a few minutes, he asked, Are you done changing? Yes. A lukewarm response sounded. Zhang Ye came out and saw the clothes that she had taken off had been placed on the bed. Shall I wash it for you? Zhang Ye said yes with a deadpan expression. Leave it in the dryer for a while to dry it faster. Zhang Ye was thinking how much she did not stand on ceremony. I don't have a dryer, but I can try using a hairdryer. After he went through the motions of blowing on it with the hairdryer, he hung up her clothes. Coming out, Her Majesty Zhang Ye was sitting on a small sofa, with her legs crossed in an elegant fashion. Little Zhang, right? Get me something to eat. I'm a bit hungry. Zhang Ye. All right. Zhang Ye exhorted. Hi, forget it. She was, after all, a superstar. Zhang Ye took out the last egg in his house. I'll make a poached egg for you. This was a studio, so the kitchen was also in the house. Zhang Ye expertly turned on the fire, poured oil, and sprinkled green onions. After the oil heated up, he cracked the egg into it. Knowing that the heavenly queen was waiting for her meal, Zhang Ye did not resist. He did it proudly. He was a man, after all. To be able to show off in front of a woman tends to give them a sense of accomplishment. The egg was done. Zhang Ye presented the plate. It's done. Zhang Ye looked at the plate. Are you sure that you can cook? Of course. You sure are funny. If I don't know how to cook, who can? Zhang Ye said mockingly. Zhang Ye asked, then tell me why the color of the egg on the plate is this color? Also, why am I smelling a burnt smell? Zhang Ye waved his finger with confidence and dragged the plate towards her. That's because you don't understand. One glance and I know you can't cook. This is a new method of cooking. I did it on purpose. This is to fully express the flavor of the egg and to extract the fragrance of the egg to its fullest extent. The fire needs to be big, hence resulting in this color. Hi, you won't understand. Such a superstar like you must have never eaten authentic street-side chicken eggs. Zhang Ye looked at him silently. Zhang Ye coughed and finally threw the egg into the rubbish bin dejectedly. All right, I messed up. How could this rascal know how to cook? Zhang Ye continued sending short messages with a deadpan expression. My house only has instant noodles. I'm also hungry. Do you want to eat it with me? Zhang Ye asked for her opinion. Do I have any other choices? Zhang Ye said in a lukewarm manner. Hey, you sure are a big shot, to be picky with your meals. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. He began boiling water to make the instant noodles. Each person had a bowl of noodles. I'm not going to care about you. I'll eat first. Zhang Ye was extremely hungry. Zhang Ye put down her cell phone and looked very unhappily at the bowl of instant noodles. Finally, she picked it up and frowned as she ate it. Zhang Ye was having a good time eating. It's delicious, right? Zhang Ye. Have never eaten anything else. It's not delicious? Then you'll have to make do. Other than instant noodles, my house has nothing else. Zhang Ye said, when will my clothes dry? The weather isn't very hot now. It will probably take 4 to 5 hours. Then I still need to live in your house tonight. You can wear my pajamas and leave. Were you joking with me? I don't find it funny at all. Zhang Ye also did not find it funny. What good luck with females? He had seen through it. There was all sorts of bad luck befalling him today. What good luck with females? Clearly, an Empress Dowager had arrived. Thinking of the Zhang Ye on television, she was so elegant and gentle. She was kind and warm to others. She remained patient and answered all the journalists who surrounded her. She was unusually friendly with her fans. But now, what had happened? Can someone tell me what had happened? Who is this person? Why has her personality changed by 180 degrees? Zhang Ye's impression of the female goddess, Zhang Ye, in his mind was shattered. My heavenly queen's personality can't be that bad. Something was definitely wrong. Chapter 51. Comrade Little Zhang has been cursed at again. The night sky was vast. It was 11 p.m. at night. After the meal, Heavenly Queen Zhang Ye held her chest with one hand as she leaned against the headboard to send email on her phone. Maybe she was working, as her face looked serious and sullen. She did not have any intention of speaking to Zhang Ye. She would kill the donkey the moment it left the millstone. You've forgotten about this, bro, after you are full? Zhang Ye also knew that a distinguished person like her was busy, so he did not disturb her. He also wasn't emboldened enough to disturb her. Zhang Ye was standing at the pinnacle of their country's entertainment industry, while Zhang Ye himself was just a small figure who was a fledgling. He was not even considered a celebrity. He would, at most, be considered a public figure. The gap between them was heaven and earth. Zhang Ye knew this himself, so he was very respectful towards a senior. Switching on the computer, he began doing his own thing. He first checked his Weibo and was suddenly dumbfounded. Why were there so many forwards for one of his Weibo messages? Upon checking, he realized what had happened. The flying bird and fish message that originally only had about 2,000 to 3,000 forwards back then? It wasn't that much. But now, this poem's forwards on Weibo had suddenly become more than 8,000. It had tripled. After being surprised for a while, Zhang Ye treated it as nothing. Back in his world, Flying Bird and Fish itself had more than 100 million clicks on the internet. How many people did not see it? Hence, this tiny explosive increase was reasonable. A good poem could never be buried. As for the reason, Zhang Ye's analysis was that it was due to many things. Ghost blows out the light, fairy tale stories, and his other poems. The number of people who knew of him was slowly increasing. So people would begin checking his other works, which created an entire increase in popularity for all of his works. Good poem. Only now do I know about this poem today. Why are there so many forwards? Let me see it first. Classic. Who is this Zhang Ye? You have just seen it. It's already a poem from last month. This poem even saved a person's life. It is especially legendary. Zhang Ye browsed through everyone's comments as he was lost in reverie. They were basically positive. As he was enjoying it, there was a sudden comment that appeared. Meng Donghua. Verification. Beijing Writers Association Deputy President. Poet. Author. He was a distinguished person with more than 3 million fans. Meng Donghua had used his verified Weibo to openly question. I do not know why such things can become so popular. Just because there's a lot of people looking and commenting on it, that makes it a good poem? A legend? It saved a life? A poem's worth is based on its literary value. It does not depend on other stories or situations to add to its worth. I cannot see any literary value in this poem. All I see is moaning and drool. This can also be considered a modern poem. This is also called literature. Also, the author's a generation. I would not comment on the poem's words, but why do I find the topic so twisted? A slightly past 20-year-old child commenting on a generation? This should be a term used by us, right? You are not grown up yet, and still have a long road ahead. You do not have the ability to see through your generation, so don't write such a poem to cause ridicule to yourself. Some people did not like that. It can't be. I think it's very good. So what about youths? Youths can't write poems. What a joke. Just one sentence. Of you young people don't know anything to negate all his worth? To think that you are the deputy president of the Beijing Writers Association. However, there were even more that joined the ranks of the doubters. A number of them were authors and poets of the Beijing Writers Association. They were all verified accounts. Romance author Zheng Onbon commented. Even Vice President Meng has commented. Actually, I was not able to continue watching this, starting from a long time ago. This poem may be very popular now, but no matter how many times I see it, I can't figure out what is good about it. Children's literature author Little Red Mushroom commented, Zhang Ye's poem isn't bad, but it's only average. It does not deserve all this attention. A famous poet in Beijing, whose pseudonym was Big Thunder, said, "What a mess. Complete bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What sort of poem is this? What are you trying to express with the song of the stormy petrel? Do you think these are the old days? Even if you wanted to expression that period's rebellion and helplessness, how old are you? Do you know what the old society was like? Were you composing poems with your fantasy? How can there be any literary skill? He is, at best, a temporary demagogue. Those who are following you, what's up with all of you? Do you even have any appreciation for art? I really wonder." Suddenly, 5 to 6 authors and poets began barraging Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye, who was in front of his computer, could not help but curse. "What the F asterisk asterisk asterisk? Are you monkeys back up that were invited? Where did you all pop up from? Did I provoke all of you?" Zhang Yuanqi did not know what was happening as she came behind Zhang Ye. As she held her shoulders, her face was expressionless as she looked without blinking at his computer screen. "Who are they scolding?" "Scolding me," Zhang Ye said angrily. Zhang Yuanqi's eyelids twitched. "Meng Donghua? Beijing Writers Association's leader? This person has quite a bit of reputation in the industry, right? Then what about Little Red Mushroom? She was the one who wrote fairy tales, right? Big Thunder? I have seen his poems. He is not anything in the country, but he is still quite famous in Beijing." As the literature circle was encroaching into the entertainment industry, it was almost indivisible. As an S-list star in the industry, Zhang Yuanqi was quite aware of this. She was objective with their evaluations. Of course, only Zhang Yuanqi had the right to say this. If it was anyone else, no one would dare say who was not anything in the country. "Why are so many Beijing authors and poets scolding you? Are you very famous?" Zhang Yi was still upset. "What do you mean, famous? I have only written a few poems. But who knows why they suddenly went crazy and started scolding me? My poems have problems? What an unfunny joke." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanqi stared at him. "You can compose poetry? Of course. Have you heard of Flying Bird and Fish? No. What about A Generation? Never heard of it. All right. Then, forget that I said anything." Zhang Yuanqi seemed a little interested. She said in a deadpan manner, "Go sit at the coffee table." There was only one chair in the house. With Zhang Yi standing up, Zhang Yuanqi sat down. Zhang Yi no longer had the energy to care about this. They are bullies. Zhang Yuanqi must have finished her work as she began speaking to Zhang Yi. "Everything has a cause. Go look at the first person who questioned you. Meng Donghwa's Weibo." After checking, Zhang Yi was immediately enlightened. Meng Donghua had published a few poems early in the month, but other than a few fans praising it, no one else had seen it. The forwarding count of a single poem from Zhang Yi was more than all his poems combined by 10 times. He saw that my results as a newcomer are better than his, so he wants to pull me down? What a grandson. What sort of people are they? Zhang Yuanqi was only watching the scene unfold before her as she remained silent. At this moment, the fans of Meng Donghua and a few poets and authors had rushed to Zhang Ye's Weibo to curse at him. They did so indiscriminately. "Demagogue, to think you dare to publish such a beaten-up poem? Everyone, don't read this person's poem. The industry's experts have given their evaluation. This is not called literature. There is no value to it. It can't be. It's quite good. Do you know, or do the experts? No, that's right. The vice president of the Beijing Writers Association has already said it's bad." "I see. I thought it was such a good poem. You wasted my feelings." "That's right. I even recited Zhang Ye's poem to my children. I never expected it to not have any cultural value. Isn't this harming others? Harming me is fine, but don't mislead my children. Zhang, get lost from the field of poetry. Get lost. There is no need for you. To think I liked Zhang Ye's poems in the past. Hi, it's so disappointing." A few of Zhang Ye's original fans were steered by Meng Donghua and a few authors and poets as they began to complain. However, there were people who insisted on supporting Zhang Ye. However, soon, they drowned in those people's spit. They had no chance to talk. Zhang Ye felt sourness in his heart. He was also very distressed. That was the popularity that he had worked hard to obtain. But just because of their few words, it was being scattered away. Even those who supported Zhang Ye's poems were no longer that firm in their beliefs. After all, with so many professional teachers and famous authors and poets collectively denying Zhang Ye's worth, people would all have second thoughts as to whether his poem was really good. Even his fans were scolding him. Zhang Ye's fists clenched tightly. Zhang Yuanqi said indifferently, "This is what the circle is like. You have to get used to others. If not, then what's the if not?" Zhang Ye asked for advice. Zhang Yuanqi said coldly, "If not, make others get used to you." Zhang Ye thought for a while, and, after digesting Zhang Yuanqi's words, he was no longer angry. Seeing the cursing or disappointed fans, Zhang Ye posted a message on Weibo. It was a response from one to all. Zhang Yuanqi was by his side, reading. As she saw Zhang Ye type one word after another, her gaze changed for the first time. There was a brilliance in her eyes. Zhang Ye had written this. "See me, or not. There will I stay, no sorrow, nor joy. Miss me, or not. There will affection lay, no immersion, nor dispersion. Love me, or not. There will love remain, no more, nor less. Follow me, or not. In your hand is mine, no discarding, nor departure. Come to me, or give me your heart to dwell in. Love with serenity. Rejoice in silence." This was an old poem. Why so? Because according to the poem's age, it was actually quite old in Zhang Ye's world. It was not very famous at all until the movie, If You Are the One Too, was released. It then became famous. Even the drama, Palace, had used it as lyrics for its ending song. Later on, someone said that this poem was composed by Sangyang Gyatso. Actually, it wasn't. There was even a copyright lawsuit. The original author of the poem was Tashi Lam, Dodo. The original name of the poem was The Silence of Vajra Guru Pema, and also See Me or Not. Some people might question whether a love poem like this would be suitable in this situation. It was precisely that many people were not sure. This poem was not a love poem at all. It had nothing to do with love. This poem's inspiration came from his world's Guru Rinpoche's famous words, "I have never abandoned people who believed in me, or even those who did not believe in me. Although they will not see me, my children will forever be protected by my compassion." This poem expressed the Guru's neither clinging nor abandoning love for his disciples. It had nothing to do with romantic love. It was perfectly apt for Zhang Ye to use it as a response. Maybe he was not as noble as the original authors, but it currently represented his feelings. Regardless of people who like me staying or leaving me, I will be right here, neither clinging nor abandoning, neither sad nor happy. Chapter 52. Who dares say Teacher Zhang can't write poems? After he posted on Weibo, the surging voices that came to curse at Zhang Ye seemed to stop. "See me or not. There will I stay, no sorrow nor joy." What a free and easy poem. What a big-hearted attitude. Many people heaved in a mouthful of air upon seeing this. With the entire poem appearing, it gave a feeling that it was detached from all material things. It made the reader of the poem full of positive energy. What was a good poem? This may be what a good poem was. Zhang Ye's choice of this poem to hit back was undoubtedly very powerful. With this, the other side weakened, whereas Zhang Ye's neither clinging nor abandoning fans felt their spirits enriched. They all began to shout, "Spring wind blows, haha." Teacher Zhang Ye has fought back. Everyone, quickly have a look. Willow Bowl, another new piece of work. Wow, this poem has a lot of feelings. Macho 557. None of Teacher Zhang Ye's works can be faulted. Too awesome. There was a person who published a long evaluation, named Life is a Ball of Fire. I never read modern poems. I have never liked things related to art, ever since I was young. However, Teacher Zhang Ye has made me completely fall in love with literature and art, like poems. I do not know if those people cursing at Teacher Zhang Ye behind their keyboards or those so-called professional authors have any eyes. All of you are at least authoritative literature authors in Beijing. One of you is even some association's vice president, so don't make us look down on you, all right? Even a layman like me can see how good Teacher Zhang Ye's poems are. Yet you despise it? Just because he is young? Is age a reason? Is this the method that you use to belittle the works of others? Then aren't you stooping too low? The previous poster said it well. Supporting Teacher Zhang. Forever supporting Teacher Zhang Ye. Bull asterisk 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 experts. Ignore them. Teacher Zhang Ye's poems are popular. Look at the number of forwards. Look at the comments. Look at the search hits of every poem of Teacher Zhang's, as well as the clicks in any major discussion forum. The eyes of the masses are bright. The market has already made its judgment. I'm curious. Why would some people be jealous of teacher Zhang's results? Must they jump out and say some words to stomp on him? Using teacher Zhang's words, why did you give up treatment? With Zhang Ye taking the lead, his fans also followed him to counterattack. The Beijing poet, Big Thunder, also commented, do you know literature, or do we know literature? Just now, that love poem. Does anyone know what he is saying? Do you know? Don't pretend to know if you don't understand. Literature is literature. Art is art. They are not things used to fool others. Zhang Ye #1 fan came out. Ever since the Weibo War of Words, this hardcore fan of Zhang Ye would not hesitate to stand up whenever Zhang Ye faced troubles. He retorted, then can I ask teacher Big Thunder above, what is art? Do you not know? Well, is art something that depends on what you say? Then what are we commoners for? Then what's the point of us poetry lovers? Literary works are things only you can enjoy. What a joke. To be a poet at such a level? You aren't even 1/100th of teacher Zhang Ye's level. A literary work is for the commoners to see it and for them to resonate with it. They would be moved. They would have feelings. That is why teacher Zhang's poem is so popular. This is the literary judgment by us commoners. There were also capable people on Weibo. For example, a person named Duso09 said, let me first declare that I am neutral. I do not support either side. I've been reading all day and have seen Zhang Ye's poem. I may be lacking in knowledge, but let me correct teacher Big Thunder's evaluation. I think it is quite biased. Love poem? I do not think it is a love poem. Although the poem's text has the word affection, and even the ending has the word love, that is just something literal. If you can properly understand this poem, you will discover that this is a poem that is full of compassion. How can a person write about romantic love with a compassionate heart? That's why my analysis is that teacher Zhang Ye had written this poem to his fans. No, actually, it should be said that he wrote this poem to everyone in this world. Please continue. A capable person has come. Please continue your analysis. Waiting for the capable person to analyze this poem, I couldn't understand. A lot of comments came in below. Many of them did not understand what Zhang Ye wanted to express, but nonetheless they felt that the poem was especially carefree. Duso09 continued, it is my personal opinion, but I think that teacher Zhang Ye wanted to express love to the common person. He knew his work would not be accepted by everyone. Whether they scold him or dislike him, he will not be affected. He only wants to use his works to move people, touch people, help people, which is why whether they see or not see him, he is neither sad nor happy. Whether they follow or unfollow him, he will not discard or depart from them. Being a normal person, teacher Zhang Ye might not be able to reach this state. But as a poet, he needs to have such an attitude. Yeah, this is what I see. I might not be correct, but this poem is so memorable and worth rereading. Every sentence feels like it can make people think and reflect upon on it for a long time. Well said. It's informative. So that's what it means. Thank you for the expert dissection. Duso09 replied. It's not really a dissection. The poem is really deep, so even I don't have the ability to analyze it. It is just my personal opinion. Nevertheless, the truth has been proven. Who says teacher Zhang Ye does not know how to write poems? Who says teacher Zhang Ye's poems are not works of literature or art? Don't take others as fools. I am neither an author nor poet, but I'm still considered a literary person. If I dare to say it today, just based on teacher Zhang Ye's See Me or Not poem, there should be a place for teacher Zhang in the nation's literary circle. No one can deny the quality of his art. I sincerely apologize. Listening to those dog-s Beijing Writers Association's vice president and a few vocal authors, I thought they were correct. It made me post and criticize teacher Zhang Ye. I'm so god*mn stupid. Why did I believe them at all? What professionals? In the future, I won't listen to any professional opinions. I will trust in my own judgment. Teacher Zhang's poems must be good poems. They moved me so many times. I apologize, too. I was really confused just now. Yeah. Who still ing dares to say teacher Zhang Ye doesn't know how to write poems? Zhang Ye's fans who left came back again and made a scene. Zhang Ye proved his worth and, at the same time, responded back at those unscrupulous people. But there were still scoldings. Bull********. He only knows how to put on an act. That's right. You said it so amazingly. It was too exaggerated. How come I didn't see anything good about the poem? You guys are just bragging about Zhang Ye. How much did he pay you all? $1 for a comment? You guys are so supportive with the bragging. The professionals have stated their case, and yet you all are unhappy? Zhang Ye #1 fan could not longer stand it. Comrades, when logic no longer works, what do we do? Zhang Ye #1 fan seemed to have a good reputation and network on the internet. When he appeared, lots of trolls would respond to his callings. They had responded earlier, but were overwhelmed by the fans of those poets and authors. There were too many of them, and the trolls were unable to do much. Now is the time to fight back. If logic doesn't work, then there's nothing to talk about anymore. Let's curse. Crash their Weibo. When did our troll army ever need to use logic? Haha. Logic was never our strong point. All the discussion earlier, I did not understand one bit of it. Even the poem, I did not understand it. But so what? I just got *M in support. Teacher Zhang Ye. Let's attack, bros. Buy watches for all of them. It's time for us to attack our enemies again. My large saber is again unable to endure the thirst. Quickly gather the forces. There's nothing better than fighting our foes together with Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye's troll army once again embarked on a bloody battle with their enemies. This group of people with nothing to do, who could find fault with anything, were bloodthirsty. Nothing could stop them. To them, this was the joy of living. The opponent's fans were awed by Zhang Ye's "see me or not." Some of them even quietly logged off. They knew that they were behaving vexatiously earlier. A person who could write such an awesome modern poem. How could he not know how to write poems? But many of them still supported the teachers of the literary circle. To them, Meng Donghua and the others were the seniors, Big Thunder and the others were the real professionals on poems. Since they rejected Zhang Ye's literary upbringing, then they must be right. Two sides cursed each other, but there was no clear outcome. Close to 12 midnight, most people had logged off. After both sides came to a standstill, Zhang Ye's modified poems were scheduled for an appearance. There was the Song of the Stormy Petrel. There was Flying Bird and Fish. There was also A Generation. Everyone was more than happy with Zhang Ye's modified poems. This was something started by Zhang Ye, because no other writer had ever modified their own works for arguing. Proposing to me or not. There will I stay, no sorrow, nor joy. Marry me or not. There will your mom always stay, sometimes sorrow, sometimes joy. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ye's "see me or not" Weibo message had been forwarded more than 2,000 times. There were more than 10,000 comments. Regardless of it being questioned, this poem had gone viral. Where's Teacher Zhang? Our standards are limited. Wishing for Teacher Zhang's modifications. Ha ha ha, that's right. Every time Teacher Zhang modifies his own poems, he does it so well. Seeing this, Zhang Ye heeded their summons and came forward. Again, he displayed his self-mocking spirit and posted a new Weibo message. Fan me or not. There will I stay, no sorrow, nor joy. Thread, bumping me or not. There will people stay, no coming, nor going. Reply me or not. There will the thread stay, no increase, nor decrease. See me or not. There my poem stays in your Weibo, no discarding, nor departure. Come to my Weibo, or let me go to your Weibo. Forwarding with serenity. Comment, that's all. This was one of the modifications of "see me or not" in Zhang Ye's world. Zhang Ye felt that this was most appropriate to obtain fans, so he sent it out. When everyone saw this, they were in stitches. I've already fan-ed. Must fan. Teacher Zhang is too cute. I love you, Teacher Zhang. So well written. Hilarious. Teacher Zhang can always spare no effort to publicize himself in the best method. And he doesn't even show a trace of that. The critical thing is his magnanimity. Look at what sort of spirit Teacher Zhang has. He can make jokes and mingle with us. Look at all those Beijing literature bunch of so-called authors and poets. All of them are as if they are all so high and mighty. That's right. As expected of Teacher Zhang to be cute. Teacher Zhang is the greatest poet in my heart. Chapter 53. Obtaining the Heavenly Queen's cell phone number. It was midnight. Zhang Ye switched off his computer. He had forgotten about the Heavenly Queen in his home and had casually turned on the radio to listen to his broadcast, Late Night Ghost Stories. Hello, everyone. I am Zhang Ye. Today's story. Zhang Yuanqi, who was sitting on the chair, Heard it. You are a radio host? Zhang Ye, suddenly remembering that there was someone around, turned his head. Ah, yes. This is my program. I have another program called Old and Young Story Club that plays in the afternoon. You can listen to it when you have time. He passionately introduced his program. Zhang Yuanqi replied straightforwardly, I'm not free to listen. Zhang Yi replied, Can you be more tactful? I can't do it. Zhang Yuanqi replied stiffly. Zhang Yi was already used to her indifference and smiled bitterly. I know that you are the heavenly queen and you are busy with work. But on account of me letting you stay the night, cooking for you and washing your clothes, could you just say I will listen to it when I'm free? I will feel better, even if I know that you didn't mean it. Zhang Yuanqi still insisted, I'm not free. Zhang Yi was no longer able to communicate with her. He turned down the volume of the radio. Go get some sleep? The clothes will only be dry tomorrow morning. I will make do with the chair. I've had enough sleep in the afternoon anyway, so I'm not sleepy. Regardless of Zhang Yuanqi's temperament, Zhang Yi was still a gentleman. Zhang Yuanqi nodded and went straight to bed. Zhang Yi also went to the bedside to retrieve a pillow from it. He thought that it would at least make his time on the chair more comfortable. But Zhang Yuanqi frowned and said, The pillow stays. Zhang Yi blinked. Why? I'm used to having 2 pillows. One is too low. Zhang Yuanqi justifiably took the pillow from him and put it at the back of her head. Zhang Yi, this is my home, big sister. Couldn't you be more gracious? Couldn't you? Zhang Yi hesitated for a long time, but couldn't bear to grab the pillow away from the woman. He could only bear with the hard chair while listening to his program. Lower the volume. Oh, okay. There are mosquitoes in your home. Switch on the lights and kill them. Big sis, could you give me a break? The mosquitoes will keep me awake. Quick, it's just at the edge of the bed. Zhang Yi thought to himself that he spent the whole day doing nothing but taking care of this Empress Dowager. The Cupid sachet gave him 5 minutes of ambiguous feelings, but after that, all he had was suffering. If he got the item again in the lottery, he would still have to consider whether to use it again. This time, he had met Zhang Yuanqi. What if he met someone worse the next time? How could he survive? Middle of the night. The radio broadcast had ended and the house was quiet. Zhang Yi was wide awake. There was a beautiful woman sleeping in his bed of a few months. In this proximity, it would be a wonder if he could sleep. He looked out the window at the moon. Tomorrow, strictly speaking, today was Mid-Autumn's Day. The moon was really full. He glanced under the moonlight and realized that Zhang Yuanqi was also awake. Was she admiring the moon as well? Teacher Zhang. Zhang Yi carefully said. Zhang Yuanqi responded with her usual unfriendly tone. What? You are not asleep, too? It's nothing. Just that it is Mid-Autumn's Day. I would like to wish you a happy Mid-Autumn's Day. Zhang Yi pondered a little. Thanks for today. You said something that enlightened me greatly. Either I get used to people, or people get used to me. I can't do the former. That's not my temperament. I will work hard towards the latter. Although Zhang Yi had been complaining about Zhang Yuanqi's personality, never had he once looked down on her. She was already at the top and was very experienced and knowledgeable. Just a few words from her today became valuable help to Zhang Yi. Besides, her personality was not even really a problem. She was all smiles and endearing in front of others. Once alone, she revealed her nature that was cold and distant. Or to put it in another way, Zhang Yuanqi was a real professional. She could differentiate between work and personal life. When she was friendly and polite, it was for work, in order to gain more fans and work partners, as well as to let more people like her, so that she could have a smooth career. What is a professional? This is a professional. Zhang Yi did not know how to differentiate like this. His life and his job were one and the same. One-minded, stubborn. To put it nicely, it's called personality. But to switch around the perspective, this sort of style may not suit Zhang Ye's career. Zhang Yuanqi didn't look at him. You don't need to thank me. I just blurted it out. Zhang Yi replied seriously. I still have to thank you anyway. You gave me the fighting spirit I needed. I want to slowly climb my way up. I will climb my way up to your position. Even if others scold or hate me, it will not matter. I will let people get used to me. Zhang Yuanqi finally looked at him. You want to be in the entertainment industry? Yes. Zhang Yi coughed. This has always been my ambition. Zhang Yuanqi laughed coldly. What is so good about where I am? Once you are famous, everyone knows you. Wherever you go, people's eyes are always on you. You will be observed under a microscope. There will be no privacy. Today was my long-awaited rest day, but it wasn't really my rest day. It's my day to break off all communications with the outside world. At my position, there's no longer such a thing as rest days. You want a break? I can't answer any calls, nor contact my manager. Otherwise, there will be a load of appointments that I need to attend. To relax for a day is wishful thinking. Do you know how long I have not been able to enjoy myself, being able to go drinking and viewing the moon? At least a year. Zhang Ye replied. How can that be? No rest days. Zhang Yuanqi spoke with a sunken expression. You should feel lucky. Not many people know this side of me. Even my friends, my manager, and my assistant. All of them only know the pleasant side of me. They think I am good-natured and easygoing. What's so easygoing about me? My temper has been bad since I was young. I only don't show it to outsiders. It's because I started off as a child star. As I became an artist when I was young, I cannot let down my fans. This kind of pressure is not something that you can understand now, but you will in the future. Now, there are only two places where I can be myself. One is my parents' house. The other is your house. Zhang Ye was very flattered. Please, don't worry. I will keep it a secret. Sigh, why did I share so much with you? I'm still a little drunk, so I'm talking a lot. Zhang Yuanqi rubbed her temple, perhaps still a little dizzy. Also, here's one more piece of advice. Your image and height are not suitable for the entertainment industry. You won't become popular. Zhang Ye said, you are too damn direct. It's only the truth. Zhang Yuanqi said, the entertainment industry does not suit you. Zhang Ye shook his head. I know I am not suitable, but I want to give it a shot. The dark night gave me black eyes, but I used them to seek the light. This is a poem? It's A Generation, which was written by me. Recite your other poems to me. Sure. Let's start with Flying Bird and Fish. The furthest distance in the world is not. At some point in time, Zhang Ye fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already morning. The bed was empty as well, with no signs of Zhang Yuanqi around. Where's the heavenly queen? Where's the Empress Dowager? Zhang Ye shouted twice. Teacher Zhang? Teacher Zhang. She was not in the bathroom either. At last, he found a note on the table. Written on it neatly was the handwriting of a woman. I've saved your phone number. The same goes for your unit number. I've forgotten yesterday's incident. I guess you have, too. Phone number? Unit number? Why does it feel like a threat? Zhang Ye took his phone and checked. As expected, 10 minutes ago, there was a call to an unfamiliar number. Apparently, this was Zhang Yuanqi's contact number. She had used Zhang Ye's phone to call herself, so that she could find out his number. Zhang Ye was delighted, and so saved Zhang Yuanqi's number as well. This was the Heavenly Queen's contact information. Most people would only be able to contact her manager or her assistant. How would they ever be able to get a hold of the Heavenly Queen's personal contact information? Dialed 10 minutes ago? That meant the Empress Dowager hadn't gotten too far? Zhang Ye drew aside the curtains and looked downstairs. Not to mention the coincidence, but he really saw the back of Zhang Yuanqi leaving. As he opened the windows, her high heels could be faintly heard. She had just walked out from the staircase landing. Ah, that is... I think it's Zhang Yuanqi. It's her. It's really big sister Yuanqi. Oh my god. Who did I just see? Who did I just see? Zhang Yuanqi is here. The Heavenly Queen is here. Everyone, come and see. The people were very familiar with Zhang Yuanqi. She appeared on TV shows, in movies, and sang music. Her classic works were uncountable. She was one of those top S-list superstars. She was more famous than her works by a mile. Thus, even her shades and face mask could do little to hide her identity. In the small district, there were many people going to work. Even during Mid-Autumn's Day, there were still people who put in work hours. There were also students who were out for morning practice. When they heard the commotion, everyone gathered around, causing quite a ruckus. A female student went excitedly. Could I have an autograph? Zhang Yuanqi asked, smilingly. Sure. What is your name? The female student was so excited that she almost couldn't speak. Me? I'm called Wang Ying. Okay. Wishing Wang Ying well in her studies and good health. Zhang Yuanqi wrote as she spoke. The female student didn't expect that she would have gotten her autograph. Furthermore, she had the blessings from the Heavenly Queen. She was so excited that she screamed and lost control of herself. I want it too. I want it too. Could we get a photograph together? Sister Yuanqi, I love you so much. Everyone in my family is your fan. Zhang Yuanqi unconditionally smiled with gentleness. Thank you for your support. and thank your family for their support, too. Okay, one by one. Everyone, don't rush. Huh. We aren't delaying you, are we? A middle-aged person who wanted a photograph together said. Zhang Ye smiled. You aren't delaying me. Even if it's a delay, it is fine. Satisfying my fans is the most important thing to me. This is my top priority. Thank you, said the middle-aged person, who was melted by the heavenly queen's smile. After 20 minutes, Zhang Ye finally could move off. It's great. I've gotten a snapshot together. Teacher Zhang is well known for being approachable. It's true. Correct. In the entertainment industry, who doesn't know that Zhang Ye is the one who puts on the least airs? She is especially good to people, and she also gets along very well with other stars. Otherwise, why would everyone, regardless of their ages, address her as Big Sister Zhang? She has never lost her temper with anyone. She is especially gentle and kind. Ah, too beautiful. Sister Zhang is too beautiful. She's prettier than on TV. Seeing the Empress Dowager treating her fans in a friendly manner, listening to the fans' impression of Zhang Ye became at a loss for words. She was a different person in different situations? This would require some skills. If not, how could Zhang Ye manage to get several top acting awards? Other people would not be able to pull this off. Chapter 54, Mid-Autumn Festival's Poetry Meet. Afternoon. The weather wasn't too good. It was a bit misty. Zhang Ye came to the unit, and before he entered, his phone rang. It was his mother. Son. Oh, Mom. Are you coming home for Mid-Autumn's Day? I can't go back. I have to work overtime. Overtime on a holiday? You should be free at night then. I should be free tonight. I will go back once I have knocked off. Don't come back to Kai Shirko. Go directly to your grandmother's place. The relatives will all be there. They have heard that you have gained fame. Your younger sisters, cousins, are all nagging to see you. Okay, then, I will try to go early. Don't forget, my face will depend on you tonight. What face? They are all relatives. Are you bragging about me again? Anyhow, just buy more things and bring them over. Don't be too thrifty. Buy the expensive ones. You are now a public figure. Don't go throwing my face. Okay, I'm hanging up. Do. The line was disengaged. Zhang Ye smiled bitterly. His mom didn't have any other bad points. The only big feature was that she liked to brag. Yes, Zhang Ye admitted that he had inherited this from his mother, but he had never felt this was a bad point. Many examples in his world would validate this. Is bragging wrong? No. Do you know how Bill Gates became the richest person in the world? Do you know how Li Na became the tennis world champion? Do you know how Lu Xiang broke the world record in the hurdles event? Not many people should know about this. What is the reason? Haha, the reason is they. Alright, all of these events have nothing to do with each other. Let's change the topic. Not many people had arrived at the office. Zhang Ye didn't look around as he walked in. Suddenly, a voice appeared from behind. It was Big Sis Zhou. She smiled. Greet me, or not. There will I stay, no sorrow, nor joy. Zhang Ye quickly smiled and turned back to look at her. Big Sister Zhou, good morning. I'm sorry. The flowers on your desk were blocking you. I did not notice you were here. Big Sis Zhou said proudly. How was it, little Zhang? I used your poem correctly. Zhang Ye embarrassedly said. You saw Weibo last night? Of course I saw it. I followed your Weibo last night. I did not expect that after I followed it, the party had also started. It caused me to fall asleep after 12 last night. You didn't follow me, right? I even forwarded your new poem. As she spoke, she felt some injustice for him. Ignore those people from the Writers Association. If you don't know what art is and can't write poems, then no one in the world can write poems. Big Sis supports you. Don't take it to heart. Zhang Ye smiled. Thank you, Big Sis Zhou. Outside, people began streaming in for their overtime. Teacher Little Zhang, you've come? Why did you get into a pinch with people yesterday? Vice President Meng is the leader of the Beijing Writers Association. How did you offend him? That's right. I saw it yesterday too. Teacher Little Zhang, if I had any say, you shouldn't have posted your last poem. Those are the Writers Association's leaders and seniors. If you really offend them, how are you to enter the Writers Association in the future? I think that it is best to leave some leeway. Hi, but those people are also too much. Why did they reprimand you for no reason? Even if your poems aren't comparable to them as seniors, how old are you? You are still young. They also can't say that your poems have no literary value. That's too damaging. I think your poem is still acceptable and isn't as bad as they say. Sis Lu, what did you say? You say teacher Little Zhang's poem is acceptable? I think you have been misled by that group of people. Teacher Little Zhang has so much talent. Several sisters and aunties began an exchange of difference in opinions. Until work starts at 9 a.m., the topic was hotly discussed amongst everyone. Tianbin also had an interest in the battle on Weibo last night. He interrupted to ask, Sis Zhou, what sort of person is Vice President Meng like? Those old-timers are very experienced. Big Thunder and a few other poets. All of them are professionals. If they said so, then it must mean they criticized it according to their literary learnings. How can we judge, since we are not as knowledgeable as them? It's not that I am stepping on teacher Zhang Ye, but like the old comrades of the Writers' Association said, there are many issues. After reading it, I also feel some doubts. Big Sister Zhou looked at Tianbin. Then why don't you create a poem for me to listen to? Tianbin replied, I don't have such capabilities, but I still have some basic judgment skills. He turned around towards Jia Yin. Teacher Little Jia, what do you think? Jia Yin gave some thought and said, Teacher Zhang's poems definitely cannot compare with those seniors. As for whether it has any literary value, it's not my place to make an evaluation. What they said was also heard by Zhang Ye. When Zhang Ye used 2 poems to save a life on Wang Xiaomei's live broadcast, the office and even everyone in the Beijing radio station had completely acknowledged his talent and poem. They had all said that it was good, with no one denying it. But now, the Writers' Association with Meng Donghua as the head had openly questioned and denied Zhang Ye's poems publicly. As such, his colleagues were now not unified in their beliefs. Some said they were good, while others said they were bad. Even more were uncertain and confused. Sometimes, the authoritative opinions of experts were very damaging and also affected many. How was one to change the situation? How was one to eliminate the public's doubts? There was no other way. As long as Zhang Ye's qualifications were weaker than Meng Donghua and company's, then he was not able to turn the tide. He would only be repressed by their words. Unless Zhang Ye used his absolute talent and strength to trample on Meng Donghua and company at a specific place and time. Otherwise, the doubts by people would forever linger on. So what if he responded yesterday? So what if the poem was well written yesterday? The Writers' Association said that it wasn't good. They said that he did not know art. They said that he did not know literature. Just them moving their lips was enough to make you be helpless. This was the deceptive power of authority and prerogative. Many commoners did not understand this, so they only believed what the experts said. Today, there was no announcement of the listenership ratings, as there were a lot of things happening in the station. Zhang Ye did not care what everyone said. He got up to get his recording done. Xiaofang, help me reserve a recording studio. Quickly, or it will be too late. All right, assistant. Xiaofang answered and immediately went to arrange it. However, she returned a few minutes later. Teacher Zhang, the station has informed me that our literature channel's programs from noon to 2 p.m. have all been canceled. There's no need to record. Apparently, the news and music channels will also be broadcasting the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. It's been canceled? Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet? This is the thing that the leader has been busy with over the past few days? A few moments later, Zhao Guizhou entered. Everyone, quiet down. Today's broadcast has some last-minute changes. Listen for a while. From 12 noon, the 7th Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet that was held in conjunction with the Beijing Writers' Association and our radio station will begin. Our literature channel will also join in for the live broadcast. This poetry meet will be different from the last one done by the Jinsha radio station. There will be a composing and voting segment. We have invited the Education Ministry's leader and the vice president of the Beijing Writers' Association and about a dozen of its members. The exact name list has not been confirmed, but there will definitely be quite a few people. As the association's teachers' creations will be poems related to the Mid-Autumn Festival, the listeners behind the radio can also compose and post them on our website's comment section. Later on, the listeners' votes will decide on the top 3. So we have added some competitive elements to make the program more interesting. Compose poetry? Then Meng Donghua and those people from the Writers' Association would also come. Zhang Ye chuckled upon hearing this. He who has one enemy will meet him everywhere. Yesterday, he had just been scolded by him on the internet. And today they would be meeting? Would Big Thunder come? Would Little Red Mushroom come? In fact, Zhang Ye actually looked forward to seeing them in the station. Zhao Guozhou exhorted. So put down everything in your hands. Today, everything will have the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet as its focus. Everyone, go help out. The live broadcast venue will be in the auditorium. This is the first time that we are using such a large live broadcast venue. The equipment has not been fully tuned, so those I call out will follow me later and help out. Right. As it was not easy inviting a large audience, everyone should take an early lunch later. The cafeteria will hand out lunch early at 10:30 a.m. At noon, everyone will take their seats in the auditorium. After calling out some names, Zhao Guozhou brought 4 young lads with him to the auditorium. Big sis, Zhou suddenly said, Teacher Little Zhang, will you be participating in the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet? Writing poetry is one of your strengths. They said that you don't understand literature? Then show it to them. Another big sis said, Come on. Little Zhang did not make any early preparations and just got notified. Those teachers must have been informed a long time ago. They would have foolproof preparations. How can little Zhang compete with them? It's better that he not embarrass himself. An auntie in charge of copyright said, Little Zhou, don't let them give you bad ideas. Little Zhang's poems are good, but that's only to us. Those people from the Writers Association are professionals. Some of them are poets and famous artists. How is he to compete with them? In a layperson's heart, the work is not actually important. Reputation and prestige is what they first look at. Zhang Ye is just a newcomer and has never entered the Writers Association, so people will subconsciously identify Zhang Ye's works as inferior. There were all sorts of differing opinions. Later, as there wasn't much time left, everyone went to the cafeteria for an early meal. Zhang Ye was actually in a dilemma. For the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, Meng Donghua, Big Thunder, and company would most likely be participating. Wasn't this the best time to turn the tide for himself? Wasn't this the best moment to prove himself? But how was he to participate in it? It could be seen from the format of the poetry contest. Although the listeners could participate by publishing their creations, that was just in text form. But the people from the Writers Association would be reciting their works live. Hence, the top 3 had already been decided by the station to be one of those from the Writers Association. They had already given them a huge advantage. Go mess things up, stab them in their backs. Hence, even if Zhang Ye wanted to go on, he did not know if the radio station's management and the people from the Beijing Writers Association would let him go on the show. Forget it. We'll see how it goes. As for the poem regarding the Mid-Autumn Festival, Zhang Ye had not thought of it yet. It was not that his brain was void of works, but it was filled with too many. He wasn't prepared. Did he even need to prepare? Mid-Autumn Festival poems? Not to brag, but Zhang Ye would probably not be able to finish reciting them, even if given a day and a night. The Mid-Autumn Festival was not a modern-day festival. It had a long history that dated back to ancient times, so there was a countless number of poems relating to the Mid-Autumn Festival. In this world, history did not have many changes. There were the same old dynasties and emperors, just like in Zhang Ye's memories. As such, history would not cause too many changes. The game ring probably could not change the historical background, or else society might no longer have such a social structure. It would affect everything. However, many famous cultural works and famous historical figures did not exist. Li Bai, Du Fu, Wang Wei, none of them existed. They were all replaced by others. This world's ancient master poets were people Zhang Ye had never ever heard of. For example, there was Haoran, or Chuniqian, or Meng Fan. Zhang Ye had also never heard of any of the poetry of this world. Similarly, he was sure that they had never heard of the classic poems from his world. Chapter 55. You don't meet unless you are enemies. Before noon, Beijing radio station. The auditorium at the top floor was filled with people. Many anchors and staff from the various channels had arrived. All segments had made way for today's Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Meet. Zhang Ye had a stomach ache as he squatted on the toilet at the top floor. It might be due to having eaten too many instant noodles during the past few days. Even an instant noodle hero would have times when he could not cope, for his stomach would also revolt. As he was squatting while doing his big business, he surfed the internet on his cell phone. He realized that the station's Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet had been publicized greatly. Not only was the publicizing in full swing on the radio station's website, it was also advertised on large message boards and other portal websites. Today was a public holiday. so most people were resting at home as they spent the festival with their friends and relatives. Noon was when people were gathered together to have lunch and chat. As they would be idle, listening into the poetry meet was a good choice. It was a very wise choice for the radio station to choose this time slot for the poetry meet. There was a lot of discussion on the internet, with numerous messages posted. Poetry meet? Great. I must listen to it. Last year, the one that the Jinsha radio station organized was not bad. There were many good poems. This year will be even better. Didn't you see that so many teachers are coming from the Writers Association? I guess that there will be at least one classic mid-autumn poem. There were also people who heard of yesterday's Weibo War of Words, or people who knew about Zhang Ye. Ming Donghua, a person who writes fairy tales like Little Red Mushroom, is also going. The name list also includes Big Thunder. Those poets who look down on teacher Zhang Ye. There will be something to see. Right? I remember that Zhang Ye works at Beijing radio station, right? Today's literature channel will also be broadcasting it. Teacher Zhang Ye will also be there too, right? That's right. They will meet each other. To think that they were scolding each other yesterday, but now they are meeting today. You really don't meet unless you are enemies. Will teacher Zhang go on stage to recite a poem? I'm slightly looking forward to it. I don't know. His name isn't on the name list. It's all people from the Writers Association. There were supporters of Zhang Ye's poems, and naturally, there were even more who were fans of Meng Donghua and the other teachers. They were people who did not agree with Zhang Ye's prowess in literature. All of you are still not convinced. Still speaking against Zhang Ye. Ignore those people. There's no way of getting through to them. It will only be troll bait. Zhang Ye's name is definitely not on the name list. Yesterday, the teachers have already made it clear. This person is a demagogue. How is he able to write poems? At such an important event as this important mid-autumn festival poetry meet, letting Zhang Ye go on stage would be a joke, since it's a live broadcast. His poems can deceive those who aren't knowledgeable. Those who are knowledgeable will just laugh silently at him, before letting others laugh their heads off. I don't think Zhang Ye will dare to go up, even if he was asked to. That's right. Don't talk big when you don't have what it takes. I'm actually hoping that Zhang Ye will go on up. Previously, there was no comparison to let others know his true self. But with so many teachers present, it will let everyone know what a true poem is. That crappy poem of Zhang Ye's will reveal its true colors. Let the teachers teach the junior. Support. What sort of crap is Zhang Ye? This person is just an empty vessel. I'm guessing that he will definitely not go on stage. Have you seen the words Zhang Ye uses to curse? Your sister. As a cultured person, as a poet, how can you curse at others in this way? He doesn't have the temperament of a cultured person at a glance. The teachers are right in questioning him. He can't write poems. Basically, they were all people who questioned Zhang Ye. He did not carry on reading as he left the bathroom. People who were invited were important figures. Seeing that the poetry meet was about to begin, the station's leaders and the invited guests from the Writers Association began walking in. Zhang Ye happened to meet them at the door. Deputy Station Head Jia smiled as he led them inside. President Meng, this is our auditorium. I remember that you have come here the year before. Meng Donghua was a 40 to 50-year-old plump man. He had quite a lot of hair and was not suffering from balding. He nodded. I did come once. That was for a meeting. I've not seen Station Head Jia for 2 years. You sure seem as energetic as ever, while I can't go on anymore. Look at all these wrinkles. Deputy Station Head Jia seemed to have a good relationship with him. Come on. I've already lost so much hair. I think you are the one as energetic as ever. At this moment, a group of young ladies from the station piled forward the moment they saw them. Teacher Meng. You are Teacher Meng, right? A 20-year-old girl asked excitedly. She had rushed forward, despite her work to guide the line outside. I'm your fan. I especially like your poems. My mom frequently recited your poems to me when I was young. I really grew up listening to your works. I'm too excited, too excited. You. Can you give me an autograph? Deputy Station Head Jia waved his hand. The meet is almost about to start. However, Meng Donghua said, it's all right, old bro. Giving an autograph doesn't take much time. Here, young lady. The girl got the autograph as she wished. Before leaving happily, seeing Meng Donghua being so friendly, immediately, a few girls and youths came over to get his autograph. There were a few people who ran to the back and ignored if the leader was agreeable to it. They found their own idols and teachers they liked, so that they could get their autograph. Auntie Little Red Mushroom. Can I get your autograph? I grew up listening to your fairy tales. I really like you. A youth said submissively. Little Red Mushroom was a bit plump, but she was dressed very prettily. She said in a nice way, sure. Where do I sign? Teacher Big Thunder. Another person came forward. Your poem has always been on my cell phone's home screen. Can I take a picture with you? Just one would do. Big Thunder was a big, stout man from the Northeast. His accent was heavily Northeastern. It was written in his personal information that he was from Beijing, but he might have grown up in the Northeast. That wouldn't be a problem. Here, autographs, pictures together. The teachers from the Writers Association received quite a lot of praises from onlookers. It was no wonder, as they were very famous in Beijing. Since the Beijing radio station was broadcasting in the regions around Beijing, it would also broadcast their works occasionally. Hence, the staff were no strangers to these teachers. Some even idolized them. Big Thunder, Meng Donghua, Little Red Mushroom. There were still about a dozen people behind them, hearing the fans shout. It seemed that there was also the romance author, Zhang Ye. Weren't these people those who had scolded him yesterday? Hey, all right. All of them came. Zhang Ye stared deeply at all of them as he remembered all their faces. Suddenly, someone shouted at him from behind. Teacher Zhang Ye. I've finally found you. I reserved a seat for you. Our literature channel seats are in the middle of the back row. Let me bring you over. A youth who had just joined the literature channel said. All right, let's go. Zhang Ye followed him into the auditorium. Zhang Ye. He is that Zhang Ye? Upon hearing this, Meng Donghua, Big Thunder, Little Red Mushroom, and company all looked over. Big Thunder was still confused over the situation. He did not have much of an impression of this name. Seeing Meng Donghua and company's expression, Big Thunder finally remembered the name, as he asked, which Zhang Ye? The one who wrote the so-called modern poem. Little Red Mushroom said, should be. Deputy Station Head Jia confirmed. Yes, it's him. What? Big Thunder said. He works at the radio station? I just learned about that. Zheng Anbong said to Deputy Station Head Jia. It's nothing, Station Head Jia. We just happened to comment about him yesterday on the internet. He completely can't write poems, and things he writes cannot be considered literature. President Meng wanted to advise him as a senior, but he ended up unhappy about it. He was not modest at all, and even wrote a poem to retort. What would you call this matter? President Meng and us had good intentions, wanting to teach him, but he was ungrateful. He treated our kindness as dirt. Deputy Station Head Jia was enlightened as he laughed. Zhang Ye is just a newcomer. He can be considered not bad when it comes to writing ghost stories, but as for composing poems, how can he compare to all of you? Her. Meng Donghua shook his hands. Let's not talk about him, old bro. Let's go in. Let's go. It's about to begin. Deputy Station Head Jia and a few smaller leaders in the station led them in. They sat in the first row. The surrounding people looked at each other. Did you see Zhang Ye's Weibo yesterday? I saw it. I never expected them to meet today. I think that something is going to happen. Who doesn't know what sort of temper teacher Zhang Ye has? When has there ever not been something happening when he's around? Hopefully, they don't end up fighting. I doubt it. I don't think it will be as bad as fighting. Cultured people tend to scorn each other. People from the Writers Association insisted that Zhang Ye doesn't know literature. And with teacher Little Zhang's personality, it would be a wonder if he could endure it. What sort of person is teacher Little Zhang? He is a person who would even curse at his colleagues. He is a person who doesn't give face to the station's leader. Watch and see. I believe that today will not end peacefully. In the radio station's other channels, Zhang Ye was currently quite famous. Everyone knew him, so once the situation was understood, they had a feeling that a storm was about to brew. In the middle of the back row of the auditorium, Zhang Ye sat at his seat. To his left was Wang Xiaomei, and to his right was Wu Deitao. He had bad relations with Wu Deitao, so they naturally did not speak. Wang Xiaomei was well known to be quiet, and seldom exchanged words with Zhang Ye. Hence, Zhang Ye only looked down at his cell phone. And of course, the cell phone's reception wasn't good. It might have been due to the good sound isolation of the auditorium, which also blocked out the reception. Zhang Ye only managed to go on the internet after trying a few times. The judging interface of the radio station's Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Meet indicated that it had already begun. There were quite a lot of listeners and people from all walks of life publishing their works. Some wrote ancient poems, while some wrote phrases. Some were modern poems, and some were original song lyrics that were relevant to the Mid-Autumn Festival. There was no prize for this meet, but there was glory to it. If you could gain any spot in the top 3, it would cause your fame to rise sharply in the industry. Hence, there were many people who participated. However, the content was nothing flattering. The moon, my moon, you are so beautiful. Mid-Autumn Festival, families eat mooncakes. Finishing one, eating another. 1. Zhang Ye nearly cried tears seeing this. The voting process had already begun, but even the number 1 voted poem was average. The quality was not high. Dong. The doors to the auditorium closed. The last signal bar on the cell phone disappeared. There was no way of going on the internet, so Zhang Ye kept his phone in his pocket. He was pondering how he could correct his reputation. My poems aren't good. My poems have no literary value. This was not denying Zhang Ye, but denying the famous masters of his world. Zhang Ye felt amused for them. This was only happening in this world. If it was switched to Zhang Ye's world, would Meng Donghua and company dare to question these poems? They would only be beaten to death if they did. Chapter 56. One poem after another. At 12 o'clock sharp, the auditorium was directly broadcasted live. The stage was decorated nicely, and there were flowers and carpets. A handsome man and a beautiful man presided over the event as hosts. Well, unfortunately, only the staff and family members present at the radio station could witness this. The listeners in front of the radio could not appreciate this, as they could only hear their voices. Our listening friends, how are you? I am your host, Zhang Hua. This is my partner, Sun Mingjie. People have reunions during the festive season of Mid-Autumn. Welcome to our listeners for today's news, literature, and music channel's live broadcast of the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Meet. The 2 hosts were the star hosts of the news channel, and they were recognized as some of the best in the station. They were steady with their words and rarely made mistakes. Letting them be in charge of this huge event was because they were highly appreciated by the station. After saying a few words of introduction, the 2 hosts began to introduce today's guests. Let us welcome Beijing's Education Ministry's Deputy Director, Chen Kuan. Also Beijing Writers Association's Vice President, Teacher Meng Donghua. Famous poet, Big Thunder. Famous children's fairy tale author, Little Red Mushroom. Every introduction was met with applause. After the introduction, the host, Zhang Hua, said beamingly, "Before the poetry meet begins, let's invite a few teachers from the Writers Association to come on stage to recite a poem as an opening. We also wish that the listeners in front of the radio have a good and perfect family. May your dreams come true, and may you have the best of all reunions." The poem recitation for the opening was clearly prepared beforehand. Meng Donghua was first to go on stage, and then he lightly recited, "Many mid-autumns underwent, but together seldom spent. Compensating it today, mellow, as a memento." With this sequence recited, everyone present knew what poem they were about to recite to tune up the festive mood. Of course, Zhang Ye himself was probably the only one present who had not heard of this poem. Big Thunder went on stage. Through the mirror, possessing 2 moons. Zheng Anbong went on stage, wrapping silence with a wooden branch. An old man from the Writers Association that Zhang Ye did not recognize was the 3rd person to follow up. Fragrance from one tree lulls. The last sentence was followed up by Meng Donghua, ending the poem, brimming full of fall. Everyone enthusiastically applauded. Zhang Ye also applauded after hearing it. This poem was not bad. It was really not bad. This poem was Time for Well Wishes, written by this world's famous poet, Ma Ruihong. Because of some reason, this poem was made famous everywhere. It was always a highlight of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Only a person like Zhang Ye, who did not understand this world, did not know it. Not many others did not know of Time for Well Wishes. Anyone of any age and gender, if pulled off the street, would be able to recite it. Yes, if an example was needed, it was the same feeling as hoeing millet in midday heat, sweat dripping to the earth beneath, in Zhang Ye's world. Zhang Ye no longer had the intention to belittle all heroes of this world. This world was also filled with capable predecessors. After the poem was done reciting, Beijing's Education Ministry's Deputy Director, Chen Kuan, went to the podium to give his speech. Following that, Deputy Station Head Jia also went on stage to give his speech, wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival on behalf of everyone working at the Beijing radio station. After a while, the main highlight came. The female host, Sun Mingjie, said with a brilliant smile, "Thank you for the speech of the leader. Next will be the poetry contest segment. Let me introduce the rules. Regardless of whether it is for the poems by the teachers from the Writers Association present, or for the poems posted by listeners on our official website, anyone who likes poems can vote 3 times for the works you like. Today, we have invited a notary from the Changdong district. We will find out who is voted into the top 3. So please, cherish your every vote." Zhang Ye smiled. Then, who will be the first teacher? There were more than a dozen people from the Writers Association. After looking at each other, Meng Dongwu walked forward. Her. Since no one came forward, then let me be the first. I have a poem. Clenching the microphone, Meng Dongwu stabilized his mind and began speaking gently. The poem's name: Thoughts of a Rainy Mid-Autumn Night. Abundance of flower blossoms fall. The full moon laments the waning moon. Day by day the spring resides. Farewell the twilight bids. Thickness begets flourishing. Sparseness begets autumn farewell bidding. The supporting pillow hears the thunder, as the stormy rain recalls the night. Big Thunder was the first to applaud. Good poem. Another youth from the Writers Association said, President Meng is getting more superb. Zhang Anbong also nodded. It is well written. There are too many reunion Mid-Autumn Festival poems these days. This poem reverses the trend, writing about separation, defects, and weeping. It may not give people the scene of a family reunion, so it is not suitable for the occasion, but this makes people reflect and treasure the beauty of their reunion even more. This is writing about the Mid-Autumn Festival from another angle. This part of Recalls the Night was so well written. Hi, I don't even feel confident with my poem. Little Red Mushroom gave a wide smile. Old Zhang, don't compete with them. We are novel writers, so wouldn't we die of anger competing with them over poems? Zhang Anbong laughed. Indeed. The two hosts also flattered on stage. They also introduced them to the listeners since they could not see anything. This is the Beijing Writers Association's Vice President teacher, Meng Dongwu's new work. Wow, just hearing this makes me intoxicated. Meng Dongwu laughed. Not really. Her. If the listeners find it good, remember to vote for me. I came here with some stress. If my voting numbers are too low, I won't have any face to go home, so I need to try to garner some votes. Zhang Ye said, President Meng is too modest. That's right. Sun Mingjie said, I think this poem has the looks of a champion. This is just the first poem, isn't it? Zhang Ye pretended to ask. Her. Zhang Ye, why don't we make a bet? I'm guessing that this poem will be first. Firstly, Sun Mingjie was giving face to Meng Dongwu. Secondly, she also felt that this poem was very good. Zhang Ye said, All right, so what if we bet? Then I will also bet that this poem will be first. Seeing the both of them joking around, the audience laughed. Actually, many people agreed. Meng Dongwu was a professional at this, so how can his poems be bad? With his skills placed there, and with Meng Dongwu's status placed there, he was the Writers Association's leader and was quite famous in Beijing. He was a veteran. Even if this poem was not flattered by them to the heavens, it was still of very high quality. It was pretty difficult for it not to get first. Meng Dongwu went down. The second person was Zhang Anbong. The moment he went on stage, he added onto Meng Dongwu's words. President Meng said that he was stressed. Actually, my stress is greater. Just being after President Meng. Isn't he trying to make a fool out of me? Forget it. I need to say it regardless. I'm not good at ancient poems, so let me help cheer the mood with a modern poem. A minute later, he finished. Everyone was stunned as they all gave a round of applause. Meng Dongwu praised this little Shun. He kept being modest, but he actually had such a good piece of work. The other people from the Writers Association did not expect that a romance novel author could compose such a good modern poem. It might not be better than Meng Dongwu's, but it definitely had what it took to compete for second or third place. The third to go on stage was a young author. However, he did not recite a poem, but said a phrase, song lyrics. Although there was no companion music, the song lyrics were still vivid and refined. It was very creative. The fourth person was Little Red Mushroom. The moment she went up, she first said, Let me say something first. I don't have talent writing poems. I write fairy tales. Today I will tell a fable. She began narrating. The story was about personification, making the moon into a person. It was quite beautiful. One work followed another. One person followed another. Everyone that entered the Writers' Association was not simple. They all showed their abilities. The last person to appear was Big Thunder. His poems were always known for their magnificence. It was similar to his character. Hence, the theme of the Mid-Autumn Festival had hindered his abilities slightly. He narrated a melody poem, but the effect was not as satisfactory as he had wished. It did not garner a lot of applause. However, as it had quite a lot of literary value, the melody poem managed to make people reflect a lot. Meng Donghua and the other teachers from the Writers' Association also gave him high praises after he came down. Big Thunder, it was a nice melody poem. Do not care about the applause. It's very good. Their applause is lacking because they can't understand it. They have not researched it deeply. If they listen to it several times, after some rumination, they will really find it memorable. Big Thunder said indifferently, I also think it's fine. About an hour after the poetry meet started, it was almost 1 p.m. The host, Zhang Ye, took over the microphone. Thank you for the interesting works from the teachers of the Writers' Association. It was indeed an eye-opener today. Every work really made me wish to not miss a single word. I'm guessing that the listeners in front of the radio must have enjoyed the feast for the years. What are you hesitating for? Quickly vote for your favorite work. The voting deadline is at 2 p.m. sharp. Just now, the notary has told us that it takes 5 minutes to verify the votes. Hence, our poetry meet still has 1 hour and 5 minutes left. What will we do for the rest of the time? Let us announce the rankings from the voting website. Everyone can have a listen to the submissions by the netizens at the same time, too. Female host, Sun Mingjie, held a tablet. There was no cell phone reception here, so most of the broadcast equipment was equipped with their own wireless signal. Hence, they could still use them. Let's see. Ranked first is teacher Meng Donghua's work. Let me announce the top 10. First place, Meng Donghua, 23,019 votes. Second place, Zheng Anbong, 12,553 votes. Third place, Dong Fei, 9,813 votes. Fourth place, Little Red Mushroom, 9,681 votes. And so on and so forth. The top 10 were all people from the Writers' Association. Meng Donghua was leading far ahead. Dong Fei was also a very famous modern poet in the Writers' Association. They all swept up the top spots. Even though Big Thunder's poem was not well received amongst the station's staff, it had also obtained 10th place. Only at 11th place was there a netizen's work. The host read it out. This piece of work, called Wind Breaking Through the Clouds, was not bad. But it was just not bad. There was always a difference between a professional and an amateur. One could tell just from the votes. Chapter 57, Zhang Ye's Anger, Shuijiao Getu. In the audience, Wang Xiaomei was fiddling with her phone. Can you access the internet? Zhang Ye didn't know if she was asking him, but replied anyway. There is no signal. How will you post without the internet? Wang Xiaomei glanced at him. Zhang Ye blinked. How did you know I would participate in the poetry contest? Wang Xiaomei replied matter-of-factly. With your temper, you wouldn't swallow your pride just like that. See you, or not. There will you stay, no sorrow, nor joy. I didn't take that seriously. Zhang Ye was embarrassed. It was true. He was not that forgiving. Do you need me to ask around for whose phone has a signal? And borrow it for you? Wang Xiaomei took the initiative. Zhang Ye replied, There's no need for that. If I want to post, I will go outside to post. But I have yet to think of a poem. Teacher Xiaomei, what's with you? Why I am so enthusiastic, Wang Xiaomei answered. Because you are the representative of our literature channel. You already are our channel's branded host. If they doubt you, it means they are denying our literature channel's cultural standard. Besides, I don't think that your poems are worse than theirs. I cannot feel no sorrow, nor joy. I am angry right now. On stage, the poetry event has progressed to the poetry recital and appreciation round. After reading a few netizens' poems, Zhang Ye spoke. These few poems are pretty well written. It looks like our netizens are also capable people. Haha. But Sun Mingjie and I are really just here to watch. We are not professionals, so would still hope that the teachers from the Writers' Association would enlighten us a bit. The participants from the Writers' Association passed around the responsibility for a while. Finally, Meng Donghua stood up, as expected. He was the one with the most influence within the group. After listening to a few of the poems, I find them still to be okay. The female host said, still okay? I can understand President Meng's thought on this. So that means they still have their problems? Meng Dongwu laughed. They are only amateurs, so to be able to write like this is not bad. Can you explain to us the differences between their poems and a professional's? We are still unclear. Perhaps everyone here is unclear. The poem sounded pretty good. Zhang Ye pretended to be a layman. Meng Dongwu touched his beard and spoke honestly. Those who don't understand poetry may not be able to tell the difference. On the surface, it's quite good. The writing and phrases are elegant. But there are too many ways to read into it. Like the work, Wind Breaking Through Clouds, by that netizen. A professional would know immediately that there are issues with it. The modern-style poetry he wrote? It's actually not. Modern-style poetry must adhere to a certain tonal pattern, rhyme scheme, and parallelism. With the 5-character poems as an example, it must start with a level tone. The second part requires a deflected tone. Then the third part requires it to go back to the level tone. On the contrary, if the first part uses a deflected tone, then the second part requires a level tone. Then in the third part, it has to be a deflected tone. He was not right with that. Zhang Ye was enlightened. I see. Meng Dongwu said. Hence, if they are amateurs or beginners, they are recommended to write modern poems. The requirements are simpler. Well, one of the modern poems that the host recited also had a small problem. The mood seemed a bit off, and the entire poem did not have a core literary belief. In our jargon, we would say that it's lacking spirit. The words used are pretty, but literature eventually needs to abide by literature. It needs to move the hearts of the people. If a poem that is lacking in essence, energy, and spirit, it cannot move the hearts of people, then it is empty at its core. It is just showy. We're gaining knowledge here. Zhang Ye said. Meng Dongwu seemed like he was hooked on his saying more. It was unsure if he did it consciously, but he suddenly mentioned, like recently on the internet, there have been several poems with a lot of views. Actually, in my opinion, there are some flaws in their conception. Of course, this could be a matter of beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, so there's still room for discussion. Sun Mingjie added, Vice President Meng, are you talking about Flying Bird and Fish? Or the Song of the Stormy Petrel? Meng Dongwu smiled. I've mentioned it on Weibo. Those who have seen it will know. I have my reservations about these two poems. What? Zhang Ye was mentioned? Immediately, quite a number looked towards Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye's seat had become the focus of attention, with many eyes on it. Zhang Ye had not expected Meng Dongwu to question him openly like this at such an important event like the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Meet. What's more, this was a live event and held at Zhang Ye's own unit. Meng Dongwu was now publicly invalidating him and killing his chances with just a simple nod. Did IF *****ing kill your father or your mother? Why are you trying to fix me? After your online education, you now came to my unit to educate me? Are you *****ing sick? What sort of people are they? How can they say such things? It wasn't easy for teacher little Zhang too. What are they trying to do? This is a live broadcast program. Aren't they trying to destroy him? They are. Pushing it too far. Many of the Literature Channel's employees could no longer bear to continue listening. Even those who did not know Zhang Ye well were feeling angry. Yes, even if Zhang Ye was not a professional poet, even if Zhang Ye's poems were ordinary and not comparable to yours or have literary standards, but you still can't bully your way around here like that. These people from the Writers Association were really too much. This was their unit. This was their radio station. At this moment, the Poetry Meets website blew up. Did you hear that? Teacher Meng said Flying Bird and Fish and the Song of the Stormy Petrel were problematic? That can't be. I think those two poems are very good. Can the vice president of the Writers Association be wrong? So that Zhang Ye actually isn't anything. I was still wondering over all that clicks and forwards. So it was just crap, right? This person does not have any ability. Zhang Ye's poem really has a problem? Many people who weren't already in the know of yesterday's incident on Weibo became informed of it now. Today, right now, was even Zhang Ye's Old and Young Story Club program schedule. The event was broadcast live through the Literature Channel, and many of Zhang Ye's listeners were tuned in. To be passed judgment upon by such an authoritative person like the Writers Association's vice president, it would be expected that from tomorrow onwards, Zhang Ye's segment listenership ratings would be dealt a big blow. A listenership ratings drop of more than half would even be possible. Perhaps those who really liked Zhang Ye or those who held their own views would not be affected. But how about the others? The citizens' views would be affected by herd mentality and belief in authoritative figures. A newcomer host, an industry's writers association vice president, whose literary level would everyone believe in. It was clear at a glance. This move by Meng Dongwu was really vicious, with the objective to kill off Zhang Ye's chances. Zhang Ye was bursting with anger. This was really forcing his hand. Zhang He secretly glanced over to his partner, Sun Mingjie, blaming her for saying a little too much. He was actually biased towards Zhang Ye. It wasn't because of Zhang Ye's poems. He also believed that Zhang Ye, as a newcomer, could not be better than these teachers from the Writers' Association. But because Zhang Ye was his colleague and Meng Dongwu had publicly doubted him, Zhang He felt that this was uncalled for. After taking a look at the computer tablet, Zhang He continued, "Teacher Meng, the two poems you just mentioned, from my understanding, they were composed by our literature channel's teacher Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang Ye should be here at the venue too. I've seen the comments left by our listeners, and they all feel that Flying Bird and Fish is really good. All of them don't seem to understand what's lacking in the poem." Meng Dongwu smiled without a word before he said, "Let's have Big Thunder explain. He is a specialist in modern poems and also a well-known critic. He would explain better than me." On hearing that, Big Thunder stepped up, "Haha. Since President Meng called me out and the subject is on this, it's now the poetry appreciation segment. So let me bring up an example to explain. Actually, President Meng had already said it once on Weibo last night, and I fully agree with it. Flying Bird and Fish has become very popular on the internet recently, but it is so because of the circumstances at that time. Because this poem has saved someone's life before, it leads to it being hotly followed and discussed, furthering its popularity. This practically added a lot of value based on the circumstances. There aren't much literary learnings within the poem, likewise for other works by Zhang Ye. Its depth and essence, energy and spirit are just imaginary, and I cannot see what he wanted to express. So in the eyes of us professionals, the author is just an amateur hobbyist. It's like this." Zhang He questioned. Meng Dongwu chimed in. "Explaining this way would not be clear enough for everyone here. Since Zhang Ye is here today as well, why don't we invite him onto the stage so that he can compose a mid-autumn festival poem? We will analyze the flaws in it for everyone, so that it will be clearer to understand." This, Zhang He looked towards the station's leader. Sun Mingjie could not make a call either, although there was still a lot of time, but to let their colleague come up onto the stage to be treated as a negative example, to be slapped in the face by Meng Dongwu and company right in front of everyone, they couldn't bear with the thought of it. Big Thunder agreed. "Is this not the poetry appreciation segment? It's for everyone to learn more about the traditions of poetry." They were both singing each other's tunes. Zhang Ye's reputation was decided before he could say anything. Zhang Ye was an amateur. They had wanted to show the differences between a professional and an amateur. Deputy Station Head Jia looked at Zhang He and pondered for a moment before he nodded slightly. Zhang He then said, "All right then, but we need to know first if Teacher Zhang Ye has any new works." Because Teacher Zhang Ye was not informed beforehand of this poetry meet. This was impromptu, so the Writers' Association was informed much earlier to give them some time to make preparations. But Zhang Ye was not given this advantage. With Meng Dongwu and Big Thunder yelling for Zhang Ye to come onto the stage, Zhang He felt they had really overstepped their boundaries, not even allowing for a minute of preparation. They really wanted to pick on Zhang Ye's flaws, to strike him a fatal blow. What feud is there between all of you, that it had to come to this, to step over our colleague? The critical issue was that even Deputy Station Head Jia had agreed to this impudent proposal. Many eyes were focused on them. Zhang Ye let out a furious laughter. "You want me to go up? You want to slap my face? You guys are courting death." Wang Xiaomei's eyes had already gone dark upon hearing what was said. She said to Zhang Ye, "Let them see, teacher little Zhang. Show them whether we hosts from the literature channel understand art and literature," said a furious Wang Xiaomei. In front, Big Sis Zhou turned back. "Teacher little Zhang. Attack." Auntie Sun, who did not really acknowledge Zhang Ye's poems, could no longer bear with this. She shouted across 2 rows of seats, "Little Zhang, go get them. This is pushing it too far." Tian Bin, putting on a damper, said, "Forget it. Don't go." Wu Deitao shook his head. "Little Zhang, listen to me and don't go. An amateur like you wants to put on a fake act in front of the professionals? Just say that you aren't prepared. Otherwise, when they criticize and point out your flaws, not only will you be embarrassed, even our literature channel will be embarrassed." All around, colleagues from the channel softly advised, "Teacher Zhang, ignore them." Some colleagues who wanted justice for Zhang Ye said, "If they are capable, let's see them challenge Teacher Zhang in ghost stories. If they are capable, let's see them challenge Teacher Zhang in fairy tales." Story writing is the true profession of Zhang Ye. Competing with poetry won't determine anything. You all have been in this for so many years. Isn't it shameful for you to compete with a rookie? It was a little messy in the audience. The auditorium's mood was slowly losing control. But under the spotlight, Zhang Yi stood up without any resistance. He smiled coldly, looked towards Zhang Hua, and signaled a 1 determinedly. This was a signal everyone in the station knew. When hosting a radio live broadcast, 1 would be signaled to the assistants to convey readiness. "Zhang Yi, Teacher Zhang, think carefully. Don't go. Don't you see that they are purposely making it difficult for you?" Zhang Yi didn't listen. He was already making his way out past the row of seats. Zhang Hua understood. Teacher Zhang has said that he is okay. Everyone, please give some applause. Meng Dongwo was waiting for Zhang Yi to recite before he passed his judgment on Zhang Ye's flaws for everyone listening. Zheng Anbong and Little Red Mushroom were also waiting for Zhang Yi to make a joke of himself. The others also knew that this time Zhang Yi would embarrass himself, but yet he willingly stepped up to be embarrassed. In the applause that was either disturbing, helpless, or gloating, Zhang Yi followed his determination up towards the stage. In the spotlight, and on the red carpet, this was his first time standing in front of so many people, unlike the sealed-up space of the recording studios. It was a meaningful face-to-face experience with so many people. But Zhang Yi did not have stage fright. This psychological strength of his had always been very good. Instead, he seemed to enjoy this moment. "Since you have forced me out, I will respectfully obey. My poems have no literary value. I am biting off more than I can chew by displaying my incompetence in front of an expert. I am an amateur while you are a professional. All right then. Today, I'll let you bunch of Beijing Writers Association people know who is the amateur and who is the professional." Sun Mingjie tried to stall for time for Zhang Yi. "Teacher Zhang, since you were unprepared, please don't rush. You can take your time to think it through." "There's no need," Zhang Yi said. Zhang Hua paused. There was no need to consider creating the work on the spot? Big Thunder disdainfully looked on. On the fly composing? What's more, a poem that has a theme. Even for him, he would need at least half an hour to seek inspiration. "If I can't do it, how could you?" Of course, Zhang Yi did not need any preparations, nor did he even feel a need for preparations. A poem had already appeared in his head. When he knew about the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, Zhang Yi began thinking about which poem he should use. He had not decided on, or even wanted to use this poem. Why? Because this poem was too classic. A classic that when someone mentions Mid-Autumn and poems, 9 out of 10 people would think of this. After this poem existed, there were no other poems for Mid-Autumn. It could be said that no other poems could measure up to the influence of this poem. 2. Composed for Mid-Autumn, this would be the top choice. It deserves the spot. Zhang Yi did not want to choose it. He had wanted to leave some leeway for them. But after seeing how Meng Donghua, Big Thunder, and the others played dirty to force him, Zhang Yi no longer wanted to hold back. Some of the audience were anxious. Big Sis Zhou urgently asked, "Is little Zhang going to be all right?" Auntie Sun replied, "Even if he cannot, he mustn't lose his composure. That group of people have already on our heads." Tian Bin purposely sighed. Was that necessary? Isn't he asking for it? This Zhang Yi is really. An amateur is an amateur. Despite all the talk, Zhang Yi touched the microphone and took in a light breath. "When will the moon be clear and bright?" With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the clear sky. In the heavens on this night. I wonder what season it would be. Everyone was stunned when he said those lines. He wasn't using the modern poems that he was good at, and he chose a melody poem. Zhang Yi could also write melody poems. And why was this melody poem able to make people have goosebumps? Zhang Yi closed his eyes as he looked up at the ceiling. He was completely in a recitation mood. I'd like to ride the wind to return home. Yet, I fear the crystal and jade mansions are much too high and cold for me. Dancing with my moonlit shadow, it does not seem like the human world. The moon rounds the red mansion, stoops to silk-padded doors, shines upon the sleepless, bearing no grudge. Why does the moon tend to be full when people are apart? People experience sorrow, joy, separation, and reunion. The moon may be dim or bright, round or crescent-shaped. This imperfection has been going on since the beginning of time. After pausing for 2 seconds, Zhang Ye opened his eyes. With his gaze soft, he slowly read the last sentence. May we all be blessed with longevity. Though thousands of miles apart, we are still able to share the beauty of the moon together. Chapter 58. The masterpiece that shocked the entire hall. May we all be blessed with longevity? Though thousands of miles apart, we are still able to share the beauty of the moon together? Zhang Ye had already finished reciting his poem, but the sound lingered on. Everyone present seemed to have their goosebumps explode. They were momentarily silent. The entire auditorium was echoing with the sound from the microphone. With the poem unleashed, it shocked the entire auditorium. Meng Dongwu was already stunned when he heard half of it. Big Thunder, Zheng Anbong, Little Red Mushroom, and the other Writers Association's teachers were dumbfounded. Even without mentioning them, one could tell just by observing the atmosphere in the auditorium. Everyone in the audience had turned silent. Even the host, Zhang Hua, was at a loss for words while holding onto the microphone. The female host, Sung Mingjia, was even worse. She stared straight ahead and did not even realize that her hand had lost its grip on the microphone. Only when it issued a heavy thud on the red-carpeted floor of the podium did she come around. Following this, the souls of the people returned to their empty bodies, as if they had just crawled down from the moon in Zhang Ye's poem. Wow! Shouts immediately exploded. Good poem. What the F********. Heavens! What did I just hear? The pen of God. The pen of God. Too awesome. This poem is enough to explode. Some people could not help but stand up and applaud loudly. Director Zhao Guozhou and Wang Xiaomei were stunned. Big Sis Zhou exclaimed, "What a good melody poem. Teacher Little Zhang really created it on the spot. Oh my God. Oh my Buddha. Oh my Guanyin Bodhisattva. Oh my Jesus. Oh my heavens." She believed in quite a few religions, as there were all sorts of variations. That the Song of the Stormy Petrel was made on the spot. Flying Bird and Fish and A Generation were also improvised on the spot. See Me or Not was also written there and then. This is also written at the last minute? How could this be possible? What sort of brain does Teacher Little Zhang have? Wow. It was unknown who gave the first applause. Thunderous applause. This was not an analogous description. It was really like thunder. The entire auditorium's ceiling seemed to have been blown away. Other than applause, nothing else could be heard. What was good about this melody poem? Many laymen might not be able to tell what was good about it, but they knew that it was definitely good. Only Meng Dongwu, Zheng Anbong, and company knew what realm this melody poem had reached. This was written too well. It revolved around the thoughts and imagination that opened up due to the mid-autumn's moon. It embodied the joys and sorrows of the world into a philosophical pursuit of the meaning of life and the universe. When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the clear sky. In the heavens on this night, I wonder what season it would be. Almost every word was classic. Each word had a charm to it. Some of the words even needed to be repeated several times to gain an understanding of the profound meaning behind it. For example, the sentence, "Ride the wind to return home." Why was the word return used? A few people from the Writers Association did not understand the first time that they heard it. Only as they heard to the end did they slowly understand. The word return was the finishing touch. It expressed how the original author, Zhang Ye, was in fact not treating himself as a mortal of this world. He treated himself as an immortal that had detached from the world. Hence, he needed to return to the immortal palace and not go to the immortal palace. It sounded insolent, but this melody poem's essence, energy, and spirit had suddenly broke the confines of this world and had raised the bar by more than one grade. Coupled with the ending sentence, the dozen or so teachers and authors from the Writers Association were too shocked for words. Zhang Ye, Who was he? What sort of person is he? Other than Meng Donghua and Little Red Mushroom understanding Zhang Ye a bit more, the other teachers from the Writers' Association did not know this person. They had never even heard of him. Hence, they were so shocked. How could a person that could write such a melody poem be some nobody? How could he be a rookie that they had never heard of? Furthermore, these people had prepared for the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet for several days. While this person was called out onto the stage, he did not even have time to prepare. Just this alone. No one present felt that they could do it themselves. What's more, he produced such a shockingly great melody poem. When did the realm of poetry have such an awesome person? 2 minutes. The applause lasted for 2 minutes before it ended. Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. Finally, loud cries began to shout out in unison. Many people were calling out Zhang Ye's name, cheering him on and encouraging him. They were backing him. Why? It was because Meng Donghua was too much of a bully. He had publicly invalidated Zhang Ye, and even said that he was an amateur, and even called him out to get him on stage for a showdown, and even wanted to find his faults, so as to show everyone how to write a poem. Don't forget that this was Beijing radio station. It was Zhang Ye's unit. Everyone was a bit angry that their colleague had been bullied. Hence, seeing Zhang Ye coming up with such a magical and godlike poem in an impressive fashion, everyone seemed like they were on stimulants as they cheered him on. Although they were cheering on Zhang Ye's name on the surface, they were in fact trampling on Meng Donghua, Big Thunder, and company. Deputy Station Head Jia's face turned black. He stood up to clap his hands. This was a live broadcast. What were they doing? Seeing the station's leader's attitude, everyone stopped shouting and began to sit down one after another. They were all waiting to see the commotion that was to follow. The host, Zhang Hua, managed to come around and speak. As he drew in his breath, he asked, "Teacher Zhang Ye, what is the name of this melody poem? Can you tell us?" Zhang Ye smiled. "It's called Shui Diao Get It," Sun Mingjie said. "I already do not know how to evaluate it. I'm a layperson and do not understand melody poems much. However, with me dropping the microphone without realizing it, you should know how much I love this poem. Really, I love this poem to death. Its words are beautiful to an extreme." Zhang Ye was a person who did not fear stirring up chaos in the world. He immediately said, "It's all right. You are a layperson, but there are many experts on site. They are professional teachers from the Writers' Association." Turning his head, he looked towards Meng Donghua and Big Thunder. Both of them had already returned to their seats. When Zhang Ye recited his poem, however, Zhang Ye was able to find them with a glance. "Teacher Meng, Teacher Big Thunder. Previously, the both of you said my works have no literary value. Previously, you have also said I might not be good at writing poems. Yes, I admit I'm a beginner and an amateur. I shall modestly ask you teachers for advice to please help me improve my level. Can you advise me on this poem?" Zhang Hua nearly burst out laughing. Sun Mingjie was also at a loss as to whether to laugh or to cry. Upon hearing this, Big Thunder nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. He nearly cursed his mother. "Your granduncle. I advise you, my ass. Find a problem? Find faults. I haven't even fully understood the melody poem's complete meaning. Where can I find fault with it?" Although he was unrelenting and was angry, most of this anger came from being embarrassed. To be fair, Big Thunder had no choice but to admit that Zhang Ye's poem was flawlessly perfect. Not even them. Probably no one could pick a fault with it. Zhang Ye had trampled on them. Meng Donghua was even more direct. He stood beside a youth from the Writers' Association and whispered with his head down. It was as if he was discussing the poem and had pretended not to hear Zhang Ye's words. Everyone who had called him out no longer made a noise. Against such a dazzling poem, they had no means of making a noise. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ye also felt it was meaningless. There was no need to say anything more. He had already expressed himself using his work. Furthermore, it was a live broadcast, with many listeners listening into it. It was not good for him to say so much, as it was easy to make a mistake with too many words. It would make himself seem agitated. Although anyone could tell that those words were Zhang Ye's way of fighting back, what he said was without fault. He had admitted to being an amateur and had asked for advice as a newcomer. No one could speak ill of that. Hence, he passed the microphone back to the host and prepared to go off stage. Zhang Hua was actually quite warm-hearted. "Teacher Zhang, although we are in the second poetry appreciation segment, it is still part of the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. Your poem will definitely be voted upon by netizens. Do you want to canvass for votes for yourself? Zhang Ye turned around and smiled. It's all right. There's no need. No need to canvass for votes? Meng Donghua and company had all canvassed for votes, but you don't need to? Zhang He did not understand what Zhang Ye's attitude was and could only respect his idea. Meng Donghua, who was below the stage, squinted his eyes slightly upon hearing this. He was not canvassing for votes. It was all right, even if he canvassed for votes. He believed that he was guaranteed to receive first place. There were two reasons. Firstly, he also felt that his poem was very good. He did not believe that his thoughts of a rainy mid-autumn night was in any way inferior to Zhang Ye's Shui Dao Gedu. He felt that it was one of the best mid-autumn works that he had created in recent years. Secondly, he had the advantage of time. Meng Donghua was the first person to recite his poem at the poetry meet. It began at 12 noon and ended at 2 p.m. There were 2 hours, so the longer the program went after your poem was presented, the more people there were to vote for you. There was no dispute. This was also the reason why Meng Donghua had arranged to be the first to present a poem. As the Beijing Writers Association's vice president and a leader of the capital's poetry industry, he could not even show his face if he got second place for this sort of competition. He and the radio station had at least done their best to make sure that he would be the champion. If not, Meng Donghua would probably not have participated in it, as it would affect his prestige. But what about Zhang Ye? Now, it was already 1:30 p.m. That was to say, Zhang Ye had barely half an hour left. Even if the netizens and listeners liked his poem and voted for him, how many votes could they cast? It definitely could not exceed the votes for Meng Donghua. Hence, he believed the championship title was likely in the bag. Other people also shared his thoughts. For example, Big Thunder and Little Red Mushroom had the same thoughts. Although they knew that Zhang Ye's melody poem was well written, it had no chance of becoming the champion. It was also quite impossible for him to enter the top 3. How many votes could one garner in 20+ minutes? The other people already had more than 10,000 votes. It was already not bad if Zhang Ye could get into the top 10. When the results were out, people would not care about the procedure or that there wasn't enough voting time. They only looked at the final outcome. When the top 3 was dominated by people from the Writers Association and Zhang Ye was ranked beyond third place, then it was a way for the Writers Association team that Meng Donghua led to save their face. All right. Your melody poem this time had a lot of literary value to it. We acknowledge that your melody poem was indeed very good. But so what? Aren't you still ranked behind us? In the end, everyone will still see that you are inferior to us professional teachers from a professional body like the Writers Association. Scholars tended to be more stubborn. There may have been some small conflicts at the beginning, but as the situation worsened, neither side would agree to back down. Anyway, they were going to go forceful on Zhang Ye. This was probably the clash between their orthodox background as teachers of the Writers Association and Zhang Ye, a half-past-6 unorthodox amateur that wrote supernatural stories, fairy tales, and poems. They would not give up until they beat the other party into submission. Chapter 59, A Shocking Vote Count. In the audience, under the attention of everyone, Zhang Ye went back to his seat. The atmosphere of the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Meet was pushed to its peak by Shudiao Geo. Everyone was getting more and more excited about the final results of the voting. Right now, the top 10 spots are all held by people from the Writers Association. Even the next 10 spots were scattered with people from there. It was an almost unanimous victory for them. But the breakout of Zhang Ye had put the whole contest into suspense and uncertainty. Teacher Zhang, you were great. Good job. You didn't embarrass the literature channel. Those Writers Association guys don't dare to speak up anymore. That's what they get for showing off. They are all humbled now. Haha. Teacher Little Zhang, give me an autograph later. I want it as a memento. The members of the literature channel were seated in the same area. When Zhang Ye came back to his seat, everyone gave him a thumbs up. Even Tian Bin, Jia Yan, and Wu Deitao did not dare to make snide remarks. The poem had them in awe too. Zhao Guizhou, who was originally seated the furthest away, changed his seat with several subordinates and said to Zhang Ye, Little Zhang, you have impressed everyone yet again. Zhang Ye replied, Thank you for your acknowledgement, leader. Zhao Guizhou queried, Why did you not canvass for votes? That would be unnecessary, right? Zhang Ye had felt it wasn't necessary. Everyone is not stupid. They all have their own artistic appreciations, and if they thought my poem was good, then they will vote for me. If they felt the other poems were good, they will vote for them. There's not much meaning to canvassing for votes. It's not a contest, but an exchange of literary learning. It's better to keep it simple. He had said so logically, but self-righteously. Wang Xiaomei said, "You seem rather relaxed." Zhao Guizhou asked everyone from the literature channel, "What ranking does everyone think little Zhang will get?" Teacher Xiaomei, what's your opinion? In my opinion, from just the quality and literary qualities, teacher little Zhang would definitely get first. But that's just my own opinion. We don't know if the audience has been convinced by it. Vice President Meng Donghua's poem was good, too. Perhaps some will find it to be better. It's all possible. Looking at her watch, she said, "Besides, there's only about 20 minutes left." 20 minutes? Ah, yes. The voting will be ending soon. Then there's no hope. How can we catch up to them? Everyone felt a little pity. Such an amazing poem appeared, but it could not achieve a good result due to the lack of time. From behind, the literature channel's big sis, Zhou, came back alone. So as to not block the people behind her, she bent over as she squeezed all the way over. "Excuse me. Luer, Zhouer, let me get past." In the blink of an eye, she was beside Zhang Ye. Leader, you are here too?" Zhao Guizhou tersely acknowledged. "What did you do?" "I pretended to go to the bathroom." Big sis Zhou held her cell phone. "Actually, I was checking the voting results for little Zhang. There's no internet reception in the auditorium, and I can only see it outside." Auntie Sun asked with concern. "So how was it?" "How was it?" The other people from the literature channel also tilted their heads over, wishing to know. Big sis Zhou pointed to her cell phone. There was no more internet connection, but the web page that she had opened before could still be seen. Little Zhang's Shuidiao Gedu has already caused quite a sensation. 3 minutes ago, the website staff had uploaded his poem after he finished reciting it. Shuidiao Gedu already has more than 900 votes. Look at their comments. The comments left by the netizens are practically going nuts. It's almost explosive. The cell phone screen showed densely packed messages. "God, this melody poem is invincible. Can it not be so powerful? Who is Zhang Ye? Why have I never heard of this teacher? Did I hear wrongly? Previously, I thought Meng Donghua and someone from the Writers' Association were going to criticize Zhang Ye's poems, using him as a negative example. With the melody poem out, why did no one criticize it? I'm laughing. I'm really laughing. The Writers' Association is so hilarious. Their faces are swollen from being smacked. Haha. I have always supported teacher Zhang Ye. Today, I want to see who dares to say that teacher Zhang Ye doesn't know how to write poems. From today onwards, I want to see who still dares to say that teacher Zhang Ye's works have no literary value. To be going against the teachers from the Writers' Association, I can only now express my heartfelt condolences. If a person who can compose a melody poem like Shuidiao Geu does not know poetry, then the whole *****ing world doesn't know poetry. Are the people from the Writers' Association stupid? And a vice president at that? I want to ask you now, are you the ones who do not know literature, or is it teacher Zhang Ye who doesn't know? Quickly vote. Right, cut the crap. Voting is of utmost urgency. Time is running out. Troll army, gather. Although we won't be able to catch up and we are too far behind, when have we ever been afraid of anyone? We fear no one. Even if an individual is weak, we will contribute that tiny amount of energy to teacher Zhang Ye. Not for anything else, just because of the spirit of teacher Zhang Ye's courage to fight with anyone. We must not fail him. I'm here. Troll army signing in. Vote has been cast. My large saber is again unable to endure the thirst. Zhang Ye's fans came to support him. There were many others who first got to know about him through the poetry meet, who were touched by Shudiao Geu. They all sent in their support. Just 900 votes? Zhao Guizhou frowned. Big sis Zhou said, that happened in an instant. Isn't that already a lot? Sis Zhou, what is little Zhang's ranking? Now, Wang Xiaomei inquired. Before I went offline, there were 925 votes, so he was ranked at 41. Big sis Zhou spoke for Zhang Ye. It may seem low, but that was just in a few minutes. If it increases at that speed, then it would definitely be higher than those people from the Writers' Association. Little Zhang is too formidable. 41. Zhang Ye was not very satisfied. Aunt Sun sighed. Hi. There's no way of catching up. There's no need to think further. The others have accumulated their votes for 2 hours, while we only had a bit more than 20 minutes. The difference is too large. Besides, the people from the Writers Association have fans that number in the hundreds of thousands. How many fans does our teacher Little Zhang have? His popularity definitely can't compete with them. Big Sis Zhou curled her mouth. But there is still hope. Many listeners had just heard it and might not have the opportunity to vote yet. There will be more. I believe that Little Zhang will be able to fight for the top 10. No, maybe even the top 6 is possible. Holding her cell phone, she said, "Look at this." Other than first-placed Meng Donghua, who is leading far ahead with 37,000 votes, the ones after him have considerably fewer votes. Sixth place only has 11,000 votes. I think teacher Little Zhang definitely has the chance of overtaking this. Even if it was any worse, 10th place had 8,500 votes. Even if he didn't enter top 6, there is still chance to enter top 10. I don't think. There is a problem. An editor from the Literature Channel said, entering the top 10 would be enough. At least we can break the monopoly of the members from the Writers Association. It will also gain some glory for our channel. That's right. May the heavens bless you. Everyone also began to accept the harsh reality. Big Sis Zhou suggested, I think we should take turns going to the bathroom. Let's go 5 at a time to help vote for teacher Little Zhang. The higher Little Zhang's placing is, the more glory our channel will receive. I have already voted for Little Zhang once just now. This old sister sure was warm-hearted. Zhang Ye sweated profusely. There's no need to. There's no need. Thank you, everyone, but there's really no need. What was this poem? This was Su Shi's poem. This was the famous Shui Diao Getu. Did he need to rely on his colleagues' 10 or so votes to help pull up his vote count by pretending to go to the bathroom? That would be too drastic a drop in this work's value. This would be too much. If this was seen by people from his world, they would all be laughing their heads off. Anyway, Zhang Ye would not do something this embarrassing. If people did not appreciate this melody poem, Shui Diao Getu, then Zhang Ye was also helpless. He was also helpless if the vote count did not increase. Forget it. Let's resign ourselves to fate. Whatever Zhang Ye could do, he had done. He had also worked hard. Now, to see if Su Shi's masterpiece was able to reverse the situation and whether it was able to help Zhang Ye trample on the bunch of people from the Writers Association and establish his fame. All that he could do was wait. Everything was in the hands of the people to judge. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Time flew. Even if Zhang Ye was looking forward to it, and more time was given to him and the listeners, the watch would not stop. Soon, it was already 2 o'clock. All right, now the voting has ceased. Zhang He announced. We are waiting for the notaries to consolidate the final scores. While they are reviewing it, let us recount the classic poems from before. With the recording played, Meng Donghua, Zheng Anbang and Big Thunder's poems were replayed once again. Soon, a man and a woman from the Changdong district's notary office came over with a book. It's done. The female host, Sun Mingjie, smiled. The comrades from the notary office have done the statistics, and I'm dying to know what the results are. I need to first take a look. She immediately took a peek at the results. Zhang He was also very curious. He also looked at the rankings in the notary's hand. This look did not matter, but Zhang He and Sun Mingjie were completely stunned. Upon seeing the two hosts' expressions, there was a commotion from offstage. They did not know what had happened, and were even more curious. What's the matter? Are the results too exaggerated? Could it be that Vice President Meng's votes are leading by too much? The female notary held the microphone. September 8th, from 12 to 1400 hours, Qingdong District Notaries Li Hai and Zheng Meihong as supervisors have declared the votes to be fair for this mid-autumn festival poetry meet. I will begin to announce the top 10. Zhang Ye listened attentively. Zhao Guizhou, Wang Xiaomei, and company stared straight ahead. Meng Donghua, Big Thunder, and company were more relaxed. They felt there was no suspense. 10th place, Little Red Mushroom. Anti-Moon. Vote count. 9,300, the female notary read. Upon hearing this, Big Thunder congratulated with a smile. Congratulations. This is a poetry meet, yet a fairy tale writer like you can get into the top 10. This sure shows teacher Little Red Mushroom's skill. Little Red Mushroom said, Come on, don't flatter me. The notary carried on. 9th place, Big Thunder, untitled. Vote count, 9,800. Little Red Mushroom smiled. See? You are even better than me. Who said your melody poem was too niche? See, the listeners still recognize it. Big Thunder waved his hand modestly. Actually, I was not pleased with this melody poem of mine. It doesn't have my character or mood. A poor response from everyone is also normal. Fourth place, Zhou Onlooking the Moon. Vote count, 16,001. At this point, the 4th to 10th places had been read out. All of them were people from the Writers Association. Not a single netizen's poem entered the top 10. It's time for 3rd place. I'm so nervous. Who will it be? Why haven't we heard Zhang Ye's name? That's right. Could it be that he took 3rd place? It can't be that high. He only had 20 minutes of voting time, so it won't happen. As everyone was discussing, the female notary announced 3rd place. 3rd place, Zhang Anbang, Modern Poem, Feelings of Mid-Autumn. Vote count, 19,822. What? Zhang Anbang was 3rd. Big Sis Zhou urgently said. What about Little Zhang? Why isn't there Little Zhang? Tianbin said. There's no need to ask. He definitely did not enter the top 10. It's a conspiracy. There definitely is a conspiracy. Big Sis Zhou said angrily. Little Zhang did not even enter the top 10? Who would believe it? It's such a good melody poem. Hi. It was all for naught in the end. That's right. There was too little time, or else this result might be unthinkable. The people from the Literature Channel were all feeling a sense of regret. Some sighed, while some refused to accept the outcome. However, when the female notary announced 2nd place, everyone was silenced. It was as if everyone was muted suddenly. There was complete silence. 2nd place, Meng Donghua, Thoughts of a Rainy Mid-Autumn Night. Vote count, 40,058. 2nd, Meng Donghua was 2nd. There was an uproar off stage. Meng Donghua was also shocked. How could it be possible? Big Thunder and Zhang Anbang looked each other in the eye as a bad premonition hit them. Everyone suddenly had a staggering thought. Meng Donghua wasn't first? Then who was first? Who would be the champion for this mid-autumn poetry meet? The female notary paused for a while before looking and said loudly, voted first for this mid-autumn poetry meet. Zhang Ye. Shuijiaogedu. Vote count. Upon reading up to here, the female notary's voice also had a tinge of surprise. Actually, she and her colleague had already seen the votes and placings. However, now upon looking at it again, the female notary felt that it was unbelievable. The vote count for Shuijiaogedu is 158,600. 150,000? 150,000 votes? What the F*** to your 5th granny? Upon hearing this, the audience was completely shocked. Chapter 60. Using Mo Yan's prize acceptance speech. It's gone mad. Everyone has gone mad. How many votes did she say? Did I hear wrongly? Is that true? Isn't this result just shooting out of the universe? How can there be so many? It isn't scientific. Really too unscientific. 150,000? The dozen or so works from the Writers Association combined have fewer than Zhang Ye's votes alone. And it's really true. 1 against 10. Complete victory. All the teachers from the Writers Association combined lost out to him? Holy, too many people could not believe their ears. It was too unbelievable. More than 150,000 votes. What did this mean? This meant that it was going against the heavens. Others may not understand this. But how could they, as people from the radio station, not understand? This was because the poetry meet was special and it had an upper limit to the amount of attention it could garner. Every year's Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet was not broadcast on television. It was just broadcast live through the radio. The year before last, Hebei Province's Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet had an old man from the Hebei Writers Association for its champion. He won weekly with about 23,000 votes. And last year, the champion of the Jinshi Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet was an operatic actor from the Jinshi literary circles. As he had used the moon as his topic and performed an operatic piece, he won with an undisputable 37,000 votes. 20,000 plus. 30,000 plus. Even considering all the previous years, the number of votes the champion garnered had never exceeded 50,000 votes. However, this year, what had happened in the Beijing Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet? Alright, Beijing had more people, so it had greater influence than provinces like Jinshi or Beihai. The Beijing radio station's frequencies provided a greater coverage area than even provinces like Tianjin and Hebei could broadcast to. But it should not have been so ridiculous. 150,000? Are you all ing pumping stimulants? And what was most shocking was that Shuidiao had only about 20 minutes of voting time. It was not even half an hour. 150,000 plus votes. This far exceeded everyone's imagination and beliefs. Hence, no one had thought of this possibility. This was because it was too unreal. But the fact was that Zhang Ye had done it. Shuidiao had done it. Zhang Ye had used a melody poem that he came up with on the spot to create such a heaven-defying miracle. No one questioned the authenticity of the votes. Everyone knew this was not a statistical error, as the two notaries were present. They were monitoring the entire process. Big Thunder remained silent. Little Red Mushroom and Zheng Onbong turned sullen. Meng Donghua choked to the point of not being able to say a word. He moved his lips, but no words could come out from them. Zhang Ye, this person whom Meng Donghua and the Writers' Association looked down upon and said did not know literature. He had used a single Shuidiao to smack them all in the face. And it was the type of smacking that slapped them repeatedly. Their faces were really swollen. Meng Donghua had only obtained 40,000 votes. The 10,000 spot of Zhang Ye's vote numbers were more than his by 10,000 votes. Zhang Ye's single vote count exceeded their combined vote count by a lot more. Wasn't this a smack in the face? Describing it as hanging them on a tree while smacking them wasn't too much. It was even too light a description. Zhang Ye was an amateur? All of you are the professionals? Meng Donghua, Big Thunder, and company's ravings were still echoing in their ears. Just thinking of those words, those members from the Writers' Association who had come with them felt their faces turn green. They had disgraced themselves. Along with Meng Donghua, they were completely ashamed. They had been pulled into this for no reason. Who was the real amateur? It was as if they could see the evening news headlines for tonight. Speaking of this, up until now, Big Thunder still did not understand how Shuidiao managed to garner so many votes. He admitted that this melody poem was extremely well written, but it shouldn't be so exaggerated. The commoners also liked it that much. 150,000 votes? About half of those tuning into the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet had voted for Shuidiao. Zhang He was very relieved and was most gratified. He was very happy to see this scene. It was time for someone to kill these so-called expert teachers' momentum and their unrelenting words. Just because of these expert teachers' baseless rhetoric and unrelenting words, how much public controversy had they caused in society over the past few years? Maybe, as Zhang He was in the news reporting business, his philosophy was that as public figures, one had to respect the facts and be proper with their words. If they spoke blindly, then they could mislead the public, causing great harm. Just because of a few words from them, how much criticism did Zhang Ye endure? They nearly ruined an excellent and great poet. If Zhang Ye did not have a good psyche, he would not have been able to create this work today. Zhang He firmly believed that if Shuidiao was killed in its infancy, then it would have been a great loss. To the cultural world, the entire People's Republic would suffer. Thankfully, Zhang Ye had not been disappointed and was not put down by those words. In fact, he became braver, despite the setbacks. And for this, Zhang He gave Zhang Ye a huge thumbs up in his heart. Great. He had really made the Beijing radio station proud. Zhang He raised his microphone. Let us congratulate teacher Zhang Ye in becoming the champion with an overwhelming number of votes for Shuidiao. It is well-deserved. A round of applause exploded. The female host, Sun Mingjia, said, "Next, let's invite the top 3 placed teachers on stage for them to say a few words to our listeners." Big Sis Zhou laughed. "Little Zhang, quickly go. They are calling for you. Hurry, hurry," Aunt Sun urged. Another colleague slapped him on his shoulder, feeling excited for him. "You sure are awesome. I thought you wouldn't be able to enter the top 10. In the end, you obtained first place." Zhao Guizhou was also laughing. "Hurry up and go, little Zhang. Say a few words. You deserve this honor." Zhang Ye could only squeeze out and walk towards the stage from the back of the auditorium. When he reached the stage, he saw that Meng Donghua, who was sitting in the first row, was shaking his hand at the host. He had no intention of going up. Zheng Onbong, who had obtained third place, decided not to go up and embarrass himself once he saw that Vice President Meng had no intentions of going up. What? Glory was there with third place. In his opinion, it was shameful and humiliating. Zhang Anbang also shook his hand, indicating to the host that he was not going up onto the stage. Zhang He also ignored Meng Donghua and company as he smiled. Then let's invite this meet's champion, who is also my colleague, teacher Zhang Ye, to say a few words. What should he say? This fellow, Zhang Ye, was a person who bore grudges. He glanced at Meng Donghua and company. Although he knew that at this moment, they were full of wounds and scars, he still made it his obligation to add another stab. Actually, there's nothing much to say. I'll just thank everyone for your support. I am a half-past-6 poet and am indeed an amateur. I do not know if my poems have any literary value or if it is art. I have also not considered these while composing this poem. As long as everyone likes it and everyone acknowledges me, I think it is enough. What was adding fuel to the fire? This was what adding fuel to the fire was. What was rubbing salt in one's wound? This was ing rubbing salt into one's wound. Below, Meng Donghua, Big Thunder, and company's faces were flashing red and white. They had never expected this newcomer with surname of Zhang to still be mentioning this thing. He refused to let this go. Zhang He was clearly unsatisfied. Teacher Zhang, please say a few more words. Yes. From the messages from our listeners, they want to hear you talk about things regarding literature, such as producing works, or for example, the value of literature. Sun Mingji added, really say his thoughts. Zhang Ye could not help but have a headache. He could speak very well and was a broadcast major. All he relied on was his mouth. Since it was his profession, how could he not be able to speak? But this fellow was, most of the time, saying things ad verbatim. It was the same with how he learned in university. If not, he could tease and scold others, which was also what he was good at. But if he had to say something decent, such as speaking seriously about literature, he would be grasping at straws. There was no other way. He did not have the ability. What should he do? And it had to have literary value? Zhang Ye had a flash of brilliance. I got it. Zhang Ye pondered over it and decided to use the Nobel Prize winner from his world, Emo Yan's asterisk, words in his acceptance speech. He nearly recited it ad verbatim. All right then. Then I will seriously repeat myself. I want to thank my family and friends. Their wisdom and friendship shines through my work. Emo Yan's original words were as such. These words might not mean much to others, but it had a deep meaning for Zhang Ye. Then he carried on Emo Yan's acceptance speech. Just now, we talked about the value of literature. My personal understanding of it is actually very simple. In comparison to science, literature indeed has no practical use. Yet the greatest function of literature is perhaps its lack of function. With a nod, thank you, everyone. I've finished speaking. Upon hearing this, Meng Donghua was dumbfounded. Big Thunder and Little Red Mushroom also gave a surprised look at each other. Zhang Hua's eyes lit up and sighed. Teacher Zhang Ye keeps saying that he doesn't know art and is an amateur, but his final words have perfectly revealed what sort of literary quality Teacher Zhang has. This is the most thought-provoking acceptance speech that I have heard in the past few years. Let us once again give a round of applause of Teacher Zhang. As people applauded, they were deep in thought. Some people did not understand it, but others could understand a tiny bit. The greatest function of literature is perhaps its lack of function. Those dozen or so teachers from the Writers' Association stared at Zhang Ye, who was walking off the stage. This was the first time that they garnered interest in him, a broadcast host who had written Shu Diao Gao, an amateur poet who had managed to completely destroy predecessor authors, them, a just over 20-year-old young man who could say such an acceptance speech. The things that Zhang Ye had managed to display were things that they could not ignore. In the middle of the backseat rows, the moment Zhang Ye returned, everyone began to speak. Congratulations, Teacher Zhang, an editor said. You have made our literature channel famous. Aunt Sun was gratified. I already said Teacher Little Zhang was formidable. Look at Little Zhang's words. They are so philosophical. Although I didn't understand the meaning behind it. Big Sis Zhou laughed. Wang Xiaomei, who had her eyes closed, opened her eyes and said, Teacher Little Zhang's mention of function might be referring to the creative powers in actual life. How it can have considerable influence and effect on this materialistic society. For example, science can build skyscrapers and dams, but literature is unable to have such an effect. However, The biggest function of literature is its lack of function. This meaning of this sentence is that because literature is unable to cause a materialistic effect on other things like other culture, giving the greatest satisfaction from the item, it is not confined to this physical world, but it can have endless sublimation at the spiritual level. It has a pioneering effect on man's soul. This, then, is its best function. At least, this is how I understand it. Deep. So that's how it is. If not for teacher Xiaomei's analysis, I would have never understood it. Actually, Zhang Ye disagreed with Wang Xiaomei's understanding. The explanation of how literature may appear useless, but actually had a use to it, was completely opposite of what he felt. It was because it was useless that made literature great. This was what he wanted to express, and probably what Mo Yin wanted to express as well. However, Zhang Ye did not refute this or give an explanation. If you got it, you got it. If you understood a different meaning, then so be it. There was no need to distinguish. It was up to one's interpretation. If literature was also 1 equals 1, 2 equals 2, A equals A, B equals B, and did not have multiple interpretations, then literature would not be called literature. Zhao Guozhou clearly was very interested in that sentence. Little Zhang, your melody poem was well written, and your acceptance speech was also very well said. Not only did you exceed others in poetry, you have even exceeded others in the understanding of literature. Rest assured, no one will ever dare to say that you do not know anything about art. Aunt Sun sighed. Little Zhang sure is formidable. He can write supernatural novels, fairy tales, modern poems, and ancient poems. See, even a simple acceptance speech is enough to shock everyone. Hi, is there anything that you do not know how to do? Zhang Ye hurriedly said, all of you are flattering me. I just said those words without thought. It's not that serious. The acceptance speech was well said. That was definite. Who was Mo Yin? The people from this world may not know. As in this world, no one from the People's Republic had won the Nobel Prize in Literature. However, Mo Yin was famous in his world. He was a person who really stood at the pinnacle of literature. For a person at the peak, he was a real master. So how could what he said be bad? A simple acceptance speech had once again made him well known. Anyway, Zhang Ye had really stolen the show today. Mo Yin was the recipient of the Nobel Prize in Literature for 2012. His real name is Guan Moi, better known by his pen name, Mo Yin, which means don't talk. The phrase mentioned in this novel was said not according to script, as he had previously declared that he had forgotten the written version, as sent to the Nobel Foundation for publication and subtitling, in his hotel room. His given speech differs, therefore, in parts to the published speech. Chapter 61. The Weibo messages of the people from the Writers' Association have been deleted. The Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet was wrapped up. After leaving the auditorium, Zhang Ye came within steps of Meng Donghua and the other members of the Writers' Association. They still did not make any attempt to have a conversation with Zhang Ye and were escorted out by the staff. Deputy Station Head Jia was amongst the escorts, and when he spotted Zhang Ye, he had a dark expression about him. One look and you would know that he was obviously unhappy. Why? Zhang Ye knew clearly why. Ignoring the matter of Zhang Ye not selling the copyright of Ghost Blows Out the Light to the station, and ignoring that Deputy Station Head Jia's relative Jia Yan's planned program segment was forced out by Zhang Ye, the reason could only be today's poetry meet. Why were there so many teachers from the literary circle attending, even though there was no official poetry session? Because of fame. The leaders of the broadcasting station must have promised Meng Donghua something. Most likely, the promise was of guaranteeing him first place in the contest. Perhaps Meng Donghua was notified very early on to let him have the preparation time to come up with a poem, and in return, he would allow members of the Writers' Association to join. If it wasn't for the lure of first place, there wouldn't be any meaning to competing at all. But an unexpected incident had to happen this time. Zhang Ye had caused an upset by completing an impossible task within 20 minutes and had snatched the trophy for his own. How could Meng Donghua be happy? How could Deputy Station Head Jia be happy? Indeed, Zhang Ye had brought glory to Beijing radio station, putting them in the limelight. After all, he was a host at the radio station. But Deputy Station Head Jia did not care about this. He was more concerned about their promise. Zhang Ye could not be bothered to care about it, though. First place belongs to this bro. Wanna bite me? In any case, Deputy Station Head Jia and the station leaders were already offended. Zhang Ye could not be bothered anymore. If they didn't care about him, he was not obliged to care about them. He walked past them and back to his office. Teacher Zhang is back? Haha. Teacher Zhang is too awesome. That melody poem is so good. It makes me so excited just by listening to it. Several colleagues who were not close to him before had now actively joined him. After offending the station leader, Zhang Ye was ostracized by the office and he wasn't well respected. But after Shuidiao Getu was born, his popularity increased even a bit more than after his release of The Wizard of Oz. Even though there were still some colleagues who wouldn't speak with him, they at least treated him with more respect now. After he obtained the coveted first place under so much attention, who would dare to not respect him? On the internet, the netizens' responses were erupting. Zhang Ye flipped through the forums and Weibo and had to shock himself. He had not expected so much support over his injustice. I will not trust the Writers' Association anymore. Right? From now on, I will only trust Teacher Zhang Ye. The Song of the Stormy Petrel, Flying Bird and Fish, A Generation, See Me or Not, and those untitled works are all classics amongst classics. They are all great literary works of this world, yet they were upon by Meng Donghua and the others, thrashed into worthless, rubbish poems. What is wrong with this world? Can't they differentiate between right or wrong? That gang of so-called teachers, are they blind? Teacher Zhang Ye has proven his worth today? Let me see who still dares to gossip. There were Zhang Ye's ghost story fans who liked his fairy tales, the troll army who followed his cursing phrases, and even more fans who got to know about Zhang Ye through the poetry meet today. They had set up camp to denounce the Writers' Association's Meng Donghua and others. Someone even shouted, "A vice president with standards like that should step down quickly." Zhang Ye quickly replied, one by one, thanking them all. He knew that this miracle of garnering 150,000 votes was all because of these supporters. They were the ones who had created this miracle and made Zhang Ye into a legend. Of course he had to thank them. Suddenly, someone at Ed Zhang Ye. It was Zhang Ye #1 fan. He mentioned on Weibo, "Teacher Zhang, quickly go check Meng Donghua's Weibo and Big Thunder's Weibo." Huh? Weibo? What has happened now? Zhang Ye trusted this fan of his. He had received a lot of support from this person the past few times that he had met with difficulties. He quickly opened up Meng Donghua's Weibo. Oh, there was nothing at all. The Weibo message that had been shared thousands of times that had criticized Zhang Ye's works for lacking literary value were no longer available. The status of this page was listed as has been deleted. And checking on Big Thunder and Little Red Mushroom's Weibo, the comments that they had shared were no longer available as well. It was like they'd had a discussion to delete them away. The trolls celebrated their victory. "Brothers, we have again brought down another city wall. Haha, this is fun. There's no failures when we fight alongside Teacher Zhang. That's right. Our team is getting more and more united, and the spirit is very good. Correct. I suggest that we improve our partnership from now on. When there's a problem, we will attack together." Just look at how those idiots from the Writers' Association had to swallow their own words. Teacher Zhang is awesome. This Shuidiao Getu is too well written. Following the deletion of their posts from Weibo, it was clear that Meng Donghua and the others had retracted their words. For now, this could be considered to be an ending. Zhang Ye used a work of his, used his style beautifully, and found a solution to this problem. The people who had been misled earlier on by Meng Donghua and company also began coming back. Many of them left comments stating that they would renew their support for him. The conclusion of it all was that Meng Donghua, Big Thunder, and the others' casting of doubt on Zhang Ye not only did not cause his popularity to drop, it had instead increased his popularity by several times. It was the perfect resolution. It was a perfect reversal. Zhang Ye now took some time off to check on the virtual screen of the game ring. His total reputation was now over 320,000. And even while he was checking, his reputation points were visibly piling up non-stop in front of his eyes. +1, +13, +16. It was obvious that people were now paying a lot of attention to him. If we do a count, this was in fact the first time that Zhang Ye's reputation points had grown by so much. Even though within them, some of the points came from Ghost Blows Out the Light and The Wizard of Oz. But mostly, They were brought in by Gedu and all that had happened at today's mid-autumn event. It was really the case of not opening for business for 3 years. Once opened, it can survive for 3 years. He had earned fame and reputation. Today, he had the best of both worlds. Just the reputation points now could afford him 3 lucky draws. If we mention the newspaper reports after today, the reputation points still had a lot of room to grow. Someone had tried to put him down, but he instead ended up getting popular by the day. Zhang Ye wanted to scream out those words again. Let the tempest come strike harder. Chapter 62, Family Dinner. Afternoon, for PM. The unit knocked off earlier, since it was Mid-Autumn's festival. Zhang Ye had wanted to rest an extra day tomorrow, so he stayed over to record the next day's episode of The Wizard of Oz before heading home. His mom had called this morning to inform him that he should go to his grandmother's place. Zhang Ye naturally obeyed, so he went home to the Jiaoman rented apartment, so that he could change into something more presentable. Upon entering the corridor, he coincidentally bumped into Rao Imean, who was coming out of the elevator. Auntie Landlady," Zhang Ye greeted. "What have you been doing these days? Why haven't I seen you? I have pushed the rent through the underside of your door. Did you see it?" "I saw it. Wait up." Rao Imean threw the trash bag in her hands into a trash compartment by the door and took the elevator with Zhang Ye. She slanted her eyes at him. "You sure are good, kid. You became famous once again. You won first place at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet just now, right?" Zhang Ye said proudly. "Just average." Rao Imean flicked a ball of thread that had fallen on her arm. "To think that you accepted the praise I gave you. It is only because those people don't know anything. Your poem was so sh*tty. Zhang Ye exclaimed. "Huh? My poem is sh*tty. How did you compose it? Recite it." Rao Imean said. "All right. Then please analyze and tell me where it's wrong. I really can't believe it." Zhang Ye immediately turned offensive. He was thinking, how could anyone pick a fault in Su Shi's most famous work? Isn't this bull ********? Even those people from the Writers' Association could not say anything, but you can? He then shook his head as he said deeply, "When will the moon be clear and bright? Isn't that a load of rubbish? When will it?" "The 15th day of the 8th month," Rao Imean said loudly. Zhang Ye was stunned as he suppressed his speechlessness. "With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the clear sky." Rao Imean interjected. "Why do you even need to ask the clear sky? There's no need to ask it. Asking me would do. I already told you. It's the 15th day of the 8th month." Zhang Ye's brain was already filled with black lines. "In the heavens on this night. I wonder what season it would be." Rao Imean interrupted once again. "Didn't I already tell you? Today is the 15th day of the 8th month. Year 2014, the 15th day of the 8th month of the lunar calendar. Do you have no calendar at home?" Zhang Ye. $$ hashtag at hashtag at. An end. Rao Imean showed her venomous tongue once again. This was the first time Zhang Ye had heard such a sharp criticism of the poem. He was momentarily dumbfounded. "Your sister. Are you understanding Gedu as something from the children's show? 100,000 Ys. Zhang Ye already knew that he could not communicate with the landlady who had not one bit of literary culture, so he immediately went home to change his clothes. If he carried on speaking with the landlady, Zhang Ye believed there were only 2 outcomes. Either he would be vexed to death, or Su Shi would be vexed to life. However, after giving it some thought, Zhang Ye was hoping that there was someone like her amongst his fans. If a queen with a venomous tongue like Rao Imean joined in the troll army wars, then she would be an absolute force to be reckoned with. The landlady herself had the power to fight 1,000 alone. That was the real battleground for her to show her prowess. Yes, on this point, the landlady was an extremely rare talent. 5:30 p.m. The sky was still cloudy and looked like it was about to rain. Zhang Ye came to Li Qiao, where his granny's house was. This was an old and tiny district. The thing slightly different from his memory was that this tiny district had been repainted, so the houses looked newer. Clearly, this was a change caused by the game ring. It was like a butterfly effect. There were many slight adjustments in this world. Well, it was unknown what changes had happened to his relatives. This was also one of the reasons why he had not dared to come to his granny's place ever since he had started work. Strictly speaking, this was no longer the world he completely knew, so he was afraid of letting the cat out of the bag. Upstairs, the door was open, but the anti-theft door was still activated. Laughter and chatter from the few cousins could be heard. Zhang Ye opened the anti-theft door and entered. The first thing he saw was his mother and his third aunt, who were cooking in the kitchen. "Mom." "Third aunt." His mom smiled. "Son, you are here?" His third aunt smiled. "Heh, our superstar is here." "What do you mean, superstar? I'm just a radio host, so don't tease me," Zhang Ye said humbly, before looking towards the sofa. "First uncle, first aunt, second uncle, third uncle." He greeted them one by one. "All of you are here? Happy Mid-Autumn Festival." Only his second aunt was not here for some unknown reason. "Hey, little Yi, I haven't seen you in a long time. Quickly come in and meet your grandparents." Zhang Yi said, "Okay," and entered the small house. The door was closed. His uncle smoked, while his grandmother did not like the cigarette smell. Opening the door, he gave some nutritional and health supplements that he had bought from the supermarket to his grandparents. "Grandma, Grandpa, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. How are the both of you?" Grandma liked Zhang Yi the most. The moment that she saw him, she urged him to take a seat. "I'm good. My health is good, too. I've only been missing you. Why haven't you come in a month?" Grandpa also doted on Zhang Yi a lot. There was no other way. Although Zhang Yi was a maternal grandson, he was the only boy amongst the younger generation in the house. As old people, they were more traditional and preferred boys. Little Yi is busy at work. He just started work, so he can't keep coming like before. Grandma asked, "Why did you buy so much? How much would that cost?" Zhang Yi smiled. "It's not much. It's just to honor the two of you and let you supplement your bodies. Look at our little Yi. He's so sensible." Grandma beamed. At this moment, shouts came out from the house. These shouts sounded like larks. They were clear and pleasant. "My brother is here. Bro, let me take a glance. The superstar is here. I need to see him too." The three sisters crowded into the small room. His mother's family situation was quite interesting. His mother was the eldest sister in the house. She had three younger brothers, who were Zhang Ye's first, second, and third uncles. The three uncles all had daughters as children, which were the three cousins of Zhang Ye. The eldest sister was Chao Dan. She was in her early 20s and was not much younger than Zhang Ye. She was still in college. The second sister was Chao Tong. She was in high school. Her personality was quite frank, like a boy. She was good at making big hoo-has. The third sister was Chao Mingming. She was in middle school. She was the most mischievous of all. She made a fuss all day, and she was not afraid of doing anything. In summary, none of these three girls were easy to deal with. When Zhang Yi saw them, he sighed. "Little Dan, little Tong, Mingming." The eldest sister was considered the quietest amongst the three. She obediently called, "Bro." His second and third sister were not that particular. Chao Tong slapped Zhang Yi on the shoulder loudly. "Well done, bro. You became a celebrity after I had not seen you for a few days." Grandma shot a glance at her. "This kid. How can you speak to your older brother in this manner?" Chao Mingming sank as she held Zhang Ye's arm while laughing. "After hearing what First Aunt said, I specially went on the web to check, and I really found quite a lot of your works. Our school has also publicized Little Bunnies Be Good. I only knew that it was written by my bro yesterday. So awesome. Hee. Bro, you must have made quite a lot of money. Be honest. The few of us don't have any allowance left to spend. My parents also aren't giving me any pocket money. We will be relying on you." "Money? Her. What sort of question was that? You are my sisters. How can I not give money if you ask?" "Well, but talking about money hurts feelings, so let's change the subject." Zhang Yi digressed and chatted about other things with them. First uncle and second uncle also came over, and they chatted. After a short exchange and some leading questions, Zhang Yi received quite a good understanding of the present situation. His relatives had not changed too much. However, there were still some differences. For example, his youngest cousin's school was no longer the middle school from his memories. His eldest cousin had scored tens of points higher for her college entrance exams than in his memory. For example, the working place of his first uncle and aunt had changed to somewhere Zhang Yi had no memory of. All of these were considered minor changes. After all, the world had changed to a new world. A lot of cultural industries may change, so it was impossible to not affect his family. After figuring this out, Zhang Yi also dared to speak and was not too afraid of making mistakes. Even as dinner time approached, everyone was still talking about Zhang Yi. "Little Yi is so promising. Little Yi, When did you dabble in creative work? Why didn't I see it before? That's right. I've never seen this talent of little Yi in the past. Even if he gained enlightenment, it shouldn't have been so exaggerated. I heard from Big Sis that little Yi even wrote poems. Third uncle and aunt had a suspicious tone, but they had no malicious thoughts. They really could not understand. This was because other than Zhang Ye having managed to make the cut for a pretty good university, he was not great in any other aspect. He had been too normal since he was young. Hence they had even discussed before that after Zhang Ye graduated, he would at most find a behind-the-scenes job in a radio station or newspaper firm, where he would do the lighting or write documents. No one expected Zhang Ye to find such a well-fitted profession and even manage to sit stably as one of Beijing radio station's broadcasting hosts. His parents did not speak. However, his mom did not like hearing that and was just about to retort. Suddenly, second aunt came home. She held a bag of mantou in her hands. She had just went to buy food. The moment she entered, she began to chatter. She pulled out 2 rolls of newspapers that she had held under her arm. Little Yi, you got off work? Quickly take a look. I just bought the newspaper at the newsstand. Little Yi has made it into the papers. At this afternoon's whatever mid-autumn poetry meet, Little Yi had shockingly taken down the professional writers from the Beijing Writers Association, getting first. There was such a thing. Quickly, let me see. What sort of newspapers? Some tabloid. Everyone was very surprised. Second aunt said, What tabloid? It's the Beijing Evening News. Another is the Beijing Times. They are all big newspapers, and each have a great circulation. Zhang Ye tilted his head over and took a glance. He had walked past the newsstands just now, but he did not buy it. He did not think that the afternoon's events would be reported in time, as the newspaper firms would have prepared manuscripts. So it would never be in time. But who knew that it would come out today? Hence, he also had not seen the specific content. His third cousin, Chao Meng, grabbed it. Wow, bro. You really became famous. I thought it was just some small hoo-ha. I didn't know that you had become so famous. The relatives passed the newspapers around as they surrounded them. Only then did they realize how promising Zhang Ye had become. Grandpa and Grandma were very elated. They praised their grandson for his abilities. Mom's face was beaming with pride as she began to brag. That's because you don't know. Little Yi is awesome. Just last time, he used a poem to save a person's life. A female university student wanted to commit suicide, but after hearing my son's poem, she immediately did not want to die. The next day, the entire family even brought a banner and made a big hoo-ha at my son's unit to thank him. Also, that fairy tale that was greatly publicized by the capital, it may seem like an ordinary story, but in fact, it's nothing ordinary. Back then, when my son posted Little Bunnies Be Good, that was a national contest. That was something that even shocked the education ministry. I think it's even possible for it to be written into elementary school textbooks. And then, there's the other time. Mom was bragging. Throughout the entire meal, Zhang Ye blushed while hearing this. He was thinking, I didn't realize that I was so kick-ass. Chapter 63. Can you get Zhang Yuanqi's signature? After dinner, Dad and the 3 uncles went to the balcony to smoke. Zhang Ye felt embarrassed to smoke in front of his family, so he stayed behind with all the women, speaking at random. Second cousin Chao Tong was looking at her cell phone and suddenly kicked at Zhang Ye's shoes. Bro, there will be the Golden Microphone Awards soon. Zhang Ye replied, I know. The third cousin immediately said, I have also heard of it. My idol, Zhang Yuanqi, will be one of the judges this time. I heard from my classmate that this was the first time that the Golden Microphone Awards have invited such a big S-list celebrity to be a judge. Some people are even questioning if my big idol knows about broadcasting and hosting. What a joke. Don't they know that Auntie Yuanqi had been a television host many years ago? Furthermore, the program she hosted was very popular. It was only because she went to do music and film movies that she did not further develop herself in the hosting business. If she was not qualified to be a judge, who else is qualified? Kiki. With Auntie Yuanqi present, there will definitely be many people watching the awards ceremony this year. Zhang Ye said with surprise, You sure know quite a lot. Of course. Chao Meng smiled. I'm most infatuated with Zhang Yuanqi. Eldest. Cousin Chao Dan looked at Zhang Ye. The finalist nominations are almost done, right? Did you get in? Zhang Ye smirked. Golden Microphone Awards? That has nothing to do with me. I have just started work this past month. To be nominated for the Golden Microphone Awards, one needs to have at least 3 years of broadcasting experience. I'm still far from the gates. He did want to get an award and had planned very well. Once he obtained an award and gained experience, he could leave the radio station for a bigger stage to develop himself. However, even if he set his sights high, he had never considered the Golden Microphone Awards. That was the most prestigious broadcasting host award in the country. He would not be able to squeeze into it, even if he broke his head. Chao Dan blinked. I'm not talking about being nominated for the Golden Microphone Awards. I'm talking about the Silver Microphone Awards. Zhang Ye turned his attention back. Silver Microphone Awards? What's that? If he was not mistaken, his world only had the Golden Microphone Awards. Where did the Silver Microphone Awards come from? The Silver Microphone Award is a newcomer award. Chao Dan might have dreams of entering the entertainment industry, so she knew a bit more. She checked on her cell phone and passed it over. Look, these are newcomer awards that were specially created for newcomers who have less than 3 years in the broadcasting industry. Among these, there are 10 spots for all the rookie television hosts in the country, while there are 10 spots for all the rookie radio hosts in the country. Take a look. Bro, you are so stupid. Chao Mingming scoffed. Chao Tong was speechless too. To think that you are an anchor. You don't even know this. Grandma protected her grandson. Don't laugh at your brother. Little Yi has just started working for a month. Zhang Yi broke into a sweat. He, of course, did not know of this because his world did not have it. Why was there a specially established award for newcomers? And they were given to 10 people? He quickly checked and finally understood. These special Silver Microphone Awards prepared for newcomers were not something to be scoffed at. It was not limited to the capital regions. This award was a national award and meant a lot. He got whatever he wanted. Zhang Yi felt that he had to get this award, regardless of anything. Wasn't he waiting for this? Once he had experience on hand, Zhang Yi could have vast oceans of flying fish. That's not right. Vast oceans of jumping birds. That's not right either. High skies filled with birds. Forget it. What a crappy phrase. After teasing Zhang Yi, Chao Mingming began talking about her biggest idol. Strictly speaking, Zhang Yi did not belong to this world, and there were many changes that he did not know about. But everyone in the family knew of Chao Mingming's hardcore star chasing, and Zhang Yuanqi was her favorite. I must go support my auntie. Yuanqi's new movie. She's too pretty, so gentle, and so very elegant. When I grow up, I want to be as beautiful as someone like Annie Yuanqi. Third aunt smiled. My daughter will definitely be beautiful. Remembering something, Chao Mingming glanced toward Zhang Yi. Brother, you've got to work harder. You're only a small star now, so you have to quickly gain more fame. And when you reach Zhang Yuanqi's level, you must get an autograph from her for me. That is my biggest wish. If I had her autograph, that would be so great. My schoolmates would be so envious of me. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Who is a really small star now? That's about what you are. Chao Mingming swung her pigtails around, saying, If you get me Zhang Yuanqi's autograph, I will admit that you are a famous star and worship you in the future. Zhang Yi deliberately quipped, If I can get it, how will you worship me? Chao Mingming rolled back her eyes. Get over it. You can't even meet Zhang Yuanqi now. How do you expect to get her autograph? Who says I can't get to see her? Zhang Yi suddenly bragged. Chao Mingming stuck out her tongue. Keep on bragging, like I would believe it. Chao Dan asked, Where will our brother get the autograph from? What kind of person is Zhang Yuanqi like? Having bodyguards all around whenever she goes out. Even if you were to meet her coincidentally, you would not be able to see her. She's going to be well protected. Chao Mingming eagerly said, Brother, I will depend on you anyway. Don't give trouble to your bother. Third aunt told her daughter, Little Yi has just debuted. How do you expect him to get you Zhang Yuanqi's autograph? Third uncle, who had just come back from his smoke break, also said, Little Yi, don't be bothered by her. Zhang Yi laughed, then said to the youngest sister, Do you really want to have it? Of course. I want it, even in my dreams. Chao Mingming was a passionate fan of Zhang Yuanqi's. Even if you take away a year of my lifespan, I still want it. Stop spouting nonsense. Grandma lightly nudged her head. Chao Mingming clutched her head and said, But it's true. I am Auntie Yuanqi's hardcore fan. Zhang Yi and his mom, along with their few aunties, were all tickled by Chao Mingming's antics. Zhang Yi then mysteriously said, Sure. Wait for me a little, Then, I will go to the bathroom. In the toilet, Zhang Ye flipped through his wallet and took out a piece of paper. Did he have Zhang Yuanqi's autograph? He really did have it. It was from the other time when Zhang Yuanqi left the note to him before leaving his house. On it was written, "I've saved your phone number. The same goes for your unit number. I've forgotten yesterday's incident. I guess you have, too." In some sort of threatening tone. Sign off. Zhang Yuanqi. Zhang Ye cleared his throat, tore off the top part of the note, and kept the signature intact. He then grasped it in his hand and walked. Outside the house, Chao Mingming was still jumping around, expressing her love for Zhang Yuanqi. The other time when the concert ended, I was just 100 meters away from her. 100 meters. I hate myself for not having the courage to rush up. Then, maybe I would have gotten an autograph from her. It's my biggest regret. I hate it. Really? Chao Dan said in frustration. Chao Tong tousled her little sister's hair. Huh? There will be chances in the future. Actually, Chao Dan and Chao Tong were also very into Zhang Yuanqi. They were just not at the level of crazy, like their third sister was. Zhang Ye came over and nudged Chao Mingming with his arm, then opened his fisted hand and said, "Take it." "What's this?" Chao Mingming not understanding the situation. "Did you use this in the toilet?" Brother, that's too dirty." Zhang Ye nearly fainted. "It's not toilet paper. Take a clearer look. You don't know how good I am." "Let me see. What's this mysterious thing?" Chao Tong grabbed it, opened the note, and gave out a scream. This can't be." Chao Mingming's curiosity was aroused. She immediately jumped up. "Show it to me. Show it to me." Chao Tong handed the note to Chao Mingming, dumbfounded. "You should prepare yourself for this." Chao Mingming casually took it from her, but when she saw the writing on it, it sent a shiver down her spine. Her little voice suddenly shouted, "Oh my God! God! Zhang Yuanqi's autograph." Autograph? The entire family was startled. "Is that true? Zhang Yuanqi's autograph? Little Yi, how did you get it?" Even though the adults don't follow any stars, they still knew Zhang Yuanqi well. "Did brother go to the toilet and forge this autograph?" Chao Tong asked cautiously after recovering from the shock. She immediately launched her mobile internet browser to search for Zhang Yuanqi's autograph to verify it. Chao Mingming and the others gathered around to see. The truth was revealed. It was exactly the same. This was really Zhang Yuanqi's signature. Chao Mingming nearly went mad, running around the house while holding the note in both hands. She shouted while doing this, "I have it now. I have it now. Zhang Ye, be quiet. My schoolmates are going to be so jealous of me. I want to frame it. I want to frame it against the wall and place it above my bed forever." Chao Mingming was ecstatic for a long while before she remembered about Zhang Ye. She pounced on him. "Brother, I love you. I really, really love you." Zhang Ye patted her back, pretending to despise her. "Get down. Down." Chao Mingming held on tightly. "You actually got it. How did you get it?" "I have my ways. But it's a secret, so I won't tell." Zhang Ye could still be stern when he wanted to be stern. "Keep it well." Chao Tong stared. "Brother, I want it too." Chao Dan also embarrassedly looked at Zhang Ye. "I would like one too." Zhang Ye was in cold sweat. "I've only got one. Let's talk about it later." "Brother, you